Amidst the ruins of a forgotten city, swallowed by a vast desert, Wu lay shackled, staring into the searing sky. What hell was this place? Sweat streamed down his face as his eyes burned crimson. Suddenly, a system voice warned him. "Don't look at the sky. Don't say I didn't warn you." The temperature was a scorching 60 degrees Celsius, and climbing by 0.2 degrees every minute. Our protagonist remained silent. "Is someone frying meat?" the system chirped, not waiting for a reply. "Oh, it's almost perfectly cooked." It then offered, "Want me to add some seasoning? It'll taste much better." Ignoring the absurd words, Wu pushed himself into a sitting position. "Hey, look," the system exclaimed. "Your back is already getting a nice crust." Still met with silence, it pressed, "Are you even listening to me?" Sweat pouring from his brow, Wu finally asked, "How did I get here?" The system dodged the question. "Let's not process everything at once. Too much data." It even suggested he save up to buy a new processor and graphics card. But Wu's mind was elsewhere, consumed by thoughts of time travel. His eyes darted to the side, drawn to a dilapidated structure. The system, reading his gaze, explained. "That's a public restroom, over 700 years old. It's a rare find," it continued. "A location with a danger rating of 3.5 stars. The toilets are broken, of course, but the mid-tier mutated fallen are always happy to have visitors." As the system spoke, an image of a grotesque monster flashed in his mind. "Mid-tier mutated fallen, danger rating." Wu repeated internally. So, terrifying creatures were lurking inside that restroom. The system then cheered. "I just love this road ahead, a 1,000-kilometer stretch of pure desert." It helpfully announced there were no water sources. "You'll likely collapse from dehydration halfway through. A fun new version of a triathlon." The system warned that participation was mandatory. Wu's eyes fell on vultures perched atop skulls. "And over there," the system chirped, "that's the jackpot. 2 fallen are hiding just 1,600 meters away. You should try out your legendary slide tackle on them. I'm sure they'd love a surprise dinner delivery." Wu realized he was getting information on everything except what he was looking at. Is this some kind of blessing for time travelers, he wondered, looking around. He saw that if 3 paths led to death, then only one remained. As he turned, the system confirmed. "Correct, that direction has water." It then offered a cryptic piece of advice. "Remember the old saying, among 3 long choices and 1 short one? Always pick the short one," pushing his hands against the hot sand. Wu tried to stand, but before he could, the system piped up again. "Hey, can you finally pay attention to me?" He ignored it and rose to his feet. "The situation is," the system explained, 5 girls are gravely injured. They can't use their traditional skills anymore." Still, the protagonist paid it no mind. He stared at his cuffed hands. "What are these?" he muttered, assuming he'd been reborn as a criminal in this era. "Those look strange, don't they?" the system chimed in. "They look like shackles, but there's so much more." The aristocrats from the 4th floor turned them into devices for spying on their slaves. The system advised him not to even try removing them. The priority was finding shelter, or he would simply bake to death under the relentless sun. Nobles. Surveillance. The words echoed in his mind. This was a very strange world he'd fallen into, and his situation was critical. He recalled that a human can survive for 1 hour at 71 degrees, and only 49 minutes at 82 degrees. He was running out of time. His only hope was that the path he'd chosen truly held a water source. But one thing still bothered him deeply. The surveillance. Frowning, Wu glanced up. At that very moment, a group of people watching him on a massive screen seethed with irritation. "What is this trickery? Why is he still alive? He's lasted for more than 10 minutes, one of them shouted. Did he really enter through the blue door? The question hung in the air. The blue zones were known to be the absolute hottest. Then why does he look so damn calm? Another spectator demanded. We came here to see the fallen feast on humans, someone complained. Where are all the monsters? Another voice spoke up, filled with suspicion. Could the host have slipped a gifted in, pretending he's a slave? To them, Wu's composure was completely unnatural. Meanwhile, he continued his trek. He was mentally counting the seconds, his thoughts turning to the tower where humanity now lived. Outside its walls was a death sentence. It was a world where survival was nearly impossible. He paused his thoughts to mark another second, then commanded himself to focus. Closing his eyes, he reviewed everything he had learned. The fallen, monsters roaming the wasteland, and the nobles from the 4th floor. The mention of nobles confirmed a rigid hierarchy within the tower. The higher your floor, the higher your status. He was momentarily distracted by the count. The shackles weren't just for surveillance. They were broadcasting his every move. His struggle to survive outside the tower. It all clicked into place. This was a high-stakes survival game for the amusement of the wealthy. A grim chuckle escaped his lips. How interesting. He had just counted 3,000 seconds, 50 minutes. Based on his analysis, the temperature must have reached a blistering 70 degrees. He scanned the horizon. He had to find shade within 15 minutes. Otherwise, his body would begin to shut down. As his head swiveled from side to side, his eyes caught something in the distance. "Bingo," the system shouted, noticing it too. "Half the credit for finding water goes to me. What would you ever do without my guidance?" A small water source shimmered a short distance away. "The rules for this survival game are just outrageous," the system complained. "At this temperature, the organizers should have provided way more water stations." As he finally reached the source, the protagonist plunged his hands in, under the stream of water, relieved that it worked. He made a mental note 70 degrees outside, yet the water was pure ice. The system chimed in, theorizing that the groundwater hadn't had time to warm up. A light bulb went off in his head. This meant he could descend into the sewers, where the temperature would surely be lower. If there's a water supply, an entrance must be nearby. After a short walk, he rounded a corner and froze. A sewer hatch. The lid was horribly bent out of shape. The system cheered. Wu had found a haven for rats and roaches. He would no longer have to roast under the scorching sun. The main character kicked the cover aside, but reminded himself this was only a temporary fix. No matter how lucky he was, he wouldn't survive long in these conditions. The system agreed, noting Wu fully grasped his dire situation, but urged him to press forward. The only way out of this twisted game, he thought, was to find a path back to the tower. The system confirmed this, then suddenly asked what he found so amusing. Wu smirked, wondering what he should do next. These people were placing bets on his life. He remembered the system never mentioned if the cuffs could transmit sound. And besides, he had no idea what language they even spoke here. He decided to play the part of a good boy in this new world. Then abruptly threw his hands in the air. The system, startled, cried out, asking if he was really about to do what it thought. Wu wanted to make one thing clear: he refused to play by their rules. A wicked grin spread across his face. He covered his eyes and flipped 2 obscene gestures into the air. The system shrieked in horror as the main character mentally screamed a message to his audience. "Get this, the spectators, men and women of high society," exploded. "What an arrogant slave," someone shouted. "Is he really not gifted?" another asked. One man, furious, threw his drink aside. "He's just an actor. This is all a show," he roared. "He wanted the main character to die." "Where are the fallen?" he demanded, wanting the monsters to tear Wu apart. Someone else just chuckled, admitting it was actually quite amusing. Some knew their bet was lost, but were thrilled he'd survived for so long. A woman, also watching the game, raised a phone to her ear. The voice on the other end guaranteed Wu's death. The goods were from the beggars of the lower floor. He absolutely had no talents. The woman simply replied that she hoped she didn't need to explain what would happen if they failed. At that moment, back in the suburbs, the man hung up his phone. He wiped the sweat from his brow, quietly noting the target was in the blue zone. He turned to his subordinate. "Send in the fallen. Dispose of the goods. The guests must not suspect a thing." As he finished his order, he turned around. A knight bowed, exclaiming, "It will be done?" The man nodded. "And your talent level," the knight declared. "Level 755, called the Steel General. My accompanying power is the 4th stage of the 2nd level." "Not bad," the man admitted. But he raised a warning finger. "The fallen in the blue zone are extremely powerful. You'd better get your emotions under control. If those monsters sense even a hint of negativity, they will attack without mercy." Leaning back against a table, the man ordered his assistant to the crossing point. He handed him a small slip of paper. "This contains the area number where the target is located," he explained. "And remember, even if you die, you will take the enemy with you to the grave." As the man spoke these words, his expression turned menacing. The knight, who had been bowing, straightened up, turned, and began to walk away, shouting, "I understand. In Wu's previous life, bullies surrounded him." "Disgusting," one sneered. "Why don't you even blink? Don't you feel any pain at all?" They stared at him with contempt, calling him nothing more than an emotionless demon. But despite their insults, the main character just sat there, his face a blank mask. Years later, as an adult, he stood before a memorial for his father. Behind him, people whispered, "Is that his son? His own father died, and he hasn't shed a single tear. Is he even human?" They sneered that. Even a dog had more feelings than him. Yet through it all, the main character's expression remained completely indifferent. He worked for the administrative department of the police special forces. From the start, he was different. One day at work, clutching a folder to his chest, he passed an office and overheard his colleagues talking. Did you hear the serial murder case with no leads for 10 years? Wu solved it in a week. The man's a genius at catching criminals, another agreed.
Well, it takes a freak to catch a freak, his friend replied. Hearing this,
the men burst into laughter. Wu just kept walking, completely unaffected. Life continued like this, until the day several policemen surrounded a criminal, ordering him to drop his weapon, instead holding his gun high. The man screamed for the police to back off and pulled the trigger. The shot hit Wu, who was standing off to the side. As the bullet tore through him, the main character's mouth filled with blood. His eyes widened in shock. The police rushed forward, tackling the criminal. As Wu fell, his face stained red. He collapsed into a puddle of water. Now, remembering it all, he splashed the sewer water on his face. He looked down, and for a moment, saw his old reflection staring back, the face he had before being thrown into this new body. He sat there, his eyes narrowed, when suddenly, the system laughed. A slave on the first floor of the tower with a face that deserves 9 points out of 10, it declared. Wu remained silent. How unfair, the system exclaimed. This makes me want to start a real duel with you. Rising to his feet, he calmly replied, I'm not interested, he noted. Since the system is a gamble, you should be in control. Isn't that right? The system urged him to raise his hands and surrender, a chance to save his life and avoid disgrace. But suddenly, an alert flashed in Wu's eyes. We have a guest, he announced, and he needs a proper welcome. The system, trying to get his attention, asked, Are you really going to walk the razor's edge again? It's time I packed my bags and found a new host, it declared. Walking forward, Wu admitted, I have a question for you. Does it still count? If the person only pretends to be afraid? The system was stunned by the question. I am merely a little worried. It finally stammered. Why must you put me in such a difficult position? Pausing, Wu listened to the echoes in the sewer. A smile crept across his face. His opponent had arrived. The system scanned the newcomer and exclaimed, Talent level 755A Steel General. His power is the 4th degree of the 2nd level. This knight's strength was immense. The system knew he was an elite warrior, with abilities comparable to a general. Meanwhile, the knight stalked the sewer tunnels, turning each corner with deadly purpose. The system was certain of the outcome. This monster would easily twist Wu's head from his shoulders. But the main character didn't seem to think so. Listening to the heavy footsteps, he calculated. Judging by the sound, he's 10 meters away. But these sewers are a labyrinth. Getting close enough for a clean kill won't be easy for him. The system didn't care. It was certain our hero was about to die. In response to its grim prediction, Wu simply smiled. The system reminded him, This knight is wary, a product of the old guard. Before the assassin could even attack, the protagonist called out a greeting. The man froze, his eyes darting around cautiously. Glad you could finally make it. Wu's voice echoed. The knight spun around, his movements a blur. Is this the speed of a 2nd-level powerhouse? Wu mocked. A steel general's talent, he guessed. You must be using Indian time. Still reeling from the ambush, the knight charged forward, ready to strike. Wu warned him. There's no need to be so shocked. Smiling, he continued his taunts. You must be curious how I know about your abilities. The knight didn't answer. He simply stopped, lowering his head. Did you honestly believe a mere slave from the lower floors could survive this long? Did you really think, he pressed, that this was a normal assassination? As the knight clenched his fists in rage, the protagonist laughed. How innocent, he sneered, tilting his head back. Just wait, he exclaimed. Things are about to get very entertaining in the gambling house. The knight stalked forward, infuriated by his words. So many people want me dead, Wu mused. That's why the boss sent you to finish the job. But are you sure? This isn't all part of their plan, he explained. Think about it. A lowly slave who should have died outside the tower not only survives, but mocks everyone. It makes for a great show, doesn't it? Confused. The knight hesitated. The protagonist pressed his advantage. And right on cue, the boss sends a poor knight to kill me. Everyone is just waiting for you to tear me apart. The knight's brow furrowed with suspicion. Do you understand now? Wu asked, stepping from the shadows. He narrowed his eyes and declared, In the real scenario, you don't tear me apart. You stay here forever. Raising his hand, he pointed a finger toward the ceiling. And I will step over your corpse and continue to mock those nobles. Then the dealer will start a new game, and the players will go even more. Crazy! In the darkness above, monstrous eyes gleamed. The knight snapped into a fighting stance as a fallen one began to descend. It was coiled and ready to strike. "Are you ready to accept your final gift?" Wu asked. The fallen one opened its drooling maw. In a sudden, swift motion, Wu's hand dropped, his finger now aimed at the knight. In the next instant, the monster launched itself forward, its jaws gaping wide as it flew past Wu and slammed into the knight. A cold smile played on the protagonist's lips, unconcerned by the blood splattering his face. The monster began to tear the assassin apart. "Stop it!" the knight screamed in agony. As the fallen one and its victim tumbled into the murky water, the system's voice chimed in. "Big boy!" That was magnificent. Stepping closer, Wu looked at the blood-stained water with a mock regret. And this was such clean water, too. He gazed at the dead knight, but the system issued a warning. "Don't thank the creature personally. At this distance, a single drop of negative emotion could attract the fallen one." Besides, Wu had other plans. "I wanted to send this guy to the next world myself." But as he stepped into the water, he told the system to forget it. "I'm a positive boy. No negative emotions here." Deciding not to argue, the system changed the subject. "The knight's body isn't cold yet. Why don't you feel for something? You might find some positive emotions on him." The protagonist obeyed. Soon, he pulled a device from the corpse. The system gasped in admiration. A black and gold legend, the very return device you wanted. All he had to do was twist it, and he would be sent where he needed to go. Wu activated the device, his face frowning in concentration. The system gave its report. Terrain explored 4.5%. 35 fallen remain. Fragments of the Doomsday puzzle have not yet been received. A poorly done job, it assessed. But for a newbie, survival is the only way to complete the level. Suddenly, the handcuffs on Wu's wrists unlocked and fell away. "Forget the rest for now," the system advised. "Leave this place as soon as possible." As the energy of teleportation enveloped him, Wu thought of the future. "I hope the tower is more interesting than this," he murmured. A faint smile touched his lips as his eyes narrowed. And then he vanished. A short time later, in a sterile office, an intelligence officer stood before Guing Yu and Lu. "The name of the man you asked about," he announced, "is Wu." They were in the headquarters of the Foreign Intelligence Corps, and the agent continued his report. The report stated the target was a male, roughly 18 or 19 years old. The man giving the report, his face beaded with sweat, pressed his lips together. "That's everything," he announced. Chu, who sat listening intently while polishing the cold steel of his sword, slowly looked up. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Is that truly all?" He was the captain of the Foreign Intelligence Corps' 7th Unit. Hearing the report, Mujio Mu erupted in laughter. He threw his head back, shouting that Chu's team had gotten soft. As the captain of the 13th Unit, he taunted that Chu's time away from the tower had clearly dulled his squad's edge. He claimed the team was slacking off in his absence. Ignoring the blatant mockery, Jinu ordered the officer to explain the situation. Glancing nervously at his tablet, the man explained that threats were useless against their target. In fact, the man was so composed, he calmly dismantled their interrogation methods, turning the tables on them completely. Staring at Jinu, Mu asked, "How is that possible?" He was dying to know who they'd captured. But Jinu, ignoring him once more, asked what the target, Wu, was asking about. His subordinate explained that the questions were bizarre. He'd asked about the number of floors in the tower, and even how the fallen are created. As the report continued, Jinu uncorked a small vessel, pouring its contents onto the blade of his sword, meticulously spreading the oil with a cloth. The officer continued, saying the target had also asked about accompanying strength and talents, things a 3-year-old would know. He couldn't tell if Wu was playing games or was just genuinely a fool. Mu readily agreed with that assessment. Then, the officer added, the protagonist had asked for the talent table. Laughing again, Mu conceded the guy was certainly interesting, offering to take him off their hands. "Why not transfer him to me?" raising his sword. Jinu inspected the gleaming blade, finally turning his gaze on Mu. "You really want him?" He declared that would be like using a cannon to hunt a sparrow. Analyzing the statement, Mu realized the truth. "You like this kid," he said. Jinu explained that 5 months ago, a loan shark reported a debtor had gone missing. But upon investigation, he discovered the number of missing persons was far greater than just one. Mu crossed his arms. "Isn't that a matter for the correctional corps?" he sneered. "Why would a noble soldier like you care about the fate of the lower class?" Jinu didn't answer, his eyes fixed on his own reflection in the steel. Mu pressed on, saying those soldiers only recognize people from the 3rd floor and above as their masters. "I followed the clues," Jinu interrupted, "and found a gambling house." A look of dawning realization crossed Mu's face. "The nobles got bored again, didn't they? They started another game." Jinu confirmed it. The dealer was from the 4th floor, and they were using live people as game pieces in the blue zone. Moo's face went pale. The blue zone? Are they insane? He choked out, sweat trickling down his temple. Jinu gestured to his assistant, who immediately understood. The white zone no longer provides enough of a thrill for the nobles. The extreme temperatures and immense danger of the blue zone. That's what brings them pleasure now. As he spoke, his assistant worked furiously on his tablet. Jinu continued. But one man completely shattered the noble's calculations. Just then, his assistant projected an image onto the wall. It was a picture of Wu. This survivor, Jinu announced, lasted for nearly 2 hours in that hellscape, without attracting a single fallen. What's more, an assassin was sent to eliminate him, but Wu killed the assassin instead. Shortly after, Jinu received an anonymous call from a woman, her voice suggesting she was quite young. Frowning, Mu asked why. Why isn't the Correctional Corps handling a gambling den run by nobles? The 4th floor has never been friendly to the Intelligence Corps. Jinu admitted that part was still a mystery to him. But the woman's goal, he said, his brow furrowed, was to bypass the dealer and save Wu. Hearing the name, Mu's eyes lit up. So the survivor is that guy? He grinned. Now this is getting interesting. Changing the subject, Jinu asked, how skilled are you at interrogation? He suggested the captain of the 13th Division take a crack at it personally. Mu, initially surprised, broke into a wide grin. My thoughts exactly, he said, rising to his feet. Show me this immortal you've found. Jinu's expression hardened. Wu is an excellent weapon. He sheathed his sword, his gaze drifting towards the window. He decided then and there, this prodigy needed to be carefully cultivated. 700 years ago, the world ended. It was reborn, harsh and unforgiving, overrun by monsters called the Fallen. They appeared without warning, a relentless tide that threatened to wipe out humanity, turning cities to rubble. In that dark time, a colossal tower pierced the sky. No one knew its origin or its purpose, only that within its walls, humanity found its last bastion of hope. Soon, people discovered a new power dwelling within them, a force to fight back against the Fallen. This was the accompanying power. In an interrogation room, a woman named Yunshu was explaining this very concept. It dramatically enhances one's physical abilities, speed, and other basic stats. She sketched a simple diagram on the board beside her to illustrate. She explained with a smile that to raise one's accompanying power, you didn't need grueling training. You needed to venture outside the tower. The longer a person survived in the outside world, the stronger their power became. In short, the world beyond the walls was a crucible that forged strength. This phenomenon wasn't limited to people. Objects left outside could also be transformed over time. These artifacts became what the world now calls jilling. Shui jumped into the conversation, adding that if innate power was the basic foundation, like strength and speed, then talent was the ultimate super ability. He revealed that according to their data, there were 1,240 known talents in total. The higher the rank, the rarer and more powerful the talent. But tragically, most people were stuck with talents ranked 1,000 or 700. That's why anyone with a talent ranked 500 or higher was scouted by the military corps. These individuals were the aces of their respective units. Extending his hand, he declared that Chingu was their ultimate ace. Shu's eyes lit up with excitement. Proclaiming his greatest feat was surviving 24 days alone in the treacherous blue zone outside the tower. Even members of the elite discipline corps, who once scorned him, were now begging him to join their ranks. She then remembered a crucial detail she'd forgotten. The tower's discipline corps and the outer intelligence corps were both official structures, sanctioned by the ruling class on the 5th floor. Pausing to hand Wu a glass of water, she continued. The discipline corps was filled with the spoiled children of nobles, who constantly looked down on commoners like them. And because the outside was so much deadlier, people often gave the intelligence corps, another name the exile corps, listening intently. The protagonist took a sip, the true state of this world becoming clear. He guessed that the system was designed to push people outside the tower's walls. But 2 of the members immediately corrected him. The survival rate out there was so abysmal that most would rather live their entire lives inside. But power, jilling, and talent, those were things one could only earn by braving the outside world. The longer you survived out there, the more your innate strength, your talent, and even your items would grow in power. Wu was about to ask just how strong Chingu became after 24 days. But Shu cut him off, pointing a finger for emphasis. Chingu's powers has reached the terrifying 8th stage, she exclaimed. Whenever he faced a fallen, it was instantly obliterated. She pictured his heroic silhouette, a monster carved into pieces behind him. But before their chat could continue, the door to the room swung open. Mu rushed in. Greeting Shu and Chi, they turned. surprised by his sudden appearance. Shu asked why on earth he was there. Mu just pointed back towards the exit, telling them to go grab a drink. He and Wu had something to discuss. The protagonist studied Mu with a careful gaze as Shu waved goodbye and headed for the door. Chi followed her, telling Mu not to rush things. With them gone, Mu gripped the back of a chair, ready to begin. He got straight to the point, spinning the chair around to sit, his hands folded over the back. He was just about to speak. But Wu cut him off. "I'm ready to join." Mu froze solid, his eyes wide with pure astonishment. In the next moment, he was drenched in a cold sweat, unable to process how Wu could have possibly known. Our hero took another calm sip of water. "But I won't be going to your team." "I'd prefer to stay here," he stated. "I'm already familiar with 2 of its members." Reaching out a hand, a still flustered Mu told him to wait, demanding to know how he figured it out. Wu simply placed his glass down, his gaze piercing through it. "Your interrogation proved you know nothing about me, but you didn't dispose of me, which means you and the one who threw me from the tower are not allies," he continued. "If I'm not an enemy, then after that display, the intelligence corps would naturally want to recruit me." However, Shu's shocked reaction to Mu's arrival meant his visit was completely unplanned. All of this led Wu to one conclusion: Mu wasn't the captain of this unit. "And," he added, "if I'm not mistaken, your shield, your jilling, is broken." He surmised that the fallen Mu had recently fought were on a different level from the ones he'd encountered. A frowning Mu asked, "How did you know?" "That I even used a shield," the protagonist replied simply. "You have a scar, 3 centimeters below your wrist." Mu was in disbelief. "You can tell just from a scar." Our protagonist elaborated. As a captain in the intelligence corps, Mu's innate strength couldn't be low, meaning his recovery abilities would be just as high. Getting a scar like that inside the tower would be nearly impossible. Besides, he noticed that while a normal person's wrist is raised, Mu's was slightly sunken. He explained this was a clear sign of strain. "The point of force application for a shield is the wrist joint," he said. "Someone who uses one for a long time develops that exact deformation." On top of that, there were distinct scratches on his arm, marks indicating a shattered jilling, and breaking a jilling wasn't something an ordinary fallen could ever do. Mu's jaw hung open, in pure shock, his mind racing. "Wait a minute," he thought. "Why did I even come here?" But the protagonist wasn't finished. "There's more," he said. "When you raised your hand to instinctively shield your face, you were stabbed by claws. 3 centimeters below the wrist." Cursing internally, Mu slapped his own hand. "This kid, he's a true prodigy. He knew then and there. He had to recruit him, no matter the cost." But the protagonist pointed to the documents before him. "In the talent chart you gave me," he declared, "only 2 entries are ranked below 700. I require the complete chart." Raising a finger, he was about to state his terms. But before he could even finish his sentence, Mu was already bolting for the exit, shouting, "I can get it." Wu simply lowered his hand. As Mu sprinted past other officers, his jaw was clenched with determination, not even noticing the papers he sent flying. All he could think was, a prodigy. A real prodigy. He vowed to bring him that chart. A short time later, he slammed a massive stack of documents onto the table, pressing it down with his palm. Head bowed and breathing heavily, he admitted Wu knew very little about the tower. The protagonist simply stated he'd lost his memory. Wiping sweat from his brow, Mu repeated the words to himself. But out loud, he scoffed. "Judging by your little performance earlier, there's no way that's true. And this," the protagonist declared, gripping the documents, "is exactly why you should have believed me from the start." He suspected his captors had used drastic measures to seal away his past, forcefully erasing his memories to avoid any unwanted consequences. Mu crossed his arms, conceding the point. "Fine, but first, let me tell you something. Across all 3 lower floors, the highest talent recorded belongs to Chinu. Talent 256, the ultimate shadow." No one had possessed a higher rank for a very long time. Wu then asked, "What about a talent ranked over 100? Are there people like that?" Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. "There was one, talent 76. Absolute dissolution." He recalled the story. They said a new recruit awakened it over 20 years ago. It wasn't like winning the lottery. It was like ascending to godhood in an instant. Looking up from the files, Wu could tell this story didn't have a happy ending for Mu. Raising a finger, Mu's voice filled with anger. "The man just vanished. Our best guess is that an organization from the higher floors took him. Perhaps the 5th floor government, or even the 6th. But they never investigated. Instead, they buried the incident, erasing all records of the man's existence. Taking this in, Wu returned to the documents. His eyes landed on his own entry talent number 24, known as Praise Eye. With this ability, a user could see a target's true nature, the hidden side of their personality, just by focusing their gaze. The additional data was listed as unknown, a high-ranked talent. Wu thought this was great news. Still, he frowned. This ability seemed tied to vital information. But as a newcomer to this world, he couldn't be certain. Still, the hidden side of his own personality intrigued him. Why was it valued so highly? How did this body possess such skills, yet seem so weak? Had it been outside the tower for long, its low accompanying power suggested this was its first time. Musing over the possibilities, Wu realized this body held deep secrets. Can someone's talent be measured by force? He asked aloud. Impossible, Mu declared. Talents are unique to the individual. Even in the intelligence core, many agents keep their true abilities hidden, never revealing them. Wu touched his chin. That was good news. Setting the papers aside, he announced, I have another question. Can a person possess more than one talent? Mu paused to think. You can only awaken one. He eventually explained. However, there are rumors on the 6th floor. They say you can claim a second talent by killing certain powerful fallen ones. His expression turned grim. But if those monsters truly exist, you should pray you never encounter one. Wu intertwined his fingers, resting his chin on his hands. Praise Eye wasn't a combat ability. Even if he could awaken a new talent, it might not be suited for battle either. He had to find a way out of this tower. He needed to find another path. Just then, Mu stood up, clearing his throat. He stepped closer. So, I got you that chart you wanted. How about we make a deal? He asked with a confident smile. He pointed to himself, but Wu, holding the documents to his chest, simply shook his head. You're a good person, he said, but I choose the 7th Division. A faint smile played on his lips. Mu was stunned. Why would you pick them? As Wu walked past, he revealed, In the 3 hours you interrogated me, I learned the 7th Division goes outside the tower more than any of the other 24. Mu frowned. Isn't that the best reason not to join them? If you want to get out, I can move you to the 13th Division's vanguard. If you don't, you can join my interrogation squad. All you have to do is ask. But Wu simply thought for a moment, then asked, Is it true you're still single? Mu froze, utterly shocked. How did you know that? As Wu reached the door, he turned back. Remember this, he began. Choose the girl who liked you from the start. Don't waste time. You lost your chance because you were too slow. The 7th Division made the first move, so my loyalty lies with them. Besides, he added, there's another reason. Mu's jaw dropped. Another reason? The number 13 is unlucky, Wu announced, stepping out of the room and closing the door right behind him. Eyes shut tight, Mu was speechless. After a long pause, he finally muttered, What in the world was all that about in the corridor? Shu and Chi spotted Wu and waved him over. A short while later, inside the descending elevator, Chinu caught Wu's attention. We checked your fingerprints, he said. You had no ID card on record before. But now that you've joined our unit, you're officially a citizen of the lower floor. The protagonist listened intently. Chinu continued. We've also found you a place to live in the Southwest District. Of course, you'll have to cover the rent yourself. 400 tans per month. Wu didn't reply, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watched his new captain. The system's voice echoed in his mind. It is common to encounter a powerful NPC early in the game. Chinu is most likely such a character. However, there is something more. Just as Chinu realized he'd forgotten his own introduction, the system concluded he's hiding a secret that even the powers on the 6th floor are desperate to uncover. We should get acquainted, Chinu offered. You can call me Captain Do. The protagonist smiled. I will, but he used Chinu's nickname instead. His 2 new comrades stared in horror. What did he just... Shu turned, glaring at them with pure menace. Wu raised a finger. I have one request. Chinu's brow furrowed. If you don't want to go outside, you should join the interrogation team. They've had a lot piling up recently. But Wu cut him off. No, he stated calmly. I want to leave the tower tomorrow. Chi looked at him, confused, but Shu and Shi both gasped in absolute horror. Jinu calmly stated they'd confirmed his escort power. Since it was the blue zone, it took less than 2 hours to level up, from 1 to 3. But Shu interrupted, warning that at this level, even a weak fallen could spell disaster. Jinu cut him off. He didn't need a reminder about the dangers outside the tower. He simply asked to be sent out. Give him an experienced partner. He promised. and he wouldn't get in the way. A faint smile touched his lips. He wasn't looking for death, and he knew Chingu didn't want him stuck here either. Defeated, Chingu finally agreed. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., he conceded. He would lead a team of 4. With Wu, it would be a squad of 6. Their destination, the White Zone. A thought struck the protagonist. What was in the Blue Zone again? A cold sweat broke out on Chu's face. He realized with dawning horror. This man knew nothing. But before he could explain, the elevator doors slid open. We've arrived, Chingu announced, stepping aside. This is where you'll be staying. As they exited, a city shimmering with neon signs greeted them. Soon, the main character was standing on the streets below the tower's first floor. In the port of Jianlu, she approached him, apologizing for the delay. Chingu had been held up with some formalities. They decided to walk Wu to his new quarters first. A chance to see the city. His belongings had already been sent ahead. Opening her bag, she explained they'd also brought him a change of clothes. She urged him to change, adding that Chingu had given him some spending money. If anything caught his eye, they could buy it. The money was currently in her bag. After Wu put on the new jacket, the trio walked on. She explained this street was called Jianlu Port, a place where you could buy almost anything. But she warned him not to trust merchants hawking so-called jilling. Just then, a loud voice echoed through the street. Selling 17-hour jilling, the man yelled. He assumed everyone understood the weight of surviving 17 hours outside the tower. This shovel, he boomed, holds divine power. The protagonist glanced up at a massive digital billboard playing the ad, as the system marveled at the cost. The man on screen held up a shovel. Just imagine, he declared. One swing, and you'll unearth more than others find in a month. Looking at the tool, he claimed if he hadn't joined the intelligence corps, he'd keep it himself. But now, he had to sell it to some lucky soul. The system scoffed in disbelief. Is the intelligence corps really dealing in goods now? It mused. They should have hired a better actor, at least. The system told Wu to look away from the terrible advertisement. On screen? The man smiled, pointing directly at the camera. Only 998 tans, he exclaimed. And it will be the best purchase you ever make. Buy now and get a 300 tan discount. His female companion scowled. What is this nonsense, she fumed. There's no one like that in our corps. Why are people still impersonating us? She stormed forward, furious. She refused to let this imposter tarnish the corps' good name, declaring they had to report him. We'll tell Chingu to handle this scammer, she vowed, marching on, completely ignoring Chu calling after her. He begged her to calm down. We still have things to do. But Wu's voice cut through the noise. Go with her, he said simply. Chu started to object, but the protagonist stopped him again. You can't just let her go alone, can you? Frozen with worry, Chu finally relented. He handed Wu the bag and ran after her. Then get there on your own, she shouted back. The money's in the bag, see you? Wu just smiled and agreed. He approached a shop window, and the system asked if he'd spotted something interesting. Half an hour later, Wu arrived at his door and opened it. Inside the room, a suitcase sat on the table. On top of it was a note from Chingu, explaining it contained the standard issue gear for the Survey Corps. Chingu had instructed him to study it carefully. The system, noticing the note, commented on how thorough Chingu was. Opening the case, Wu found a memo. What's this? The system asked with curiosity. The note explained that all newcomers receive a watch that detects negative emotions. When the reading hits 75, an alarm will sound. The protagonist read every detail carefully. The system added that all Corps members must follow a critical rule. When the alarm goes off, you must use the teleportation disc immediately. It was a solid survival mechanism for the outside world. But for Wu, it was pointless. He didn't reply, simply strapping the watch to his wrist. The system noted that people often misjudge their own emotional state. This device would prevent a lot of problems. But for the main character, the watch was utterly useless. The system chuckled as it saw the reason. The number on the dial was a perfect 0. Don't be disappointed, the system said. There's something else in here that will definitely interest you. It was a tranquilizer, designed to suppress emotions. Wu could use it when approaching the Fallen, right before entering the danger zone. Following the system's explanation, the protagonist picked up a syringe, drew the liquid into it, and gently pressed the plunger until a single drop emerged. The drug would relax the user's muscles, inducing a state of temporary calm. However, the effect lasted only about 5 minutes. And after those 5 minutes, the user's calm state would flip into hyperactivity. Negative emotions would intensify dramatically. The system warned him not to use it unless absolutely necessary. The protagonist offered a theory. So it works like an emotional spring. First, a person compresses it, and after 5 minutes, they release it, causing an emotional surge. The system exclaimed, Exactly? That's a perfect analogy. How very interesting. Wu closed his eyes, plunging the needle into his neck. and injecting the strange concoction. The system screamed in his mind, demanding to know if he truly craved negative emotions. The protagonist set the empty syringe aside, bowing his head. The system, irritated by his disbelief, decided to let him learn the hard way. All it could do was wish him luck. 5 minutes passed, and then the system's voice returned, laughing. "So, how does it feel?" It was curious about Wu's state. Hearing only silence, it asked if he'd fallen asleep. The main character leaned back, raising a hand to stare at his palm. "I feel nothing," he declared, just as he had expected. The next day, a new scene unfolded. This was the gateway for those who ventured beyond the tower. Wu stood on a platform surrounded by massive columns, each one a portal capable of traversing space. In reality, they were a cage, blocking those at the tower's peak. Wu mentally replayed the system's words about this place. The system confirmed his thoughts, advising they stay put. The protagonist obeyed with a faint smile. "It's better not to get involved in this," it warned. "For our own good, just pretend you know nothing." Just then, Chingu arrived with the rest of the squad. "These are the new recruits," he announced. "They'll be joining today's reconnaissance mission. Introduce yourselves." Hearing that voice, Wu turned. A muscular man named Wainer grinned, introducing himself. His eyes landed on the protagonist's bag. "You got a jilling in there." The system noted this guy was interesting. It recalled the old saying, if a person is all muscle, they're usually lacking upstairs. Scanning his info, the system revealed his file. He was the son of a rich family, born on the 3rd floor, but he hunted fresh blood and danger, so he abandoned his cushy life to join the reconnaissance corps. But there was something else. As a macho man, the system declared, he naturally has a thing for Barbie dolls. This made Wu chuckle. He slapped his bag. "Just a little something." He explained he was heading outside the tower to test his luck. Cher was shocked. The protagonist's first time outside the tower. Yet he seemed completely prepared. Lenu, standing aside with his arms crossed, sneered, telling Wu not to get in the way. "I just hope you don't die today," he added with contempt. Someone else chimed in, telling Wu that Azu says that to everyone, so don't take it personally. Azu ignored them, adding, "We don't even know you. If you die, I won't be shedding any tears." The system buzzed with admiration, analyzing Azu. "From the 2nd floor," it announced. "Prettier than most girls, but completely toxic. And he loves dismemberment." Wu liked that description. After a moment, the system asked, "How about you try to put him in his place?" A short silence followed. The protagonist smiled. "I'll just stick close to the influential people. And try not to get stepped on." Then, mockingly calling Azu sister, he added, "You look great." Azu's face contorted with rage. "What did you just say?" He lunged forward, but Cher caught him in a headlock. "Hey, don't pay him any mind." Suddenly, as Azu seethed, someone tugged on Wu's clothes. He turned to see Xiangxi, stuttering from embarrassment as he greeted him. The system's voice blared, "Another freak. At first glance, he looks like a lost puppy," it declared. "But in battle, he's the craziest one on this team." It warned that first impressions are deceiving. "This one will force everyone to yield. Be careful." Wu just smiled, extending a hand to greet him. But before Xiangxi could shake it, Inwan shoved him aside, grabbing Wu's hand herself. "I'm Inwan," she said. The system cheered. "Finally, a girl." I was starting to think everyone here was a monk. It continued its analysis. "Shuang is an Avenger. She carries secrets that the 6th floor desperately wants." The system dug deeper. "She's from the East, 2nd floor, and seems the most normal of the bunch." A secret from the 6th floor. Wu mused. This wasn't the first person he'd heard that about. Shuang must possess some kind of rare talent. Before he could ponder it further, she turned and walked away. "Aren't there supposed to be 6 of us?" Wu asked. He felt like someone was missing. The rest of the team didn't answer right away. An unsettling silence fell over the group. Finally, Chingu spoke. "The other member is dead." He walked closer, placing a heavy hand on the protagonist's shoulder. "You'd better watch your own back." With a slight smile. Wu realized it. Every single person in this group was a villain. Chingu turned away. "The advanced team should be returning." He walked forward. "Everyone get ready. They're coming through now." Just then, a voice announced the team's return, warning everyone to prepare. The white column flared with light. A lone man emerged. "Safe return of the preliminary recon team confirmed." The man straightened up, reporting to a nearby staffer. "Reconnaissance 13788 is complete. Energy resources are sufficient. No fallen were detected." The employee noted this down. Wu understood. The world outside the tower was random.
So, the Recon Corps first sends a scout to check the area. They confirm the presence of energy mines and make sure there are few monsters.
Only then, he realized, is a team from the lower floors sent in to do the real work. The employee finished his notes. "Next group, please approach," he cried out in surprise upon seeing Chingu's serious face. "Good luck out there, give it your all." Chingu walked to the column and pressed his palm against it. It lit up with brilliant light. "Move out, follow me," he commanded. Stepping inside, the other members began to follow. Shuang turned back, telling Wu to check his... With his gear checked, Xuan announced everything was ready. Just as Wu approached the pillar, a startling truth was revealed. This was a portal. He explained the rules after entering. A number would appear, which must be keyed into a grid on the portal's side. The value would increase with each person. He told Wu to go first, and Wu accepted with a grateful nod. As he neared the pillar, he noticed the panel. It displayed 7 digits. With a slight frown, a thought crossed his mind. In the tower's 700-year history, millions of areas had already been explored. As light enveloped him, he realized he was looking forward to this journey beyond the tower's confines. The portal flared with a brilliant flash. Squinting against the light, he found himself and the team in a new location, without missing a beat. Wu scanned the area and asked, "Is this a mental hospital?" The system seemed to grin, confirming, "Welcome to the 9th Mental Hospital." It explained that getting inside this place was crucial for their research, but it also warned that no one knew what horrors awaited the team here. It was curious about the sheer concentration of negative emotions from the mentally ill. Since this hospital was a breeding ground for pure evil, the system had initially warned Wu against coming here. Hearing this, the main character's expression hardened. Pressing his lips together, he listened as the system spoke of secrets only he could uncover, wishing him luck. The word secret echoed in his mind. It had to be connected to the fragments of the Doomsday puzzle, putting on a calm facade. He smiled. "This hospital has a strange name, doesn't it?" he asked the others. "Shall we go inside and take a look?" Zia excitedly pressed a hand to his chest. "So many fallen spirits are inside," he cried out. "I'm a little scared," focusing on his bracelet. The system laughed, calling Zia a true drama king. It was obvious he was perfectly calm. Such a talented actor, it mused. Meanwhile, Shu analyzed the situation with his watch. "The temperature seems normal, about 46 degrees, he reported, but warned that sudden changes couldn't be ruled out. The system scoffed. Is 46 degrees a normal temperature? It warned Wu that everyone here had gone mad. Just then, Xuan looked back, noting the lack of any grass or minerals. This suggested they were near a city, with only a road and trees behind them. Shu flexed his fists. "In that case, we move forward. There's no other way." He noted this kind of desolation was usually found only in the blue zone, but Wu urged them to be careful, and not to rush. Aza shot him a look of pure disdain. "Are you really this timid?" he sneered. "If you're so afraid, you can go back. Just don't drag us down by attracting the fallen." Finally, Wu closed his eyes, took a breath, and extended his palm toward the gate blocking their path. Aza watched him carefully. Shu gradually pushed the heavy gate open, and soon, the entire team stepped onto the hospital grounds. As Wu entered, he began scanning his surroundings. Aza analyzed the structures. 4 medical buildings, he said, each 19 floors high. This doesn't look like any ordinary hospital, he concluded. Noting the 4 buildings, Shu asked which one they should examine first. Wu pointed slightly to the side. "Our choice has already been made," he said. "Except for the first building. All the others have no entrance on the lower floors. They're completely blocked. If we want to reach the second building, we first have to make it to the 19th floor of this one, and then cross the sky corridor." Looking around carefully, Shu exclaimed that it was true. Aza crossed his arms, begrudgingly admitting Wu was useful. Shu asked with interest why they would make the layout so inconvenient. "This is a hospital, after all," he reminded them. Wu held his chin, agreeing. "But when something defies common sense," he noted, "there's always a reason for it. It's like the owner doesn't want anyone getting into the other buildings." At that moment, Zia clutched the front of his shirt, drawing Shu's attention. Warning that there were 17 evil spirits in this building, he declared that he was terrified. The system laughed, exclaiming that he was still playing his part. It saw him trying his best to suppress his sheer delight. This situation seemed to amuse it greatly. Wu squinted slightly. "Everyone, be on guard," he commanded. "We are entering the first building." He walked to the doors and pushed them open. For a moment, the whole team froze at the threshold. Looking around, they could tell this hospital had been abandoned for a very long time. The corridor was in complete disarray, and everything was shrouded in neglect. Wu walked a little to the side, extending his palm forward. He touched a dark stain on the wall. Looking at his fingers, he realized it was blood. The bloodstains were dark red, suggesting they were quite recent.
Turning to the system, he asked if it saw anything. The system let out a surprised laugh, declaring that it wasn't mentally ill, so how could it know anything?
How would I know what symbol is written in blood on the wall, it retorted. Remember, this is a mental hospital. Thankfully, I am still sane, with a clear and rational mind. However, it added, I can tell you that these bloodstains were left 2 days ago. The main character considered this. Was someone trying to hide something? Or show them the way the system advised him to think with his own head? As it couldn't help here, distracted from his thoughts, Wu heard Shu approaching. Chinu, he called out. There are so many rooms here.
Are we going to explore them one by one? Frowning, Shu looked at Wu, asking for his opinion on the matter.
The main character said there were too many rooms. If we investigate one by one, we might get the information we need. But the deepest secret is in Building 4. Hearing his calm assumption, Aza's anger flared. What are you saying? He snapped, drawing everyone's attention. How could you possibly know about the deepest secret? The system grinned, noting that Wu had hurt Aza's fragile pride and that he clearly didn't like him.
Pressing his palm to his forehead, the main character closed his eyes. I will only explain this once, he warned. So for now, just take my word for it. Time Shuang watched with keen interest as Aza seethed with rage. Before an argument could erupt, Chu stepped in, gesturing for Wu to continue. Even the system was impressed. With the main character's ability to seize control, raising a single finger, Wu began his grave explanation, first pointing out a critical fact about the 4 buildings only. The first one possessed an entrance. If a patient in the 4th building needed help, they had to journey from the basement to the 19th floor, pass through the 3rd and 2nd buildings just to enter the 1st, and then travel from the 19th floor to wherever they needed to go. By that time, Wu joked, a patient with any disease could have already chosen their next body for reincarnation. Stroking his chin, Chu admitted that.
The layout was indeed strange, and he started to object. But before he could speak, Wu cut in, noting that logically, the place felt less like a hospital and more like a prison. The team members were confused, but the protagonist explained that with only one entrance, any prisoner would have only one escape route, making them easy to control. And if this was a prison, the farthest building was surely for something special. Cher snapped his fingers, declaring it the most secret location in the entire hospital. Suddenly, a trembling voice called out to Chinyu. As Shui pointed, a shaking hand forward, everyone's attention snapped to the elevator. It was moving all on its own. Frowning, Chinyu ordered everyone to be on guard and prepare for battle. But Sui, dropping his scared act, calmly brushed the bangs from his eyes. He suggested that they wouldn't be needing to climb the stairs after all. Wu then called out to Chinyu, admitting he'd always been curious about something. He recalled that no one had lived outside the tower for 700 years. He figured these cities should have crumbled to dust long ago, asking why some facilities were still intact. The elevator continued its descent, passing the 9th floor. Chinyu confessed he wasn't sure of the answer to that question, saying that in some places they'd explored, objects would just activate on their own. For instance, at an amusement park, a Ferris wheel might start rotating by itself. The rules outside the tower were bizarre. It wasn't just space that was distorted. Wu wondered about the countless unsolved mysteries. He guessed that any phenomenon that couldn't be explained was simply considered a rule here. At that moment, the elevator finally arrived on the 1st floor. Every team member braced themselves, waiting for the doors to open. And slowly, they began to part. Through the widening gap, the team saw an ominous red light. Soon after, they saw the monster. It didn't bother waiting for the elevator doors to slide open. It grabbed them with its claws, forcibly wrenching them apart. With a scream, the monster lunged forward, swinging its massive hand. Chinyu leaped aside, ordering his team to retreat. He gripped the hilt of his sword, drawing it from its sheath and striking the monster in a flash. During the brief clash, Wu carefully watched Chinyu's movements, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the severed head of the fallen, which landed not far from him. The system announced that the level of the jilling in Chinyu's hands was 19D, and its name was The Fallen Must Die. The moment the sword touched a fallen, the creature's defense was reduced, and the chance of hitting a weak point was massively increased. But of course, the effectiveness depended entirely on the owner. In a fight against mid-level fallen, everything came down to the swordsman's skill. Sheathing his sword, Chinyu walked forward, moving away from the corpse as it crumbled to the ground. He declared that there was no need to fear level 2 mutants. He turned his head slightly, warning that they were heading to the 19th floor. Wu said nothing, remembering that Chinyu's weapon had been outside the tower for 19 days. He'd also heard that Chinyu's record for staying out here was 24 days, meaning the weapon became a Jilling on the 5th day. As the team walked towards the elevator, Cui lowered his head, asking why he suddenly felt so unwell. Cher came closer, putting a hand on his shoulder and smiling. "Don't worry," he said. "As long as we have Chinyu." But Wu lagged behind his comrades, stopping near the monster's head, bending down. He touched it with his palms as he was about to enter the elevator. His team members noticed he hadn't followed. "What are you doing?" they called out. They urged him to move faster, but Wu didn't answer. He was frozen, examining the fallen's head. He saw that the skin was dry and cracked, and that its mouth had mutated, becoming similar to a mosquito's proboscis. He then examined another part of the monster's body, noticing its limbs were intact, although they had changed shape, becoming more like claws. The system agreed with his assessment, explaining that the concept of a level 2 fallen, mutation, roughly speaking, is that these monsters are still somewhat human. Suddenly interrupting its own explanation, it screamed, noticing that Wu had started to remove the clothes from the corpse. "Why are you undressing it?" the system shrieked. It didn't mind that the fallen had no human rights. But still, this seemed too cruel, and yet, cutting off its indignation, it suddenly cried out in amazement, realizing that some useless parts had also regressed. Wu said nothing, continuing to inspect the monster. Suddenly, the system laughed, exclaiming that he'd found something excellent as Wu pulled a bloody sheet of paper from the monster's pocket. The protagonist unfolded it and asked himself, "Is this a diary?" He read the inscription. "I'm not depressed," it said. "I just owe a lot of money. He told me if I came here, no one would find me. But that person deceived me. Every day, I try to find a way to go down." Distracted from his suffering, he wrote about another. "Huin on the 11th floor. What a poor thing. Will I become the same?" he asked. He wondered if she'd be transferred to the second building. But changing the topic again, he admitted, "I just want to leave." After reading the text, Wu focused on analyzing the page itself. He noticed tears and folds along the edges, most likely caused by a desperate person hastily trying to hide the page when their diary was taken. In addition, he noticed the date, and after reading it, the entry was dated 20,126. He recalled that it was now the year 704 of the Tower era. How much time had truly passed? The system confirmed that it was a mystery lost to time. He mused that for artifacts like this diary page to survive 700 years, was it the power of the tower, or some kind of protective magic? His thoughts were shattered when Aza barked his name. "Are you coming or not?" he snarled, scowling that everyone was waiting on Wu. Rising to his feet, the main character entered the elevator. "I'm here," he said calmly, his next words sending a chill through the group. "We're going to the 11th floor." Chu paused, confused. "What did you find?" Wu presented the weathered page. "Just a small piece of paper," he explained. "But it warns that the danger ahead may far exceed our expectations." He pressed the button. "Stronger fallen are hiding on the 11th floor," he continued. "It'll be a good warm-up, and a chance to find more information." At the same time, an angry voice shot back. "And who decided you're in charge of everything?" The challenger pointed out the obvious. "This is just a white zone. Where would powerful fallen even come from?" Wu turned his head slightly, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. "If you don't enter the hospital, you'll be perfectly safe," he taunted Aza. "But be careful inside." "Little girl." Aza's face turned crimson with rage, a curse forming on his lips. But before he could speak, a sudden, chilling laugh echoed through the elevator, silencing everyone. Shira's cheeks were flushed with pure delight. "Did you guys hear that?" he whispered excitedly. Shuang simply closed her eyes, saying nothing. Chu's brow furrowed. "We're here," he warned, his eyes fixed on the number 11 glowing on the panel. The doors slid open, revealing a long, empty hallway, filled with the sound of laughter. "So, you came to play with me," the voice whispered from the shadows. "I'm right here. Why don't you come and find me?" The voice sounded like it had been waiting for a very, very long time. After a brief pause, the crazed laughter echoed once more. The team pinpointed the source. It was coming from the very last room. "Everyone, be on guard," someone warned. Listening closely, Wu detected something strange. It sounded like the crying of a little girl, but also the laughter of an adult woman. Two voices, two ages, two completely different moods, twisted into one. As the laughter grew louder, a dark, viscous liquid began to drip from the ceiling tiles. A single drop landed on Shuang's shoulder. She felt the strange substance and turned in confusion. The screaming and laughter became one as the liquid coalesced into a black, grasping hand. It lunged toward Shuang, ready to strike. She froze, unable to move. But before the monster could land its attack, Chingu blurred past her, his sword flashing. With a clean slice, he severed the fallen's arm. A piercing shriek filled the air.
Stay calm and be careful, Chu ordered. But the laughter and screams only intensified. As dozens more hands erupted from the ceiling, the system chimed in.
A team member's unstable emotions have attracted the creature's attention. Warning, this monster's level is high. Chingu will not defeat it in a single blow. Ugh, why are there so many of these disgusting things? Ozza snarled, his face twisted in disgust. I'm not playing around with these tentacles. His anger flared, and the indicator on his watch shot up to 11. Then stop talking nonsense, Shuji yelled, leaping into the fray. He destroyed one of the hands, his own battle fury causing the indicator on his device to climb to 9. She let out a joyful cry. These toys are all mine, the rest of you. Don't touch them. An annoyed voice shot back. Nobody wants to... The jab caused Shu's own anger to spike, his dial ticking up to 7. Shuang fought in silence, but she couldn't control the storm inside her. The marking on her watch soared to a dangerous 21. Ignoring the chaos around him, Chu became a whirlwind of motion, lips pressed into a thin line. He ran forward, cutting down the arms closest to him with a series of lightning-fast strikes. He barked an order to his comrades. Move quickly, this is not a monster you can play with. He paused, glancing at his own watch. It read a stable 3. The system's voice chirped in his ear. Wow, Chingu is really cool, it exclaimed. Wu didn't even react. The system continued. If you were always this cool, you'd have tons of beautiful women around you by now. But ignoring the comment, Wu just yawned, casually covering his mouth with his hand. The system noticed something peculiar. He was the only one not being attacked. The number on his watch remained at a perfect 0. The battle raged. But he was just bored. So bored, in fact, that he felt like taking a nap. Meanwhile, the onslaught of dark hands was relentless. Die! Shuang roared, swinging her sword wildly. Cher slammed his fist into another one, growling in frustration. There's no end to them, she, laughing maniacally, tore the monster's limbs apart. It's all mine, he screamed. Chu remained silent, his lips pressed ever tighter. At that moment, Ozza cracked his whip, snaring one of the arms. With a sharp tug, he ripped it to pieces, then whirled around, his face a mask of fury. What the hell is wrong with you? Woo! He screamed, his eyes widening. The main character was just standing there, untouched. Why? Why aren't they attacking you? Wu simply closed his eyes, a faint smile on his face as he scratched his cheek. To be honest, he admitted, that little girl's voice is making me want to sleep. She, briefly pausing his rampage, looked over. He saw the 0 on Wu's watch and his eyes went wide. You're a monster. Standing nearby, Asa pressed his lips together in disbelief.
Is she really the one to call someone else a monster? Wu just waved a hand dismissively. While you're all busy playing, I'll go have a look.
Don't you move, Chu commanded, destroying another wave of monsters. We'll figure this out soon. Just wait for us.
We're all going in together, he repeated. Wu looked up at the ceiling, where new hands were already forming from the inky substance.
That's a shame, he said with a sigh. Until all of your emotions stabilize, these tentacles will just keep coming. He turned around and waved his hand. So I'm going ahead to take a look, he declared. I might be able to find the source. Once you all calm down, feel free to follow. Chu froze, his eyes locked on him with utter disbelief. He followed, demanding to know where he found someone like Wu. He called him a total freak, yet admired his insane courage. But Wu, staring down the monster, simply noted that if his mood swings were in the single digits, he was truly brave. But if that number hit 0, it could only mean the device itself was malfunctioning. He readied his blade.
With a single fluid motion, he severed one of the beast's massive tentacles, seeing the main character's back through the falling debris. He mused, maybe the one who was broken
was him. While the others battled the writhing appendages, Wu walked calmly to the end of the hall, pushing open the doors. He stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room. Something was off. The system's voice echoed. Look over there. The protagonist turned his gaze, landing on a cage built from thick steel bars. This dog pen is a special item, the system announced. Perfectly designed for imprisonment. Wu's eyes caught a glint in the corner. A camera. The system added, no matter how you look at it, she could never have escaped from here. Not unless someone released her. Kneeling down, the protagonist examined a thick chain lying beside the cage. The system confirmed this pen was made to be a dungeon. A truly regrettable fate. Meanwhile, Wu lifted a steel shackle, its surface stained with dried blood, inspecting it closely. After a quick analysis, the system declared the chain was also a special item. It added with a smirk. A bit heavy for rope play, but as shackles, they tell a very different story. As Wu stood up to leave, the system issued a warning. Be careful, those scattered needles might contain sedatives, or worse. The floor was littered with used syringes. The system began to list their effects. 1 injection will refresh your mind. 2 will strengthen your body. 3 will grant you rejuvenation, it added. All for just 1.5 tans.
A quiet side note appeared. Don't forget to delete the contents in brackets. But the protagonist ignored it, his attention already elsewhere.
He spotted another door embedded in the far wall. Tossing the shackle aside, he moved toward it. But the system stopped him. There is no need. The documents inside are destroyed, and the owner is gone. The system's tone shifted. Instead, I suggest you turn your attention to the table before you. Upon it lie several secret items. It was a small collection of her belongings, miraculously untouched by the destruction. Each item offered a different path forward. Talent, friendship with her, or her eternal hatred. The system prompted Wu to choose. Don't take this personally, it said, noticing his hand reaching out. But think carefully. Once you choose one, the other 2 will vanish forever. As his focus landed on the diary, the system announced it was open for inspection. It warned him. There are no dates. Every single page is filled with the same words: benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Who would write such a thing? Instead of answering, the system continued. The archive is filled with the details you and Chinu desperately seek.
But once you see it, I cannot predict if it will grant you hatred, friendship, or a gift. That was a riddle he had to solve.
On his own, his eyes shifted to the key. That is not the key to this cage, the system explained, but a lock to another place. It could be a shortcut, or it could be an abyss. Hand on his chin, Wu thought to himself. The archives. That's where the answers are. He knew it was connected to the past, the only way to get closer to the truth. He stood there, staring at the key, the diary, and the comb. Focusing on the comb, he realized it held no clues, which was a clue in itself. The key fit a door. What secrets lay behind it? He grabbed his hair in frustration. A grin entered the system's voice. I see now. You're quite the collector, aren't you? Wu sighed in agreement, a faint smile on his lips. It makes me feel nostalgic for my past life, he admitted. The system let out a laugh. Think of it as a lottery, it reminded him. The first ticket is a guaranteed win, a new talent. If you've seen The Fallen One, listening to its words, the protagonist's brow furrowed. The second ticket, it went on, wins you the Fallen One's favor. And the final ticket grants you the Fallen One's hatred, a persecution that will follow you until death. Wu continued to deliberate, tuning out the noise from the hall. The protagonist stood in silence, his lips pressed into a thin line. Outside, his companions declared the fight was over. Sheesh looked at his watch. Damn, my indicator dropped. Azu checked his own status. Mine changed too. Chinu turned towards the end of the corridor. Let's go find him. Inside the room, Wu finally spoke aloud. I need to figure all of this out. A flicker of panic entered the system's voice. It hinted towards the door, but the protagonist was lost in thought. His mind raced, constructing a map of the scene. First, the 2 rooms at the end of this hall were clearly a laboratory. A lab like this should be full of equipment, but it had all been systematically destroyed. The test subjects were kept in that cage. Their every move was monitored. Remembering the camera, Wu deduced it was recording events with infrared rays, the experiment. It consisted of injecting some kind of reagent and observing the reaction. He guessed the reagent had something to do with the Fallen. But during this experiment, someone visited the test subject. Her thoughts touched another's. But back then, there was no hatred in her. Not yet. As he stood lost in thought, a thunderous banging erupted from the door. Wuzhou's angry voice boomed through. What's the holdup in there? Why is this door still locked? He roared Wu's name again. X yawned, hands behind his head. That monster didn't even show its true self. How boring. Just then, the system repeated his name again. The system's mind reeled in astonishment. Their minds had touched a forbidden connection. How could he possibly conceive such a brilliant theory?
Holding a page from the diary, the main character revealed the source. It's all thanks to this note, he announced, theorizing that the writer had never met I before becoming a fallen one.
The hospital would never allow these monstrous subjects to meet. The system confirmed his hypothesis, stating it wouldn't want its test subjects communicating either. And yet, the subject was clearly mentioned. Wu deduced she had secretly communicated with someone else, a dangerous secret between her and another subject. He recalled the monster on the first floor, who feared being transferred to the second building. As it turned out, that transfer really happened. Stunned, The system theorized that the monster's unique abilities had been discovered. The hospital staff must have found out. It laughed coldly, suggesting betrayal by another subject who had tapped into its thoughts. Wu declared that anything was possible. From this, he drew a grim conclusion. The fallen in the second building were on another level entirely. Their hatred and resentment were far greater. He theorized that any subject who awakened a superpower was immediately redirected there. At that very moment, Ozza continued his desperate assault on the door. "Are you done in there?" he roared, demanding to know if the protagonist was finished. He couldn't understand what was taking so long. Since the door remained locked tight, he screamed again. "What's wrong?" Aza's irritation boiled over. "The door won't open, and Wu isn't answering." He turned to Chinu, his voice filled with dread. "He's not going to die in there, is he?" He yanked the handle uselessly a few more times. Then, with a scowl and a clenched jaw, he bellowed, "I don't care anymore," he warned them all. "I'm breaking down this door." But suddenly, Chinu's sharp voice cut in. "Watch your feet." Ozza froze, turning in astonishment. What does that mean? The nightmare entity had materialized once more, its shadowy tentacles already slithering towards Ozza's boots. With narrowed eyes, Chingu surged forward, his blade flashing as he destroyed the tendrils. Noticing the save, Asa shouted his name, whipping around to face the grotesque monster. The team stood back to back, warning each other not to drop their guard. Someone screamed in desperation. "This is never going to end," surrounded by the pulsating dark substance. They ordered the creature to just die already. The system's voice cut in, reporting that Wu had dealt with the diary and the key, but it warned that only the strange comb remained. It had absolutely no idea what this item was for. Recalling a page from the diary, the protagonist noted that the subject was a woman. But the question remained. Who would use a comb in this hellscape? He turned to the system. "Are you sure there's no information on this?" The system warned him not to question its abilities. "Do not doubt my professionalism," it exclaimed. "There is zero information about this comb." The protagonist thoughtfully stroked his chin. He examined it carefully, but despite the raging battle outside, the indicator on his watch remained at a calm 0. Meanwhile, the mark on Shang's device had already hit 72. She gritted her teeth, desperately fighting off the monster's relentless attacks. Just as another tentacle lunged from her blind spot, she was saved by Cher. He charged in, blasting the monster aside with a furious curse. Why did the emotion levels jump so high? He roared. He suspected the Fallen One itself was drawing near. Ozza yelled to his comrades. Did Wu really meet the Fallen One in this room? He turned to Zia, pleading with him to pinpoint the Fallen's location. But Zia, ignoring the request, just laughed as he tore through the monsters. "Excellent," he screamed. Cher knew this was bad. Zia was lost in a battle frenzy, completely deaf to their pleas. Lowering his head, Chinu made a decision. He would clear the way. Taking a fighting stance, he prepared to draw his sword. "We save the protagonist," he warned. "And then we leave." He unleashed his weapon, obliterating the monster. At that exact moment, the handle on the locked door suddenly twitched. Noticing the movement, Chinu froze. In the next instant, the monster vanished. The door creaked open, and from it emerged a calm Wu. The entire team stood frozen, watching him in stunned silence. Chinu sheathed his sword, his lips pressed into a thin line. Ozza, however, exploded with indignation, shouting Wu's name. "If you weren't dead," he yelled, "you could have at least made a sound." The protagonist simply smiled. "My apologies," he said, tapping his shoulder with the comb. "Shall we head to the 19th floor?" As he walked past, Ozza scowled, calling him a few choice names. "Why are you still alive?" he demanded, wondering why Wu hadn't answered their knocks. But the protagonist, unbothered by the accusations, just kept his enigmatic smile. Pishi looked around the empty hall. Why did the evil spirits disappear? Cher voiced the question on everyone's mind. What could have been in that room? Realization dawned on Ozza. Was a Fallen One inside? He was shocked by the implication that Wu had handled it. Wu simply continued walking, noting. "You could say I temporarily suppressed the source. But be warned," he added. "Everything will start again soon." Chinu said nothing, simply watching him with a wary gaze. Wu stepped forward, suggesting they all move on. "There are no more clues here. We have to go up to the 19th floor." Annoyed that he was taking command again, Ozza scowled, but Cher just smiled kindly. "The main thing is that Wu is safe." Sia, covering his eyes with his bangs, sheepishly admitted he hadn't had enough of a fight yet. Shuang squinted, placing a hand over her chest. As she forced herself to calm down, her watch's indicator dropped to 11. Soon, the entire team was in the elevator, beginning their ascent. As the elevator passed the 12th floor, the protagonist suddenly admitted he had a question for Chinu. Chinu looked at him carefully as Wu asked, "Were all the Fallen... previously human, he slightly squinted his eyes, turning towards Chinu. Under the right circumstances, if we stay outside the tower too long, would we also become fallen? A heavy silence filled the car. After a moment, Chinu finally asked if the protagonist had studied the watch. He explained that at 75, it triggers an alarm. The absolute upper limit is 300. Looking at the watch face, Wu remembered that this was written in the guide. Shay motioned for him to watch the dial, explaining its colors. Before the value hits 75, the color is green. After 75, it changes to orange. And when it reaches 175, the dial bleeds red. That's the moment the change was supposed to happen. But Chinu never had time to finish his warning. The elevator arrived at the 19th floor and stopped. Turning towards the exit, Chinu simply said, "Let's go." The system laughed inwardly, remarking that Wu wasn't shy about asking questions at all. It watched as everyone else simply walked out, leaving the protagonist behind. Learned everything he needed to know. Smiling, he closed his eyes. So, if negative emotions accumulate too much, and the bar hits the red value, a person becomes one of the fallen. He thought that this function must be terrifyingly common. The system confirmed it. Indeed, when people are angry, they truly are like monsters. That clock is just an excellent indicator of the breaking point. The remark was amusing, but he was distracted. After exiting the
elevator, the protagonist saw the rest of the team. Wuzhou, looking around, announced, "All the windows are sealed. It's pitch black."
Activating the light on his watch, Chingu's brow furrowed. He ordered everyone to turn on their lights, then asked Shay to follow Area X. "Understood," he said. X activated his ability. "There are 6 fallen outside this door," he reported gravely. "And their level is higher than the one Chinu killed." Sia's face went pale. He pointed at himself, about to ask something, but before a word could escape his lips, Chinu waved a hand. "Wait for the order." Then, drawing his sword, he approached the door. The fallen behind it sensed his aura, their heads snapping around. "Is he always like this?" Wu asked. Shay confirmed it. "He's the vanguard, but he always rushes in first." At that very moment, Chingu burst into the room where the fallen
were waiting and charged forward at incredible speed. "Don't worry," Shay said. "Even if Chinu finds a monster that's too much for him,
he'll still be safe." Just then, Chinu's sword flashed, striking one of the monsters. As the fallen creature flew back, he had already jumped to the side, preparing to strike again. The system watched, marveling at his speed. The protagonist asked, "Does the accompanying power really develop?" Different sides for everyone. Shay explained that the power boosts all stats equally, but noted that with each increase, a person receives additional abilities that amplify their greatest strengths. He couldn't quite describe the process, so he placed a hand on Wu's shoulder, smiling. "You will understand it yourself when you advance from the first stage to the second." The protagonist smiled back. Now, the system understood. It was simpler than it seemed. So it's basically like leveling up a skill in a video game, watching Chinu's fighting technique. It assumed he had specialized in speed. Then, turning its attention to Shay, it noted he was clearly improving his attack and health. Following this, the system decided to evaluate Azu, who stood to the side looking utterly bored. The system saw he was evenly increasing his attack and speed.
After that, it looked at Shai, who was wishing Chinu luck. It noted his perception and attack had improved. Finally, the system focused on Aang, but couldn't tell what.
She was improving. Based on her stats, she should be the team's weakest link. But it knew her skills weren't related to pure power? Astonished, the system asked, "Is everyone in this team, besides Shay, a psychopath who doesn't value their life?" It was certain there wasn't a single sane person here. "We have to run." But Wu only smiled when he heard such threatening words. Just then, Chingu stopped. He lowered his head and declared, "It's done." He stood surrounded by the corpses of the fallen, then walked past them towards the next door, ordering the rest of the team to follow. As Wu walked past the bodies, the system noted they were 3rd-level fallen. It declared that their mutation was a sickle-shaped hand that could cut through metal. These monsters could have opened their own Mantis Fist boxing gym, the system mused. It regretted that such a good martial artist was now just a corpse guarding a hospital. Continuing its analysis, the system noted that ever shows, since someone devoured the director, these fallen only obeyed Yin's commands. With his head slightly lowered, Wu guessed these 6 monsters were the gatekeepers of the Qi. Second building. "Chinu, wait," he called out. The leader stopped and turned around. The protagonist announced, "The fallen of the first."
Core are no match for us. And as long as we control our emotions, the fallen of the second core can't sense us. The longer we stay outside the tower, the faster our power grows. So why not just stay in the first core and level up? With a chuckle, Azu assumed Wu was a complete newbie. He explained, the world outside the tower rejects us. So every 4 hours, the interference in our bodies increases. Paying close attention to the words about interference, Wu frowned and asked for more. Chimu explained, for example, your speed can decrease, your senses can become dull, your mood will begin to swing, hallucinations might start, your attack weakens. You become less resistant to the fallen, suddenly afraid of light or darkness. And so on. He couldn't list all the possible effects. Besides, every time he left the tower, he faced a different set of obstacles. The protagonist repeated it in his mind. Every 4 hours, a random debuff. That's why they couldn't just stand there and level up, laughing. The system reminded him that Chingu had survived alone in the blue zone for 24 days. That meant he received 6 obstacles every single day. In total, he had received over 100 weakenings and was still able to fight the fallen. The system had to acknowledge it. Chingu was strong. As the team continued onward, the system added a second piece of advice. Don't try to just rush through the second building, it warned. They need to go down to get the key. Otherwise, even after clearing this corridor, they won't be able to get into the third building. In addition, it reminded them that the key had been swallowed by some unknown monster, and although they could probably win simply by using Chinu's brute force, the system still... It was then suggested that Wu use the comb from his bag, which would have granted him far greater rewards. Meanwhile, drool dripped from Ilya's fangs as he greeted the team invading his domain. Staring down from above, he announced that they had just stepped into his personal arena. Chinu and the others pressed on, using the light from his watch to pierce the oppressive darkness. Shay's nervous voice cut through the silence, asking why it was so unnervingly dark. He suddenly saw Chinu reaching for something and shouted a warning for Wu to be careful. In that moment, Chinu revealed a Gorgon Medusa lantern, pulsing with a petrification effect. Its glow pushed back the shadows, bathing the corridor in an eerie light. The system, surprised, exclaimed that Chingu possessed a wealth of hidden treasures. After a quick scan, it rated the lantern's level at D rank. With the analysis complete, Chinu continued to lead the way. Wu followed close behind, with his head slightly lowered. Zhuang, glancing around, noted that if this corridor was on the upper floor, they could bypass the lower levels entirely. It was a direct path to the third and fourth buildings. Wu agreed that this was true, but added a grim reminder. The key to the third building was located down here. They had to prepare themselves. Because this was no longer a designated white zone, Sher looked at him, demanding to know how he was so certain the key was here. He agreed that caution was wise, but shouldn't they scout ahead first? Chinu suddenly stopped, raising his palm and declaring that wasn't possible. He reminded them of a critical rule. To enter the third building, the location itself could not be destroyed. Hearing this, the main character asked for clarification. Chinu explained the strange rules that governed the world outside the tower. While normal locations could be leveled, when it came to a place holding a key, no amount of force could even scratch it. The system laughed, calling it a classic invisible wall, and admitting the concept felt very familiar. The protagonist's expression tightened. This system suggested he could explore the area later, but suddenly, after mashing the elevator button several times, Shay yelled that it wasn't working. The system explained that this place was technically under a building. The owner didn't want to install an elevator, but put in a fake one for show. Wu, shocked, asked if he was serious. The system confirmed it, telling him to look at the sign above the elevator. Gazing upward, the protagonist saw a number painted over a patch on the wall. The system announced that it wasn't the number 19. It was 0. The team was on the -1st floor, although Wu didn't understand the full implications. The system offered a grim analogy. This was like the 18 steps of hell. It would not lead to anything good. Yet Wu's face showed no fear. As he turned away, the system explained that his destination was at the very bottom of this hells, and there was no shortcut down. The protagonist announced their new plan. They would take the stairs, descending floor by floor. They approached the dark stairway. Slowly, the team began their descent. Upon reaching the next corridor, one member asked in shock what was happening. The problem was that their vision ended at the stairs, but Chinu calmly explained the staircase would be on the opposite side. This building was designed so that one must cross the entire floor to find the next set of stairs. He stopped at the corridor's edge, his light cutting into the blackness. The team sighed in relief, but Aza suddenly called for everyone to wait. He reminded them they started on the 19th floor,
How did they end up on floor -1? He had spotted the floor designation on the wall. As they continued their descent, he pointed out something else. He asked if his comrades noticed the absolute lack of any light source. If it weren't for Chinu's lantern, they'd be swallowed by a testing darkness. Descending further, Aza cried out in disgust. The deeper they went, the more corpses of the fallen they discovered. The corridors were littered with the mangled remains of monsters.
Torn to shreds, with not a single whole body in sight, the team cursed under their breath. One of them muttered, it felt like
some kind of insane experiments were conducted here. Shiai called out to Chinu, his voice trembling. He felt a dreadful presence, growing stronger with every step. The suffocating atmosphere was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Fear was taking hold. Sure, however, looked excited. He guessed their target must be below them. If they could sense it, that meant the monster could sense them too. He then noticed something and turned,
asking why Wu had suddenly stopped. The protagonist, now holding the lantern, illuminated a strange hole in the wall. The system noted
that while the view was cute, using a camera would provide a far more accurate picture. It cheerfully offered to be his assistant. The protagonist wondered why. The notification had appeared just now. The system replied that returning lost property was a good deed, but then asked if Wu was truly sure he wanted to do this. Recalling a shop sign he saw earlier, the protagonist thought about the camera. Could it really be the key here, reaching into his bag? He rummaged inside. Shuang asked in amazement what on earth he was looking for. Wu pulled out the camera, showing it to Aza, who shut his eyes in frustration. Aza called him a fool, lecturing that items capable of becoming spirit-bound were impossibly rare. He could leave the tower 100 times and never find one. That's why carrying so much junk was foolish. When the time came to run, it would only be a burden. But Wu just smiled mysteriously, raising the camera to his eye. The system began to explain the concept of affinity. It stated that while the camera had very little, it could still be of use. And the longer the device remained outside the tower, the more likely it was to develop new functions. The system then instructed Wunitu silently recite the numbers 20270, 721, 41525, and then focus on cell number 12, promising a surprise would be waiting for him there. It also added a crucial detail: the camera could only be used twice per week. Processing this, Wu realized this string of numbers, the year 2027, the 2nd of July, the time 14 hours, 15 minutes, and 25 seconds. A camera flashed, and Shu scowled, questioning if this could really work. He grumbled about the main character's ridiculous luck, as Azu, annoyed, demanded to know how a photo could help them. But the camera, having captured an image, began printing it out. Wu's eyes widened. It's taking pictures of the past. A wave of shock hit the group as the main character stared at the result. It was a picture of Ilya, baring his teeth directly at the camera. Chinu moved closer. Can we find out what this photo means? In response, Wu posed a question. Do high-level fallen ones possess intelligence? Chingu explained that while some monsters retain human traits like speech, even fewer should be called fallen. A better term would be evolutionaries. The name echoed in the main character's mind. He lifted the photo. If he wasn't mistaken, the teenager in this picture was a guard. And if Shu was right, that meant a high-level fallen one was here, one they hadn't encountered yet. Just then, Ilya appeared, smiling. I've already eaten my opponents, he declared, stretching his arms as he watched the team. A chilling aura made them wary. Drawing his sword, Shu roared, It's a high-level fallen one! Everyone, prepare for battle! He lunged forward, swinging his blade, but Ilya dodged sideways with effortless grace. Chinu was stunned that the monster could move so fast. Ilya just laughed, inviting them to his arena. He dropped to the floor beside them. Now, let me entertain you. Properly! He slammed his fist into the ground. Concrete shattered, and massive chunks began to rain down from above. Noticing the danger, Shu yelled, The floor is collapsing. Everyone, get back. He saw Wu standing frozen at the edge. Be careful, he shouted, but it was too late. As the main character fell, dropping his lamp, the system's voice declared, We're finished. Wu has 0 fighting ability. We're all going to die. But Chinu leaped after him without hesitation, extending his hand.
Grab on, he yelled. Their palms connected just in time. The rest of the team could only shout Chinu's name, their voices filled with dread.
Even Ilya froze, watching as Chinu and Wu plunged into the darkness with the collapsing floor. Their names were the last thing they heard. Sometime later, the system's voice called out, Main character, wake up, God's blessing. Please, wake up. Wu was lying on a pile of rubble. The system ranted. The moment the enemy appears, you decide to take a nap. What is wrong with you? Wu finally stirred, groaning in pain as he pushed himself up, clenching his jaw. The system let out a sigh of relief. You're finally awake. Do you realize you could have become a fallen if you kept sleeping? Chingu's voice cut through the haze. Wu turned his head and saw his comrade nearby, illuminating their surroundings with a salvaged lantern. The system grumbled. If Chingu hadn't saved you, we would have been torn to pieces. I've checked the area, Chinu reported. I think this is the very bottom floor. The design up top was completely different. It was a simple, open space with nothing but support columns. As he scanned the room, his eyes caught something strange.
Wu, come take a look at this, he said, his voice grim. From my experience, at least 10 different types
of fallen creatures fought here, but there isn't a single scratch on these numbers, as if they were deliberately avoided. He pointed to one in particular, the number 12. I think there's a connection. As they approached the number painted on the wall, they stopped to examine it. As expected of the captain, the system exclaimed. He figured it out so quickly. After a moment of admiration, it continued. This was the work of a stubborn boy nicknamed Disciple Number 12. That's why he loves this number so much. The main character processed this. The 12th disciple? Wu put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. Disciples always resemble their teachers. He froze. That means there's a teacher too. Suddenly, the system blared a warning. The ceiling is unstable. Watch your head. What? Wu spun around just as a massive slab of concrete crashed down from above. The impact echoed through the chamber, and Chinu turned. He frowned. Something fell from the upper floor. This building isn't as sturdy as I thought. Wu looked closer at the fallen object. It wasn't just rubble. Is that a door? The system confirmed his suspicion. It's the door to the 17th floor, room number 12. The one whose memory I'm seeing absorbed the Spider-Woman from the 16th floor. Now, he can control. His victims with spider threads, he is the strongest, the most complete. And he commands 23 obedient slaves as his trump cards. The monster's thoughts echoed through the system's voice. I wonder, can you kill them all in mere seconds if you can't catch me? I'll swallow the key to the third building. Wu closed his eyes and smiled. If his opponent was this arrogant, the outcome of this battle was already clear. He looked up, a revelation dawning on him. This wasn't just information from the cage. These were the actual thoughts of the fallen who lived here. Thinking of the number 12, the protagonist narrowed his eyes. Remembering the photograph, he began to piece the puzzle together. According to the diary he'd found, the incident at this mental hospital happened in 2026. He stroked his chin. At that time, people hadn't even entered the tower yet. Chingu and so many others had no knowledge of the history from before the tower era. An image of door number 12 on the first floor appeared in his mind. He finally understood. Most of these floors were both prisons and arenas. This place was a graveyard of monsters. Some were born here, others were brought by unknown hands to wage a brutal war. And in the end, only the strongest earned the right to ascend. Approaching the door, the protagonist placed his hand on the cold steel, his mind replaying the echoes of battle. He had to admit, this twisted hospital felt just like the world before the tower descended upon it. Stepping through the doorway, a log appeared, detailing the third floor and the thoughts of Subject 12. The one devoured by Gru's death note had been a priceless clue. His plan was to reach the fourth floor, hoping to encounter some truly formidable foes. A glimpse of fighting silhouettes confirmed his suspicions. All the scattered notes were pieces of a single, horrifying puzzle. Moving deeper, he saw visions of other doors, other floors, and more of the fourth floor's grim history. Number 12 refused to accept his fate. He raged against death, but sneered that the food on this floor was bland, unworthy of being consumed. On the 6th floor, his tone shifted to crazed laughter. He had finally found a worthy opponent. As a sign of respect, he swallowed his rival whole. A silhouette of the beast mid-devour flashed in his mind. He paused for a moment, then pressed on. Information from the 9th floor appeared. Ilya spoke. There are no worthy challengers left, he declared, noting the director's fear. The staff trembled before him, but he would feign obedience. For now. Until he devoured every last monster on the 10th floor. As expected, number 12 became the strongest. On the 13th floor, his journey continued. He walked further from the light, yet grew closer to the truth his teacher spoke of. Soon, he believed, he would achieve perfection. And upon his release, he would become his teacher's ultimate weapon and obliterate the tower. But on the 14th floor, his world shattered. Impossible, he muttered, his voice cracking. How could I possibly lose? His opponent was a nobody, a nameless insect from the first building. How could she even compare to a genius like him? He screamed in pure desperation, vowing to devour her, to stand above her, to prove his superiority. The turning point was indeed the 14th floor. Passing through the next door to the 15th, he pieced it all together. The girl from the 11th floor of the first building had been transferred here. He realized the hospital's true goal to create the ultimate life form. And this Disciple 12 had climbed all the way to the 14th floor, only to be stopped by Ian. The transfer from the first building, it was just like how the absolute ruler of the 4th building had once crushed the little boss of the 2nd. The protagonist closed his eyes. When he opened them, his gaze was sharp. Interesting, he whispered. On the 15th floor, Will could see Ilya's thoughts as he desperately counted Ian's hands. When he reached 8, he knew it was endless. He finally gave up, understanding that turning negativity into weapons was one of Ian's abilities. Will noted the undamaged walls. The fight must have ended in an instant. He chuckled softly. The so-called little boss had been mentally broken. He saw Ilya's overwhelming arrogance, and what remained after he faced a truly terrifying power. On the 16th floor, Ilya was in denial. "I'm not weak," he insisted. "I just haven't eaten enough." He recalled the delicacies that awaited him here. "By consuming them, I'll finally defeat her," he roared. "My suffering is far greater than hers." After reading this, the protagonist scoffed, calling Ilya a narrow-minded fool. His thoughts perfectly matched his twisted, insane face.
The records of the 17th floor showed the aftermath of their second battle. Ilya's confidence was utterly shattered. As he walked, he saw the vision.
Ilya, broken in despair, with his rival towering over him. He realized Ilya remained trapped in the 2nd building, while the victor was likely moved deeper inside. He closed his eyes and smiled. Not only had Ilya created a demon he could never defeat, but he had failed to prove his worth to his precious teacher. Returning to the present, Wu's smile caught Chinu's attention. "I understand what the number 12 means now," he declared. "What?" Chinu asked, stunned. The protagonist explained. "It represents the number of the fallen one we just learned about."
Remember that photograph? Before Chinu could answer, he continued. That man became the monster whose memories we just witnessed. An image of Ilya twisting into a fallen flashed in his mind. This hospital, he announced, was a research facility for creating high-level fallen.
They were forced to fight and devour each other. That's why the upper floors are littered with corpses. As he spoke, he and Chinu moved forward. He gestured around them. The 2nd building was nothing more than an arena, a culling ground for the fallen. Frowning, Chinu asked, "So that means—" "They created 12 fallen ones here," Wu corrected him. "At least 12. But the system disagreed, its voice echoing. It's more accurate to say that the teacher Ilya admired has at least 12 fallen ones under his command, which means that man is plotting something catastrophic." But Wu ignored the system's warning, focusing on Chinu's words. "This is bad," Chinu said gravely. "A high-level fallen is not something we can handle." He looked around urgently. "We have to find a way to get back to the others. Is there a path up?" But before they could act, a menacing energy flared to life above them. Chinu sensed it instantly. Tsh! Did a fallen already come out to play? He thrust his lantern into Wu's hands and summoned his orb. It seemed their return would have to wait. While the protagonist illuminated the darkness, Chinu readied himself for combat. 2 colossal fallen were lumbering towards them from the shadows. He took a step forward, placing his sword between them and Wu. "Stay on your guard," he ordered. "Don't get too close, but don't stray too far." The protagonist simply stood there, his face an unreadable mask. Chinu warned, "The Gorgon Medusa lantern might stop their movements. But don't count on it. A lantern like this is barely effective against high-level fallen." Hearing this, Wu's expression remained unchanged.
With his brow furrowed in concentration, the system laughed, noting how its partner cared for his subordinate. It added that the lamp was utterly useless on these
high-level fallen, explaining it was a last-ditch weakening tool at best. Besides, these fallen were different. The system declared these monsters couldn't even be called fallen anymore. As it spoke, a creature lumbered into the lantern's glow. "To put it simply," the system explained, "these things used to be fallen." At that moment, the monster's arm snapped back, preparing to attack. A sharp warning flared from the system. "This one has activated the hardening mutation." The fallen one's fist descended like a meteor, aiming to obliterate both Chingu and Wu. But just as the blow was about to land, Chingu moved. His blade became a silver blur, dicing the monster's arm into countless pieces. He leaped aside, avoiding the shower of flesh as the system realized. He'd activated his talent Ultimate Shadow. In an instant, Chingu was a phantom, blitzing the fallen one from every direction at blinding speed. Weaving a deadly dance, he inflicted a storm of wounds. "This is the power of ultimate shadow," the system announced, a hint of awe in its voice. In simple terms, he moves so fast, he creates afterimages, as if he's split into two. Even though the Fallen was a high-level foe, it was no match for Chingu's overwhelming power. "And don't give me that look," the system added. "Just because I don't possess emotions."
Slaying a Fallen is hardly the same as dicing a fish. Soon after, Chingu's assault stopped. The monster, carved into a dozen pieces,
began to collapse. "So these," Wu thought grimly, "are the monsters that Ilya devours." A dark chuckle echoed from the system. "Indeed," it confirmed. "They are nothing more than Ilya's puppets now, her summoned beasts." However, reacting to a surge of energy, the remains dissolved, proving they were more like automated dolls with simple reflexes than true Fallen. "Did it just dissolve?" Wu asked. "Affirmative," the system announced. "Ultimately, these things don't even have a real body. They are constructs created by Ilya's power." As Wu absorbed these words, a clawed hand materialized from the shadows behind him. The system's voice was sharp.
"Pay attention. There are still 2 more. You should retreat." Hearing this, a weary frown crossed the protagonist's face.
He spun around. Just as the monster lunged from the darkness, he sidestepped the blow, and after gaining some distance, he thrust the lantern forward, bathing the creature in its beam. But despite the holy light, the monster continued its relentless advance. "Petrification is impossible," the system declared. "The slowdown effect is minimal." "So it really doesn't work," Wu muttered. The monster struck again. He dodged, leaping aside as Chingu swung his sword, preparing to intercept. However, this Fallen possessed a rare mutation called Danger Sense. Sensing the approaching blade, it dodged, and Chingu's sword
cut through empty air. The monster then melted back into the shadows. Annoyed, Chingu clicked his tongue.
"Too weak," he muttered, not expecting an enemy that could simply vanish. "I'll think of something for this one," the protagonist declared. "Chingu, you destroy the other one." Frowning, Chingu asked, "Are you sure about that?" "I am," Wu confirmed, his eyes glinting. "I already have a few ideas." At that moment, the monster once again used its rare hiding mutation. Wu's gaze then shifted to the last Fallen. This one was different. It was unarmed. It stood there and raised its hand, tearing open a swirling magic portal. A rare mutation spatial distortion. Wu knew he couldn't handle that alone. Chingu took a fighting stance as a piercing alarm blared from the system. "Warning attack from above, dodge immediately." Looking up, Chingu saw a massive hand emerging from a portal directly over his head. He shouted a warning to Wu, but noticed he didn't react at all. Chingu lunged, grabbing him by the collar and yanking him aside, just as the monster's hand slammed into the ground. Thrown aside, Wu calmly thought, "Another unpleasant ability?" Meanwhile, the Fallen unleashed several more tendril-like arms, disappearing into portals. They reappeared all around Chingu. He charged forward, dodging every blow before leaping up, beginning his assault. He climbed the monster's massive body, his sword carving deep gouges with every step. Reaching one of its eyes, Chingu glared and promised, "I'll carve you up." Just like the others, he swung for the killing blow, but as it connected, the Fallen's body shifted, and his sword slashed through empty air. The monster had flowed aside thanks to its fluid body mutation. Frowning, Wu instantly realized its weakness was in the central eye. Still, he turned his focus to the cowardly beast hiding in the shadows. At the same time, the hidden Fallen crept up behind the protagonist. "Warning attack from the rear," the system urged. "Step aside." Frowning, he only tilted his head, watching the monster materialize. He noticed something critical. It was ignoring the powerhouse, Chingu, and attacking him exclusively. "There's something about me that unnerves this creature." As the Fallen struck, the protagonist dodged to the side. "Yes," the system cried with glee. "As expected of my partner, you figured it out. Having struck the monster," disappeared into the shadows again, moving behind Wu. "There's only one thing it could be," he thought. "The one thing these monsters truly fear." The system understood. "You're right. But how do you plan to win?" A smirk touched Wu's lips as he called out, "Chingu!" His shout drew his subordinate's attention. As Chingu turned, the protagonist hurled the lamp through the air, shouting, "The one you're fighting, its weak point is its eyes." Chingu watched in surprise as the lamp flew towards him, while Wu held his gaze with pure confidence. With a swift motion, his comrade's sword shattered the lamp. A blinding flash erupted, forcing the Fallen to shut its many eyes as the protagonist realized. Qingyu had understood perfectly. Monsters like this fear the light above all, and the best hiding spot is always the shadow right beneath the lantern. He shielded his eyes from the blinding glare, but soon lowered his hand, staring as Qing Yu stood directly in the lantern's glow, causing a long, dark shadow to stretch out behind him. 10 minutes earlier, on the floor above, Zelia swung a massive paw,
trying to crush Sure. Clenching his jaw, Sure met the attack head-on, his arm absorbing the blow. Still gripping the monster's limb, he
yelled for Shi and Shuang. They charged forward, their faces set in concentration, ready to strike. Before landing his blow, Sure locked eyes with Ilya and swung his weapon, roaring a challenge. But just before the sword could connect, Ilya thrust out a hand, which began to twist and morph, growing long plates that formed a grotesque shield. After his weapon uselessly struck the barrier several times, Sure dropped his sword. Ilya smiled, promising that he would catch them all. He unleashed a torrent of webbing from his body, aiming it straight for the boys. Shuang's eyes widened in sheer terror. But in that critical moment, Aza's whip snapped out, wrapping around her waist and yanking her back. With a serious expression, Aza warned his comrades to be careful not to get tangled. Shi, having retrieved his knife, leaped to safety, looking at Aza with an offended expression. He accused him, "You didn't save me again." Aza angrily ordered him back, certain he would have been fine anyway. Meanwhile, Ilya prepared another attack. He moved in a blur. Aza froze, his eyes wide with fear when he realized the monster was now behind him. He warned the others, then spun around sharply as Ilya swung to strike. But just then, Sure lunged forward, his hand now armed with brass knuckles, a grimace on his face. Clenching his jaw, he delivered a powerful blow to Ilya's paw, and cracks splintered across its surface. The fissures were so deep that the paw shattered into pieces. Ilya bared his fangs, looking at the damage. Suddenly, his arm began to change, growing larger and longer. With a vicious swing, he hurled Sure backward. "Do you really think you can defeat me, now that I am complete?" he roared. Seeing Ilya's ability to alter his body, Aza readied his whip and called out to Sure, "Ishi," to get his attention. Sure instantly knew what his comrade wanted. "I'll do it," he shouted, grabbing Ilya's arm while Aza's whip shot forward, coiling around another part of the limb and locking it down. While he and Sure held the monster's arm fast, Shi and Shuang seized the moment to attack. Swinging their weapons in unison, they severed Ilya's limb. "Excellent," one of them yelled. But in the next instant, his eyes widened in absolute horror. Beads of sweat dripped down his face. He cursed Ilya's terrifying regeneration, warning his comrades, "If we give him a second's rest, he'll immediately recover." And just like that, Ilya's severed arm had already been restored. Aza warned, "If this keeps up, it could last forever." But after hearing the word forever, Ilya smiled. "That's the wrong word," he said, baring his fangs as drool began to flow. The back of his body started to crack open, releasing a thick web. Soon, several cocoons flew out with it. Ilya promised, "I will finish all of you, right now." Frowning, Aza cursed, realizing that at this critical moment, Qing Yu and Wu were gone. His reaction was because the cocoons Ilya created began to secrete a thick mucus, from which more of the fallen spawned cursing again. He wondered where Qing Yu and Wu had gone. At that moment, as Qing Yu broke the lamp, the second fallen materialized from the shadows. Sensing its presence, Qing Yu sighed wearily, then spun around, activating Ultimate Shadow. He dashed forward, drawing his sword in a blur. He swung the weapon sharply, then leaped into the air, turning back to the other fallen, who, noticing him, narrowed its eye, then opened it wider. Tracking the enemy's trajectory, Qing Yu thought, "Let's try for that eye." After reaching the perfect spot, he plunged his sword deep into it. The system announced a double kill and declared the battle was over, remarking that even Qing Yu tried hard, and Wu himself was cool as always. Wu watched calmly as his comrade kept his sword embedded in the monster, then sheathing his own weapon. He caught the main character's attention. "If I wasn't here," he declared, "you wouldn't have been able to react in time." Wu smiled. "I know," he replied. "That's exactly why I did it. Because you were here." Qing Yu didn't know how to respond, and finally said, "There's something wrong with these fallen. After they die, not a single trace remains." The system cried out in delight, noting, "That's expected of the captain, since you're always so observant." Running his foot along the floor, Qing Yu felt the sticky web threads that remained. He noted that the fallen didn't completely turn to dust, since there were still web-like traces. Mentioning Ilya, he and Wu guessed it was the ability of the spider creature. From above, it secreted the web from which these monsters were formed. meaning they couldn't be called true fallen ones. Qingyu was annoyed by the trouble. This was causing... He noted that if these summoned creatures had such power, the guys upstairs wouldn't be able to handle the real fallen one. On their own. He was sure they had to hurry and help. But at that moment, the remaining members of the team suddenly began to fall from the hole in the ceiling. Wu looked up and saw them. His expression tightened as the system warned him that a level 6 fallen was rapidly approaching. As the team fell, the protagonist stated, "They've arrived!" Qingyu was completely surprised. She, who had managed to look around, while falling, frowned and shouted, "Qingyu and Wu are below!" He called out, trying to get his captain's attention. Noticing his behavior, "Sure," called out to him, "There's still a fallen up ahead. Nobody relax." Despite the impending danger, Wu stood there with a faint smile, while Qingyu frowned and ran forward. Catching the attention of Aza and Shir, Aza instantly understood what his comrade wanted. From him, he flicked his whip out, and Qingyu intercepted it, yanking himself into the air and flying towards the fallen that had just leaped down. As Qingyu soared through the air near Shir, he used his comrade's hand as a springboard, propelling himself even higher. He activated his skill. Drawing his blade, Azu and Shir landed gracefully, joining the rest of their comrades on the ground. Oza flashed a determined smile, and Shir announced he was leaving this one to Qingyu. Qingyu grinned, then unleashed his sword in a blinding flash, delivering a flurry of powerful blows. The strikes rained down upon the fallen. They couldn't even react to his blinding speed. Weaving through the air, he delivered a relentless assault. Raising his hands in triumph, Shi shouted, "He's the strongest?" Shuang watched, utterly mesmerized. Even the system chimed in with admiration. That flawless maneuver. It's his signature technique. The system declared it was incredibly cool. The protagonist offered a faint smile. As the system wondered aloud if it was also cool after dealing with the monsters, Qingyu grabbed onto some broken concrete, vaulting through the air and landing perfectly on the upper floor. But then, he spotted it. Webbing all around him, he remembered the younger members, dissolved by this very substance. And from the shadows, Ilya appeared right behind him. The creature grinned, recognizing Qingyu as the leader of this team. Qingyu's brow furrowed, a bead of sweat tracing his temple. In a flash, he spun around, swinging his blade. But Ilya was too fast, dodging the attack with ease. Shir yelled a warning. "Qingyu, he's strong level 5, at least unfazed." Ilya charged forward to attack. He roared that pathetic weaklings weren't worth his time. But Qingyu? He was a different story entirely. Still, Ilya was confident in his own superiority. He launched a vicious assault. Qingyu's eyes narrowed, analyzing every move directed at him. Finally, he exploded off the ground, his blade poised to strike. The system commented in disbelief. Who knew Ilya could become so twisted? Meanwhile, Qingyu weaved through the attacks, closing in on one of Ilya's arms. With one clean strike, he severed the limb. The system noted that if Ilya's parts were sold to the Western artisans, they could fetch a very high price. An interesting prospect indeed. But Ilya, despite the grave injury, just smiled. He twisted his body and snatched Qingyu by the leg as he passed. Slamming him into the ground, the monster looked pleased. The system quickly analyzed its mutations. Iron-cutting claws, acid corrosion, web entanglement, highly toxic venom, limb extension, and enhanced reflexes. As Qingyu crashed to the floor, blood erupted from his mouth. He watched in horror as Ilya's severed arm began to knit itself back together. Regeneration had activated. The system identified even rarer mutations in its abilities. Monstrous strength, full limb regeneration, and perfect mutation. A skill that activates on the brink of life and death, pushing himself up from the floor. Qingyu swung his sword once more, ready to continue the battle. The system noted his incredible power, stating, "He's fighting Ilya on equal footing." But as it watched the fight and Qingyu's focused expression, it exclaimed, "No, that's not right." The system realized Qingyu was actually gaining the upper hand. He was simply too strong, Ilya. However, just laughed maniacally. The system turned its attention to Wu, wondering, should they rely on Qingyu's strength alone? At that moment, Qingyu pressed his assault, flanking Ilya from all sides while dodging his deadly claws. The system issued a warning that if Ilya was killed in a specific way, without assistance, the main character could force this arrogant beast to drop a talent he desired, a new talent. Wu considered this, freezing for a moment. He watched as Qingyu charged the cackling monster once more, delivering strike after devastating strike. But even when Qingyu managed to sever a limb, Ilya just laughed as it instantly regenerated. The monster himself was overjoyed. He hadn't felt this exhilarated in ages. Once again, He threw Chingu back with immense force. Chingu barely stopped himself, digging his sword into the ground for support. His team rushed toward him, asking worriedly if he was all right. With a deep frown, Chingu waved them off. "I'm fine, don't come any closer." But just as he was about to charge again, Wu stepped forward. He called out, getting Chingu's attention. Chingu turned, surprised. As the protagonist held out his bag to Sheer took it, murmuring Wu's name in confusion. With a calm smile, Wu promised, "I'll handle Ilya myself. Let me deal with him." His entire team stared in bewilderment. Does he really think he's some kind of hero? They assumed he was seeking death, completely overestimating himself. As Ilya's limbs finished regenerating, he covered his face with a clawed hand. Sheer stepped forward, blocking Wu's path. Asa is right. He ordered the team to prepare for battle, warning the protagonist to retreat. But Wu simply walked closer, pushing the sword's blade aside with his bare palm. "Leave this to me," he said firmly. "I know what needs to be done." He warned the others not to interfere, turning to them with a serious look. "Just try your best to pretend to be indifferent. Cold-blooded." His strange words left everyone astonished. Azu, with his hands outstretched, asked what on earth he was talking about. Sheer told the others to look at Chingu's expression. But Chingu, who was frowning with displeasure, irritably snapped. "What are you all staring at instantly?" Everyone scrambled to act as if they were doing nothing. They all exclaimed they weren't looking at anything. Wu turned his back to them, ordering, "Don't attack unless the fallen one moves first." Ilya let out a low chuckle. As the protagonist began to approach, his chuckle grew into a full-blown laugh. Baring his fangs, he asked, "So, you'll be my next opponent?" "It doesn't matter. You're all the same. Everyone who comes from that tower is nothing more than my food." Hearing this, Wu just smiled faintly. He paid no mind as Ilya suddenly lunged, swinging his massive claws.
"I'll devour you all without a trace," Ilya roared, plunging his claws into the ground just inches from the protagonist. The floor cracked, sending shards of concrete flying.
Ilya cackled, reaching out to wrap Wu in his grasp. The protagonist just stood there, not even resisting. Then, with a slight, knowing smile, he announced, "I'm not from the tower." Ilya froze in shock, the grin vanishing from his face. "Do you really not remember?" Wu asked. "You were my most precious, my complete creation, my greatest work of art, and the most obedient of all my children." With no hesitation, he spoke the name. At the sound of it, Ilya froze, stuttering, unable to form a single word as he stared in utter shock. The protagonist let out a dark laugh, telling him it was all a joke. He warned Ilya not to take it to heart, claiming he was just some loser. But staring intently, Ilya asked, "Is that really you, teacher?" He couldn't believe it was possible. Wu closed his eyes and smiled, remarking that Ilya hadn't gotten any dumber over the years, one of his few good traits. Clutching his head, Ilya began chanting that it couldn't be real. "Impossible!" he shrieked, his voice cracking. "You're not my teacher." With every passing second, his despair deepened. He clenched his jaw so hard that drool dripped from his chin. Then, he finally choked out the question. "If you were alive, then why didn't you come for me?" Hearing Wu call himself teacher, one of the team members voiced his confusion. He grabbed Chu's attention, pointing out how the main character had driven Ilya mad with just a few words. Wujo was stunned by the realization. But before he could speak, Jin Yu frowned with deadly seriousness. "I don't understand it," he admitted. But Wu must have found some critical information. In that room, still, he wondered what had truly happened with the black hands. As Jin Yu pondered the mystery, the protagonist approached Ilya, placing a hand on his claws. His voice was laced with a cruel pity. "Did you really think your teacher was dead? Is that why you believe I never came for you?" He admitted he should have checked on him, but seeing Ilya would have been a painful reminder
That he himself was an even bigger failure than the wretches in that hospital, for they had created a flawless blank. Stepping closer, he snarled,
You were a complete failure, worse than a blank." Clenching his jaw, Ilya's tears finally began to fall. Wu loomed over him, his voice a venomous whisper. "I could never come to terms with the fact that a disgrace like you existed in my life." Overwhelmed by despair, Ilya began smashing the floor with his claws, denying everything he heard. "It's not true, not true." He curled into a ball, covering his ears, as the protagonist watched his suffering with cold indifference. Then, Wu declared, "You were my greatest masterpiece." Wu Mali observed his successful demoralization, as the system chimed in, noting he was pressing on a very sore spot. "The protagonist simply has a terrible personality," it exclaimed. Turning his back on the broken creature, Wu walked away. "Do you know why I placed you here?" he asked. It's because there were others here who could refine you, make you perfect. But you disappointed me. As he spoke, the protagonist glanced back at the despairing Ilya. You were afraid to face your rival from the fourth core. An image of Jan's silhouette flashed in Ilya's mind, making him sob harder. Wu continued, In the end, I'm the one who has to clean up your mess. You're not just worthless. You're a burden. She, watching the scene unfold, whispered, Is this really his first time here, just like us? He smiled grimly. It's like he understands. The very soul of this fallen, as if he can see right through it all. Wuzhou hit his own forehead several times with his fist. Closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, he told Ji to wait. There's too much information. I need time to process this. She could only mutter. This is all just one miracle after another. Wu, frowning, continued his merciless assault. Over the years, your failures have severely damaged my reputation. The tower still stands, you see, and I have created many children like you. Children far superior, who met my every expectation. Listening to this, Ilya bowed his head, clutching it in shame. Wu repeated his designation number like a curse, adding cruelly, Of all my creations, you are my one and only shame, Ilya shrieked, begging for forgiveness, pleading for another chance. I'm not a failure, he cried. The system urged
the protagonist to stop, seeing that Ilya's fragile, childlike heart was broken. It felt a pang of pity, but was also curious how Wu had managed to mimic
the so-called teacher's personality so perfectly. After all, they had zero data on this person. The protagonist's answer was chilling. I'm just imitating my father. The system was stunned into silence before finally offering a simple apology, but Wu brushed it off. Don't worry about it. He explained that the inscription on the previous door told him everything. Ilya was arrogant by nature, but had cripplingly low self-esteem. He was a loyal dog, starved for love. The notes from the 9th or 13th floors mentioned both the hospital staff and the teacher. Ilya pretended to obey the hospital, but he fanatically worshipped his teacher, explicitly stating his desire to be his weapon. The system asked if the fallen in this hospital were split into two factions. The protagonist confirmed it. On one side, you have the 9th mental hospital, and on the other, a mysterious teacher. This teacher had arranged everything for Ilya to end up here, knowing he possessed the ability to grow stronger by devouring other fallen. The teacher's plan was to pass Ilya off as a loyal hospital subject, forcing him to evolve by feeding on the locals. However, Wu added, the hospital created an even more terrifying monster. That little girl from the 11th floor. Ilya lost to her 3 times. Wu concluded that's when he finally accepted he was a loser. He had a strong premonition that he would meet this teacher in another zone. A truly evil creature, he mused. Taking a comb from his pocket, he whispered, It's time to end this. Ilya's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the comb. You actually killed her, with a dark chuckle. Wu recaptured Ilya's attention. The plan to create perfect beings failed because of you, he smirked. But don't think for a second I ever forgot about you. He held the comb out.
Look what I brought for you. You won't let me down a second time, will you? Ilya's body elongated, and he began to crawl
forward, dragging himself with his arms. He desperately pleaded, Give me another chance. Over and over. He repeated his plea, promising that this time he would complete his task and never fail again. He meant every word. The protagonist stepped forward to meet him. You are an essential part of the plan to create a perfect being, he said. Surely you know. Half the value of art in a museum lies in the story behind it. 1/2 is craftsmanship. The other is the story etched into the work itself. Kneeling beside Ilya, Wu brushed his hair, whispering that the final price could make this masterpiece eternal, an eternity he wanted to gift to Ilya. As he continued the gentle motion, he explained how the other fallen became a part of Ilya, bringing him closer to true completion. He hoped that he, too, could become one with Wu, to be together forever. With rivers of tears carving paths down his cheeks, Ilya looked up, his eyes filled with a desperate hope. Wu promised his body would live on, but first, it must be severed from Ilya's will. A smile blossomed on Ilya's face as he agreed, asking what he must do, leaning in close. The protagonist whispered the final condition. Ilya's body went rigid with shock as he listened. With the words spoken, Wu pulled the stunned boy into a final embrace, a cunning smirk playing on his lips. Ilya stared blankly ahead, tears still falling, but he offered no resistance. When Wu released him, he stepped back and Ilya returned to his original spot, his body retracting. Seeing this, Wu turned his back and began to walk away. Suddenly, Ilya's body erupted with magical energy. His head drooped as massive, grotesque hands burst from his back. As his form began to swell and distort, Ilya threw his head back and laughed. Tears streamed from his eyes as the monstrous hands pierced his own body, beginning to tear him apart from the inside out. He raised his arms in a triumphant final gesture, his laughter echoing as the team watched. Frozen in horror, they were utterly baffled, assuming they had just witnessed a suicide. While Qingyu Wang and Shi seemed calmer, Shi and Wuzhou couldn't hide their astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Finally, as Ilya's form collapsed into a pool of slime, a system window appeared. The assassination was a success. As a reward, Wu obtained the number 76 talent. Taio Ti, this power would let him absorb a portion of his opponent's traits, but he paid it no mind. As his team reeled from the shock, the protagonist simply walked away, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Behind him, Ilya's remains lay still. The system chimed in, reminding him that the key was inside Ilya's body. He would need to retrieve it before entering the third building. Without a word, the protagonist approached his team. Ezu, pressing a palm to his forehead, held out a hand. "Wait," he demanded. "What the hell just happened?" He cursed, unable to comprehend why Ilya would take his own life. He questioned what grand plan the Fallen were plotting, and who this teacher could be. Frowning, Chinu added that any discussion required information. Asking when Wu received it, the protagonist just shrugged, reminding them of his promise. He would explain everything, but only once. From now on, they just had to trust his word without question. "As teammates," he said, "that trust is absolute." Shi started to object, but trailed off, unable to finish his thought. He closed his eyes, admitting he'd never seen a fallen one commit suicide before. The sight had shaken him. Shia's eyes went wide, wondering if it was because the fallen they knew were nothing more than predators. But Yu warned him against seeing them as human, explaining that was the harsh lesson learned from countless investigations over 700 years. Wu mentally replayed that rule as he took his bag, back from Shi. He frowned, lost in thought, before snapping out of it. He hooked a thumb behind him, catching Shi's eye. "The key's in his stomach," he said casually. "Sounds like a job for you." But Shi just smiled and walked over to Azu, clapping him on the shoulder. He explained that Wu, being new, wouldn't understand. This kind of work was Azu's specialty. Azu, who had been standing with his arms crossed in silent displeasure, finally retrieved a roll of cloth from his jacket. Unfurled, it revealed a gleaming set of knives, each one a different shape. A small smile touched his lips as the system chimed in with amazement. So many knives, specifically for dismemberment. It noted that such work was an art, not a job for a crude chainsaw. Chinchias, unless one enjoyed fountains of blood. In that moment, Azu selected a blade, approached the remains, and with a swift, clean motion, began his work. The system explained these knives allowed for delicate dissection, as if they were in a master chef's kitchen. After watching Azu for a moment, the system let out a laugh. It seems he was a bit unlucky. These knives weren't quite top tier. The system then changed the subject back to the key, posing a question. Did Wu ever wonder if every door in this world truly needed a key? It advised him to use his brain. The answer was right there. The protagonist, who had been observing Azu's precise movements, touched his chin thoughtfully and asked what the system meant. It reminded him that the events in this hospital took place before the era of the tower. Wu frowned, repeating the words to himself. Before the tower. The outside world operated under different rules. He realized it then. Before the era began, this hospital was just a hospital. But now, it was a location, a place outside the tower. Chinu once said locations couldn't be destroyed. That meant the world outside was bound by serious, unbreakable rules. It's why after 700 years, all the buildings and sewers in the city were perfectly preserved. Even the Fallen hadn't destroyed this place. And some doors in this world simply cannot be opened by force. They require a key. "Correct!" the system cried out with joy. At that same moment, Azu wiped his blade clean. It had been forced open. A key was required. The system's joyful cry proved Wu was right, just as Azu began wiping his blade clean, and announced that the job was done. Next to him lay Ilya's body parts and organs, neatly arranged. Looking at the gruesome display, the system hummed in admiration. It mockingly recognized Azu's work, calling him sister. On the other hand, the system mused. The scene was a perfect one-to-one match for the murders of that twisted artist Wu had encountered before. Pleased with itself, it laughed, dangling the key from his finger. Azu announced their success. "Let's move." In no time, they reached the air corridor of Building 2.
Following his comrades, Wu's mind raced. He recalled Mu's warning. The owner of the 75th talent vanished after being taken to
The 6th floor. The TI he'd just acquired was the 76th talent, and he already possessed the 24th. This was a secret he'd have to keep. Lost in thought, he'd fallen behind. Noticing his furrowed brow, Chingu turned. "What's on your mind?" Wu voiced the question plaguing him. "I was just wondering, why don't the Fallen ever leave this building? If they can enter at will, then leaving should be just as easy." But Chingu admitted it was a mystery to everyone. All current research showed no signs of the Fallen migrating on a large scale. "For now," Chingu concluded, "we have to assume that they're bound to this place." The word binding echoed in Wu's mind. Hand on his chin, he realized this must be why Ilya had left. The location itself couldn't be destroyed, and the creatures within were trapped. Meanwhile, Chingu continued his explanation. He warned that this binding was just a theory, not a hard rule, but it was a theory they had to respect. Suddenly, Shai's eyes shot wide with surprise. He grabbed Chingu's attention, exclaiming that he couldn't sense any Fallen in the 3rd building. It was completely clear. Wu considered this new information carefully. Chingu, deep in thought, turned to Wu for his opinion. The system chimed in. Of all the buildings here, only this one held people, but they all perished, leaving behind nothing but echoes. However, I took notice of you. There are hints left for you in the 3rd building. Hints. A small smile played on Wu's lips. The system pleaded. "You already got the talent, we can leave now. At least you won't die that way." It hesitated. You're not actually going to go in there, are you?" His smile widened. Eyes closed. Wu gave the order. "Chingu, open the door." "Hey," the system cried out, but its words fell on deaf ears. Azu, key in hand, stepped forward. He slid the key into the lock. With a few heavy turns, the mechanism clicked open. As the door swung inward, the entire team froze. Staring into the abyss, they cautiously stepped into the air corridor. A stark sign warned entry is prohibited. "See?" the system shrieked. "You can't go this way." It literally says, "Entry prohibited." Then, in a whisper, it added, "Though that could also be read as welcome." The system continued its sarcastic rant as the team pressed on. It called out to Wu one last time. "Please don't do this." But it knew his mind was made up. "Somebody help me. Why am I stuck with such a reckless fool?" As it lamented its fate, the system's tone shifted. "Fine, the first choice I left for you is in here. But be warned, this entire building is a monument to her regrets. Don't you dare think this will be as easy as the 1st building." Wu lifted his gaze. He scanned his surroundings. The system offered a single clue. "Go to the 3rd floor. From there, you're on your own." The team had already reached the elevator. Suddenly, someone yelled out, "It's dead!" The system's voice grew grim. "Wu, watch your friends. If they get separated on this floor, they'll never make it back." Wu knew Chingu was strong, but that wasn't the issue. They needed a teleportation disk to escape. Without it, they were trapped. He figured I wouldn't be leaving the 4th building anytime soon. He was beginning to understand her methods, against all odds. The elevator suddenly powered on. He stepped inside and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. His teammates stared in confusion. "Why the 3rd floor?" Chingu demanded. "The clues are there," Wu stated simply. But Chingu's brow furrowed. He knew that wasn't a conclusion you could reach by logic alone. "Have you been here before?" he asked, his voice sharp. "Explain yourself." The main character sighed, lowering his head. He hated explaining things. But since Chingu had asked so directly, he relented. "Back on the 11th floor of the 1st building," he began. "You all heard the call of the Fallen. It toyed with your emotions. I went to find the source. I entered that room in the corner." The team exchanged glances, remembering the place. "How did you know that room was the source?" "Because my emotions are at 0, he explained. "I heard a different voice than the rest of you." He raised his wrist, tapping the watch. Shuang couldn't hold back a curse. "Wait, is it really at 0? Azu and Sheer could only stare, mouths agape. But Shi clenched his fists, a blush of pure excitement on his face. "Are you really that cool? Woo!" he exclaimed. Chingu's expression grew even more intense. "What did you find in that room?" Wu held up 3 fingers. "A quest. It gave me 3 options: a key, a diary, and a comb." "The Fallen One's voice told me," to choose 2 out of the 3.
So, I chose the diary and the comb.
Azu frowned. Why not the key? And why couldn't you just take all 3? With his eyes closed, the protagonist wagged a single finger. That's not how it works. The moment you make a choice, the other options vanish forever. He then explained why he'd avoided the key. It was made for a very specific lock, and anything locked away outside the tower, whether good or bad, always contains a threat. Chingu's eyes widened in understanding. So everything you knew came from that diary? Wu nodded. It contained a wealth of information. The layout of the second building, and clues about the third. That's how I knew what to say to Ilya. I learned it all from the diary. The revelation sent another shockwave through the team.
Yu kept his eyes locked on Wu, pressing. What about the diary? The protagonist held out his palm, blew softly across it, and
explained that it vanished after he finished reading. Only a comb was left. But he warned that this, too, would disappear once the mission was over. Oza suddenly stepped closer, his brow furrowed. Wait, he said, recalling how little time they'd spent in that room. Do you really remember everything? The protagonist tilted his head with a faint smile. I do, he confirmed. And if my memory serves me, our team was considered elite. Isn't photographic memory a basic skill for us? Hearing this, the entire team froze in awkward silence, unsure how to respond. At last, the elevator reached the 3rd floor. As they stepped into the corridor, Chinu cautiously asked, what else was in that diary? Wu stated simply, the clue is on the 3rd floor. We start searching from here. He ordered the others to follow close and not to lag behind. Chinu pressed, is that all? Wu didn't answer. The system noted this was a strategic silence. Finally, the protagonist spoke. Of course, there's more, he admitted. But I'll reveal that information only when it becomes necessary. As he spoke, he took a step forward, then paused, turning back to his comrades. Furthermore, everyone on this team has their own role to play, and each of you must fulfill your duty. Tapping his cheek, he declared, my position is the eyes, the observer, so I ask that you don't doubt my words. Explaining everything might seem like a good habit, but Wu knew that rule didn't apply to a team that puts their lives in each other's hands. He warned them, eliminate your doubts, and we will maximize our efficiency. At that very moment, Shuang heard a voice whisper her name, overjoyed that she had finally come. The voice warned that it was right behind her, admitting that it missed her dearly. Shuang spun around. Who's there? She demanded. She stared at the closed elevator doors, then shut her eyes, dismissing it. As a mere illusion, she turned back and froze. Her eyes widened. A silent scream caught in her throat as a cold sweat beaded on her face. This sheer terror was because she was now standing in a completely empty corridor. Snapping into a defensive stance, she cried out, Chingu, where are you and the others? Abruptly, the walls of the hallway began to twist and warp. A dark fog bled from the corners, and a chilling laugh echoed. Grabbing Shuang's attention,
come and play with me, the voice beckoned. The black smoke thickened, creeping closer to Shuang, who clenched her jaw desperately and thought,
to herself, why can't I move? Suddenly, her own hands flew to her neck as she realized she couldn't breathe. Her brow furrowed, her eyes squeezed shut, and she begged for someone, anyone, to save her. In that instant of despair, a hand reached out. It was Chinu, placing a firm hand on her shoulder, his voice ordering her to calm down. She stood paralyzed, eyes wide with terror, her mouth agape as she gasped for air. Hearing Chinu's command, she turned to him, her face a mask of fear. I heard something, she stammered. Take a deep breath, he instructed gently. There was no sound. You must suppress your emotions. Turning to the rest of the team, he warned, report immediately if you hear a voice. This could be some kind of mental attack. The others were clearly shaken. Aza was frowning deeply, while Shur clutched his head with his eyes shut tight. Wu agreed. Chinu is right, he added. This place is too close to the Fallen's lair. She has more tricks than just those arms from the first core. Looking around, his eyes fell upon an archive room, its door slightly ajar. He gave a strict order, do not read anything, otherwise the patient data will flood your minds, forcing you to live through their torment. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, the others following. Shur realized,
this building would have been a death trap. Without the info our leader read, we would have started reading all this.
And it would have been over. The system, meanwhile, chimed in with a grin. Many experiments on the Fallen are detailed here, though it's best not To open them, I may have added a few special materials to these books. Listening to the system's ominous words, Wu scanned the endless rows of books and documents. The system explained, "If you start browsing the archives, you will feel the agony of every test subject. Do you think she used her powers in the wrong place, in my opinion? Books written in human blood would be a perfect fit for a horror film." The system rated the event a difficulty of 1 out of 1,000. Suddenly, drawing Wu's attention, Chinu approached him. "Is it really necessary to read these documents?" he asked. The protagonist explained, "This is also part of the story. It was a small facility, but the hospital did research the fallen. Even if it doesn't say where they came from, these records might detail some of their unique characteristics." He walked towards a bookcase, prompting Sherry to ask, "So what should we do?" The diary said the clue was on the 3rd floor. "But you told us not to read anything." Wu just smiled, leaning his elbow on someone's shoulder. "Only the bravest, most heartless, and most spineless person could read these medical records," he declared. He then recalled, "Just a moment ago, someone was bragging about having a sanity score of 0. Now, who could that have been?" Wu stood in silence for a moment, then grabbed one of the journals from the shelf. "The rest of you, stay put. Do not move," he announced. "I will be the one to read the archives. If any of you hear a noise, prepare yourselves and remain as calm as possible." Opening the journal, he began to read. The entry is dated July 7th, 2025. The writer states there was a small problem in the experiment to exchange Dingo's serum with Bo and Dr. Liu, and so the author of this note decided to secretly seek outside help. As Wu read these words, the space around him began to distort, but he ignored it. Reading on. Although the director strictly forbade the doctors from contacting that person, we all knew his progress in studying the fallen was far ahead of ours. Before he knew it, the protagonist found himself standing inside a hospital room. The doctor who wrote the note continued, "But before that, I must..." To earn the man's admiration, the doctor prepared the medicine and syringe, then walked towards Gio with purpose. He drew the liquid into the needle, took the patient's hand, and began plunging the strange medicine into his vein. Wu wondered if this was the subject's own memory. He noticed that after the injection, the doctor took out a flashlight, prying Gio's eyelids open to shine the beam directly into his eyes. The protagonist felt a surge of frustration. He couldn't feel this fallen one's emotions, which meant the information he could gather was severely limited. The scene then shifted to April 9th, 2025. Gio was now in a cell with reinforced bars. The doctor observing him had a new plan. He intended to use his formula to grant Gio an enhanced sense of smell, preparing him to meet another person. But the blood serum had an unforeseen side effect: scales. Watching Gio rip the newly grown scales from his own skin, the doctor realized his every conclusion had been wrong. The mutations of the fallen followed no rules. They were utterly uncontrollable. He couldn't comprehend what force twisted humans into these monsters. Lost in thought, he turned his back to the bars. Wu guessed that Isla's own mutations were likely caused by this very same method. Gio began tearing at his skin with more fervor, blood spurting from the wounds. Frowning, the protagonist screamed into the memory, "Stop! Don't rip them out! What are you doing?" He desperately tried to dissuade him. "In my country, we are proud of our scales. Without them, you'll never find a mate." But Gio couldn't hear him, as he continued his self-mutilation. Wu realized with a heavy heart that it was useless. His voice couldn't reach this space. Just then, in the real world, someone snapped their fingers several times, right in front of the main character's face. It was Cher, trying to get his attention. Seeing that Wu was completely unresponsive, he stretched his arms out in confusion. Azu, who stood across the room, approached. Crossing his arms, he admitted, "He's quite an interesting one. Chingu, where did you find him?" Chingu didn't answer immediately. His thoughtful gaze was fixed on the protagonist, who was still absorbed in the diary, from which curls of dark smoke now rose. Finally, Chingu asked, "Do you remember the slave from the survival game incident?" His comrades recalled the brutal game. It was a twisted event organized by aristocrats for their own amusement, and the interrogation team was still investigating it. Wu's watch still showed 0. Chingu confirmed their thoughts. The protagonist? He was that slave. The smoke from the pages intensified, swirling around him as the team members gasped in shock. "What?" "Not only that," Chingu added. "This is his first time leaving the tower. Our current mission is only his second. He survived alone, in the blue zone, for 2 hours." Recalling the brutal location, Chingu declared, "That's an extreme temperature zone." Cher frowned, repeating the information in disbelief. Extreme temperatures, and it was his first time out. He lasted 2 hours. "There's more," Chingu continued. "To make the game more interesting, Someone sent a hitman to finish him off quickly. But the hitman was provoked by something Wu said. His scent drew a fallen one, and he was killed. Afterwards, the protagonist found a teleportation disc and returned to the tower. And that's where Chingu found him.
Aza frowned, pointing at Wu. Wait a minute, he said. Before killing the hitman, the Fallen didn't sense the protagonist?
He reminded them that this was an area of extreme cold. This isn't like the hospital. How could a normal person react so calmly? Shuang frowned in thought. He survived that environment, while maintaining absolute composure. Her eyes widened with a startling conclusion. The main character must lack certain emotions. As Wu continued to study the diary, her companions agreed. That's the only logical explanation, she stated, freezing as she stared at the protagonist. Azu closed his eyes. I don't care about that. The main thing is that he can become our weapon. As long as it isn't antisocial behavior, it's fine by me. Cher held his chin thoughtfully. The aristocrats won't cause trouble, will they? And how did you know where Wu would return? As I recall, the gambling house on the 4th floor was searching for him for a very long time, but never found a single clue, Chingu explained. A woman called me. She gave me the information and told me to get to Wu before the people from the gambling house could... The entire team was stunned into silence. A woman? They asked in unison. At that exact moment, the protagonist's consciousness snapped back into place. He didn't move, listening as Cher continued. This matter is still under investigation, but we don't know the most important part. They were certain the woman was from the 3rd floor, at least an aristocrat. Once we're back in the tower, I'll ask Wu about it. But someone cried out. And what could he possibly become? The protagonist was surprised to hear them debating his fate. It's more than just a lack of emotions, Chingu said calmly. That alone isn't enough to survive in extreme temperatures. You also need the ability to use your environment and find the perfect way to fight. That, Chingu explained, is what drew me to Wu. Sia crossed his arms, a cold smile on his face. I agree. I also noticed that the protagonist, like me, is more interested in the fallen. Aza frowned and pointed at Zia, shouting, That's not the same thing. You're a complete scoundrel. You just want to kill, and you use excitement to suppress your fear. Wu doesn't feel fear at all. Only interest.
As the protagonist stood there, Cher held his chin. What if that woman comes back and demands we hand Wu over? What do we do then?
Chingu frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. He declared with absolute certainty, No one can take my people. A faint smile touched the protagonist's lips. The system laughed in his head. Shameless. You already woke up, and now you're just eavesdropping. His team members were far from normal, but the system seemed to think even freaks had their own appeal. Finally, drawing all eyes to him, Wu slammed the book shut. He turned to Chingu, demanding to know how much time had passed. Suho, hearing him, waved in greeting and called out his name. Aza looked away, while she just smiled, with his hands clasped behind his neck. Shuang simply frowned. Chingu narrowed his eyes. 40 minutes, he declared. Did you learn anything? The protagonist glanced at the magazine. A little, he admitted. But these are just minor details. The most crucial information is still missing.
He decided to press on, asking his companions for a bit more patience. As he reached for a new book, the world around him warped once more. His consciousness was hurled into the past, to the events of February 6th, 2027. It was the time of the Chinese New Year.
The doctor's notes revealed a terrifying plan. The transformation of the tentacle fingers was nearly complete. Soon, they would proceed to the experimental stage. Wu saw Gio, trapped in the center of a vast, empty room, entangled in heavy chains. The protagonist decided to dig deeper, noticing something vital. The hospital records spanned from 2023 all the way to the era of the tower. During this time, the Fallen had already appeared, not just in the city, but beyond. The hospital was researching these creatures and their mutations, all to create a Fallen that could be controlled. The doctor's thoughts raced. The monsters infesting the city were mutating faster and faster. They had to hurry. If that person was right, they only had 1 year left before the world was completely lost. Learning this, Wu recalled that several hospital records mentioned a mysterious figure. He realized this person possessed profound knowledge, a knowledge that had solved countless problems for the hospital staff. The protagonist was certain this was Teacher Ilya. He stared intently at Gio. Thorny growths were already sprouting from his arms. The doctor, meanwhile, was consumed by thoughts of the tower, a structure he had never seen, but one that person had spoken of. Wu understood. The colossal tower of the present day hadn't appeared yet. Ilya must have been talking about a different tower entirely. The tower where humanity now struggled to survive was immense, It couldn't have just materialized from nothing. As Wu grappled with this mystery, he looked at Gio again. Veins bulged on his face as he sat, head bowed, sweat pouring down his skin. Where did the fallen even come from? And another question burned in his mind. How did people first enter the tower? A sinister red smoke began to swirl around the patient. For now, Wu realized it was all a mystery. Believing this document held no more answers, he decided to move on to the next. But in that very moment, a figure materialized in the room. Ian. She walked silently towards Gio, stopping just behind him. The patient froze, his eyes widening in terror. Suddenly, Wu's vision twisted. He couldn't go back. He was inside Gio's body, tracked and trapped, looking down at his trembling, mutated hands. He knew. He was completely powerless. Ian smiled. "Why can't a man without scales find a girlfriend?" she asked, her voice chillingly sweet as she waited for a reply. Wu didn't answer immediately. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he admitted it. "I lied." He confessed he just didn't think Gio deserved to suffer so much, just for growing scales. He suspected Ian had heard every word he'd spoken while reliving the memories of the other fallen. And just as he thought, she declared, "You're lying," the protagonist challenged her. "In a situation this hopeless, do you really think I'd lie?" He stated his name, then asked for hers. "Liar!" she shrieked. Wu analyzed the situation. On the outside, she was a harmless child. But inside, she was a storm of fury and resentment. He knew he had to find the root of that anger. His best bet was to appear weak. He raised his trembling hands. "I'm not lying." Even if it wasn't what the doctors wanted, when facing true danger, these scales might help Gio survive longer than anyone else. If becoming a monster was inevitable, Wu thought he had to at least become one that wasn't the weakest. To understand the reason for Ian's rage, he had to become a victim himself. She was just a little girl, tortured by humans until she became a fallen, twisted by immense resentment.
A girl like that couldn't be fooled by appearances. He guessed she was a high-level fallen, one that would give even Chingu a fight for his life.
In the archives, she had woven all these records into memories. She wanted the reader to feel the agony of the test subjects. "You left me a test. A choice," he said. "A key, a diary, and a comb." He looked at her, his voice steady. "I chose the comb? But tell me," he pressed, "did it ever really exist?" In his mind's eye, the image of the comb burst into flames. Ian was silent for a long moment, and then the entire room began to shake violently. Back in reality, the real room trembled too. "What's happening?" His team members shouted in shock. Chingu knew instantly. "It's Wu!" He saw the smoke around him darken, becoming a deeper, more ominous shade of red. "He's reached the core of it." Ian drew closer, her voice a low whisper. "Why did you choose the comb?" The protagonist admitted it was mostly a hunch, and then laid out his reasoning. The key belonged to the client who had imprisoned her. The diary belonged to the hospital staff who had caused her so much pain. Both were objects of suffering. They only brought back horrific memories. Ian stood frozen. In Wu's mind, the key and the diary dissolved into black smoke. "But it wasn't just a process of elimination," he added. "The comb? It isn't an instrument of torture. You can't inflict pain with it." Mentally returning to the test room, he described what he saw: countless syringes, a camera on the wall, a cage, and shackles. The comb didn't belong in that picture of torment. Looking down, he explained that it radiated a feeling of tenderness, of care. The comb didn't exist in that room, he concluded, because when you were a child, there was someone who loved you, someone who gently combed your hairs, someone who cared for you. As Wu spoke, a memory surfaced in Ian's mind, a little girl, sitting happily on a chair as her grandmother lovingly combed her hair. A smile graced her lips. The protagonist saw it. The person he spoke of truly loved her. In that instant, Wu and Ian found themselves in a different space. Watching, he saw Yin's grandmother, gently combing her hair. She clutched the fabric of her dress tightly in her palms. The protagonist saw her despair. Looking at the calmly smiling grandmother, he realized she missed the one who combed her hair. But that person was gone. In this hospital, there was no one like that. Here, there were only monsters, and people even crueler than them. Yin, her eyes filled with a deep sadness, quietly said, "You're lying." Confused, he asked what she meant. Did she think he was just trying to survive? That he was afraid of her? That everything he just said was a fabrication? He lifted his gaze and looked up. It was unlikely humans would treat the fallen the way he was now. He assured her, "I don't fear you, and I don't hate you." But she remained frozen, head down, wrapped in silence. So Wu continued, telling her he didn't come here to kill her, but to uncover the truth of what happened in the past. He noted that she herself could feel he wasn't afraid. Intrigued, she finally turned her head, looking at him from the side. The protagonist guessed she didn't know that humans now lived inside the tower. For them, surviving outside was almost impossible. However, Wu had recently been cast out of that very tower. As he spoke, a dark fog began to seep from Yin's form. She took a step forward. He continued, explaining the temperature outside reached 70 degrees. He survived for 2 days, assuming that if he died, he would become just like her. He made a promise. If she believed he was like the others and wished to kill him, he wouldn't resist. But he asked for one thing: let him die knowing the truth. The vision they both shared began to fade away, the world dissolving as they moved to another space. Yin's body vanished completely into the abyssal mist. Wu called out her name, asking if he could ask a few questions. When the smoke cleared, Yin looked older, more mature. Turning to him, she stated her name. A small smile touched his lips. He realized she was slowly beginning to trust him. At the very least, she wouldn't kill him on the spot. She turned away again. He noticed a strange pattern on her neck, asking aloud, "Where did that pattern come from?" Remembering Ilya, he added that in the second building, he saw someone with the exact same mark. Yin looked at him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Is that so? She guessed he wanted to know why she didn't kill Ilya. And what happened to all the others? The main character nodded, confirming her words. After a moment of silence, she spoke, her voice laced with deadly seriousness. You will be afraid of me. Frowning, she promised to prove all his words were lies. He was lying to her, she was sure of it. The only reason he wasn't afraid, she believed, was because he hadn't seen the real her yet. But Wu just smiled defiantly and offered a test. He was ready to die if she was right. What would she say to that? She turned to face him fully, her brow furrowed in concentration. Then, she closed her eyes, stretching, a hand forward as a dark fog began to coalesce near her palm. Seeing the vortex of shadows, Wu's eyes widened. In the next instant, he was transported to the 11th floor of the first building. He was stunned to be back here, looking around in confusion. But he realized this place felt different. Walking to the table, he saw the diary, key, and comb were gone. In their place sat a single item, a medical record. He muttered in confusion. Could this be a patient's chart? He guessed the answers to the 4 riddles about Yin were hidden here. He reached out his palm, picking up the record. The moment he opened the book, dark creatures swarmed from its pages. But Wu, his eyes wide, ignored them and began to read. The world dissolved around him again. He saw Uncle Chia, strapped to a hospital bed, held down by doctors, screaming. The date was September 25th. Yin's voice narrated that uncle.
Chia was in agony, and she begged the doctor not to torture him. But the doctor just asked, "Who is Uncle Chia?" Then he remembered. There was such a person.
Wu, witnessing her memory, saw the hospital door crack open. A young Yin peeked through, holding back her tears, her lips pressed tight. For these people, the name Uncle Chia no longer existed. Now he was just Y11. The man began to beg her for help. When she approached him later, he reached out a trembling hand, grabbing the fabric of her dress. Though his voice was growing weaker, she heard his plea clearly. Take me away from here. A crushing sorrow washed over her. Wu, a translucent ghost in this memory, could only watch as Yin stared with sadly empty eyes. On September 27th, she heard the news. A patient on the 3rd floor of the 2nd building had lost control and had finally become a fallen. She remembered sitting in her room, watching 2 dark figures through the window. Crossing her arms
Over her chest, she lowered her head, thinking about the fallen. She realized now, Uncle Chia didn't even have a hospital name anymore.
Because of her overwhelming sadness, a black spot appeared on her arm. A tiny crack materialized on her forehead. The doctor had no idea why it happened, and neither did she. She just sat there, staring at the dark mark on her arm in surprise. She was simply so incredibly sad that Uncle Chia was gone forever. He would never again tell her stories about his daughter. Thinking this, she bowed her head in grief. On October 4th, in a dark room, she saw Sean again, huddled in a corner of the black space she'd made for him. She had promised him a colorful room, but she was starting to forget. Soon, it felt like only 3 colors were left in her world: black, white, and red. She looked down sadly at the boy, who was
cowering in the corner, turned away from her. He told her his bones felt like thorns piercing his body. That now, he too was a monster. This only made her sorrow deepen as tears welled in her eyes. She could no longer see the old Sean. She wanted to tell him not to be afraid, and promise him that she would protect him. On October 5th, she saw him one last time. He came to say goodbye, and to beg her to take him away. When she had first met him, his smile was so beautiful in the blackness.
in the sterile white room. She lay trembling, drowning in an ocean of sorrow. The sobs came uncontrollably, and the doctors decided she was on the verge of breaking. Overwhelmed, they silenced her cries with a potent tranquilizer. Later, sitting deathly still on her bed, she overheard the doctor's grim discussion. A woman, once known as Dingshire, had become a fallen one, her human mind shattered. The black spots on her arms had festered and spread. And another, crack spiderwebbed across her forehead, but lost in a drug-induced haze. She was oblivious, staring blankly into the void. It was October. On October 14th, Jilu could no longer stand to be in this place, though they could see each other. Words were useless now. He had to fight the fallen descending from above. In a rare moment of peace, they sat together in a meadow. She turned her head slightly to look at him, noticing the fresh scars that adorned his body with each meeting. To soothe his wounded spirit, she gently stroked his head. She begged him to let her take him far away from this nightmare. If they never met again. The thought was unbearable, overcome with sadness. She closed her eyes, pulling his head into a desperate embrace. On October 15th, chaos had fully consumed the medical staff. More and more test subjects were suddenly shattering, their minds lost to the madness. Luge, as they called him, had already transformed into a fallen one. Doctors fled in a mad panic through the corridors. Meanwhile, with her arms now blackened to the elbows, she sat on her bed and thought, Luge always believed he was useless. But she knew the truth. He was the strongest soul in the second building. She missed him dearly. Would she ever dream of him again? She fell backward, her body giving way, thinking only of the darkness that continued to crawl up her arms. Her jaw clenched tight, a searing pain erupting from her forehead. Pressing a hand to her head, she winced as the agony intensified. The protagonist's eyes widened with a terrible realization. He deduced that Yi-an was appearing in that final, desperate moment of pain. Wu observed her tragic descent, stroking his chin in deep thought. He began to piece together what was happening to her in the following days. He theorized that all the subjects who were half human, half fallen, were losing the war for their minds. They were becoming monsters, driven only by primal desire. He envisioned two beasts clashing, and realized all of it, ultimately, was connected to Yi-an. He shifted his perspective, finding her huddled in the corner of a room. She covered her face, a broken figure in the shadows. Each test subject, before they completely turned, met her in a final dream. As he pondered this, 3 ghostly silhouettes appeared before Yi-an. She lifted her head, her gaze meeting theirs. But Wu quickly abandoned his first assumption. It would be more accurate to say they had known her long before. In their dreams, she had used her power to forge a sanctuary for these tormented souls. It was the only place of calm in their miserable lives. At that moment, she reached out her palm, trying to summon her power, but it was too limited. The comfort she gave was completely insufficient to keep them anchored to life. A life without hope is an endless existence, and the subjects began to surrender. Their silhouettes before her vanished, because in that moment, she began to take them in. She absorbed their grievances, their sorrow, and accepted their suffering. Her ability transformed them into a brilliant light that gathered around her body. The price for this mercy was their will, their very consciousness. And Yi-an recorded every last detail of their suffering in a medical journal, a final record before they stopped struggling. Looking at the notebook, Wu understood. She had captured them. He briefly recalled the image of Yi-an, tears streaming down her cheeks as she took in the light of the souls she couldn't save. A little later, on August 9th, she confessed she couldn't look in the mirror anymore. She had become a black monster, her body covered in countless weeping eyes. Only a small fragment of her body remained human, but she didn't regret her actions. She simply wanted to protect her friends. However, she felt herself fading, that she wouldn't last much longer. She sat in an empty place, surrounded by steel bars, and asked, "Who will take me home?" Lowering her head, strands of her hair began to fall. As the fallen went mad, her own body was breaking down. She wondered, would she soon become one of them? She had begged the doctors countless times to simply comb her hair, just like her grandmother used to, but they ignored her pleas, looking at her as if she were a monster. Thinking of this, She stared at the doctors through the bars as tears streamed down her face. She fell to the floor, her head hitting the cold concrete. Closing her eyes, she began to repeat the words like a prayer. I am a monster. Tears also flowed from the eyes on her body, as she damned herself a monster that no one could ever love. On August 10th, her entire body had changed. Yi-an now sat in a cage, a heavy steel collar locked around her neck. No one will leave here, she screamed, as countless voices raged in her head. They commanded her to lock this place down tightly, and to slaughter her opponents. I am a monster, she shrieked, her gaze sweeping over them. And you are all monsters with me. With a violent jerk, the chains holding her shattered into pieces. As Yi-an tore apart the bars of her cage, she roared a final question. Then what does that make those who created us? On August 11th, the doctors screamed for help, desperately trying to contact the outside world. They fled down the corridors from a dark, creeping substance that stretched out behind them. But no one was allowed to enter, and no one was ever allowed to leave. The cages and chains could no longer hold Yi-an. So she decided to have some fun. It was time to play a game with the doctors. As she walked through the halls, a trail of dismembered bodies remained in her wake. Her body was growing. It rose behind her like a colossal dark wall. She used to love playing hide-and-seek with her grandmother. But now, all the doctors were hiding. For the very first time, she felt a mutual understanding with them. Come out and play, she called, repeating her request with a twisted innocence. On August 15th, another doctor, trying to escape, was cornered against the elevator doors. And in that moment, Yi-an asked herself, what have I become? She wondered why everyone who saw her began to scream and sob uncontrollably. But she noticed that as they cried, an unusual smell came from their bodies. And she realized she desperately wanted to eat them. She ran her tongue along the edge of her mouth. On August 16th, she met Ji-lu again, and their battle began. In my opinion, he was incredible. Even though he lost to her every single time, he never once considered running away, refusing her help to leave this place because he was waiting for his teacher. As I recalled their duels, I could still see his stubborn expression, his furrowed brows, and his jaw clenched in pure defiance. In order to see his teacher again, Ilya swore he would endure anything, no matter how much worse it got. I envied him. I wished I had someone on the outside waiting for me. But the only one who ever truly loved me was my grandmother, and I knew she had passed away long ago. This thought sent my mind reeling back to when I was a child. To my grandmother's side, I prayed that Ilya's wait would not be in vain. That day, I shared a piece of my own strength with him. However, despite his iron will, I felt that his teacher must have abandoned him because of me. The crushing realization made me bow my head as tears streamed down my face. Silently, I begged Ilya for his forgiveness. On August 20th, I continued my journey through the hospital. The aura of despair radiating from the doctors grew stronger by the hour. Some were dying, while others were transforming into the fallen. I knew I had to consume them. The voices in my head screamed relentlessly. I smiled, remembering Uncle Chia and Lou, their roars echoing in my mind, compelling me to tear the doctors to shreds. But I didn't want to. I just wanted to play with them, not for them to die. In my mind, I was still a little girl, huddled with my knees to my chest, surrounded by a dark mass of glowing red eyes. But to everyone else, I was a monster. They were terrified of me, and they hated me for it. As I drifted through the corridors, I thought to myself, I don't hate them. I just want to play. Woe closed the notebook. The crushing reality of her story finally settled in. So this was why his talent was called a poor thing. Just then, she materialized beside him in her monstrous form. He turned his head, his gaze meeting hers, realizing this poor child had absorbed all the ennui, grief, and suffering of every test subject, every employee in this godforsaken hospital. Even after mutating into this state, she remained a kind child at heart, even when facing the very doctors who caused her endless agony. Her first desire wasn't to kill them. Woe felt a deep pang of regret that his ability couldn't see this truth. He closed his eyes, and a system window suddenly flickered to life. It had somehow regained the ability to speak, cursing and telling the protagonist to be a human for once. It noted that its connection was completely suppressed. The thing was, Yin's mental interference was just too powerful. The system understood it would vanish again soon, so it urged Woe to seize this fleeting opportunity and observe. He opened his eyes in shock as the system's voice warned him that a countdown had begun. The protagonist frowned, focusing his gaze on E, just as her information appeared before him. She was a level 9 fallen, and her mutation was mental strength multiplied by 12. She also possessed rare mutations, including the seal of hatred, hatred change, and a perfect mutation. Hatred, increase. The system congratulated Woe, but warned him that it couldn't explain what a level 9 fallen was, especially since he was already inside its attack range. The system told the protagonist not to even try winning, as this being, much like Chingu, loved to compete. However, it offered Woe 3 options: kneel, throw himself on his knees, or kowtow, annoyed by the taunts. The protagonist frowned as the system window vanished. Realizing Ian had suppressed it once, again, back in the real world, Wu was still standing frozen, staring at the notebook. His team noticed a dangerous amount of time had passed. Azu, with a deep frown, asked what the protagonist was doing. He wondered why he was still completely unresponsive. But Chingu cut him off with a serious tone, advising his comrades to steal their emotions. It would soon be 4 hours since they left the tower. Frowning, he announced that there was only 1 minute left. His teammates cried out, glancing at each other in panic. They knew what was coming. At that moment, the timers on their watches went off, confirming that exactly 4 hours had passed. Shuang looked down at her body in shock, suddenly feeling her legs turn to lead, the hindrance outside the tower affecting her was a speed reduction. Ish noticed his arms had gone completely weak. When he tried to raise his hand, it trembled violently, his hindrance. Outside the tower was attack reduction, and Azu, consumed by negative thoughts, collapsed to his knees, head bowed. He whispered that it felt like he was drowning in a river of sorrow. Shai waved a palm in front of his face, his other hand covering his eyes. He had lost his sight. With a trembling voice, he called out to Chu, declaring he couldn't see a thing. Chinu looked at the shaking men. He knew that outside the tower, a person would receive 1 debuff every 4 hours. But sorrow and blindness, those usually appeared on the 3rd or even 4th day. Mockingly calling Shanna lucky, he realized his own hindrance had activated an outburst of malice. The debuff increased the attack and speed of all fallen around him. This didn't seem too serious to him. He knew he could handle it. He loudly snapped at Azu and Shi, warning them that the 2 of them were now a liability. He ordered them to return to the tower immediately. Raising his head, Azu, with tears streaming down his face, called out to Chu. He said he'd been in the unit for a long time, yet he had to retreat before the newcomers. He lamented that he wasn't cut out for this job, lowering his head again. He admitted he was thinking about the vast difference between people, and he was drowning in that feeling like it was icy water. He apologized for being born this way and was about to say what he would have done if he'd known sooner. But Chinu cut through his suffering. Frowning, he ordered him to disappear. Si knelt beside Azu, patting his back comfortingly, and told Chu to be careful. He warned that he and Aza were returning now. As he pulled out the teleportation disc, it activated, and the 2 vanished in a flash of light. Sure turned to Chinyu and said they could still handle this, but then asked what they should do about Woe. The problem was, while he was trapped in that state, no one knew what kind of restriction he was under. Shuang, also realizing the danger, looked at the protagonist with worry. The next moment, a dark smoke began to materialize in the room. They all looked around. In shock, with no idea what was happening, they assumed it was coming from the documents. Chu ordered everyone to form up. Closing ranks, the remaining team members surrounded Woe on 3 sides, ready to protect him. Drawing their weapons, Chingu warned everyone to prepare for battle. As the battle raged, the smoke thickened. Chinu ordered Sher and Shuang to form a perimeter, to protect the main character at all costs. They readied their weapons, blades gleaming in the haze. Suddenly, the smoke coiled into the ghastly silhouette of a monster. It lashed out with a razor-sharp wave of energy. Sher parried the blow, his brow furrowed in concentration. "Is this the fallen one you dealt with before?" he demanded. The creature's form matched the one they first encountered, a twisted image of despair. But then, more shapes began to form in the mist. "It's not just one," a comrade cried out. "We've seen all of these abominations before." A cold fear gripped them. Could a high-level fallen be mimicking the others? Sher's face hardened. "Even if it's a mimic," he growled, "this power is manifesting far too quickly." He knew it was because of Shinu's earlier rage, but he kept that thought to himself. In the next instant, he unleashed his own ability. A blur of motion, he shot past the smoke-forged monsters, and they dissolved into nothingness. He reappeared beside his comrades in a flash. A sweat-soaked Sher gasped, his voice a mix of awe and terror. "I knew you were strong, Chingu, but this is on another level." He was still buzzing with excitement. "Are you sure you don't think I'm just hiding my true power?"
At that moment, Chinu stepped forward, his boot crushing a patch of dark energy on the ground.
Cher, Shuang, protect Wu, he commanded. I'll handle these fallen ones myself. His comrades didn't hesitate, immediately affirming the order. And in that moment, Shinu suspected what had truly happened to Wu. A new, more powerful monster materialized before him, confirming that the main character had truly found something beyond belief. At that very moment, Wu stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. He was in a vast space, a spiraling tunnel made of countless doors. These are all doors, he whispered, turning slowly. Just then, the system's voice broke through the silence. I'm glad, it said. I finally broke through.
But I can't maintain this connection for long. The system explained that this was the main hall, a nexus of realities.
Each door was a gateway to a recorded memory space. Suddenly, Wu glanced down and saw his hand seemingly split in two, a ghostly double overlapping the real one, the system remembered. 4 hours have passed. Your interference outside the tower is causing a desynchronization. Wu just smiled faintly, observing his fractured hand.
Orientation is distorted by 65 degrees, the system announced. This level of weakening will be a major mental strain.
65 degrees, Wu repeated calmly. A minor problem. He just needed to recalculate his directional awareness. It was merely a matter of calibration. The system was stunned by his composure. There is another problem, it interrupted. There are over 100 doors here, but only one leads back to reality. Wu's expression tightened. His lips pressed into a thin line. The system was certain this was the end for them. A hopeless maze. It reminded Wu of his 3 choices: fall to his knees, surrender, or bow his head in defeat. But he only grinned, a spark of defiance in his eyes. This was his chance, a chance to break through the impossible. He strode towards a single door, behind which a pair of lonely eyes glowed in the dark. He found himself in a room consumed by a dark, sorrowful substance. The substance was Ian, holding out the comb. Wu spoke softly. See, I told you I wouldn't lie, he declared. I only just arrived in this world. I see the fallen ones differently than anyone else. Hearing this, Ian's form trembled as if on the verge of tears. The protagonist continued. Even now, and I don't hate you, and I don't fear you. In shock, she seemed to ask, You're not afraid of me, Wu admitted. I'm just incredibly sorry that there was no one to comb your hair, no one to take you from this place. He knew she had been trapped in this hospital for an eternity. It was only natural for her to feel this way.
But the world isn't just these 4 walls, he explained gently. And people are so much more than the doctors and patients you've known.
He then asked, Do you know why the people of the tower fear the fallen? She gave no answer. And so he told her the truth. Because there has never been any proof that humans aren't more monstrous than the fallen themselves. He spoke of Elia, a being people followed with religious fervor. But Ian was different. As he spoke, she extended a few delicate tendrils, tentatively taking the comb from his hand. You've accepted the kindness of the people here, he said. You think of them as your friends. He could only guess at the agony she endured from all the grief she had absorbed. But if you can still hold on to your will through all that, Wu concluded, then you're still a person, not the monster they despise. As he spoke those words, Chinu was still locked in battle. He sliced through another fallen, but then he felt it. The hatred. It's dissolving. Cher noticed it too. Chinu agreed. It seems the protagonist has succeeded. Without looking away from the fight, his gaze shifted to where Wu's presence still lingered. Meanwhile, the main character made a plea.
Don't let yourself become a monster, he urged. The world is so vast. There are so many places you haven't been.
So many things you haven't seen. He called her a good girl. Her form shifted, solidifying into that of a young woman. She wanted to argue, but fell silent. Finally, she spoke. I can't leave this place. Wu knelt beside her, gently stroking her hair. I will find a way to set you free, he promised. It won't be now, but I will. If you can just believe in me and wait. Tears welled in Ian's eyes. With a voice full of fragile hope, she asked, Is that really true? But doubt was a powerful poison. Voices screamed in her mind that he was lying, that he meant to harm her, that he was another enemy she must kill. Clutching her head, Ian fought back against the darkness. No, that's wrong, she screamed internally. Maybe she could trust him. He wasn't afraid of her. Not at all. Wu remained silent, giving her the space to win her own battle. When the storm in her mind calmed, he finally stood. In a way, he said, you and I are very similar. She looked up, astonished. Similar how? Lifting his gaze, he replied. We were both abandoned in a world we don't belong to, knowing nothing.
As he spoke, the space around them warped, transforming into the vast, empty desert where he first awoke. If every journey has a purpose, he declared, then mine is to uncover every secret.
Every secret of the world outside the tower. He began to list the questions that haunted him. Where did the fallen come from? How was the tower built? How many floors does it have?
What lies at the very top? Why are the fallen trapped in their territories? And where do these incredible talents and powers truly originate? As he finished, shackles of light materialized once more on his hands. A collar materialized on his neck. He confessed that these were all riddles, mysteries that he was determined to solve.
This was the meaning of his quest. Once he found the answers, he could find a way to save Ian. Hope flickered in her eyes as she looked up at him. She asked him why Wu told her she wasn't alone. Not anymore. At least for today. She had a friend to play with. A friend from the world beyond the 9th mental hospital. In that moment, his form shifted, shrinking before her very eyes.
With a warm smile, he offered her his hand. "Are you really my friend?" she whispered. A blush crept across her face as she bowed her head in thanks.
She then stood, her expression turning serious. You and your friends must not go to Building 4. Getting too close to me will put you all in grave danger. The next time you see me, I might not be myself. She urged him to become stronger. Even stronger than that man about your size. Tears streamed down her cheeks, but she managed a small smile. Then we'll be able to visit you. Wu promised, smiling back. She agreed. And he asked her to wait for him. He swore he would wake her and they would play together again. Pressing a hand to his chest, he sealed his vow. His consciousness shifted back to Ian's fallen form. He repeated his promise he would play with her, no matter what she had become. Hearing his words, Ian closed her eyes, freezing for a moment. Suddenly, she remembered something vital. An image of the comb she'd absorbed materialized before him. She urged Wu to check the first building before they left. 2 days ago, she explained, someone came and left that very thing inside.
The first building? The main character recalled the bloody footprints and scattered medical records. The notice did say it was from 2 days ago.
Could it be stroking his chin? He wondered in astonishment. Was it really the teacher that Ilham mentioned? He pictured the man's silhouette. What else did he do? He asked Ian, curious what she thought of this visitor.
She couldn't be certain, but the item looked just like the device that Wu and his companions used to return to the tower. A teleportation disc. Why would a stranger leave something so valuable in this hospital? He couldn't help but wonder.
Unless it was a decoy, or something more sinister. The mystery was deepening. Can you take me there? Wu asked. She closed her eyes, and agreed. The heavy fog around him finally lifted, pulling him back to reality. Chinu saw him awaken and lowered his sword. He remarked that Wu had been gone for quite a while. Wu and his team surveyed their surroundings. They were standing in a completely barren room. To their shock, the black mist, the fallen, even the documents were all gone. What happened? Chinu asked. He wanted to know what Wu had discovered. I found the medical record for the test subject from Building 4, Wu explained. The process was complicated. That's why it took so long. He then gave a stern warning. We can't go to Building 4. It's too dangerous. There's something in there that even you might not handle. Captain? Cher frowned at the statement. Don't you dare underestimate the captain. Chinu shot him a displeased look, but Cher continued, gesturing dramatically. The captain of the 13th Division is called the Shield of the Exploration Corps. He is an unrivaled blade. There's no fallen he can't defeat. Wu simply shook his head.
All I can say is that the 4th building is on another level entirely. Think of this entire hospital as an incubator for the fallen.
There are plenty of strong ones here, but all of them combined wouldn't stand a chance against the one in Building 4. Chinu saw the certainty in his eyes. He asked what Wu saw in that document. It was a memory, the protagonist replied. I'll explain on the way. As he headed for the door, he paused. Turning back, he asked, Where are Aza and Cher? Chinu explained they were hit with weakening debuffs. Their interference stats were too high, so I sent them back to the tower. Stepping into the hall, Shuang asked Wu about his debuff. You got lucky? Confusion isn't so bad. Chinu came closer, impressed. You've already adapted. How long did it take? Wu looked puzzled. Adapting. I just changed my habits a little, that's all. Cher was shocked by his casual reply. He made it sound so simple, Shuang's eyes went wide. Wait, if we're not going to Building 4? Then where are we heading? Chinu frowned. Also curious, Wu explained their new destination. We're going to the first building. There's something we need to retrieve. The records mentioned someone left an item that strongly resembles a teleportation disc.
I think it's worth checking out before we leave. Cher frowned again, turning to Chinu. Captain, are we really not going?
To Building 4. Though clearly displeased, Chinu gave his answer. We're not. As they walked, Wu began to explain the hospital's history. Even before the tower appeared, Fallen were emerging all over the world. To discover their origin and weaknesses, many organizations began researching them. This hospital's purpose was to inject humans with Fallen blood, creating artificial Fallen to study them.
Cher was stunned.
They created Fallen. I thought they were supposed to be studying their weaknesses.
The main character shrugged. That was probably part of it. There could have been other reasons too. The records were vague on the details.
In any case, there was one test subject who almost succeeded, and another who was a complete success. Chinu realized immediately who they were. Wu confirmed his theory. The successful subject was the spider, Ilya, from the second building, and the one who almost succeeded was Ian. From the fourth core, she heard her name, Shu Hung. She repeated it in a daze, asking if the black fog, the imitation Fallen, was truly her. She could feel I was stronger than Ilya and demanded to know why she was only a half-successful experiment. The protagonist confirmed her words were true, but explained it was a tragic accident to ease the suffering of others in this hospital. She had absorbed all their hatred, and in doing so,
she herself became a fallen one. Bowing her head, W spoke softly, saying that even as a fallen one, her kindness had never vanished.
However, Chinu's voice cut in, cold as steel. A fallen one is still a fallen one. He warned the protagonist to burn this fact into his mind. The very nature of the fallen is to devour humans, no matter how tragic their story, or how kind they appear. If even a single drop of a fallen one's blood remains, they are the eternal enemies of humanity. Turning to face him, W didn't argue. He understood the harsh reality and promised to remember those words. If there was no way to completely sever Ian from her bloodlust, then they could never truly consider her an ally. They could never let their guard down. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide. A black mist was gathering, coalescing into the silhouette of Ian, but in the form of a young girl. Chinu, noticing his reaction, asked what was wrong. The protagonist brushed it off, claiming it was nothing, realizing that only he could perceive her presence. The system's voice echoed in his mind. A doppelganger born from hatred, extremely dangerous. It presented 3 options: kneel, throw himself to his knees, or bow down. However, it saw Ian had merely turned her back to them. Amazing, the system remarked. Have you already made contact with her? It understood then that everything was fine. W sensed that Ian was a little upset and guessed it was because of his conversation with Chinu. He admitted that was his miscalculation. Realizing the entire hospital was a part of Ian herself, he decided he had to watch his words. She stopped before one of the doors, pointing her finger toward it. Wu wondered, could that item truly be in here? He saw it was a recovery room, and as he pushed the door open, he knew something was definitely here. A device lay on a table, left out so carelessly, as if someone desperately wanted it to be found. As he moved closer, Shuhang noted it looked exactly like a teleportation disc, but Chinu disagreed, stating it was no teleportation disc he'd ever seen. When W picked it up, the system identified it as a travel disc, admitting that its function was difficult to explain simply. Unlike common teleportation, the methods to create these discs were lost to time. To put it plainly, there were only 7 such items in existence. With one, a person could return to any location they had visited within the last 3 days. But the system warned this could be an invitation from a stranger. It then advised him to look at the notes beneath his feet. Looking down, W saw the sheets of paper he'd been standing on. The system noted that one of these blood-stained documents held a better explanation. The protagonist scanned the writing on the paper. The author greeted the researcher, admitting that
he wanted to play a little game. This mysterious person was certain they already knew the hospital's dark past. But he wagered they had not yet set foot in the red zone, which meant they didn't know the truth about the source of the Fallen or the High Tower. He wanted to invite the researcher to play. If he could conquer all the zones this man had prepared, he promised to answer every question he had about this world. He also asked his reader to take the disc, but warned him not to let the people from the 6th floor suspect a thing. W realized the disc's owner had left him a trail of breadcrumbs. A faint smile touched his lips. This hospital was only the beginning. He focused on one key phrase,
An invitation. Everything was getting much more interesting. His smile widened, no longer hidden. Chinu noticed his expression and asked in confusion why he was smiling, turning toward him. The protagonist played it cool, saying it was nothing. He was just glad. They had a way back. Pointing to the object, he announced he'd keep it as a souvenir if it wasn't for teleportation. Since this was his first mission, Chinu was silent for a moment, then finally agreed. If their exploration was done, it was time to return. Ian, walking into the room, watched them quietly. Chinu took out a real teleportation disc and urged his comrades to get ready. Soon, they were all engulfed in a brilliant light. As the teleportation began, W, the last to leave, saw Ian's mouth was slightly open, her eyes filled with a sad longing. He gave her an encouraging smile and announced, "I'm leaving now, but we'll see each other again." A system notification appeared. Exploration rate of the area, 61%. One fallen person remained. The Doomsday puzzle pieces had been moved, making them unobtainable. Because of this, the system's evaluation was low. It noted that W was lucky to meet Ian, but warned he couldn't talk his way out of every battle. It was time for him to become a true fighter. At that moment, Ian smiled. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes as she waved goodbye. Soon, W vanished completely. In her mind, she was in a different room, a different time. Her grandmother was combing her hair as she sat on a small chair, hugging that comb and smiling. Sometime before, having teleported from the tower, Azu and she found themselves in a transfer plaza. The interference that plagued them was finally gone. Bending over, hand on his knee, Azu was relieved the obstacle was gone, but irritably wondered why he was the one stuck with such a shameful debuff. She lightly slapped him on the back and laughed, exclaiming that at least it was something new. A department employee standing nearby, holding a stack of documents, noticed them. "You two are from the 7th Division. Why did you return from the blue portal?" The man was confused. The records clearly stated they had left through the white pillar. Turning around, she and Azu saw they were indeed standing next to the blue pillar. They were stunned. W was right. Starting from the second building, they had unknowingly stepped into the blue zone, seeing them just staring at the pillar, unresponsive. The employee felt the need to warn them again. He assumed they already knew, but still explained that going back and forth was impossible. The human body could not endure more than one passage through the columns within 12 hours. So if they wished to exit again, they'd have to wait a full 12 hours. Asa frowned, retorting that they were aware of this. "We're just waiting for Chinu," he said. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Isn't that the group who was blocking the way?" It was our protagonist, arriving at the square. With a mocking grin, he continued, "So, the elders weren't in the way after all, but you retreated so quickly earlier." His taunts didn't stop there. "Ah, I get it now," he declared with sudden realization. "It must have been a tactical retreat." Sean looked at him, completely bewildered. Chinu, however, simply walked on, ignoring him, while Sean tilted her head. Glancing toward the column, Wuzhou fought to keep his composure, refusing to rise to the bait. He simply turned away, crossing his arms over his chest and closing his eyes in sheer annoyance. The branch officer, watching Wu's smug grin, was astonished. This was the kid's first mission, and he'd already been outside the tower for over 4 hours. In the entire intelligence corps, men like him could be counted on one hand. Chinu suddenly spoke up, announcing that there were no missions for the protagonist in the coming week. He warned that they would soon head to the intelligence corp headquarters together. Once they settled one small matter, Wu would be free to go. The main character frowned. "Why no more missions?" Chinu explained. "Today was just an entrance exam. You passed." He added that a few formalities remained, and only after that would he officially become a member of the intelligence corps and receive his next assignment. With his head slightly lowered, our protagonist smirked, understanding the situation. He mentally noted that he had a lot to accomplish inside the tower. Since it was an existence zone, his most urgent task was figuring out how to make some money. Late that night, Chinu sat in his office, nervously twisting a pencil. His eyes were locked on the document in his hands. Several other files were spread across his desk, analytical reports on his team's combat abilities. Looking them over, he kept twisting the pencil, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was fixated on the report detailing Wu's combat assessment. The problem was, his mental state was far too calm, completely unlike that of a normal person. Chinu had worked with countless soldiers, but he'd never encountered anyone like this. He leaned back in his chair, exhausted. He closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. He suspected that if the protagonist could always maintain this state of mind, It was possible that in a few years, a second rank 8 professional would emerge in the intelligence corps. Chinu was certain that the gambling house connected to her was no simple matter either. He pulled out a match, striking it. He then set the document ablaze, watching the secrets turn to ash. He knew he had to prepare. He grabbed a blank form for the compatibility analysis report, slamming it down with his palm. His lips pressed into a thin line. He began to fill it out again, knowing he now had to conceal Wu's true potential as much as possible. He sat there for some time, carefully fabricating the data, and finally finished. He reviewed it one last time, deciding the altered report would have to suffice for now. Tapping the earpiece in his ear geese, Chinu rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the sprawling city. A beep sounded, and a man from the service
bureau greeted him. Chinu stated his name, his expression grim. The employee recognized it instantly, exclaiming that he was quite famous, annoyed by the comment.
Chinu ordered him to be quiet. The man on the other end remarked how Chinu treated him like a treasure when he needed something. But the moment he didn't, he was told to shut up. Opening the window, Chinu spoke with grave seriousness. "I have a long-term assignment for you," he said, asking his comrade to help him protect a certain individual. The bureau representative guessed Chinu was meeting someone, but he clarified that it was a member of his own team. He promised to send over all the relevant information shortly. The line went silent for a moment, so Chinu added that the target was extremely perceptive and quick-witted. "You'll need to assign your smartest people," he warned. The man found Chinu's request rather strange. "Why don't you just entrust this to your own people from the intelligence corps as Wu navigated the crowded streets?" Chinu explained. "This is a special case. Our agents are not suitable for this task." The bureau employee paused for a moment before finally asking the crucial question. "And what do I get in return for this favor?" Chinu promised to bring him something every time he returned from the tower. The man's agreement was immediate. The girl on the line smiled, exclaiming that such
terms from Chinu were a miracle. She admitted her curiosity was now piqued. "Just who is this person you're so desperate to protect?"
He didn't answer, his gaze falling upon the falsified report he had created for Wu. Meanwhile, at Jianlu Port, our protagonist stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes widened and his lips parted as he took in the chaotic sounds erupting from the little Louis Chingy shop. Someone muttered in confusion, "What in the world is happening here?" The bystander was also curious about the other guy caught up in the argument. That man shouted, "I'd like to ask where you came from." The system chimed in at the sight. "Alert, is this the legendary scene of the Battle of Two Casanovas?" Chingy, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stared with wide, tear-filled eyes. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Agent, please listen to me. It's not what it looks like. You're the only one." In my heart. But one of the two men before her shot back. "You said those exact words to me, that you loved me, and that I was the only one in your heart. Then tell me," he demanded, "who is this guy standing next to you?" The second man begged Chingy to deny it all. His rival clutched his face, soft eyes,
pitifully whining that he saves every month and works himself to the bone outside the tower. Also, Chingy can have a better life. The other guy then yelled, "Then why did you tell everyone you were Chingy's boyfriend?" They both roared at each other, their voices thick with fury, each certain that his feelings for her were the sincere ones. Hearing this, she gave a slightly thrilled smile. Then, with a scream, she leaned back as Ajun and Afong paused their bitter argument to stare at her. Stumbling back in shock, Chingy fell to the floor, shielding her eyes. She cried out for forgiveness, claiming it was all her fault, but she just couldn't choose between them. She loved them both. Her words pierced An and Aeon's hearts. They stood frozen, staring at her in disbelief as she confessed she'd been hiding her feelings to keep them from leaving. Rising to her feet, she took both their hands, pleading that she never wanted to part with them. They were, she declared, like her two precious wings. Hearing her repeat the line, the system roared with laughter. This was a true Casanova. The power of her words was absolutely lethal. Wu simply watched with a stoic expression. The system wondered if he'd step in and turn this drama into a total disaster. Just then, the shop door swung open, and out walked An and Afon. Smiling, they were hugging like old friends. The system was speechless. Was this even possible? This, it concluded, must be the terrifying charm of a Casanova woman. As they left, Wu stepped inside the store. He found Chingy casually touching up her makeup. With a slight smile, he asked if he had arrived at a bad time. Spotting him, Chingy let out a startled cry, admitting he was earlier than she'd anticipated. She smiled, putting her cosmetics away. With a small chuckle, she guessed she must have made a complete fool of herself. As the owner of the shop,
She watched as the main character asked what had just happened. He assumed she had messed up somehow, but she hopped off the table. "It's not like that at all," she insisted. "It was just An and Afong who had crossed the line."
They were both desperate to move to the next stage of their relationship. Closing her eyes, she explained that wasn't allowed. If a man wants to be a suitor,
then he has to properly court her. They were simply asking for too much. Besides, Chingy confessed, her tastes had changed recently. She no longer liked those types of guys. So, she called them both here to get rid of them in one fell swoop. She held up 2 fingers as the system laughed in admiration. In a single second, she made it seem like that heartbreaking scene never even happened. Looking at Chingy's bright smile, the system took back its words. This wasn't a lover's quarrel. It was a recycling operation. As Wu silently agreed, Chingy moved closer, suddenly asking why he had come to see her. She told him to forget what he just saw, explaining it was all because she'd grown fond of guys like him. Putting a hand into his bag, the main character announced he had good news. He pulled out a camera, grinning as he revealed it had become a jilling just last night. After bidding farewell to Chi, Wu had also dropped by Chingy's store. Looking around in surprise, he was warmly invited inside by her smiling face. Seeing her, the system exclaimed, "Now, this is what I'm talking about." Chingy told Wu to look around freely, but the system was already focused on her long legs, declaring that the day had not been wasted. But when it scanned her information, it was floored. 19 past relationships, more than 100 guys in her reserves, and currently juggling 2 at once. And lately, her preference had shifted to inexperienced boys. The main character ignored this, focusing on the items. The system shouted, "It's a Casanova?" It was relieved it figured her out immediately. Otherwise, it would have already fallen into her trap. It urged Wu to buy something quickly and get out of there. As his eyes landed on a few items, the system began its analysis. This jilling was on the level of 2 hours and 30 minutes. That mug could boil water in an instant, with the potential to evolve into a water purifier. But as for the rice cooker, it had almost 0 potential to become a jilling. The fallen weren't evil spirits you could seal with electric waves. And at 139 T, it was completely worthless. But if it did become a gilling, it could transform ingredients into heavenly food. In that case, it would easily pay for itself. You could sell jilling rice for 200 tans a bowl. Getting Wu's attention, Chingy asked if he had his eye on something. Calling him handsome, she watched as he tapped the display case. He was taking the rice cooker and the mug. As Chingy stood, she remarked that it wasn't a bad choice. The mug was a genuinely great item, but the rice cooker was useless junk, only there to attract fools. She strongly advised against buying it. She could tell Wu wasn't stupid, and admitted she didn't want him to be. She even gave him her name, but the main character simply ignored her warning. He repeated that he would take both items. Chingy guessed he must be leaving the tower. Internally, Wu noted how incredibly sharp she was. Without saying a word, he just asked seriously how much he owed her. Chingy admitted she had planned to give him a 50% discount, but now she'd changed her mind. She presented 2 options: pay 1,000 tans or take the items for free. Which would he choose? She added that on this lower floor, hers was the only shop where he could buy that pot. The system laughed, noting how Chingy instantly knew. The main character desperately needed that rice cooker. Wu asked if he could just buy it all at a discounted price. He was just an ordinary person. After all, Chingy shot back. Would an ordinary person buy this rice cooker and ask for a discount after I told you it was rubbish? Besides, they lived in a completely different century. Nobody used rice cookers anymore, unless it was destined to become a jilling. With a smile, she added that the mug was also useless, unless he was planning to go beyond the tower. Closing his eyes, Wu acknowledged her piercingly sharp gaze, and the system quickly agreed. In the end, the main character chose the free option. "This is great," he exclaimed. Chingy said she would pack the goods right away. Wu thought to himself that free things are always the most expensive. He then noticed she had slipped a camera into the bag. "Wait a minute," he asked. "What's this?" Closing her eyes with a smirk, she told him to relax. He hadn't said anything, and she didn't know anything. She had just accidentally packed the camera with his other goods. Now, this is interesting, the system thought. It was finally starting to understand how Chingy became a Casanova. Meanwhile, she mused that in a few days, Wu would accidentally notice the camera, and being the honest man he was, he would kindly return it to her. She let out a soft laugh. The system realized Chingy knew at a glance that the main character was leaving the tower, and she immediately set her plan in motion. It was a brilliant deal. He had to take her camera with him when he left. She wasn't just observant, she was a master at creating and seizing opportunities. The system laughed in amazement. He found it fascinating. This filmless camera had captured countless secrets before it finally broke. Wu then asked what would happen if the camera failed to awaken as a Jilling. The system guessed that Chingy was just as curious about the secrets it once held, but Chingy just shrugged it off, saying, "What's done is done." After all, she had already handed over the pot and mug. With a playful wink, she called him handsome, suggesting they should start fresh. She introduced herself as Wu Chingy. Turning his back to her, he simply stated his own name. Hearing it, Chingy smiled and waved, expressing her hope for their future cooperation. She admitted she was waiting for good news. Then, her eyes lit up with excitement. Did the camera really become a Jilling so fast? She was dying to know its effect. Wu explained the mechanics. You state a specific time, then photograph a certain location. With this, you can capture an image of what happened there, at that exact moment in the past. Chingy gasped in shock. Is that for real? She covered her mouth
with her hands, asking if he was pulling her leg. Before he could even answer, she rushed towards him, pleading,
"Let me see it now." But the protagonist simply raised the camera high above her head. "Hold on," he said calmly. "First, let's discuss payment." Chingy was stunned. Payment? What payment? "I'm just a girl," she pleaded. "Can't you go easy on me?" She then suggested he could give her this camera as a gift, promising she'd always remember his kindness. Wu stared back in disbelief. "Do you have any conscience at all?" he asked. He couldn't believe her nerve. Chingy moved closer, her voice soft. "I really don't have the money," she whispered. "But if there's no other way, I'm ready to become your property." Despite her proximity, the protagonist's gaze remained fixed, his face a mask of indifference. The system chimed in. Girls love to delude themselves, thinking they look the same as their filtered photos. But we all know the truth can't withstand a little pressure. Wu silently agreed. Out loud, he told Chingy she had the wrong idea. "I'm not interested in girls," he stated flatly, "and girls should value themselves more." He held out a hand, creating distance between them. "However, I'll give you a 50% discount, if you can offer something." Chingy was shocked by his reaction. Realizing her charms were useless against him, she changed tactics. "Fine, I need to see the product first." The protagonist handed over the camera. "Do as you wish," he said. He explained she needed to set the year, month, day, hour, minute, and second, and then project that thought into the camera. "That's convenient," Chingy noted. Deciding to test it, she began pacing around her shop, assuming the moment she wanted to capture was hidden somewhere in this very room. The system smirked. Is she going to accidentally photograph those two? That would certainly clear things up. Just then, Chingy aimed the camera at the perfect spot and snapped a picture. Wu wondered aloud. Is she capturing the recycling scene?
With a wink and her tongue sticking out playfully, Chingy retorted, "I just want more unhappy people to feel the sweetness of love."
Is that so wrong? The system had to admit, there was no arguing with that. Her eyes fell on the developed photo, and she cried out in delight. It actually worked. I'm going to be rich, she declared. Does this mean I can uncover an entire story? By taking pictures over and over? To her, this camera was a treasure beyond measure. Wu realized the camera's potential was even greater than he thought. By taking one shot after another, the entire past could be pieced together. As Chingy tried to snap more photos, Wu mused that it would be just like solving a puzzle. Suddenly, Chingy cried out, "Why isn't a photo appearing?" She swore she did nothing, but the camera had simply stopped working. The protagonist explained calmly, because the Jiling's level is low, less than 3 hours old, its effectiveness is limited. You can only take photos twice a week. He had already used it once outside the tower, which meant Chingy would have to wait 7 days. The reality of the situation sunk in, and she felt a little upset. Still, she knew that even with its limits, if used correctly, it was an incredible information-gathering tool. She just felt sorry it was so difficult to negotiate with Wu, that cold and emotionless handsome man. She began to speak, ready to make an offer. But the protagonist cut her off. "I'll agree to a barter." She sighed, amazed by the sudden shift, he narrowing, his eyes, his voice sharp. "Don't even think about bargaining to lower the price. It will only lower you in my eyes," he declared. "You can choose an equivalent item, an information service, or a combination of both," Chingy asked nervously, hopefully. Is it true a service would be enough? She knew nothing in her store held equivalent value. "Why don't you tell me what you want first?" she suggested. "Fair enough," he agreed, and then asked, What were these live broadcasts happening in the center of Ganluport? Chingy explained it was an old sales tactic. Some say it's been around since before the Tower era. People love it. The more authority a person has, the easier it is to attract a crowd. It's an effect as old as time itself. But Chingy knew a man of his intelligence must have already realized it was all a scam. The protagonist confirmed her suspicion. I know it's a scam. What I want to know is, were they always scams from the start? Or were there ever real broadcasts outside the tower? A smile played on Chingy's lips. You want to do a broadcast, don't you? Wu leaned against a table, crossing his arms. He mused. Unless I'm mistaken, they can't all be fake. People aren't that stupid. For every few fake broadcasts, there must be a genuine one. Otherwise, the whole system fails. He wanted to investigate. Chingy's eyes lit up. Will this count as payment for the camera? After he confirmed it would, he pressed her for details. Tell me more about the real broadcasts. Chingy chuckled. You've definitely come to the right person. She beckoned for him to follow her. Motioning to a side room, she said, Come in. Let's sit and talk. Chingy began her explanation. Most people on the lower floors venture outside the tower, protected by the exploration corps. And they mine ore and blue, even in the designated white zones. Though they ventured out daily, this space remained dangerously unfamiliar. After all, the exploration corps had once shielded the fallen in these lands. Few had ever laid eyes on the monsters, and that fear was universal. However, what many didn't realize was that countless others were dying to see them. Our protagonist mused that it made perfect sense. The aristocrat's survival game on the 3rd and 4th floors was designed for that very purpose, to watch the fallen devour the weak. He recalled a saying he once heard, that within every soul lurks a dark curiosity, the very same force that sparks creativity. Jingyi asked who he was quoting, but quickly brushed it aside. She confirmed that people were obsessed with the world outside the tower, craving those thrilling, bloody spectacles. They yearned to know the vast world that lay beyond their walls. The high tower was immense, but compared to the world before, it was nothing but a cage. For those who lacked the courage to leave, the outside world had become a myth, a legend. It didn't matter. If you were rich or poor, noble or commoner, everyone was fascinated by the world beyond, but utterly terrified to step into it on their own. Wu understood. Such overwhelming interest created an enormous demand in the market. The system chimed in with a chuckle, noting that some people were even willing to risk their lives for a glimpse. Wu wondered why they didn't just petition the intelligence corps. Jingyi explained that it wasn't so simple. Within the intelligence corps, besides the corps leader and 16 division captains, no one else could even apply to leave the tower. The main character realized this. It was only logical. The intelligence corps was the government's blade, and no sane ruler would lend their sword to mere merchants. The system added that, in a way, this was how order was maintained. If the government's forces became a private army, the very balance of power would collapse. Knew this was true. It meant that if he wanted to leave the tower undetected, he'd have to completely erase his identity. Jingyi added, with a smile, that the intense interest from the masses is precisely why this sphere was created. Born from the hopes of thousands, people tried countless methods to make their equipment work outside the tower. But of course, there was only one true solution: the legendary Jilling phenomenon. The key was that only a Jilling item could function beyond the tower's influence. But Whispers said it required immense time and resources. And among those rare items, video recording devices were practically unheard of. Even if one existed, broadcasting was impossible. But then, after 7 long years, a wealthy man, after pouring a fortune into the attempt, managed to bring out a set of Jilling shackles. They looked like simple restraints, but Wu knew better. In truth, it was a high-level tracking device. Jingyi's eyes lit up, calling him clever. She said he'd stumbled upon the real treasure. That day, he mused aloud that becoming a Jilling was pure luck. So how could that man be certain the next set of shackles would also transform? Jingyi confirmed he couldn't be, but the time he succeeded, the man who left the tower had taken more than just one shackle with him. She explained the common theory: if the probability of creating a Jilling is low, simply take a massive number of items. She then asked Wu to guess the result. Without waiting for his answer, she declared that all 13 shackles had become Jilling, every single one. They shared the exact same chance, a rare event known as Jilling diffusion. The protagonist repeated the term, his mind racing. Jingyi paused, thinking of how to explain it. She brought up the example of dual wielders. When one of their swords becomes a Jilling, its twin often does as well. But Jilling diffusion is a far rarer phenomenon. Wu asked if it was a power that caused an entire set of linked items to turn into Jilling. He leaned forward, completely captivated. Then, a realization struck him. There had to be a corresponding device inside the tower, connected to that tracker. So why didn't the intelligence core use such an incredible tool? Jingyi's answer was simple: because they couldn't buy it. That mysterious rich man had absolutely no intention of selling his masterpiece. Wu was stunned. They couldn't use it simply because they couldn't buy it. He guessed the rich man was no ordinary figure. Jingyi confirmed his suspicion. The intelligence core was actively trying to maintain a peaceful relationship with this individual. There were rumors that he might even be from the 5th floor. The government floor. This meant the gambling house incident was far from simple. Wu's mind raced. Judging from Chu's earlier behavior, the founders of that gambling house were powerful beyond measure. So who, then, betrayed them to the intelligence core, who ordered his own capture? He knew, without a doubt, that this person's status was at least equal to an aristocrat. But who would defy the owner of the gambling house? All for the sake of a single slave. He had to assume the owner was incredibly powerful. Would Chu even be able to protect him if his true identity was exposed? But something else was far more important. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If he started broadcasting from outside the tower, would he attract the gambling house's attention? He came to a stark conclusion. To pull off a live broadcast, he had to get his hands on that rich man's equipment. He asked Jingyi if she knew any way to get it. She told him her boyfriend knew a way. With a confident look, she announced the mission was possible. The system noted that while most people say, "I have a friend," Jingyi just came right out with, "I have a boyfriend." It had to admit, that was a power move. Our protagonist's face lit up at her words. He laid out his needs: a Jilling mask capable of altering his voice. Something like a clown mask or a laughing mask. If it couldn't change his voice, it had to be incredibly durable, even though it was for a broadcast. It couldn't be traced back to Wu's name. Jingyi had to acquire the gear for him and guarantee his anonymity. She waved her hand, telling him to hold on. His conditions were becoming a real headache. He looked at her seriously. The camera could only be used twice a week. But if he had to carry it constantly, outside the tower, the Jilling's level could be raised. With each level, its uses would multiply. Perhaps it could even evolve. He promised the camera was only the beginning. If Jingyi helped him now, he would bring other miraculous items out from the tower for her in the future. She froze, a flicker of shock in her eyes. But soon, a determined smile spread across her face as they shook hands, sealing their new alliance. She would help Wu get the equipment and ensure it remained a secret on one condition: she would be his business partner. With her handling the logistics, all he had to do was broadcast. She saw the potential. If he was as strong as she suspected, he'd be her golden goose. A life of luxury was finally within her grasp. As she pictured herself swimming in cash, she knew this was an opportunity she absolutely could not let slip by. Wu's voice cut through her daydream, asking how quickly she could make it happen. Startled by his urgency, Jingyi paused to think. "Give me about 3 days," she declared. The main character was impressed. That was faster than he'd dared to hope. He looked forward to their partnership. The feeling was mutual. Jingyi then suggested they discuss the broadcast details. A brilliant new idea already forming in her mind. Night fell. Back in his room, Wu stared at the travel disc, pondering the invitation. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the quiet. A voice called out, asking if he was there. It was Shu from the interrogation team, sent by none other than Qingyu to retrieve him. Slipping the disc into his pocket, Wu prepared to leave. The interrogation team, a business opportunity had already presented itself. He opened the door, a questioning look on his face. Shu explained that Qingyu had sent her, thinking he might be bored. So he'd arranged a little work. The team leader heard he was incredibly capable, but then something else happened. She nervously tapped her cheek. The system chimed in, labeling her an inefficient fan, always stuck running errands. It then advised Wu to use his intellects and analyze her anxious state. Was he on board? Wu simply agreed, his mind already racing. Just yesterday, Qingyu had announced a week-long vacation, and now he was being sent to work for the interrogation team. He pieced it together. The dealer's faction was on the move. "Let's go," he said, deciding to join them for the next 2 days while he was free. "That's the thing," she replied. "We have a mountain of cases. The captain wants you to oversee all of them." The workload was immense. 7 days wouldn't even scratch the surface. The system laughed, realizing Qingyu knew Wu wanted to leave the tower. A clever move. By burying Wu in work, Qingyu not only kept him close and under his protection, but also firmly inside the tower. Wu understood the scheme perfectly. As he strode down the corridor, the system noted that Qingyu had made one small miscalculation. The main character already had a far better companion. "It's no problem," Wu announced confidently. "Let's see the scope of this work." Her eyes widened in astonishment at his unwavering calm. Soon, they arrived on the second floor of the imposing tower. "We're here," she said. She approached a door marked Interrogation Team Office and led him inside, explaining it was a branch of the 7th Division's Intelligence Corps. Looking around the sparse office, Wu asked, "You don't have computers here?" Jansun, sitting at a table, lit a cigarette. "That kind of tech is only on the 3rd floor," he grumbled. "We don't have anything like that down here." He stood, massaging his temples. Shu introduced him as Sun, the head of the interrogation team. Sun looked Wu over, noting he'd heard the rumors. "We need your help," he admitted. "All the cold cases from the last year are piled up right here." The system analyzed Sun in an instant, a maximalist who enjoyed the process more than the result, especially when it came to his relationships. An interesting character. Wu deduced that the 3rd floor's technology was on par with his past life. That meant the 4th floor would be even more advanced, and the 5th floor would be something straight out of the future. "What do all these cases have in common?" he asked, cutting straight to the point. Sun crossed his arms. "Nothing. These aren't the work of some serial killer. Every case is unique. If there's one similarity," he continued, "it's that we have our main suspects, but we're stuck on the method, the motive, and the evidence." Sun figured Wu knew the score on the lower floors. The locals never cooperate. Collecting evidence is a near impossible task, so that was the problem. The department was drowning in cases, but every single one hit a dead end right at the evidence gathering stage. Sun confirmed it as he walked away from his desk. "And you should know," he added, "a new case pops up on the lower floors every single day." The interrogation teams of all 16 divisions were completely swamped. And frankly, there were cases they just didn't want to touch. He collapsed onto a sofa, throwing his head back in exhaustion. "Who sends us a boss like that?" he muttered. Wu guessed he was talking about Qing Yu. Sun flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Who else Qing Yu cares too much? The lower floors are pure chaos," he sighed. "But the worse it gets, the more he pushes us to prove something. To show the people down there that they haven't been abandoned, that they aren't just a disposable workforce." The system observed that in this post-apocalyptic world of lies, some people always rise up, trying to change the unchangeable. It was a surprisingly noble cause. Holding a stack of files, Wu asked a critical question. "Does this team have the authority to arrest the suspects?" Sun affirmed they did. While their status wasn't on par with the tower's death corps, the higher-ups had granted them real power. At least when dealing with those on the lower floors, their power was absolute. They had the right to arrest and interrogate for 7 full days. And even if they jailed the wrong person for a week, the higher-ups wouldn't say a word. Wu knew this wasn't about trust in the top brass and their intelligence corps. It was pure contempt for the people below, a complete violation of their rights. He knew it would be difficult for Chingu to change this broken system. He spoke with chilling resolve. "In that case, bring me every suspect in these cases." Walking to his desk, he ordered, "Get help from other interrogation teams if you don't have enough people." Stunned by his command, Sun asked, "Did you really say?" "Everyone," the protagonist shot back. "Is there a problem?" Sun quickly clarified that wasn't the issue, explaining, "We're talking about more than 100 people. Can you truly handle that?" The protagonist simply sat down, placed his elbows on the table, and closing his eyes, he declared, "Outside the tower, neither Qing Yu nor Wu Zhou ever doubted my word. I expect the members of this unit to do the same." In that moment, Sun knew Wu was the real deal. He was well aware that Wu Zhou was always hostile to newcomers, and relentlessly sarcastic. Wu, already digging through documents, ordered Sun, "Go! Do as I said." Sun immediately complied. A short time later, a massive crowd of suspects filled the unit room. Staff scrambled to maintain order, telling everyone to calm down and be patient as they were lined up to go in one by one. Sun, a cigarette dangling from his lips, jotted down notes in a book, muttering to himself that there were indeed a ton of people. He wondered if Wu could actually pull this off. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, startling him. "What are all these people doing here?" Sun explained they were handling the boss's latest orders. Wide-eyed with amazement, Mu asked, "What happened?" "A mass stabbing on the ground floor," Sun calmly corrected him. "We've gathered every single suspect for the unsolved cases." Mu's jaw dropped, utterly shocked. Sun added, "Presumably, we're going to solve all of them." "At once?" Mu asked, again, assuming Chingu was leading the interrogation. "He must have nothing better to do," he noted. "That's not it," Sun began to explain, who was truly in charge. But Mu wasn't listening. Waving a dismissive hand as he left, he said, "You guys work hard. I'm going to rest. I just got back from a mission and I'm exhausted." Not bothering to argue, Sun wished him well and entered the observation room. Asking, "How are things going?" the woman inside replied, "Sun, you're just in time. Wu has started the interrogation." Sun waved his hand, motioned for them to sit, and fixed his gaze on the monitor broadcasting from inside the interrogation room. Looking at the suspect, Sun's memory sparked. "This is a murder case," he said. The deceased was her husband. There were 2 killers, both from the lower Jai floor. But this woman, she carries herself like she's from the 3rd floor. Taking a drag, Sun added that the investigation later discovered that this woman was cheating on her husband. Their relationship was a complete disaster. He had practically crawled at the feet of a goddess and courted her with everything he had, even managing to marry her. But the marriage was a total sham. That's why the boss suspected her. But he could never find any solid evidence. At that moment, the woman looked at Wu and pleaded, "Please listen. I've already told you everything. On the day of my husband's death, I was at the casino. The entire staff can confirm this," the system declared. This woman is not the murderer, but an accomplice. It noted she was a socialite who could barely afford to live. Though from the 1st floor, she dressed like a 3rd floor aristocrat. She was also dating the casino owner, fighting daily for every luxury with no savings to her name. She didn't love her husband, a simple minor, not one bit. Wu's brow furrowed as he listened. The system advised, "Have Shu call the owner of that casino." The protagonist pieced it together. He assumed she'd teamed up with her lover to kill her husband for his money. The classic motive of a socialite. He gave a slight wave of his hand, and Sun, instantly understanding the signal, ordered Shu to go to him. She immediately agreed and headed for the interrogation room. At that exact moment, the pen twitched and the protagonist emerged from the room, a document in his hands. Noticing Shu, he said, "You're just in time," making her jump in surprise. He instructed her to bring in the casino owner named in the case, then interrogate the woman and her lover, separately. He suggested a strategy. Like the prisoner's dilemma, emphasize the information I've written down during the interrogation, and their trust in each other will quickly collapse. Shu, stunned by his plan, could only say she understood as Wu moved on to the next case, leaving this one to the staff. Shu winced slightly but agreed. The protagonist then approached interrogation room number 2. 5 minutes later, he emerged, announcing, "The murder weapon has been identified. It's a hand-sharpening tool, hidden inside a bookshelf." He handed the file to Chi, who had just arrived. "We'll go search for it immediately," Chi declared. After that, Wu entered interrogation room number 3, and an hour later, Sun burst into the group room, shouting, "We need help, urgently!" He caught the attention of Juan and Gal, asking them to come quickly, borrowing men from the 3rd and 9th divisions. They wondered where he was rushing off to, surprised that the 7th division was suddenly so short-staffed. Sin revealed their boss had unearthed a true monster, someone who was clearing cases at an unbelievable speed. He had already assigned every last one of his own men, but it still wasn't enough. Sin confessed that otherwise. He never would have bothered his colleagues. They were skeptical, asking just how fast this newcomer really was, telling Sin not to exaggerate, gathering a stack of files. He announced with a dead serious face that Wu's had solved 10 cases in a single hour. His comrades were left speechless. He added that the main character seemed to see the entire crime unfold in his mind. With startling accuracy, he had uncovered every piece of evidence. Juan and Ji could only wonder about Wu's true power, but he offered no answers, simply announcing his departure. "I'm taking these cases with me," he declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Send your people to me, and if you see Go and Captain Mu, tell them I'll be borrowing personnel from the 11th and 13th divisions as well." His comrades could only stare, utterly dumbfounded by his audacity. Sun approached Shu and Chi, instructing them to hand their own cases over to Wu. He would personally handle the temporary reassignment of agents from the other teams. They could do nothing but agree to the command. Sun then glanced at the monitor, where the interrogation was still being displayed. "Which suspect is the protagonist on now?" he asked. She replied that it was the 12th in a row, her voice filled with disbelief at the inhuman pace Wu maintained. Sun lit a cigarette. "Turn off the monitor," he ordered, "and delete every record of the previous interrogations." She looked at him, confused. What was he planning? Sun exhaled a cloud of smoke. "I have a feeling," he said, "that if this continues, Wu will solve 100 cases in a single day. And I know Captain Mu and the other vultures, who love to poach talent. They won't miss a chance to snatch Wu away. But they can't take what they can't prove. Without the records, they would only have rumors to chase. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the 13th Division, Captain Mu stared at the order in his hands.
A temporary coordination, he growled in frustration. He couldn't make sense of it, and his assistant admitted he was just as clueless.
The word was that the 7th Division's interrogation group had somehow cleared their entire backlog of cold cases at once. They were demanding manpower to help detain the suspects. The 3rd, 9th, and 11th Divisions had already surrendered their own people. Mu scoffed in disbelief. He knew exactly how pathetic the 7th Division's team was. He slapped the documents in his hand. If they had the ability to solve these ancient cases, he muttered, they would have done it years ago. Unless they got reinforcements. Suddenly, Mu's eyes flew wide open as an image of Wu flashed in his mind. He cursed, crushing the papers in his fist before slamming it onto the table. The force of the blow terrified his assistant. With his eyes shut in fury, Mu lamented, "Why is my unit number 13 kite?" Late that night, the lights still burned brightly at the intelligence corps branch. Back at the 7th Division's headquarters, Chi rested his head on the table, completely drained. It's finally over. He sighed. He never dreamed that after clearing their own cases, Wu would proceed to solve the entire backlog for every other team in the unit. Sun examined a document, nodding in agreement. After we report this month's numbers to the higher-ups, he noted, we're guaranteed to get some serious support. The captain had buried Wu under a mountain of work that should have taken weeks, if not months. But he had conquered it all in a single day. His power was undeniable. Sun worried, however, that such talent would only attract unwanted attention. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "We're back," a voice announced. Shu opened the door, revealing Wu, who wanted to speak with Sun. The main character mentioned he had overheard them talking about material support from the floors above. Sun shrugged, explaining that, unlike other teams, the interrogation unit's funding was tied to performance. They had to submit a monthly report of solved cases to receive any financial support at all. Before Captain Chimu, their predecessors had often faked the numbers. But after he took command, he refused to engage in such deceit. The system was surprised. For a killer from outside the tower, Chimu was unshakably principled. Wu declared that with a man like Chimu in charge, they would never close a case without uncovering the complete truth. He then guessed, "You haven't seen any of that financial support for a very long time. Have you?" Chi gasped, exclaiming that he was exactly right. "Wu, you saved us," he declared. "You cleared all those cases like a god descending from the heavens." Shu added that their team could finally breathe again. Sun poured 2 drinks, admitting honestly, "These files have been hanging over us like an old, crippling debt." He handed a glass to the protagonist. "This burden has been weighing us down for far too long." He then remembered that Shu had mentioned Wu wanted to discuss something. "What's on your mind?" he asked. "We have enough people for now." "It's fine," Wu replied smoothly. "The faster we finish, the faster we can rest." They clinked their glasses together.
"We just need to clarify the official story for everyone," Wu began. "I have no talent for investigation. I was just lucky enough to ask the right questions."
"As a freelancer," he continued, "you gave me a great chance to practice." Sun just smiled. No one was ever going to believe that story again. Chi shook his fist in the air. That's like the top student who claims they just guessed on every answer. It was a ridiculously unconvincing excuse. She simply stood by, clutching a folder of documents to her chest, still lost in awe.
"I'll brief everyone on the details of these cases later," the protagonist announced. "Once the interrogations are complete."
The fact that so many were solved at once was merely a coincidence. The captain had been secretly aiding the investigations all along. "The evidence was found long ago," he explained, walking to the table. "All those cases were already solved. Today, we simply closed the books." He knew people would have their suspicions, but the details in the documents would be their shield. If anyone started asking questions, the team just has to present the files. Sun's eyes lit up with understanding. Wu was making them the heroes of the investigation. He was positioning himself as just an ordinary employee who helped organize the data. "Exactly," the protagonist confirmed. "But why?" Sun asked. "And why wait to close all the cases at the same time? The whole thing feels..." He trailed off, searching for the right word. Sun, still confused, questioned the connection. But our hero declared his true goal to capture the attention of the floors above. He couldn't grasp the strategy. Why abandon the shadows now? Setting down his glass, Wu began to reveal his philosophy. This was only his personal opinion, he warned, admitting he held no love for the powers that be. In just a few days, he had seen enough. He now understood the lower floor was a festering wound of crime. As long as the upper floors looked away, the darkness below would only continue to spread.
"Any problem must be viewed in 2 ways: up close and from a distance," On an individual level, it's clear the criminals acted
from a broken moral compass, or a moment that shattered their lives. But from a global perspective, one must ask a different question. What kind of environment breeds such desperation so often? That is a problem beyond the control of a small interrogation team. In order to fix the very system, they needed political backing from above. Sun's eyes lit up with understanding. He was certain that even the stoic Xingyu's stone-cold face would crack a smile at this plan. Wu was absolutely right. Dropping so many cases at once would force them to look. It would command the full attention of the highest levels. He ordered Shu and Shi to relay a message to the entire group. A storm of work was coming. Every detail and piece of evidence had to be airtight, with zero contradictions between cases. And at the same time, they had to carefully manage the criminals they held. They accepted the order immediately. But then, Sun suddenly recalled a critical issue. The criminals were arrested one by one. He asked, "Can you really remember all their testimonies in detail?" The protagonist just chuckled, closing his eyes. Isn't photographic memory a basic skill for our team? His casual words hit them like a physical blow. Seeing their shock, Wu told them not to worry. A few days later, at the Intelligence Corps branch, in the office of the 7th Division's captain, Chingu was signing off on documents. "You solved every single case," he stated. Wu, standing before him, replied, "That's not for outsiders to know." But Chingu saw right through him. "You're in such a rush to leave the tower. You blazed through all the work I gave you." The main character's response was simple. Members of the Intelligence Corps are forbidden to leave without permission. Chingu's brow furrowed. "Indeed, that is the rule, which is why you must understand the risk you're taking. The punishment will be severe if you are caught." In addition, Chingu gave a grave warning. You must be keenly aware of your own limits. If a situation becomes life-threatening, it is better not to get involved. The system understood Chingu's hidden message, leave no trace, and prioritize your own survival. Wu nodded, thinking to himself that his captain was becoming more and more fascinating. Rising from his chair, Chingu continued, "I've already sent the report on the solved cases up the ladder. But be warned, cleansing the lower levels is a long process. By moving so many pieces at once, you've kicked up a political storm. However, the pressure on those obstructing us will be even greater. Too many of these cases fall directly under their jurisdictions." Stepping closer to Wu, he placed a hand on his shoulder. "You've done good work," he praised. Our hero simply thanked him for the praise. Chingu then presented a token. "This is your reward. If you need to leave the tower, you can acquire gear from the supply team. Some items require special access, but this token will open those doors for you." As Wu took the pass, the system chimed in. The Intelligence Corps had operated outside the tower for years. Of course, their armory would hold countless powerful items, while most were for weapons. There were also rare artifacts, with unknown effects, hidden from the main treasury. With this pass, Wu could access them all. The system insisted that the items in this vault were far superior to those in the Jian Lord. Turning back to Chingu, Wu secured the token. "Are there any other orders, sir?" "I have filed the report on your expedition. In 4 days. The Correctional Corps will send an official to learn the details." It seemed the upper floors were deeply interested in the events at that hospital, especially the high-level fallen who had retained their sanity. This was why others would be coming to ask questions. Wu knew he would be questioned, but asked, "Will Aza and Zia have to answer as well?" Chingu explained that everyone would be interrogated. "In that case, I hope you can help me keep a secret." The captain's interest was piqued. "What is it? Do not tell the Correctional Corps." "About the disc we found at the end. Is there something special about it?" Chingu inquired. The protagonist explained, "I'm still looking into it, but once I have the results, I will report them to you." Chingu understood completely and gave his word. "I'll tell the others not to mention the disc." He then picked up a file folder. "There's one more thing." He handed the documents to Wu. "This is the information we agreed on. Please check it." As the protagonist began to read, the system noted that the investigation of the 9th Mental Hospital was researched to meticulous detail. It admired Chingu's skill, but then noticed a deliberate change. He had written that Wu and Shuang shared responsibility for leading the team. The system was amazed at how protective Chingu was. Finishing the report, the protagonist closed the folder, declaring, "I've memorized everything." Chingu closed his eyes. "Then go to the supply group. Choose something for self-defense." With a final dismissal, Wu walked out into the corridor. He offered his thanks and left through the door. Alone, Chingu placed a palm on his forehead. He admitted to himself that he never expected Wu to handle all that work in a single day, let alone with such surprises. Despite this, a smile formed on his face. It seems I'll have to reassess his abilities entirely. Meanwhile, walking down the street, Wu arrived at a large, imposing building. He knew what this place was, the Intelligence Corps' main weapons warehouse. And leaning against a concrete wall, in a relaxed pose, was a lone figure, with one hand casually in his pocket. A man turned to Bai Wu and gestured for him to pass. This was Jingchu, of the Intelligence Corps' supply team. He explained that this was their weapons warehouse, though Bai Wu noticed items that were clearly not weapons at all. A system window popped up. It informed Bai Wu that Jingchu liked Yunshu, but she, in turn, liked Shui. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by towering rows of shelves. Jingchu gestured around, asking Bai Wu to ignore the clutter. He then explained that everything the 7th Division recovered from its expeditions ended up right here. He mentioned some truly rare gems were hidden among the junk, advising Bai Wu to choose carefully and take his time. The protagonist stopped in front of a shelf. His eyes landed on a cup and saucer. The system analyzed it, a large coffee mug, discovered in a cafe within the ruins of a forgotten city.
According to the system, pouring coffee into this mug would perfect its taste, and preserve that perfection indefinitely.
But there was a catch. The system noted this extraordinary effect only worked on coffee. Next, Praise-Eye informed Bai Wu about a stage voice changer. It could hide his Adam's apple and automatically select a voice, male or female, based on his own preferences. The system made a snarky remark that Lian Yu would absolutely love something like that. While the system was talking, Bai Wu's gaze fell upon a small pendant and a pair of gloves. The system explained that for a completely unarmed person, these gloves would become a weapon in and of themselves. It then asked if any further clarification was needed, before concluding that it had already said everything important. At that same moment, both the main character and the system noticed it as stark white mask, resting against a box on the shelf. Praise-Eye immediately recognized it as a quality item. It explained that the mask itself was indestructible. However, as the user's health dropped, the mask's effect would weaken, until the wearer's face was completely exposed. The system called this fate, and nothing more. It then reported that he had seen a message about this, back at the 9th Mental Hospital. The main character questioned it in his mind. I've already seen it. Praise-Eye confirmed this was true. It had spotted the information in one of the archive documents. However, at the time, the main priority was finding clues to fight the poor thing. So, Praise-Eye had saved the secondary, less critical clues for him. The document it saved for Bai Wu contained a fascinating story. It told of a legend in a neighboring city, about a man in a mask who began hunting the fallen. At first, it seemed like a simple urban myth, but the writer was stunned to have seen the masked man with his own eyes that very day. The document continued, stating that the man in the mask, he delivered every fallen he captured to a certain mental hospital. The writer added a rumor that he was working with the hospital's director. The system window turned to Bai Wu. So what do you think, Shimo? It asked, its tone filled with satisfaction. Pretty cool, right? The protagonist gazed at the mask in his hand. He thought to himself, if this really was that man's mask, it meant someone had already been to that city. He was beginning to understand. Even though the world outside the towers seemed random, every zone, every space, was somehow connected in a grand, unseen web. Jingchu, arms crossed, watched him from behind. So, you're taking the mask? He asked. Bai Wu smiled, holding it up for him to see. Everything else here is basically a household item, he replied. It's completely unclear how to use them. He then added that compared to all that, the mask didn't seem so useless. Jingchu held out his hand, conceding the point. That's also true, he admitted, then asked, are you sure you don't want to look around some more? The protagonist slipped the mask into his bag. No need, he said. This will be more than enough for me. A short time later, inside Qingyi's trading store, Bai Wu pulled the mask over his head. Qingyi let out an excited scream, her eyes glued to the mask with pure admiration. She clenched her fists, impulsively asking, so this is an item from the Intelligence Corps. She declared it a completely fresh find, the kind of thing you just don't see every day. Qingyi then leaned in close. Can I play with it for a few days? She pleaded. The protagonist deadpanned. You already know the answer is no. He changed the subject. The equipment and the new identity I asked for. Is everything ready? With a proud look, Qingyi placed a hand on her chest. Who do you take me for? She shot back. She straightened her posture. You think I can't handle a simple request like that? In that moment, she thought to herself that if he couldn't even handle this, he wasn't worthy of courting her. She then informed him that she'd acquired the equipment and secured his secret identity by noon on the second day. Qingyi then told Bai Wu that her contact didn't just give it to her. They needed to see results first. She explained that if everything went smoothly, He would let them use it for the long term. She then lifted a box onto the table. This is the earliest streaming equipment available on the lower floor.
There are only 3 sets in existence, she added. And the other 2 belong to rival streaming companies. The box Qingyi presented contained highly specialized gear.
Praise, I noted that it looked similar to what he'd seen before, but it couldn't transmit a signal to the 3rd floor, only to the public screens in Gyeonloport. Just then, the system alerted Bai Wu to a presence outside, reminding him to stay safe and to always wear the mask so no one could recognize him. The protagonist, examining the equipment, asked, "What time do we start?" Qingyi put her hands on her hips. "As soon as you're ready, we can get everything set up," she answered. She then grew more serious. "Lately, all the broadcasts have been fakes. It's become too dangerous outside the tower," she explained, "and fewer people are willing to risk their lives." Qingyi then shared a chilling fact. This year, there had only been 6 real streams. In 5 of them, the streamers were torn to shreds by the fallen. She raised a finger for emphasis.
"You can just imagine," she said. "All the viewers on the lower floor. On one hand, they're terrified, but on the other, they're thrilled by the danger." She explained that this was why
The port's main sponsors were buzzing, eagerly awaiting his debut. But Prazy, scanning the broadcasts, delivered a cold dose of reality. The popular streams, all staged. For these people, streaming outside the tower was a return to the brutal, lawless struggles of the past. This was the kind of danger that truly sharpened one's senses. The main character stared into the distance, his expression grim. Past experience painted a stark picture. His survival rate, he calculated, was a mere 16%. With a heavy heart, he faced the truth of his situation. With no legitimate way to earn money on the lower floors, and the fallen kept isolated. This was his only path. He had to try. If it all went south, he could always retreat to the starting point. Suddenly, Qingyi appeared, her face beaming with excitement. She raised her hands high, holding a strange outfit. "You need to think this through," she chirped, her intuition telling her he wasn't a complete fool. "But listen, outside the tower, no one can guarantee your safety." Then, with a flourish, she presented her solution. "Look here, a Jilin suit. You might just need this for your stream," she declared. The protagonist stared, completely bewildered by the garment in her hands. Prazy's voice chimed in. "That is a leotard, styled after a superhero from 700 years ago." The AI flatly recommended refusal, calling the design genuinely unsettling. It did note, however, that the Jilin fabric could absorb a certain amount of damage. Qingyi, looking immensely proud, crossed her arms. "Just add a mask from the intelligence core," she declared. "And the costume problem is officially solved. Now," she said, "for the final step." She pointed to his ID. "As a member of the intelligence core, you can't just leave the tower."
"But," she noted with a sly grin, "you can register with the Mercenary Guild." With that, Qingyi gestured for him to follow.
"Come on, I'll take you there," she urged, before yelling over her shoulder, "Cheese shop is closed for the day." A short time later, Bai Wu and Qingyi stood before a man wreathed in cigar smoke, lounging behind a makeshift table. "For humanitarian reasons," the man droned. "A mercenary group requires at least 6 members to register." The 2 of them were standing on the street just outside the mercenary headquarters. "However," the man continued, a smirk playing on his lips, "for every action, there is a reaction." He looked directly at Bai Wu. "Even if you're alone, I can register you and forge IDs for 5 phantom comrades." He leaned in. "Assuming you're willing to cover the additional fee of 500 tas." The protagonist held out his hand, looking pointedly at Qingyi. With an irritated huff, she plunged a hand into her bag.
"Fine," she snapped, her voice tight with frustration. "I'll pay." She slammed the bag onto the table. "Excellent," the man purred. "This way, things get much more interesting." He gestured with his cigar-holding hand, a cloud of smoke puffing into the air. "According to the rules, you must... what I mean is, you must name your comrades," he clarified. "Code names will suffice." Bai Wu's gaze was locked onto the cigar burning between the man's fingers. Then he spoke a single word. "Constantine." The man poised his pen, ready to write. "Cool," he grunted, scribbling it down. "And the second," the protagonist answered without hesitation. "By Pia." The man's pen froze. He looked up, confused. "Are you sure about that name?" he asked, receiving only silence in return. "All right, then." "Who's the third?" Bai Wu replied instantly. "Xi Ying." Then he continued. "The fourth is Chanel." Behind Bai Wu, Qingyi was desperately trying to stifle her laughter. Her hands clamped over her mouth as the registration officer stared in disbelief. The main character, completely unfazed, kept listing names. "The fifth," he stated calmly, "is Lu Qingxi." Qingyi's laughter died instantly. Her eyes flew wide open in shock. Wait a minute, she blurted out, her voice rising with irritation. What is this? Then she exploded. You're obviously talking about me. The protagonist ignored her completely. And the sixth is named Xiai Ibing. The mercenary was so stunned
that the ash from his cigar tumbled down, forgotten, onto the very form he was filling out. Chingy's fury finally boiled over.
Are you kidding me? She shrieked. I'm paying your bribes. I'm handling all the logistics. I even negotiated a profit split with the shadow sponsor. And you stick my name right next to ridiculous nicknames like Bipia? She glared at him, demanding. What am I supposed to
make of this? All the while, the man with the cigar just kept repeating a mantra to himself. Silence is golden. Silence is golden. Just finish this quickly. Later that evening, as the sun began to set, Chingy looked around in shock. This is... They were in Bai Wu's small Spartan room. My home, he explained simply. I did this so it would be easier for you to contact me in the future. Now you know the way. Chingy planted her hands on her hips, indignant. Don't think you can just do everything your way, she shot back. No matter what, we're partners now. You have to give me at least one chance to use that camera. The protagonist simply nodded in agreement. He sat down at a table, looking bored, and rested his chin on his fist. If we truly are partners, he said, his eyes locking onto hers, then you can tell me, what's so special about that camera? His gaze intensified. Why are you so obsessed with it, and what was filmed on it in the past? Chingy averted her eyes, flustered. Who told you something was filmed with it? The main character stared straight through her facade. You can't ask a question like that, he stated calmly. If I've reached a conclusion, it means I have my reasons. He leaned forward slightly. Besides, your face gives you away. Since we're partners, why hide this from me? He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Of course, he added softly. If it's something you can't talk about, you can refuse. Chingy looked away, her expression a whirlwind of conflict, a conflicted look on her face before finally speaking. It won't be so scary if I just tell you, she murmured, and her story began. Chingy stood awkwardly in the middle of the room, averting her gaze. 2 years ago, she explained, 2 of her closest friends vanished. She reminded him that in the tower, there's a cruel hierarchy where the powerful prey on the weak, a grim reality for everyone. She recounted how 3 years ago, from the lower floors, one by one, women started to disappear, roughly 1 every week, all of them sharing one trait: they were beautiful. Chingy explained that people from her floor had pleaded with the upper 3 for help, but the outcome was always the same. Men were often sent to fight in survival games, and some women too. But the beautiful women were taken for something far worse. Chingy sank onto the bed, her hands gripping her thighs so tightly her knuckles turned white. She said heavily that she probably didn't need to spell out what they endured. He could imagine it himself. The main character stared ahead, thinking that for the Tower's era, with its backward social structure, this kind of horror was likely all too common. He thought of those women, and a cold fear gripped him, knowing nothing good could have been waiting for them. With strained hands, Chimmy explained that the elites on the upper floors had everything they could ever want, and all their entertainment had grown stale. She said with chilling certainty that those girls would never return as they were cast outside the tower. Lifting her head, she added a rumor she'd heard that all the monstrous fallen outside were once human. Turning to Beiwu, she asked what he thought. Could a person from the tower ever meet one of them? During an expedition, Beiwu sat silently at the table, his expression lost in thought. Chingy let out a small, bitter laugh, noting it seemed like an impossible question to answer. She looked to the ceiling with a glimmer of hope, confessing that she used to be in a very different line of work. She told Beiwu that she and her friends had opened their own clothing store, wanting people on the lower floors to have a chance to dress with style. A faint smile touched her lips as she said it was a wonderful time. I wasn't always like this, she admitted. She confessed that she, too, once had big dreams. But then her friends disappeared, and their shared dream naturally vanished right along with them. The store closed down. She managed to escape that fate, but she could no longer go back to her old life. And to approach the humble core to report the aristocrats, she would need ironclad proof. With a devastatingly sad expression, Chingy stared at the floor. If only, she whispered, we hadn't gotten interested in things we shouldn't have. The protagonist watched, Chingy carefully. He realized her friends must have been investigating the abductions by the upper floor nobles, Prezine. Confirmed this was not a matter for those on the lower floors. It explained that most of the victims were homeless, with no one to fight for them. But Chingy's friends had managed to open a business on the lower floor. This meant the three of them possessed a certain level of skill and connections. Logically, the depraved elites looking for playthings wouldn't target women like them. Bei Wu considered this. However, they still went, and even managed to film something extraordinary before disaster struck. He understood now. The camera's footage was destroyed, its owner was missing, and Chingy was desperately forging connections with all kinds of men, widening her circle of acquaintances. He suspected it was a form of self-preservation. Holding a hand to his head, Bei Wu felt it all click into place. He finally understood why signing up for the mercenary corps was so easy. It was all a system designed to help the powerful commit their filthy deeds. Rising from his chair, he thought to himself, "This is the world of the high tower, rotten from the very top to the absolute bottom." He turned to Chingy. "Having a righteous heart is a good thing," he said. "But you both severely underestimated your enemies." Chingy looked up, her expression filled with shock. Before her gaze fell once more, she figured he must have guessed everything. So much time had passed. She said, "They would have finished their cruel games with them long ago, and cast them outside the tower." She then turned to Bei Wu and asked what he thought, assuming her friends had become fallen. If they met her outside, would they try to eat her? The protagonist stepped closer. "The world outside the tower is vast," he replied. "You shouldn't torture yourself with what hasn't happened." He paused, then added, "However, if I should meet them out there, I will tell them that you miss them dearly." Tears welled in Chingy's eyes as she breathed his name. The protagonist sharply cut through the tender moment. "I need to change and prepare to leave the tower." He then ordered her coldly to leave the room. He placed the newly acquired mask over his face, his decision made. He was leaving. Bei Wu was now clad in the gear Chingy had provided. His face, concealed by the mask, in this new guise, he walked toward the exit. Outside the tower, a torrential rain was falling. Jinlin struggled to catch his breath, rainwater streaming down his battered face. Scratches and bruises covered his skin. Yang Xian, standing at the mouth of a hollow in a dead tree, commanded Liang Yu and Qinlin to calm their breathing as much as possible. He ordered them to stop thinking about what just happened. Liang Yu and Qinlin, their faces, heavy with dread, obeyed the orders from Yang Xian. Qinlin, his expression terrified, turned to his captain. "Mr. San and Matzi," he stammered. He never finished the sentence. Yang Xian clamped a hand over his mouth with a menacing glare, gripping his shoulder. He hissed, "If you don't calm down right now, I'll throw you out of this hollow myself." With a grim look, Yang Xian explained that the monster could, drawn by the scent of his despair, he confirmed their grim fate. Now, he wondered if death was coming for him too. Yan Shun gripped Shinlin's shoulders tightly. The three of them were trapped in a suffocatingly small space, imprisoned by trees. Lianu, who had been watching in silence, finally turned to his boss. He declared their situation hopeless. The monster had shattered their teleportation discs. Now, all they could do was wait for death. But 4 hours before this moment of despair, 5 warriors led by Yang Shun stood outside the tower, surrounded by a menacing forest. Yang Shun turned to Lianu. He ordered him to pinpoint the number of fallen nearby, while everyone else was to prepare for battle. A moment later, Lianu adjusted his mechanical glasses and turned to Yang. "Just one fallen," Shun sneered, noticing its pitifully weak aura. At that moment, Yang Shun glanced around and declared the expedition a cakewalk. With a confident smirk, he roared, "Let the hunt begin!" But moments later, that confidence shattered into a million pieces. His eyes flew wide with absolute terror. He saw the fallen, cleaved completely in two, holding the limp body of a mercenary named Air Matty in its grasp. His comrade's name was screamed into the rain, but he was already gone. The fallen began to squeeze, and blood poured from the corpse. Chen Lin stared, frozen in horror. "Tss," Yang Xin shrieked. "Activate the teleportation disc. Get us out of here, now." He screamed for him to hurry, but S never stood a chance. Before he could even react, his time ran out. The fallen's arm stretched, impossibly long, and shot forward like a spear, piercing straight through S's chest as blood erupted from his back. A shower of crimson rained down on Yang Shun's horrified face. "Old San!" he screamed, his expression a mask of terror. The creature, its severed head already reformed, raised the blood-soaked limb to its mouth and began to lick it clean. "Why?" Yang Xin roared in furious disbelief, watching the monster savor the blood of his fallen comrades. "How is it unkillable?" Lianu's voice trembled. Now only 3 remained, huddled together inside a tree hollow. "I understand now," Yangan growled, his knuckles white around his weapon. That monster! It pretended to be weak to lure us into a trap. If my guess is right, he continued, its intelligence is terrifyingly high. It might have even known what the teleportation disc was for, so... Which is why it destroyed them first. Just then, a crippling interference descended upon them, the penalty for being outside the tower's protection. Lianu was struck with corruption. Yang Xin was afflicted by confusion, and Qin Lin was hit with a slowdown debuff. Yang Xin scowled. It feels like 4 hours have passed. They had no way to fight back, and now the world itself was against them. It can't get any worse than this, he muttered darkly. Qin Lin, huddled low, turned to him. That thing is eating San's corpse. Do you think, he asked, if we stay completely quiet, maybe we can avoid death? Lianu shattered that fragile hope.
We're all going to die soon, he stated flatly. Don't build false hope. The chances of anyone finding us out here
are practically zero. Once it finishes with San, we're next. We might as well think of something beautiful in the time we have left. A fire suddenly ignited in Liang Yu's eyes as he slammed his weapon into the ground. We might die, but we will not just sit here and wait for it. He shot to his feet, ordering his 2 companions to get up. The rain has stopped, he declared. We can try to escape. But just then, footsteps crunched outside their shelter. What? Yangan stammered in confusion. How did that monster return so quickly? But it wasn't the Fallen. A figure in new equipment, his face concealed by a mask, called out, Come out and let me see you. The next rain will be here in 300 seconds, he warned. We have very little time. If you want to survive, he explained, it would be best to exchange information while we scout the area. Yangan, Lianu, and Qin Lin were speechless. Then, in perfect unison, they gasped. A human? At that very moment, in the port of Jianlu, a colossal screen on a hill began to flicker. Qing Yi stood behind a wall, a sly smile playing on her lips as she looked ahead. She leaned against the building, raised a walkie-talkie, and gave the order. Get ready! Her command was sharp. Turn it on! Across the city, the massive screens went dark. The residents looked up in confusion. Why did the TV break? Then, a new image blazed to life. It was a live feed from outside the tower, showing everything from Bai Wu's perspective. Is that a stream from outside the tower? Someone screamed. The shouts echoed through the streets. Quick, call Old Man Wang, the etheric towers are broadcasting again. Meanwhile, back in the unknown jungle, Liang Yu, Yang Xin, and Qin Lin emerged from their hiding place. So you finally came out, Bai Wu noted, as his system, Praise I, began its analysis.
A storm of questions flooded the system window. Why are only 3 people left from a team of 5? And why did 1 weak Fallen?
'Cause such a massacre. Why are all the teleportation discs broken? What happened to the bald one? And what sorrow did he endure? Praise, I continued relentlessly. What secrets are hidden under the strong appearance of his sideburns? Another question appeared. Is this a change in human nature or moral decay? Then it addressed Bai Wu directly. Welcome to the world of the 7th disciple. The protagonist's mind raced. The 7th disciple, again. It had to be. This Fallen was another student of Ilya's master. Lianu, his face pale with terror, cautiously addressed the newcomer. Who are you? He asked, his voice trembling. Are you a devil? Or another Fallen? A detailed description of Lianu appeared in the system window. It displayed his name, his accompanying power at the 3rd level, 1st stage, and notified Bai Wu that he was afflicted with the corruption debuff. Praise, I informed the protagonist. He thought about death, but now his desire to live is higher than anyone else's. High enough to do anything. You'd better remember what I'm about to say. Praise, I advised Bai Wu, because in the end, you will have to make a choice. The protagonist crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face as he gazed ahead. Not bad, he noted to himself. Not bad at all. A devil? Or a fallen one? The question echoed in his mind. Was this another choice-based quest? He turned to the desperate survivors. His answer firm. No, neither path leads to salvation. His gaze locked onto Liang Yu. Just how badly do you want to die? But before an answer could form, Yang Xun cut in, claiming to be inspired by the sight of another living soul. Yet, his actions betrayed his words. A blade flashed, pointing straight at Bai Wu. But tell me, who in the hell are you? At that moment, Yang Xun addressed him as Lord. Praise Eye activated, displaying intel on the man. His name was Yang Xun, and his accompanying power was level 3, 1st stage. He was also afflicted with a debuff confusion. The system then revealed a curious note. This man's speech patterns were ancient. Praise Eye lamented that Hollywood had closed 700 years ago. Wolverine 5 would never be filmed, and such an actor was going to waste. The system then warned Bai Wu the man had a fleeting thought to kill him and seize his teleportation disc. But the confusion debuff was clouding his judgment. Unfazed by the blade, our protagonist simply flicked the tip away with 2 fingers. Underestimating your enemy, he began coolly, has already cost you 2 companions. A level 3. First stage power is far too weak, and right now, your sense of direction is a complete mess. The protagonist then made a sharp observation. If I'm not mistaken, we've been trapped here for 4 hours. You'd best consider your next move very carefully. Yang Shun stared at Bai Wu, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could he possibly determine my power level with a single glance? The question screamed in his mind. Could he be a sniffer? Above the 4th level, no. That can't be. He desperately tried to convince himself. A sniffer of that caliber would never enter this territory alone. With a sudden jerk, Yang Sun pulled back the blade he had aimed at Bai Wu. The cold realization dawning on him, this man was on another level entirely. He straightened his posture. Please, forgive my rude behavior. Our main character raised a hand casually. You can call me Constantine. His voice was low, but carried immense weight. And if you wish to survive, you'd better throw those foolish ideas out of your head. A man named Chen Lin, his face a mask of confusion, asked, Can we truly survive this time? Just then, Praise Eye showed us intel on Chen Lin. His name appeared on the system window, along with his accompanying power, which was equal to the 2nd level of the 6th stage. He was suffering from a slowdown debuff, a chimera with light eyes and gray hair. The window also indicated that his attack power was between 2800 and 3500, and he was from the dragon race. Praise Eye informed the main character that despite all this, he was the most cowardly, yet also the most rational of the group. Then, it noticed an interesting talent number 777, the talent of the disc of joy and sorrow. Bai Wu crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on Chen Lin. The disc of joy and sorrow. A flicker of recognition sparked in his mind. He remembered exactly what it was, but before he could finish his thought, Yang Sun stepped forward, hands clasped respectfully. Lord, he began. May I ask a question? After a moment, Yang Shun continued. Why not lend us your teleportation disc? We could bring back reinforcements to rescue you. He then formally introduced himself. My name is Yang Shun. I have some reputation among mercenaries. My word can be trusted.
Our protagonist remained silent, studying the man. Praise Eye relayed critical information all 3 survivors must remain in this dungeon. If even one of them gets lost,
the consequences would be catastrophic. It also noted there were 8 different endings tied to these individuals, each with a unique reward. The protagonist stood before Liang Yu, Yang Shun, and Chen Lin, surrounded by the swampy, dark forest. At that moment, Praise Eye began to display a list of words on the system window. Wealth, fame, information, item, Keelin, or standard talents. Or perhaps, it asked Bai Wu, you need everything. The system warned him to choose wisely. Bai Wu gazed ahead, lost in thought. 3 people, and 8 endings. He quickly deduced the endings were tied to the survivors, the bald one, the old-fashioned one, and the chimera. With 3 individuals, there were indeed
8 possible combinations. All 3 could survive, or 1 could survive, or maybe 2. A total of 8 outcomes. And the fallen in this?
Area was a very interesting variable. His mind made up. He answered Yang Shun's request with a flat no. I don't trust any of you.
A baffled Yang Shun placed a hand on his chest. But why? He began to argue his case, pointing out that he was the only one with a
disc. Surely, the only way out was to send someone trustworthy for help. I will return, he insisted, and bring back a rescue party. Isn't that the best course of action? Bai Wu's reply was chilling. This monster's perception is incredibly sharp. He then posed a question. Haven't you wondered why it didn't just kill you, but destroyed your discs instead? A confused Yang Sun hesitantly suggested. Does this fallen one possess some kind of intelligence? It does, our protagonist affirmed. But think about it. It allowed you to escape. It could have wiped all of you out in an instant.
A flicker of dawning horror crossed Yang Sun's face. Are you saying that it... He couldn't finish his sentence.
Bai Wu cut him off, his voice grim. This fallen is enjoying your fear. It's savoring your despair. He then began to reveal the horrifying truth. For a creature like this, The more terror and negative emotions you experience before death, the more fragrant you become. Yang Shun, Chen Lin, and Liang Yu stared at Bai Wu, their faces pale with shock and abject terror. Our protagonist continued, "It destroyed your only escape route. It's playing a game of tag with you, all just to make its food taste better." He delivered the final, crushing blow. "That's the entire truth." Chen Lin collapsed to his knees, despair clouding his eyes. "So all this time?" "The Fallen was just playing with us." But Bai Wu simply held out a hand. "Believe it or not," he said, a strange light in his eyes. "This is actually good news." He then began to explain why. It was because the mask of bravery had finally shattered. There was no longer a reason to hide their terror. He laid out the cold, hard truth. If a single prey escapes, the hunter will simply devour the rest to sate its hunger. The protagonist then turned his piercing gaze to Yang Xin. "Would you still choose a rescue party now?" Yang Xin, his expression grim, processed the grim logic. "If that's true," he countered. "After sensing you, shouldn't this fallen one fear you'll lead everyone away?" Biwu held out his hand, a somber look on his face. "Tragically, this beast can't smell my presence at all." "What?" Yang Xin gasped in disbelief. "How is that even possible?" Wu stepped closer, his voice low. "If we want to survive this hunting ground,
We must uncover its secrets." With newfound resolve, Bu strode forward, leaving a bewildered Yang Xin in his wake.
"After that," Bu declared, "we will hunt this fallen one." Yang Xin stared, his voice trembling slightly. "You're going to kill it." "Are you joking?" The protagonist calmly pulled a watch from his pocket, his eyes fixed on the dial. "We have 2.5 minutes left." He tucked the watch away. "First, we find the next shelter." As he started walking, he added, "We'll talk on the way." "Wait," Yang Xin called out, his voice sharp. "What makes you so certain there are other shelters here?" The protagonist countered with a chilling question of his own. "Are you familiar with the tastes of a depraved hunter? Do you know what state they prefer their prey to be in?" Yang Xin's eyes widened in dawning horror as Bu answered for him. "These predators don't want a hopeless slaughter. No. They savor the desperate struggle, the glimmer of hope for salvation."
"Are you saying—" Yang Xin began, his voice barely a whisper. Bu cut him off, his point landing like a hammer blow. "In other words, if there's only one fallen in this
entire jungle, why hasn't it blocked every shelter over hundreds of years?" He let the question hang in the air. "It's because the fallen one left these shelters for us on purpose." Bu then gestured around them. "Look closely. The distance between the trees is uniform. The canopy above, it's all perfectly arranged." Cursing, Yang Sun finally understood. They were trapped inside a predator's elaborate arena. "I should have seen it sooner," he muttered, the agony clear in his voice. The protagonist, still leading the way, suddenly asked,
"The downpour from before, was it acid rain?" Yang Xin nodded grimly. "It looked like ordinary rainwater, but in reality,
"It was some kind of corrosive fluid," he noted. "It didn't affect the plant life at all. Only us. Only humans." A terrible memory flashed in his mind. "There were 5 of us at first," he recounted. "One of our scouts thought it was just a normal storm and decided to push forward.
But the rain instantly melted his skin. He died right where he stood." The main character pieced it together instantly.
"So that's what caused the emotional outburst. The panic is what drew the fallen to you." Looking at the ground, Yang Xin confirmed his theory. "Its speed and strength weren't overwhelming," he admitted. The main character knelt, his eyes fixed on a faint glow in the grass. "And so, you decided you could defeat it." Yang Xin started to make an excuse. "We only thought—" But he didn't get to finish. Biwu cut him off sharply. At that exact moment, his eyes locked onto the glowing patch of ground beneath his feet. From the grass emerged a small area, glowing with a deep, pulsing, crimson light. Looking at the strange phenomenon, Biwu announced to the others what he'd found. A voice echoed in his mind. "No fallen detected inside. Only one skeleton remains. Clues may be obtained from there."
"But hurry! Dollar has begun searching for its next meal." A new notification appeared. "Countdown initiated 400 seconds.
Biwu looked ahead, his mind racing. "Dealer?" he thought. "That must be the 7th disciple." He then turned to Lian, calling out, "Baldy, you stay here and keep watch. The rest of you, follow me down." Lian looked worried, starting to protest. "But—"
"Why do I have to stay?" The protagonist's logic was simple. Someone has to be the lookout. Besides, you're the sniffer. Yang Xin clapped a hand on his shoulder.
"Just listen to Beiwu." Standing at the edge of the glowing entrance, the protagonist declared, "I'll go first. You follow right behind me." But as he prepared to enter, Yang Xin stopped him. "Wait." He glanced over at Qinlin. "Let Qinlin go first." It'll be safer that way. Qinlin just looked confused, scratching the back of his head with a nervous grin. Talent 777. Disc of sorrow and joy. Bu thought. The voice confirmed it. Affirmative. The talent's effect is as follows.
A system window materialized in his mind. When Qinlin encounters failure in 6 out of 7 situations, his bad luck is amplified by 77 times.
At that moment, Qinlin stared ahead, a faint smile playing on his lips, his cheeks slightly flushed. The voice continued its explanation. However, should he fall into the one remaining case out of 7, his good luck will exceed that of an ordinary person. By 777 times! The protagonist turned to Qinlin, a look of utter surprise on his face. Stepping aside, he thought, then that means today is his lucky day. He looked at young Xin. That is an incredibly good offer. He then gestured for Qinlin to take the lead. The voice issued a warning. This individual lost 2 partners today. Be advised, things may not go according to plan. The protagonist watched as Qinlin descended, into the red glow. As the 3 of them entered, they found themselves in a narrow cave, illuminated by eerie mushrooms growing along the walls. These mushrooms cast a vibrant, crimson light. Qinlin nervously led the way, with Bu and Yangxin following close behind, an uncertain smile on his face. He turned back to Bu. Hey there, he greeted. My name's Qinlin. The protagonist's reply was blunt. Move faster. He confirmed the signal would come soon. Qinlin could only agree with a nervous nod. The protagonist stepped forward, his attention captured by mushrooms glowing with a sinister red light. His mind raced, connecting the fungi, the winding cave, and the deadly acid rain. He looked ahead, realizing the environment here was exactly like he never finished that thought. Because Qinlin, who was walking ahead, suddenly stepped on something fragile. A loud crack echoed through the cave. Qinlin shrieked in pure terror, yanking his leg back. A skeleton, he screamed. There's a skeleton right here. They stared at what was left. Of a person, a decomposed skeleton in tattered, blood-stained clothes. The main character approached, ordering Qinlin to step aside. This was a female, Prey's voice spoke in his mind, and she died over 200 years ago. The system table confirmed this was one of the exhibits from the Dander collection, with the rest scattered in other locations. Prey then added that she had left behind her last words, a message where it was impossible to distinguish lies from the truth. It explained that the fallen can regenerate infinitely. No matter how grievous the wounds, the creature would recover instantly. Then the system updated. However, if acid rainwater touches this fallen, it too will suffer, and will require a significant amount of time to recover. The protagonist stared at the skeleton, lost in thought. Last words where you can't tell a lie from the truth, he mused. He reasoned that these words could be a guide, a final warning from pioneers. But he knew that even a pioneer's experience could be dangerously wrong. The protagonist squatted down opposite the skeleton. Qinlin, cowering behind him, covered his face in disgust. Yanxun could only stare, his mouth hanging open in shock. Without turning, the protagonist asked, Tell me about that fallen. What did you notice when you fought it? Yanxun's expression grew serious. Its body was like a human's, but it was festering all over. Its speed and strength were nothing remarkable. He explained the real nightmare was the fallen's regenerative power. He said that no matter what wounds they inflicted on this creature, it recovered in the blink of an eye. The main character turned to him, his eyes sharp. Absolutely any wound. Yanxun paused. Then his eyes widened. Wait, when it tried to drag away our comrade's corpse during the rain, it seemed like the rain itself was wounding it. His voice sharpened. Could it be Bai Wu proposed a theory? Perhaps the only thing that can kill this monster is the world outside the tower. If we can force it into the rain long enough, he continued, we might finally be able to kill it. Bai Wu carefully scanned their surroundings, wondering how they could trap the monster in a downpour. He had a clear map of the terrain in his mind. He understood all the areas were the same size, just like squares on a chessboard. He knew acid rain poured down in the black zones, while the white zones were shelters from the storm. But he also knew the acid rain was not constant, and that winding caves offered safe havens underground. Bai Wu knew time was running out, and it felt like they were missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. He felt something wasn't adding up. His gaze fell back on the girl's skeleton. He asked himself why the message would warn about lies mixed with truth. He considered how the dead woman's last words perfectly matched what Yanxun had witnessed. The protagonist wondered if this was the final proof, or a deadly trap. He didn't have time to finish his analysis. Prey's voice cut through his thoughts. Hey, there's a key item next to this bony lady. The system notified Bai Wu that it had highlighted the object for him, just like in a role-playing game. As the notification appeared, a ring near the skeleton's feet began to glow with a brilliant light. The protagonist picked it up, examining it. What is this? Praise-Eye explained that Danda had left this ring here when he came through a few days ago. The system window noted that the fallen shouldn't forget such a detail. But Qinlin, standing nearby, was very lucky. Praise-Eye told Bai Wu, "This is a wedding ring. Its owner will temporarily fall in love with the person who puts it on, and they'll be surrounded by the aura of a happy marriage." It then added, "This even works on a corpse. However, it only functions outside the tower." The main character held the ring up, a plan forming in his mind. Praise-Eye asked him, "You've already thought of something, haven't you?"
It paused, then asked, "You're not going to use that for some kind of perversion, are you?" Praise-Eye then noted cheerfully, "Aha, I see what kind of person you really
are." The system window displayed a pleased message, claiming they were kindred spirits. Suddenly, a sound echoed from deeper in the cave. Yang Xun and Qinlin looked ahead, their expressions tense. Yang Xun shouted, "That's the signal from Old Shi." He turned to the side, addressing Bai Wu as Constantine. "We need to leave urgently." Yang Xun ran to the exit, shouting, "Whether we fight or hide, it's better in the open. If we get stuck in here, we're trapped." The protagonist gave an affirmative answer and slipped the ring into his pocket. "Let's go," he said. But as they stepped outside, they saw it was pouring rain. Lianu was already staring into the deluge,
peering into the darkness where his comrades vanished. He saw Qinlin, his expression tense, desperately trying to claw his way out of the cave, scraping at the grass and dirt with his bare hands. Liam Yu extended a hand to him, shouting, "It's great you're all okay."
Once the three of them were safely out of the cave, he asked if they found anything. Yan Xun's reply was grim. "There's a corpse down there." But aside from a single skeleton, there was nothing. Liam Yu was confused. How can that be? But Bai Wu was staring at the trees, dripping with rain. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The human body contains many fluids. It then began its list: white inherited chromosomes, red blood, green bile. It was a clear fluid, but not saliva. The protagonist's suspicion was confirmed. It was stomach acid. Liang's face was tense. He turned to Baiyu, asking what their next move was. Baiyu simply raised his hand, pointing into the empty space before them. Then he spoke. "The fallen one is already here." He gestured for Yangshin to look closer, and there it was, Dandler, peeking from behind a tree like a creature from a nightmare. Its eyes locked onto its prey. Instantly, a system window materialized before Bayu's eyes. It identified the creature a fallen one, 4th mutation level, named Dandler. Its mutation was telekinesis, paired with a perfect mutation, absolute regeneration. But there was a catch. This fallen one had a pathology that drastically reduced its speed and strength. The main character stared at Dandler, thinking, 4th level mutation. That was surprisingly low. It seemed Yangshin's team wasn't wrong. Dandler was incredibly weak. Then his thoughts turned to its pathology. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. It seemed to be a weakness they could exploit. He also knew that a telekinesis mutation was never to be underestimated. Praise-Eye chimed in, complaining that Dandler was too serious and never kept diaries. Otherwise, every page would just repeat the same phrase, "treat to save the patient." Meanwhile, Dandler remained motionless, its gaze fixed ahead. A quiet, unsettling laugh escaped its lips. Praise-Eye continued its story, explaining how it once read late into the night, and suddenly noticed something, hidden between the words of that obsessive phrase. It then presented Baiyu with a choice: answer correctly for 3 points, or answer incorrectly and face death. The main character's eyes narrowed on the fallen one. He realized this was the key to passing the trial. He pieced it all together. The information from Praise 1, the clues about the 12th student, Ilya, everything pointed to one thing: food. Of course, the fallen ate people. That was obvious. But why did Dandler do it in such a particular way? He sensed this was a critical detail. Yangshin's voice cut through his thoughts. "What do we do now?" Baiyu replied calmly. "The fallen isn't moving. Because of the acid rain. And neither are we." He pointed out that for now, they were at a stalemate until the rain stopped. They would have to watch the creature and stay alert. Youngshin's expression grew serious. "But when the rain stops, that thing will come for us." Suddenly, Yangshin's eyes widened with a realization. Wait, Constantine is a professional, he thought to himself. Shouldn't it be easy for him to defeat this battle-weak fallen? Praise-Eye then spoke to Baiyu. It pointed out the look of hope shining on Yangshin's face. a hope placed squarely on him. But the main character had other plans. He wasn't going to fight the Fallen One directly. Not yet. The time wasn't right. Affirmative. Praise I noted. In that case, we'll proceed with the backup plan. Bayu turned to Yang Xin. This creature's abilities are simple. It won't be able to catch us on this chessboard. He then proposed a new game. A game of hide and seek, with their lives on the line. They had to find shelter. Yang Xin, following close behind, gasped in surprise. So that's the plan, Bayu continued. But while we move, someone has to hold it back.
A shocked expression crossed Yang Xin's face. Hold it back. But who? The protagonist turned, placing a firm hand on his shoulder.
He looked him in the eye. Yang Xin, that someone is you. Utter confusion. Yang Xin stammered, pointing out that if it weren't for the confusion interference, he might stand a chance. But now, the main character cut him off. I already told you. It has to be you. Bayu then revealed the teleportation disc in his hands. This was their only hope of escape. He explained that in anyone else's hands, the disc would be a beacon for the Fallen One, but not for him. So if they wanted to get out alive, Yang Xin had to take on this duty. Bayu then raised his index finger. Your confusion interference? It only changes your spatial orientation. He explained that of all the debuffs, his was the easiest to overcome. You just need to find a landmark, determine your position, and calculate the deviation. Yang Xin stared blankly at Bayu's finger. Bayu continued. Everything else is just a matter of your eyes and brain adapting. A smirk appeared on Qinlin's face as he whispered to Lianu.
Doesn't it feel like this guy knows everything? Lianu crossed his arms, nodding in agreement. I've been getting that same feeling.
5 minutes later, Yang Xin secured a gas mask over his face. I'm ready. I'll take on the Fallen. He turned, gripping his weapon tightly. But he admitted, I don't know how long I can hold it off. He explained that he could only promise one thing. I promised to give it my all. Then, Yang Xin turned back, his gaze locking onto Constantine. Are you sure that you can lead us out of here? The protagonist simply replied. Are there any other options? Just then, the last drops of rain evaporated. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the tense standoff. With a sudden burst of speed, Yang Xin charged Dandler, who met him with a furious roar. Yang Xin screamed, Forward! In the next instant, he swung his long glaive, severing the hand that reached out to tear him apart. Dandler collapsed to its knees, its severed hand flying through the air. In that moment, Bayu, Qinlian, and Lianu were already on the move. Hurry! Bayu commanded them. They didn't hesitate. He then turned to them. Don't be afraid. He assured them he wouldn't let them die here. But deep down, the main character knew. He especially would not. Baiwu allowed this, understanding that survival demanded this fragile alliance. He knew both men harbored their own secrets, each one a dangerous variable. But a faint grin touched his lips. This just made things more exciting. The battlefield was his chessboard, and he felt the familiar thrill of matching wits with a grandmaster. Meanwhile, far below in the Jianluport Tower Square, a massive crowd stared up at the public screens, their faces twisting with annoyance. The image of the main character flickered silently, and people jabbed their fingers, their voices rising in a furious chorus.
Is this some kind of joke? They roared, their anger growing. We can't even hear anything. Who are you trying to fool?
The demands grew louder, a wave of outrage. Get some proper equipment. Fix the broadcast now. Furious viewers began chanting for them to change the channel.
Who wants to watch a silent movie? One man yelled. At that moment, the screen showed Lian Yu and Chen Lin just running across a field.
Seeing the pointless scene, the crowd's patience snapped. What is this garbage? They screamed at the organizers.
One man shouted a particularly obscene suggestion, and the entire crowd raised their fists in unison, their chant echoing through the square.
Change the channel. This is trash. We want our money back. From a balcony above, Chinyi watched, her face a mask of horrified confusion. The growing discontent was a tidal wave of fury. Who is responsible for this garbage broadcast? Someone shrieked. If you don't know how to run a show, don't even try. Cold sweat trickled down Chinyi's face. She trembled, whispering, What is this? The angry shouts were now directed at her team, demanding a program where a hero named Ao sells. Chinyi grabbed, her hair, her mind screaming at Bai Wu. What are you doing? She thought, panic rising. Without a Fallen to fight, the audience was completely lost. She finally realized the devastating truth. Without sound, any reaction to the stream would be the exact opposite of what she'd prayed for. The male director emerged from the equipment room, his face grim. He marched up to Chinyi. Are you the one in charge of this broadcast? Her face was pale as a ghost. Yes, she stammered, her voice barely a whisper, as the chance to change the channel grew even louder. On screen, Bai Wu was speaking with Yang Xin, but no one could hear him. A young man in the crowd named Yiming watched the scene unfold. He thought the viewers had become nothing more than an impatient, angry mob. Looking around, he spotted two men near the speakers, their expressions grim. The sponsors are losing faith, Yiming realized. His eyes then shifted to Qinyi, bowing deeply to the furious man on the balcony. Yiming knew instantly that the person suffering the most was a member of the streamer's own team. Qinyi, with a desperate look, kept her hand on the back of her head, apologizing over and over. Please, she begged. Just give me another 5 minutes, I promise. This stream is worth it. The man shot his hand out, stopping her. We wanted this broadcast to get good ratings too, he said, his voice cold. But the statistics are a disaster. There's nothing I can do. He gestured to the angry mob below. Look at them. They want the channel changed. We're under immense pressure here. Only 5 minutes, Qinyi cried out, her voice breaking. She bowed again, clasping her hands together in a desperate plea. Please, just give me 5 more minutes. But their argument was cut short. Irritated shouts erupted from the equipment room. What is he doing? A voice demanded. Somebody grab him, now. A security guard was blocking Yiming's path, snarling at him. Hey, brat, stop right there. You're not allowed in here. Yiming ignored the guard, his eyes locked on Qinyi. Let me help, he shouted. I can fix the sound on the broadcast. The guard shoved him back, insulting him. But Yiming pushed past the man's arms, yelling directly at Qinyi. I can turn this whole thing around. Qinyi stared at him, stunned. Just give me one chance, Yiming continued, his voice filled with passion. It can't possibly get any worse. He leaned in, speaking quickly. The network executives are on their way to shut you down. They're coming to talk about changing the program. He looked her dead in the eye. You don't want all this effort to be for nothing, do you? The guard grabbed his shoulder. What nonsense are you spouting? But suddenly, Qinyi spoke. Guard, step aside, she commanded. I'll deal with him. Both the guard and Yiming looked at her in shock. Yiming walked toward her, placing a hand on his chest. My name is Yiming, he declared. Please, let me try. He spoke with absolute confidence. I don't need any money, just believe in me. Once I fix the sound, this program will become legendary. Qinyi's eyes widened, a spark of hope igniting within her. Fix the sound, she whispered to herself. It was the miracle she needed. In a sudden move, she lunged forward and hugged a bewildered Yiming. Okay, you've got your chance, she exclaimed. Then she pulled back, her expression serious. But on one condition. What is it? Yiming asked. The guy in the strange mask, she said. His name is Constantine. You have to make him the star. Yiming grinned. Consider it done. Leave it all to me. Moments later, a voice suddenly crackled to life from the massive speakers. It was Bai Wu.
The fallen isn't far, his calm voice announced. We need to find shelter immediately. The crowd fell silent, looking at the screens in disbelief. Did the sound just turn on?
Then a single shout turned into a roar. There's sound! There's finally sound! The audience looked at each other, confused but intrigued.
What was all that silence about on screen? Bai Wu's voice was clear and confident. According to my informant, a priceless treasure is hidden in this very location.
A wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Yes, they cheered. This is what we wanted to see. The main character then turned to his companions. Lian Yu and Chen Lin, Bai Wu urged them to follow, sensing treasure was nearby. He then shouted with conviction, We'll find a priceless treasure and get rich. Wei Ming was hunched over a table packed with high-tech equipment. Qing Yi watched his back, wondering how a single person could possibly manage so many mixed audio feeds at once. His skills were truly astonishing. Then, a voice crackled from the speakers. It's been found! A triumphant shout followed. It's here! A sly grin spread across Qing Yi's face as she crossed her arms, thinking she had just struck gold. This broadcast was destined to be a massive success. Meanwhile, far away, Bai Wu, Liang Yu, and Qin Lin were deep inside a cave, lit by the eerie, crimson glow of mushrooms. As the protagonist scanned his surroundings, the system informed him, now that you realize this area is a stomach, know that the hollows, the giant trees, the tunnels, and even these mushrooms, all serve a purpose. Liam Yu, holding a small diary filled with strange images, held it out with a bewildered expression. He called out to Bai Wu as Constantine. This hollow is a dead end. Cursing, Liang Yu glared at the notebook in his hands. He admitted he couldn't understand a single thing. The system coughed, holding back a joke, before informing Bai Wu. The symbols in this notebook are actually the Di Li Bible. It explained that to read it. Bai Wu would first have to unlock the next level. Liam Yu turned to Constantine and asked, "Can I take a look at that notebook?" But the protagonist shut him down. "No, we need to keep moving."
There's almost no information for us in this place, he explained. Bai Wu, however, thought this notebook felt just like the archives from the Ninth Mental Hospital.
He theorized that the notes could only be read during the final boss fight. Bai Wu moved forward, raising a hand to the others.
We'd better hurry. It's going to rain soon. A frightened Qinlin turned to Constantine, his voice trembling as he asked,
"What's happening to Yangshun?" The protagonist kept walking, not even looking back. "We need to find shelter before the next rain starts." Liang Yu and Qinlin obeyed, quickly following him. Bai Wu strode forward confidently, thinking that if he connected the clues... It was clear he'd been in 2 zones before the ruins of a city, and an abandoned hospital. Both of those zones resembled the real world. But this jungle was different. It felt more like a carefully designed chessboard. When they finally emerged from the hollow, the rain had already begun. The protagonist wondered, what kind of zone has stomach acid for rain? He realized, this place was one giant stomach. In that case, he mused, what role does Delaire play? At that exact moment, Yangshun was locked in furious combat with that very creature he struck with his glaive in a powerful leap, slicing into the torso of the fallen, which raged and tried to tear his flesh with its sharp claws. Yangshun's expression was firm and focused. The longer he fought this fallen, the more his own confusion cleared. Then it hit him. The acid rain was about to begin, and just as he thought it, corrosive rain began to pour from the sky. Yangshun smirked. "Perfect!" He turned his back on the monster and walked away. The defeated fallen was left kneeling as the acidic raindrops sizzled on its body. It raised its head to the heavens and let out a blood-curdling howl. Pia. A roar of pure agony, its mouth wide open, back in the cave. Qinlin flinched at the sound and turned to Bai Wu. The protagonist calmly informed him. "It seems our vanguard is doing well," he explained. "Yangshun is using the rain to deal with that endlessly regenerating fallen." The protagonist reasoned that, for now, the rain seemed to be the perfect counter to Delaire. However, a thoughtful look crossed his face. He was beginning to suspect that the excellent hunter was intentionally leaving false information. Bai Wu knew he still had to uncover the real truth. He moved deeper into the cave, ordering the others to follow. At this very moment, in the Foreign Intelligence Corps of the 7th Headquarters, Qing Yu sat at his desk. In the vast, quiet room, his earpiece suddenly chimed. Qing Yu calmly touched his fingers to the device.
A faint female voice entered his ear. She greeted him in a friendly tone, calling him by name. But Qing Yu's expression remained stone-cold serious.
Staring ahead, he listened as the woman reported that the matter he entrusted to her was settled. With Wei Ming's help, Bai Wu would undoubtedly become the new celebrity of this floor. She then added, "But I can't assign him bodyguards outside the tower." He answered her with a single, emotionless understood, all while jotting down information on a paper in front of him. Then he asked, "Anything else?" The woman let out a loud sigh. "How can you be so cold?" His reply was sharp as a blade. "If you have nothing more to say, I'm ending this call. I'm busy." The girl practically screamed. "Yes, there is something else," she blurted out. "Wei Ming is one of my future successors. He'll be exposed sooner or later." She then demanded, "So, Qing Yu, how will you compensate me?" "For this," she pressed on, "because of you, I had to use Wei Ming to help your man with his streams, and I had to pay a huge sum to improve my relationship with the broadcast host." She paused. "You barely know him. Have you ever done this much for anyone else?" She gasped, her voice laced with surprise, shouting Qing Yi's name. "Wait, do you actually like boys?" Qing Yi just coughed into his fist and skillfully changed the subject. "When my man returns, I'll have him contact Wei Ming," he added. "He's a very smart guy, but his people will definitely notice his abilities," the girl repeated irritably. "Your man." Then her anger flared. "So what does that make me to you?" At her question, Bai Wu coolly pulled the earphone from his ear. His answer was like ice. "You're just a tool," the girl cried out, turning to face him.
"But you just recently..." She never got to finish. Bai Wu slammed his earphone onto the table, cutting the conversation dead.
Lin and Liang Yu drew near a colossal wooden structure, perched high among the trees. Staring in awe, Qinlin could only ask, "What is that?" "A treehouse." But something was off. It felt less like a shelter and more like a target. The protagonist ascended the stairs leading to the entrance. He glanced back at Liang Yu, telling the bald man to remain below. He was to be their support, ready to assist him or Yin. Liang Yu nodded grimly. "I'll stand guard. Just be quick." Bai Wu looked ahead, a cold thought crossing his mind. It was almost time to separate the two.
Reaching the top, they approached the wooden room. Crazy's voice echoed. Welcome, Bai Wu, to the Danda house.
Inside, it continued, is something that will help you clear the first level, so keep your eyes peeled. The main character pushed open the wooden door and entered a barren room. In the center, a lone table held several different objects. Crazy's voice returned. This time, the choice is different. A system window materialized. You may take all 3 items, it read, but 2 will lead you down the wrong path.
Only the true item will help the 4 of you escape, and there is only one. The system explained the items: a syringe containing a suppressor for negative emotions,
An umbrella offering protection from the acid rain, and a perfectly round functional teleportation disc. Bai Wu gazed at the objects. So, another one of fate's cruel riddles stood before him. Qinlin's face lit up with a triumphant smile. A teleportation disc! He shouted with joy. But the protagonist simply stroked his chin. His eyes locked on the table. Only one of these items would guide them to the next level, and the other 2 were traps. Crazy's voice clarified the stakes. Worse than that, it explained. If you try to use the wrong items, there is a high probability that one of you 3 will die. Bai Wu's gaze hardened. 3 people. 8 possible endings. The information from the clues clicked into place. The number of survivors would undoubtedly impact the events to come, which brought up a critical question. Why were these 3 even here? He recalled finding them hiding from the fallen. Was it just the rule of chance that brought them to this tower? Or was this all part of a grander, more sinister design? Just like the 9th mental hospital, where everything had been meticulously prepared by someone behind the scenes. And beyond that, another question lingered. Does he choose the outcome, actively or passively? The protagonist knew the difference was immense. The first path meant trying to save all 3. But a single miscalculation could lead to 1, 2, or all of them dying. He also knew that the second path meant he himself would choose a specific outcome. He would deliberately sacrifice 1 or 2, or maybe even all 3. He would save no one but himself. The protagonist considered this. If the active choice was in play, then at least one of these 3 had serious problems. A faint smile played on his lips. Should I spin a web of intrigue, he mused. This could be interesting. He turned to Qinlin. Do you want to get out of here? Qinlin, startled, blinked in surprise. Of course I do, he replied. The protagonist gestured towards the doorway, where a torrent of acid rain poured down. But what if only one of us can get out, he asked calmly, and the rest have to die here? Qinlin threw his hands up in confusion. Can't you save us all? Bai Wu turned, his eyes cold. I might not be able to save that many people. So let me be direct, Bai Wu said, pointing a finger at Qinlin. If I can only save one of you, it will be you. So let me borrow your good fortune today, the protagonist thought. He placed a hand on Qinlin's shoulder, who looked back with a pained expression. Constantine, he said weakly. You're just guessing, right? Tell me it isn't true. Bai Wu ignored him. First, answer my question. He guided the shaken Qinlin towards the table and its 3 fateful items. There are 3 choices here, he stated. A teleportation disc, a suppressor for negative emotions, and an umbrella for the acid rain. Bai Wu locked eyes with him. Tell me, Qinlin, which is the most important? The young man stared, his expression conflicted. The most important, he repeated, before admitting. It seems to me they're all important. Qinlin began to reason aloud. Yangxin was afflicted with confusion, and Liang Yu with corruption. With the syringe, we could solve that problem. He then looked away, uncertain. I only have a hunch, but it seems like that monster is afraid of the rain. His eyes lit up slightly. With the umbrella, we could try to lure the fallen into the storm and kill it. Finally, his gaze fell upon the disc. If there were 3 of these, then yes, he reasoned, but there's only one. In that case, it's not so important. A knowing smile spread across the protagonist's face as he listened. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had predicted. Of all the mysteries in this jungle hell, only one key remained. The notebook belonging to Danda. He knew he had to uncover its contents. And fast. Crazy's voice cut through his thoughts. It seems you've already solved the riddle. Bai Wu answered silently in his mind. This was a simple logic problem. If only one of the 3 items leads to a safe outcome, then the teleportation disc was without a doubt a trap. He knew the instant that disc activated, the fallen would immediately slaughter the 2 who were left behind. And if the disc was the wrong choice... Meanwhile, Qinlin looked at the items again. I think the most useful item is the umbrella. If I had to pick the most useful thing, it would definitely be the umbrella. A flicker of amusement in the protagonist's eyes. That was true, he thought. The umbrella was indeed the most useful. But that was only assuming the rain could actually kill the fallen. He reasoned that Dandel was clearly different from other low-level fallen. Even with only a 4th-level mutation, he already possessed a perfect one. The main character thoughtfully looked ahead, his hand on the table. He thought, this has all the hallmarks of my teacher's signature style, to make Dandel so unique and intelligent. Baiwu realized a new question was forming, spreading his arms wide. He looked up and asked aloud, "So, what do you think of this room compared to our previous shelters?" Qinlin glanced around in confusion, putting a hand on his head. He stammered, asking, "Are you talking about—" But Baiwu immediately cut him off. "Do you think this room is exceptionally clean?" Qinlin answered with a firm nod. "Yes, I was thinking the same." The protagonist turned to him, his gaze sharp. "This fallen. One's entire body is decomposing. Yet this room is spotless compared to the other shelters. It's as if he's never even been here." He then turned back to Qinlin. "What do you make of that, perhaps?" he suggested. "The fallen hasn't been here lately. Or maybe he doesn't even know this house exists. But there's another possibility," he continued. "What if those are just excuses? What if this fallen one is incapable of seeing the safest shelter from the acid rain?" The protagonist then added the most chilling piece. Now, combine that with its addiction to savoring a victim's despair. With a look of pure shock, Qinlin stared into the distance. That can't be happening." Then, realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He shouted, "The acid rain can't kill this thing at all." Meanwhile, Wei Ming was narrating the live broadcast produced by Baiwu. The screen showed the skeleton of a girl Baiwu had met in the cave. "This is the skeleton of our fallen comrade," Wei Ming's voice boomed. He then acted out Baiwu's part, supposedly apologizing to the skeleton. "I'm sorry I was late. However," he continued as Constantine, "I swear on the honor of a free mercenary that I will deal with that fallen one." Wei Ming's passionate words roared from the microphone. His voice broadcast throughout the entire lower city. The TV then showed footage of Yang Jin drawing his weapon. "Leave now," he commanded the others heroically. "I'll cover you." After that, Yang Xuan turned to Constantine, his voice grim. "I'm leaving this to you. If you make it back alive, we'll definitely have a drink together." A massive crowd of viewers, completely absorbed in the show, cried out in sorrow. "No, he was such a good guy." Wei Ming then let out a triumphant laugh into the microphone, voicing Yang Xun's challenge. "Come on, come and get me." Qing Yi, her face glowing with excitement, raised her fists. "We're doing great," she cheered. The viewers were captivated. "This show is incredible." Qing Yi turned to the director. "What are the numbers saying?" The director, eyes glued to a piece of paper in his hands, replied, "With the sound restored, audience satisfaction has stabilized and is still growing," he noted. "Just a little more. And this stream will reach 5-digit numbers, putting us in the top broadcasts." Wei Ming leaned over the table, his eyes locked on the monitor before him. On the screen, Baiwu, as Constantine, raised his hand high. "Their sacrifice will not be in vain," he roared, "because we've managed to find the key clue." With an admiring expression, Qing Yi crossed her fingers. "Are we really going to reach the top?" she whispered. She smiled. "This Wei Ming's talent is everything I hoped for. I really bet on the right person this time, without missing a beat." Wei Ming continued to narrate the action on screen. At that moment, Lian Yu presented the Fallen's open notebook. "We'll find the treasure soon," he declared. "This is the map that leads right to it. With this, we'll finish even faster." Reaching the peak of his performance, Wei Ming closed his eyes. He raised a clenched fist to his face, his voice filled with conviction. "I dare say this is a priceless treasure, one that even the aristocrats would kill to possess. I will never let their sacrifices go to waste," he solemnly swore. Later, when Baiwu and Qinlin appeared inside a wooden treehouse, Wei Ming voiced their triumph. "We found it," he shouted. "We found the treasure. I didn't let you all down." In reality, however, the protagonist's mind was on something else entirely. He noticed that Yang Xun's debuff was confusion. Meanwhile, Lian Yu had told him his debuff was a mood shift. Qinlin looked confused. "Okay," he said slowly. "But it seems like we can control it." The protagonist stared forward. His eyes narrowed in thought. A mood shift, he asked himself. Why would he lie? He knew for a fact that Lian Yu's true debuff was corruption. There were never mistakes in the system's hints. Baiwu contemplated the meaning of corruption, although he didn't know the exact details of the debuff. The word itself implied something like having your will subjugated by the fallen. He reasoned that, in other words, if something wasn't done about Lian Yu's debuff, and fast, A traitor would emerge from within their ranks. His gaze fell on a drug sitting on the table. In that case, this drug must be used. The protagonist tossed an umbrella and a teleportation disc towards Qinlin. Take these! Qinlin caught the items and nodded. The system's praise appeared. It seems he has made his choice. The protagonist confirmed it in the system. Window? He knew that while the two items pointed in the wrong direction, they were the perfect tools to mislead their enemy.
Dan heard their praise, and a grim truth settled in. Unlike mere actors, these people possessed a genuine lack of fear. He stared into the distance, his thoughts already turning.
His brow furrowed, fixated on the final, pressing question. If even the acid rain couldn't finish Dan, then what in this world possibly could? Qinlin turned, his voice laced with confusion. Are we going to use the drug? The main character simply raised the syringe in his hand and gave a firm, negative shake of his head. He moved toward the exit, declaring, We're using it now. Then he commanded Qinlin, Follow me. The rain is starting again, he explained. We must find a new shelter. Qinlin obediently followed his command. Elsewhere, Lianu huddled beneath a set of wooden stairs.
With his face twisted in desperation, he slammed a fist on the ground, cursing through gritted teeth that the fallen was an unkillable monster.
There was no turning back. Lian Yu clutched his chest as a cold reality set in. There was only one teleportation disc. The unspoken question hung in the air. Who would Constantine choose? His mind raced to a bitter conclusion. He'll give it to Yang Xin. With a tense jaw, Lian Yu's suspicion hardened into certainty, convinced it was because of him that Matzi died. Overwhelmed by pure rage, Lian Yu smashed his fist into the earth, a guttural curse tearing from his throat. He roared that Yang Xin was a fool they trusted completely, tugging at his own hair in maddening frustration. Lian Yu spiraled. I'm a spy too, he seethed, and my strategies are far superior.
My perception is on another level. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. If he had gone, maybe their comrade wouldn't have died. His thoughts then drifted to S.
That poor guy, hunched over, clutching his head in agony. Lian Yu remembered the man's final days. Didn't he just boast about how beautiful his bride is?
Pain laced his voice as he recalled the moment the fallen appeared, and Yanan ordered S to cover them. In that instant, something inside Lian Yu finally snapped.
He tried to convince himself that the man was worthless, that he was useless and had only survived this long, thanks to dumb luck. He then screamed, asking himself why the corruption had to target him with this agonizing slowdown. Rage exploded from him in a repeated scream. Why? He clutched his head, roaring that the closer he gets to people, the more he understands how utterly disgusting they are. He spat a string of curses, his eyes growing wide with a crazed light, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks.
People are stupid and ugly, he screamed hysterically. His rage then shifted, remembering the aristocrats who enjoyed the view from on high while they
bled and fought, risking their lives outside the tower for mere coin. Lian Yu swore a dark vow. The moment he returned, he would kill every last one of them. He didn't have time to finish his twisted promise. In a flash, Bai Wu appeared, plunging a syringe deep into his neck. He injected the mysterious fluid, then quickly stepped away. Don't spout nonsense in the rain, Bai Wu commanded coldly. Seeing his state, Qinlin cried out his name in terror as a heavy breath escaped Lian Yu's lungs. He tried to speak, but our main character cut him off. We've sorted out your debuff. You can relax now. We're leaving. Sorted it out? Lian Yu repeated the words in his mind. Was this the drug's effect? His gaze drifted to the empty syringe. Just how many more secrets was this Constantine hiding? A shocking thought crossed his mind. If a drug like this could be mass-produced, the reconnaissance squads could finally breach the legendary Purple Zone. As Qinlin helped him to his feet, he asked, Lian Yu, are you feeling better? Lian Yu nodded, his mind clearing. Much better, he replied, thanking Qinlin. I was just one step away from making a huge mistake. He then asked, Did you find that drug up there? Qinlin confirmed it, explaining that Constantine understood exactly how to use it with a single glance. A flicker of fear crossed Lian Yu's face. A single glance, he thought, the true weight of those words sinking in. Does that mean Constantine is some kind of expert on these substances? It all began to click. It seemed like he understood what was happening from the very start. Perhaps he even knew about the effects of the Joy and Sorrow disc. Lian Yu reasoned that although they had lost two comrades, in their place, they had acquired someone truly incredible. Meanwhile, the main character was deep in thought. The clues were forming a picture, but at that moment, he was missing one key piece of the puzzle. He knew that as soon as he found it, he could finally unravel the great secret of Dealer. Bai Wu continued his analysis. He had mapped the entire terrain, noting it was a perfectly symmetrical board. But he knew their confrontation would be anything but fair. They would face the Fallen on an asymmetrical battlefield. A confrontation between two sides, a powerful monster from one nation. And if they'd found it in a shelter. And he realized with a start that they were the exact same symbols from the Ninth Hospital, where he had entered Hu Yin's memories. He wondered if it was related to her abilities, or perhaps those strange patterns on her neck. Bai Wu began to assume that the notebook itself was an entrance to memories. Based on the shelters, it wasn't just the jungle that was planned out. Even the distance between strongholds was meticulously calculated. The protagonist understood that Delaire had, to some extent, an obsessive-compulsive disorder, a dangerous perfectionist. He had already examined the four corners of this game board, but he was certain more clues lay in four other directions, along the straight paths. He knew only one key was missing to expose Dealer's secret. Prey's Eye's voice chimed in. To the south, there is a crypt. Insi is a cave containing the corpse of a mercenary. A system window then appeared, informing him that since he already knew Dler's hobbies, there was no need to go there. So, his guess about a shelter in the south was correct. He thought Duller had prepared countless false trails to mislead his enemies. Praise, I informed Bai Wu that Dandin had noticed something. The bald and lucky ones were becoming less afraid, which meant the taste of their meat had changed. A new system window flashed. Dealer is enraged and will soon enter the second phase. A countdown began 600 seconds. The second phase, he thought. Just as he suspected, Dollar had a backup plan. If his weak link wasn't found within the remaining 10 minutes, something truly unpleasant would happen. Praise, I then informed the protagonist that he absolutely had to take the road to the west. After Dealer's death, a gap would appear there, but he had to be finished off first. Bai Wu, Lian Yu, and Qin Lin stood near a wooden treehouse, looking out
at the poisonous rain falling from the sky. The system window told the protagonist that he shouldn't go here just yet. It seemed that Dollar had a
certain connection with the entire zone. Perhaps they were even one and the same. Praisai informed Bai Wu that when he saw the patterned notebook in the north, he probably should have realized what the system was thinking. The Riddler had gotten out of Gotham. Hearing this, our hero turned his head in the opposite direction. Model, his gaze shifted, and a system window confirmed his hunch. Fortunately, a cave was nearby. Inside, he knew a certain book was hidden. A book containing Dandler's darkest secret. The AI noted that this secret could completely change his perspective on Dandler. Glancing aside, the protagonist thought, this is exactly what we need. Turning to the others, he announced, the rain has stopped. We're moving out. Qin Lin, a smile on his face, asked, and where are we headed? Our hero simply started walking forward. Just follow me, he commanded, but his mind was already racing, figuring out how to save the patient and the people. He suspected Dandler had a terribly difficult past. Looking ahead, he knew with certainty that in 10 minutes, the truth about Dandler, the truth the organizer had tried to bury, would finally be revealed. At that moment, on the other side of the jungle, Yang Shun hid behind a tree, face tense, clutching a glaive. In his hands, Dandler rose to his feet with a terrifying growl. Peeking out, Yang Shun cursed. He had left this monster, under the acid rain again and again, but it kept recovering. He asked himself doubtfully, can this acid rain even kill him? Dandler stood, his mouth wide, his tongue lolling out. I will kill you, not the other way around. Yang Shun's eyes widened in horror. Cold sweat poured down his face as he thought in shock. Did that Fallen just speak, glowing with a sinister purple aura? Dandler hissed. The prey the master was waiting for. Its taste has changed. A tense Yang Shun looked on, realizing with a start that this fallen monster had just been toying with him all along. Dandler spread his massive arms wide. This place is one giant chessboard, he declared, and I am ready to be the master's pawn, because I will lead them and destroy this damned tower. Then, Dandler's eyes locked onto Yang Shun. What about you? In an instant, Yang Shun turned on his heel and fled from Dandler at full speed. At that moment, his only thought was, I have to run, now. Dandler watched him go, laughing with pure fury. His laughter grew louder, echoing through the trees. He roared at the retreating figure. Run! Then Dandler added a chilling promise. It won't be me. Who kills you? As he spoke the last words, his long tongue licked his phantom lips. In the north of the unknown jungle stood a square. Stone building. Bai Wu, Liang Yu, and Qinlin stood near it. Qinlin asked impatiently. Well, what's the situation? Liang Yu, using his glasses, answered. Just as we assumed. There's someone inside. Qin pointed out that the door was open. If someone's in there, why haven't they come out? Is it a trap or something else? He pressed. The protagonist stared ahead, a bad feeling creeping over him. From the moment he first entered this jungle, he felt he was on the verge of solving a great riddle. He thought about the chest-like jungle, which felt like the stomach of a colossal monster. He considered the clues about Dandler consuming people and saving the sick. He thought of the notebook filled with strange symbols, and the roles of Yang Xun, Liang Yu, and Qin. Bai Wu wondered how these three could affect the outcome. He reasoned that connecting all the clues only created
utter chaos. From meeting the trio to finding the happy skeleton, he felt that Dandler embodied pure evil. Our hero then came to a conclusion.
This was the Fallen's pure hatred for humanity. The system window confirmed his theory, telling him that while Dandler had intelligence, Bai Wu should never forget that it was still a beast. His AI added that these vile creatures seemed far too frail. And in that moment, the protagonist realized that was it. All the secrets were hidden inside this room. He raised his hand. Qin, Liang Yu, stay here, he ordered. If you notice anything, report to me immediately. A confused Qin nodded. Understood. Then he added, be careful. Bai Wu stepped inside the stone building. Candles burned within, casting eerie shadows. The system notified him that the person who was hidden in this place had left a document just 2 days ago. The protagonist approached a small box, where a small notebook lay waiting. The AI suggested he shouldn't open it, but it knew his desire to uncover the truth was stronger. As Bai Wu stepped closer to the box, a voice echoed in his mind. Dandler, it asked. Is this Dandler? The protagonist picked up the notebook from the box. He remembered the words. 2 days. He surmised that the person who left it was likely the teacher. Looking at the notebook, Bai Wu understood. This room must hold Dandler's hidden weakness, and the teacher's next move. The notebook began with a greeting addressed to the researcher. It said that once he discovered the acid rain was useless against the Fallen, the writer was sure the reader would understand that this area was no ordinary jungle. The notebook then explained that Dandler was once a child, one who loved playing with others. He was only 6 months older than Ilya. After that, the notebook contained information about Ilya. The writer admitted he first wanted the reader to learn his own past, but a masterpiece in the hospital had utterly surprised him. The writer suggested that the reader was probably just as surprised. To see that girl, he shared his feelings, writing that he couldn't imagine someone with a stronger spirit than his own was hiding in this area. The writer then confessed he realized he'd overdone it a little, and perhaps he could learn even more from this work of art. The protagonist examined the pages. This was undoubtedly the teacher's handwriting. He guessed this person must be a high-level Fallen, perhaps from the purple or even the red zone. However, he also noticed the writer held Hong in very high esteem. The notebook's contents detailed a plan saving Dandler through a seal. He had managed to connect Dandler with the child, because they were originally one. After that, the teacher asked permission to leave him with the final riddle of this place. The riddle was this: what kind of person is capable of living 2 lives at the same time? After posing the riddle, the teacher explained that although it was a puzzle, the answer was in the document right in front of him. After he reads it, he will be 1 step closer. Bai Wu looked ahead, repeating the words he had just read from the pages of Living 2 Lives. A quiet, uncertain voice echoed through the room. Dandle, it whispered. Our hero turned the page, his eyes locking onto a mysterious symbol. A system window materialized before him. 3. Before entering the memories, suddenly, sharp, thick tendrils began to crawl from the book, consuming the room. They were coming from the book itself. What is that thing? Boo cried out. A number appeared on the system window. 2. Again. That quiet voice repeated its chilling question. Dandle, is that you? The countdown hit 1. A new notification flashed across the screen. Initiating memory sequence. And just like that, the main character was no longer a reader, but a spectator. He was plunged into the memories recorded in the notebook. February 19th, 2017, Dandel. The boy was lying pale on a hospital bed. A man in a doctor's coat leaned over him, his voice a low murmur. Life is fragile, the doctor said. The greatest deed is to sacrifice yourself to save others. Dandel understood. Though it would bring unimaginable pain, everyone would be grateful. He glanced at the television screen. He would be just like the stars on TV. Everyone would love him. Everyone would remember him. March 5th, 2017. Dandel walked down the sterile corridor, his small hand held by a nurse. He remembered her kindness. She was as good as the doctor, someone who didn't hate him or fear him. The nurse leaned in close. "If you want something," she whispered, "you can ask the doctor." Dandel looked up, a bright, innocent smile spreading across his face. He realized he could ask for simple things, like food or toys, or even a book to read. He could tell the doctor everything. Yet, as he looked at the nurse, he couldn't understand the flicker of sadness in her eyes. March 6th, 2017. The doctor. He stared at Dandel, his face a mask of shock. Dandel saw how surprised the doctor was by his simple request, but he remembered what the nurse taught him and remained silent. He just stood there, smiling, because the doctor was in a good mood. The nurse had told him so. The hospital was famous, after all. The doctor had saved so many lives, healing impossible organ damage. He was a star, just like on television. Dandel was so happy to hear it. But he couldn't ignore the truth. The nurse was still sad, because the doctor had denied all his requests. April 21st, 2017. Dandel lay on a cold medical bed, a large pool of blood spreading beneath him. Doctors and nurses buzzed around the operating room, their voices a chaotic murmur. He'd been on this operating table for days. The doctor's expression had grown dark. Apparently, he was growing too slowly. The doctor's voice was sharp. "The requirements for the order are getting higher. So many people are waiting. Why are you so selfishly resisting?" Dandel's heart filled with sadness and shame. But he knew he wasn't selfish. He was trying as hard as he could to grow. His face was tense, his broken body lying in the sterile room. He stared into the distance. "If only he thought, his words catching in his throat. "If only I could recover faster. Everything would be okay." He just didn't want the doctor to be angry anymore. June 4th, 2017. Dandel was weak. His hands and neck were wrapped in bandages. He looked at the doctor. "I'm hungry," he whispered. "I don't want any more operations." In an instant, he saw the doctor's expression change. The kindness vanished, replaced by a cold, stern mask. The doctor glared at him, a menacing aura filling the room. "There are still so many people to save," the doctor hissed. "If you don't hurry, they could die." Dandel knew what death was. It was like falling into a sleep so deep you could never wake up again. Dandel knew death meant being utterly alone, and he didn't want anyone to die. July 7th, 2017. They told him it was a vacation, but all he wanted was to escape. He missed the nurse. He wanted to talk to her, but they had taken his tongue, his teeth, and his eyes. He sat on the bed, bandages wrapped around his head, his mouth hanging open. He was so weak these days. He just needed time to grow new ones. May 9th, 2018. The man in the doctor's coat spoke to him again, sitting across from him in the office. The same empty words echoed in the room. "Life is fragile. The greatest act is to sacrifice yourself." Dandel clenched his fist. He knew it would be painful, but everyone would be grateful, and they wouldn't hate him. Not like those monsters. May 10th, 2018. Dandel met the nurse again. She was kind, just like the doctor pretended to be. She didn't hate him. She wasn't afraid. "If there's something you want," she said, "you can ask the doctor." She gently stroked his head. "Anything at all. Food, a game to play, or something to read." Dandel looked at her. A sad expression clouded his face. He noticed that only she ever looked sad. "You have to remember," she told him, her voice urgent. Then she repeated herself. "You must remember." May 11th, 2018. He clutched his head, a sudden, terrifying thought striking him. He really had forgotten something. "Doctor," he said, "I'm forgetting something." The doctor's face twisted in an instant. Dandel knew he'd said something terribly wrong, but the question burned in his mind. What did I forget? He was supposed to ask for toys, and books, and food, but now the doctor was furious. He couldn't dare approach him with another request. He grabbed his face in despair. He had made a mistake, again. I'm sorry, Dandel cried out, over and over. May 14th, 2018. Dandel looked at the cheerful doctor, a weak smile on his own face. The doctor was in a good mood again. He was praising him, telling him how many people he'd saved, how they all loved him. Dandel knew they were just words, but he still felt a small spark of happiness. The nurse added that the research project was a huge success. Many acclaimed doctors believed it had solved countless medical problems. But Dandel could see the truth. The doctor was beaming with pride. The nurse just looked incredibly sad. July 5th, 2018. Dandel was back on the operating table. It had been many days. The doctor's face was a mask of disappointment. He was still growing too slowly. The doctor's words were a familiar, sharp sting. The requirements keep getting higher. People are waiting for your cure, And you selfishly resist. Every single time, sadness and shame washed over Dandel. But deep down, he knew the truth. He wasn't selfish. He was trying his best to grow. A doctor looked down at Dand, a sharp scalpel gleaming in his hand. The operating table was stained crimson with his blood. A fractured thought echoed in his mind. If only I could recover faster. It would be perfect. He managed to open his eyes slightly, desperate not to anger the doctor. A disorienting memory rose to the surface. Why did the doctor always say that January 10th, 2019? Dand was suspended naked inside a massive medical vessel, immersed in fluid. A nurse's voice reached him. I want to celebrate the new year with you. I'll take you out and get you something delicious to eat.
You saved so many people, she pleaded. You don't deserve to be locked in this icy flask. She stood before the colossal medical pod.
In a vast, sterile room. But Dand felt no cold. He asked her a single question. Do all the people I saved remember me?
She pressed her body against the glass, her face contorting with a strange emotion. He thought it was a good sign, until he realized she was crying.
A wave of happiness washed over Dand. It meant they all remembered and loved him. Gazing out through the shimmering liquid, he thought to himself that he was truly happy. January 11th, 2019. Dand stood on a cold concrete floor, surrounded by shorn locks of his own blonde hair. His sister was there, saying her final goodbye. A nurse finished shaving his head down to the scalp. Dand looked forward with a serene smile, thinking how strange it was. How could they possibly see each other again? After all, he was just going in for a routine surgery. January 12th, 2019. Dand lay on the operating table, completely naked and prepped. He asked the doctor the same question as always. Do they love me? 2 red crosses had been drawn upon his forehead. But this time, the doctor didn't answer him. Instead, he began to cut into his forehead. The sharp scalpel sliced through the skin on Dan's head. A horrifying realization dawned on him. This was different from before. The doctor wasn't harvesting his organs. He was cutting into his brain. Dand hoped the operation would end soon. The nurse was so worried about him, and he desperately wanted to be the one to comfort her. January 13th, 2019. That day, a man in a doctor's coat spoke to him. He stood before the flask where Dan now floated, a grotesque crown of stitches on his head. Life is fragile, the man said. The greatest act is to sacrifice yourself. To save others. Dan understood. The pain would be immense, but the people would be eternally grateful. He would become a hero, like the stars on TV. Everyone would love and remember him. Through the glass, he saw the nurse in the adjacent room. It seemed to him that she was crying. In that instant, she clutched her mouth, her body shaking with uncontrollable sobs as tears streamed down her face. March 3rd, 2018. Dan stood before the familiar buildings. He was back in school again. The teacher was happy, but he hated the looks people gave him. She walked up to him with a gentle smile. I've already recovered, Dan thought bitterly. So why are they still looking at me with that sympathy? Shouldn't he be the one looking at them like that? He sat at his desk, watching the teacher hold a stack of papers. After lunch, a test to check their knowledge was administered. When it was over, the teacher looked exceptionally pleased. She asked Dan if he would participate in the regional Olympiad. He didn't mind. A confident smile touched his lips as he thought, for now, at least, the meaning of my life is to bring more value to these people. May 4th, 2018. Dan sat with his feet on the desk, a textbook hiding his face. He was bored. At lunchtime, he had a dream. He was back in the hospital, lying on that cold operating table. But this time, a man who looked exactly like him was lying beside him. Dan felt the man calling his name. It was a profoundly strange dream. A memory flashed a boy with different colored hair, smiling at him, surrounded by medical staff. Dan could only stare back with a shocked expression.
April 4th, 2018. Dan suddenly shot up in bed. Gripped by fear, he pressed a palm to his face. The dream was repeating itself.
More and more often, always showing him just a fragment. A worried look crossed his face. It felt as if the dream was compelling him to look for something. At school, on the roof, a student confessed her feelings to Dan. It was the most interesting thing that had happened all day. The girl pulled out a letter with a heart drawn on it. Dan knew this student was always following him. He treated her politely, just as his parents and teachers had taught him. But in reality, she was disgusting to him. He took the letter from her hands, a placid smile on his face. They had barely ever spoken. He wondered, what could she possibly like about him? Then he figured it out. With him, she could increase her own value, her own social level. His smile widened into a wild, sinister grin. He thought, she has no idea that to me, she is nothing more than food. April 6th, 2018. Several organs failed. He had to undergo surgery again, but had a feeling that this time, he would no longer be himself. He had that dream again. He was gradually getting used to seeing them lying on the operating table together, every single day. His heart, liver, lungs, spleen, kidneys, everything was given to him. He could feel them becoming one with him. He asked himself, do I even truly exist? April 8th, 2018. He was in a luxurious car with the woman he called Mother. He finally asked her his question. Her answer was cold. The organs in your body are from different people. You should not think about it. Staring at her tablet, she told him he needed to focus for his family's future. April 22nd, 2018. A feeling of nausea crept up on Dandler, caused by the girl beside him. She clung to his arm, her face a mask of fear as they navigated the dark alleys. Not far off, near a dumpster, a scene unfolded. A street cat, its body covered in stinking, festering sores, scavenged for scraps amidst the filth. Seeing the wretched creature, the girl recoiled in disgust. How filthy and mangy, she sneered, calling it disgusting. And yet, on her social media, she was a different person entirely, all. Even amidst the comfort and care they were given, Dandler saw the truth. Yard dogs were disgusting. But someone's precious Shiba Inu was somehow more valuable than the losers. From his school, he finally understood her game. She thought she could actually become his girlfriend, praising herself and bragging about him to anyone who would listen. A sly, predatory smile crept across Dandler's face. This pathetic display only made him more curious. A dark thought echoed in his mind. What would it be like to devour a person's May 4th, 2018? The visions in his dreams grew terrifyingly real. It felt as if he could almost see the boy's face clearly now. A boy who was his own age. A boy who looked so much like him. The dream figure wiped away tears with his fists, whispering over and over that no one loved him, that it was all a lie. Dandler couldn't comprehend it. His own life was perfect. He was surrounded by people who adored him, diligent, obedient, a top student, and popular with all the girls. His father's wealth meant he never had to worry about the future. Everyone loved him. Everyone wanted to be near him. A chilling thought emerged. Perhaps he could gain something from this strange situation. With a wolfish grin, Dandler spoke through clenched teeth, a raw hatred bubbling up from his soul. On May 9th, 2018, Dandler recalled his past dreams. He and the boy had spoken. Sometimes the boy would complain, asking why everyone seemed so afraid of him. But today, there was no recognition in the boy's eyes. It was as if his memory had been wiped clean. Later at school, a girl cornered him in the infirmary, her intentions clear. She, in an instant, the girl's expression twisted into pure terror. Her eyes widened in horror, and she fled from him. At that moment, Danda truly saw the world for the first time. Life itself was an amazing, vibrant thing. He could feel his very organs sing in approval of the blood. Craving. More. The girl scrambled away, clutching her bleeding lip. Crimson dripped through her fingers, mixing with the tears of fear streaming down her cheeks. Danda understood. The pleasure came from her struggle, her pushing him away. She looked at him as if he were a monster, and he returned her gaze with a beastly smile. His mouth stained red. He asked why she looked so afraid. There was no guilt, no remorse, only a chilling thought. He'd only bitten off half her lip. After all, she was the one who claimed to love him. Yet she couldn't even accept this small part of him. May 14th, 2018. Danda's father bowed deeply before the girl and her parents. A fortune was paid in compensation, a blow to the family's reputation, and their company's stock. But as Danda licked his lips, his only regret was that he hadn't eaten more. Still, he realized it wasn't a total loss. At least he'd never have to see the face of that shallow girl again, the one who judged everyone by their status. Deep inside, something ancient and predatory stirred to life. It felt like he had finally found his true purpose. May 20th, 2018. Gandler's life was about to change. He met a very interesting man that day. His teacher had brought in a psychotherapist, hoping to hear a simple excuse. She wanted the doctor to say he was just under stress, that it was an accident, a mistake he never meant to make. But the psychotherapist, with a cunning glint in his eye and a permanent smile, was far from ordinary. In Danda's eyes, he was fascinating. He introduced himself as Kane. Kane said he knew Danda, and would call him by that name from now on. As they sat face to face, Kane leaned forward with a smile. Looking directly at Danda, he said, "You're not an obedient child, are you?" Danda's eyes locked onto his, unblinking. Kane guessed this had nothing to do with stress. "You simply liked the taste of blood," he declared. His smile widened as he stared into Danda's soul, asking, "Am I right?" At that moment, Danda thought, "Kane? Then Danda?" Such strange names. A feral grin spread across his face. This was unexpectedly interesting.
On May 22nd, 2018, Danda stood before a flashy red sports car, a birthday gift. But it meant nothing to him.
He was so tired of playing the part of the perfect good boy. In his dreams, he had a friend, but he knew that boy would soon forget him again. Then, a surprise. After dinner, Kane appeared in his family's yard with a charming smile. Kane tipped his hat to Danda. He claimed he was there for a therapy session, and Danda's parents eagerly welcomed him in. But Danda knew the real reason. He grinned. Kane had remembered his birthday and brought him a special gift, leading him to the parking lot. Kane opened the trunk of that car, the one he hated so much. Inside was a massive, blood-soaked bag. A woman's muffled cry echoed from within. Kane smiled warmly. "Do you like it?"
Danda's cheeks flushed with excitement, a wild, ecstatic grin spreading across his face. He screamed with pure joy. "This is amazing!"
By May 19th, 2019, Kane had become Danda's mentor. He explained the meaning of his dreams. They weren't dreams at all, but reality.
Kane revealed that another version of him exists in this world, suffering greatly. The world owes that other self a massive debt, and his purpose is to collect it.
The truth settled in Danda's mind. A shocking revelation. His hand clenched into a determined fist. A new path was set, January 4th, 2020. The news was filled with images of the fallen. More and more people were mutating, turning into monstrous beings. Danda felt a flicker of fear, but Kane's words gave him strength. "You are a natural predator," he said. "Everything in this world is your prey." The fallen, and humanity itself. He wanted to save his other self, but Kane warned him. His other half was still too kind to this world. The time was not yet right. March 4th, 2020. The city was a war zone, wreathed in smoke and broken glass. The number of fallen exploded. They swarmed through the ruins.
Crawling over mountains of garbage in the streets, soldiers in heavy armor held the line, firing their shotguns from behind barricades.
But Danda knew these creatures were not yet a true threat to humanity. Kane had taken him hunting. Hunting the fallen, and hunting people. From a high vantage point, they watched the soldiers fight. Danda was confused. He finally had to ask, "Whose side are you on?" Kane declared that they belonged to no one but themselves. He laid out their simple creed: if the fallen commit evil, they will be slain. And if humans do the same, they too will be eliminated. Danda watched Kane walk away, thinking this new path was for the best. July 15th, 2023, the changes to Danda's body could no longer be concealed. His skin had warped into a horrifying mosaic of pink and blue. His hand had swollen to a grotesque, unnatural size, a consequence of absorbing countless humans and fallen. A dark change had taken root inside him. He finally asked Kane, "Am I still human?" As the words left his lips, the streetlights revealed another transformation. One of his eyes had turned pitch black, its pupil a piercing turquoise. His razor-sharp teeth could no longer be hidden. He stared at his mutated hand with a terrifying dread. Kane simply replied with a question of his own. Is being human truly a prize worth seeking? He explained that humanity would soon be caged, within a towering prison. Only in this monstrous form could he remain forever free. Danda's mind flashed back to his parents and teachers, how they finally showed their true colors. Every person he knew began to recoil from him in fear. A loud, manic laugh escaped Danda's lips as he realized the irony. They weren't angry out of fear, but out of resentment. They could no longer use him, yet they still feigned weakness, pretending to be pathetic and scared. Danda remembered their plan to ship him to the 9th mental hospital. But he knew the truth. That place was a cage for monsters. He wondered, does that mean I'm already a monster? But then, a new thought took hold. No, it was their faces that were truly disgusting. On September 11th, 2023, a masked man appeared in the city. Danda was perched on a high floor of a skyscraper. With his mutated hand, he crushed a tablet and threw it away in a blind rage, screaming about how annoying it all was. Then he roared, venting his fury. The suffocating fear that had gripped the city began to lessen. overshadowed by the arrival of this masked figure. Kane warned him, "That one is a major problem. It's best if he never sees you." Kane then casually picked up the tablet Danda had thrown, handing it back with a calm smile. Danda remembered. When everyone wanted to lock him away, it was Kane who had saved him. Kane had told him to wait, to let the masked man die, because after that, they could finally go and save his other self. On July 14th, 2024, Kane informed Danda that the world's mutation rate was skyrocketing. People began to scramble for a way into the tower. A massive crowd, clutching tickets, swarmed towards a colossal ship. Danda realized that now. Only those who were merely waiting for death remained outside. As for the man in the mask, Danda figured he'd already fled the city, hiding somewhere in the wastes. But
Honestly, Danda couldn't care less about his fate. His own mutation had progressed further. Almost his entire body was now a chilling light blue. Now both
of his eyes were black voids with glowing pupils. Only a tiny patch of his face retained its original color. He mused that absolute chaos was now the law of the land. Stronger monsters were rampaging throughout the city, spreading pandemonium. In his car's rearview mirror, Danda saw people fleeing, in terror at the mere sight of him. He knew that every day, brutal fights for supplies broke out near the markets. Some organizations tried to set up shelters, but Kane's words echoed in his mind. This world will only last another 3 to 4 years. Sitting in the driver's seat, Kane smiled. After that time, you'll be lucky to see any humans outside the tower at all. Danda listened with a shocked expression, trying to process
what he was hearing. Kane told him plainly, "If you want to live out here, and not with that herd of prey, you have no choice but to become a fallen." Finally, Danda and Kane
arrived at the city's central hospital. Danda had begged to come here so many times, but Kane had always forbidden it, with a wide, unnerving smile. He stood at the hospital's entrance. At last, he saw his other self. The office door was wide open. His other half had already run away, been seeking a place with more light, a place where no one knew him, no one loved him, and no one cared. Terrified, he scrambled through the hospital, looking for any familiar face. He believed he was saving people, that he had become their hero. But in the bustling chaos of the hospital, no one even gave him a second glance. Some even looked at him with disgust as he desperately called out the name of that kind nurse. Danda assumed she must be one of the nurses, working here. But Kane shattered the illusion. There has never been a nurse here. He explained that from the day of Danda's first operation. Not a single woman had ever worked in this hospital. Bai Wu, as if piecing together shattered memories. Understood. The diary's entries ended there, Praise-I turned to him, suggesting he had likely figured out the situation. Bai Wu confirmed it, realizing the world began to change long before the Fallen appeared. It started with the environment itself. He deduced that the modern world was merely a prototype, and certain gifted individuals could awaken latent abilities. Danda was one of them. What they called an imperfect fallen mutation, absolute regeneration, was actually a human talent. Talent number 42, known as Endless Nirvana. The first entries in the diary appeared back in 2017. Bai Wu reasoned that from that moment, for 7 long years, doctors had treated Danda like a living storage facility for human organs. Bai Wu understood the horrifying truth. Danda was constantly dismembered, his memories wiped clean, his body used to save others. Until the summer of 2024. A crack finally appeared in this vicious cycle, caused by another child whose life Danda's organs had saved. A system window materialized, displaying the words, "good and evil." Bayu answered, affirmatively. He thought to himself about the cruel irony. A kind soul, born into a horrific existence. No one loved him. No one welcomed him, and no one cared for him. Chi noted that everyone treated him like garbage, except for the fabricated image of a nurse. Bai Wu realized this nurse was like Hung Yin's comb, an anchor that desperately preserved what little remained of Danda's humanity. Bai Wu reasoned that even when the entire world abandoned him, he never felt hatred or resentment. Through all that torment, he somehow remained human. Bai Wu stared ahead, his expression filled with sorrow and thought. Praise-I noted that if this kind Danda had met Hongin, they would have been like a brother and sister bound by misfortune. Then the system window posed a new question. What happened to the evil one? Bai Wu's brow furrowed in, concentration as he looked ahead. He repeated the word, evil. Then he began to explain. He lived in an environment most could only dream of. He had wealth, connections, and good looks. To him, the world was...
He had the potential for greatness, but fell too soon. And it was all because of the teacher, this entity named Cain. Bai Wu realized that if it had been a real psychotherapist,
and not this manipulative being, then perhaps the second Dandler wouldn't have decayed to such an alarming degree. Placing a hand on his chin, Bai Wu contemplated the damaged notebook. If Cain's power was what connected the lives of the two Dandlers, then the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. He stared ahead, his expression one of pure shock. Before him, a message materialized, levitating in the empty space. It addressed him as researcher, noting that after everything he'd witnessed, he must be familiar with the ugliness of human nature. Now, it was time to reveal another secret. The voice, Cain's voice, suggested he was likely curious how Yang Xin, Lang Yu, and Qinlin ended up here. The teacher explained it was simple, really. He had guided them. A serious expression hardened Bai Wu's face as he stared ahead, his brow furrowed. Guided? He questioned again.
A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was this Cain not fallen at all? Did he live inside the tower itself? Turning towards the voice, Bai Wu surmised. It seems.
You want to force a moral choice on me. A trap to catch me off guard. Then, Bai Wu declared that the true weapon wasn't the Dandler. It was Cain himself. Cain confirmed his theory, then asked if he was ready to accept his task. Bai Wu agreed without hesitation, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He thought to himself, too bad for you. You made one miscalculation. Morality had never been a chain that could bind him. Cain began to explain. Talent and mutation are two very similar abilities. The former is stronger, but few can awaken the truly rare ones. He continued, saying that people in the tower believe the higher the talent sequence, the rarer it is. But in reality, there are special cases. Cain revealed that if owners of certain numbers in the MCS talent sequence gather, their talents can merge into one. He stated that while their individual sequences might be low in the right situation, these combined talents can unleash an effect far greater than even the rarest ones. Bai Wu processed this information. It was easy enough to grasp, like a combination technique. Cain gave an example. Talent 777, the disc of sorrow and joy. And talent 666, the kiss of Satan, could combine. When merged, they form the possession of fate. Cain explained that this power brings terrible misfortune to anyone other than the two talent holders for a set period. In exchange, the owners receive the very advantages sacrificed by the other person. The system window impulsively appeared before Bai Wu, asking, unlucky people have a hard time living. So can the lucky ones just steal their luck away. Another message appeared. Is there any morality or law left in this world? Bai Wu realized this meant Yang Xin, and the others most likely knew this secret. But Cain corrected him. Yang Xin knew the secret, but only Bai Wu now knew the duration of the fate, possession. Cain explained that thanks to his hints, they learned the highest artifact was hidden here. But he also revealed that if a team possessed the combined talent for fate possession, then Yang Xin would certainly not be the one to claim the prize. Cain then turned the question to Bai Wu, asking him to guess. Where is the owner of talent number 666, the kiss of Satan, right now? Bai Wu concluded the obvious. He was eaten by the fallen Dandler. It had to have been either San or Matzi. Cain then added another layer to their sins, detailing what Yang Xin's team had done. Back when they were minors, they used these two talents to trigger massive collapses in the ore veins. Time and time again. Whenever Yang Xin accepted a dangerous task, he would send the talent holders to the White Zone's birthplace to absorb luck. This wasn't a one-time thing. Cain explained that by relying on the immense luck stolen from his comrades, Yang Xin completed countless missions, earning a stellar reputation among the free mercenaries. Bai Wu thought back. Was this true? He remembered their first meeting, how he felt the man's unshakable confidence in his own reputation. Cain noted that, of course, luck isn't omnipotent. They were all in the Dandler's stomach now. No matter how lucky they were merely toys for the beast's amusement. Cain's preliminary calculations were chilling. Yang Xin and his team were responsible for the deaths of over 200 people. The bitter irony, he pointed out, was that the minor team believed they were experienced enough to avoid danger, surviving accident after accident through skill alone. Meanwhile, the free mercenaries saw them as masters of their craft, with a legendary reputation on the lower floor, their lives only getting better. Cain's tone grew somber. Unfortunately, there are no ghosts in this world. There are only the fallen. He explained that all those who die outside the tower become the fallen, and the fallen cannot enter the tower. Their grudges can't harm anyone, and they certainly couldn't affect Yang Sin's life in any way. After a pause, Kane mentioned that Qinlin and Liang Yu were far from pure themselves. Though they were ignorant of the dark secret, they still participated in those deadly tasks. He then posed a question. Can the excuse "I didn't know" truly wash away their sins? Kane pressed further. He didn't kill a person directly, but a person died because of him. Is he truly innocent? Therefore, Kane said the final task would be a choice. He informed Bai Wu that the Dandler would soon enter its second phase, and gastric juices would flood the chamber from below. So many years had passed, Kane mused, but he still enjoyed watching prey be slowly dissolved. Addressing Bai Wu, he pointed him to the west, where a single boat rested, one that could not be, melted by the acid. To reach it, he would have to leap across giant logs, without falling into the rising tide of gastric juice below. But there was a catch. The boat could only fit a maximum of 4 people. He told Bai Wu that he could simply save himself and refuse to make the choice. But in that case, Kane would consider it a choice for their death, and the Dandler would live on under his watch. Summing it all up, Kane presented the alternative. Or, are you not just a machine? Will you choose to bring 1, 2, or 3 others with you? An image of Kane materialized behind Bai Wu. A hand, glowing with crimson energy, rested on his shoulder as the voice whispered in his ear. I am looking forward to your choice. As the silhouette faded, Bai Wu clutched the diary. He couldn't shake the feeling. Kane's way of speaking was eerily similar to the teacher he had imagined. But a chilling question arose if he's human. Does that mean he's lived for 700 years? The system window chimed in. It reminded him of Talent 42. Of course, that was it. If Kane also possessed endless nirvana, then once his body reached its peak, it would cease to age, granting him a near-eternal life. But then, in 700 years, what other terrifying talents has Kane acquired? What's more, Kane was in the red zone. That meant he and the shorty Chinu were the absolute strongest beings he currently knew of. The system confirmed his terrifying theory, but there was no time for speculation. The fallen Dandoodle was entering its second phase. Idle thoughts were a luxury he couldn't afford. They had to find a way out of here. Now. Wait, he asked the system. Doesn't this mean someone prepared all of this 2 days ago? He recalled the 9th mental hospital. The situation felt terrifyingly similar. Bai Wu raised a hand to his mask. The system began to ask, does this mean you want to... It didn't even have time to finish. Yes, Bai Wu answered immediately. The travel disc could return him to a previous location, even after 3 days had passed. He remembered the first location he was forced into. Combining that with the hints Prezi had given him, he formed a new hypothesis. He could likely remain completely undetected by any surveillance. Then why? Why the need to meet Kane's disciples at all? The only answer was that Kane was deliberately sending a message to someone specific. To whom? The system asked, echoing his thoughts. Judging by the documents, Bai Wu replied. Kane has no idea who I am. His original target was never me. It was for the first person who entered the 9th mental hospital, the one they called Shorty. Chinu. The system repeated the name. The Shorty. Bai Wu's eyes widened in realization. Of course, it all made sense now. The most legendary fighter in the entire tower for the last few years has been the Shorty. If Kane's goal is to destroy the tower, he can't possibly ignore a powerhouse like him. So Kane must have been tracking Chinu all along. A low laugh escaped Bai Wu's lips. The game was becoming far more interesting. Kane wasn't hostile. Not yet. This felt more like a test, or perhaps an invitation. To pull you over to his side. The system finished his thought. Exactly, Bai Wu agreed. But the task he left behind is exceptionally cruel. This wasn't designed to trap me, but to reveal my very nature. He stared intently at the box. It already held all the answers. The choice was laid bare, save no one. Or save 1, 2, or all 3. With a thoughtful expression. Bai Wu put a hand on the back of his head. Any of these paths would lead to his escape, but none would escape Kane's grand design. He could already picture it arriving at the next location, only to be greeted by Kane's smug face, saying, an interesting but predictable move. Stop it, the system snapped. I just imagined that, and the feeling is utterly disgusting. Bai Wu pressed a hand to his head. He was just trying to weigh his options. From a moral standpoint, Yang Shun deserves to die. But if he falls here, he dies a hero in the people's eyes. They'll remember him as a brave miner, an excellent mercenary. The souls of the miners he slaughtered would never rest. Only true justice, the justice Chingu so fiercely believes in, could properly punish a man like Yang Shun. Besides, by the law of equivalent exchange, the fact that Cain named all three of them meant each one held a vital clue related to him. Therefore, all three of them had to survive. However, Praise Eye noted, if you save all three, you forfeit whatever is inside the box. Bai Wu placed his hand on the container. First, he had to deal with the final clue. Dandoodle Man. How did he live for 700 years? He wondered aloud. Does he know Cain's secret? As if summoned, Dandoodle Man climbed out of the box, shielding his face from the light. Dandoodle, he whispered. Surrounded by the fragments of his prison, he stared blankly at Bai Wu. Who are you? His eyes were filled with confusion. What happened to Dandoodle? He pleaded. Where am I? Bai Wu stood opposite him in silence. He knew that sometimes you have to seize the initiative. Going on the offensive would make things far more interesting. A system window materialized, displaying the man's status. Talent number 42, Infinite Nirvana, accompanying Power 9th stage of the 3rd level. Praise Eye's voice was somber. 700 years have passed. In all that time, he has never seen another living person. He only watched as Dandoodle killed in the name of justice, growing more miserable with every life taken. They were the closest of companions, and yet the greatest strangers to one another. Bai Wu began to understand. Dandoodle Man, naive and kind, had saved the fawn with his own organs. But under Cain's manipulation, the fawn committed unspeakable evils and transformed into a monster. It killed to make Dandoodle Man happy. But the more it killed, the deeper the man's sorrow became, this tragic misunderstanding, this vicious cycle. Cain was at the very center of it all. A smile touched Bai Wu's lips. He finally saw the answer. He knew which choice to make. He looked at the man and said, I will call you Prometheus. That will be your name from now on, he declared. You're a very smart child. You never lost your memory, did you? You were just hoping something would change. Again and again, he pressed him. Is it true? Prometheus could only stare back, his eyes wide with shock, his mouth agape. How? He whispered. A memory flashed through his mind. Cain's voice, calling him Edler, a new name, forced upon him. Is that all right? He'd asked. Cain had merely noted that he wasn't an obedient child. It wasn't because of stress, he'd assumed. He simply had a taste for blood. Isn't that right? He'd asked. Byuk gently placed a hand on Prometheus's brow. The doctors despised you, he murmured. They carved into your mind, thinking they could erase everything, and you played the part they expected. But in reality, you never forgot a single thing. Byuk's voice softened. You poor child. You only hoped that a similar story might have a different ending. An interesting theory, Prometheus said. His curiosity piqued. Tell me more, he urged. Byuk continued. In this child's memories, there was a nurse who spoke to him, a kind woman, so different from the others. However, she never existed. She was just another fragment of his own personality. The system window pinged. Query. Another personality. Query, on what basis do you make this conclusion? Byuk replied, because of one simple mistake. If Prometheus truly lost his memory, then how could this nurse tell him that he needed to remember? The truth is, the nurse remembered everything, just like this child. He never lost his memory at all, and despite it all, he never got angry. Prometheus looked away, a sad smile on his face. The system window chimed, laughter detected. It seems he's found the final clue. Holding his hand to Prometheus's forehead, Byuk spoke again. What you suffered from most was not the endless, painful operations. It wasn't the carving out and transplanting of your organs. It was the fact that when you left that hospital, not a single person, not a doctor, nor a patient, even looked your way. Byuk crouched before him. I have seen many with fractured souls. Some split into good and evil. Some into a worthless person and one with an inflated ego. And some into one who pretends to be human. And a coward who is not. No two personalities are ever alike. And I have never seen a case like yours. One personality radiates kindness, and the other is just as kind. I cannot forgive them in your place. Byuk's voice was a comforting balm. But I am certain that if you have not become a fallen after all this suffering, then deep down you are still waiting. Waiting for the day when everyone will finally love you. Prometheus, he said, calling his name. They tried to connect you with Edler, to make you believe he was your other side. At that, Prometheus finally shattered. Heavy tears began to carve paths down his cheeks, Byuk continued. But that was never the truth. we both know. He is one of the fallen, and we are human. Perhaps we shouldn't be enemies, but you can never mistake a human for a fallen. At that moment, Yang Shun approached the square building. Qinlin and Lang Yu were already standing there. Qinlin raised his hand. "Boss," he shouted, "over here."
Byuk told Prometheus. Edler has already killed many people, and right now, 3 more people outside are about to die.
Tears of pure rage streamed down Yang Shun's face. "That fallen bastard speaks like a human," he roared. "Where is he?"
Where is Constantine? Hasn't he come out yet? Yang Xin screamed, his voice raw with panic. We're running out of time, Byuk explained to Prometheus.
In the future, even more people could die by his hand. Far away, Edler stood in the middle of a forest. The transition to the new phase is complete. All that's left is to wait for him to make a choice. Then, Edler pressed his hands and feet to the ground as roots burst from his limbs. They burrowed deep into the soil. A wild smile spread across his face. The most entertaining thing is when people kill themselves.
I truly hope Byuk saves only 1 or 2, and then watches as the rest hopelessly await their doom, Byuk told Prometheus. I am sure of it.
There is at least one more person in this world who cares about you. Edler licked his absent lips, a crazed look in his eyes. Ah, the taste of resentment and despair after a comrade's betrayal. It's the most wonderful flavor, Byuk told Prometheus. If that person who cares exists, it is definitely not me, and it is not Cain. Cain ensured that for all those years you spent in the tower, no one knew. No one knew about you or cared. He has been deceiving you all this time. And not just you. Cain continues to deceive Edler, the boy who survived thanks to your organs, Byuk explained. You could have taken your chance, but now you can never return to the tower. Then, Byuk stood up. Come with me, he invited. Together, we will stop Edler. He extended his hand. And then, we will leave this place together. With a confused expression, Prometheus asked, Who are you, and how do you know all of this? Byuk answered him calmly. My name is Constantine.
And I will follow you for a long time. I am someone you can completely trust, Byuk continued. I will return you to the tower. You will no longer be locked in a cramped space. You will walk the same streets as other people. I don't know everything about your past,
But I promise you, from today on, everything will be different. Prometheus stretched out a trembling hand to meet Byuk's as their hands touched. He stood up. His expression was uncertain. Are you really real? He whispered, clutching Byuk's hand.
What if you disappear as soon as I walk out of here? I've seen so many kind people, he pleaded, but they all left me.
Will you be the same as them? The system window noted. Analysis. A pitiful child. It seems he imagined many people besides the nurse over the past. 700 years. He hoped so desperately that they were all real. But they disappeared every single time. Byuk squeezed Prometheus's hand. Do not worry. Just make Edler stop, and I will take you home. Prometheus began to twist his head from side to side. It's useless, he cried. I begged him. Bai Wu tried to reason with Dandler, but his words were utterly useless. The man was lost to his madness. A single name echoed in Bai Wu's mind. Cain. He suspected the biblical villain had deceived them both. Not only did Cain fail to deliver Prometheus's message, he twisted it. He had fueled Dandler's burning hatred for humanity. Bai Wu glanced at Prometheus's innocent face, realizing he was a pawn in a cruel game of lies. Because of this deception, Prometheus gave up trying to persuade Dandler, and Dandler continued to believe he was an instrument of justice. The system window chimed in. It noted that this scheme had Cain's fingerprints all over it, but the villain had miscalculated, and in doing so, revealed his entire plan. Bai Wu mentally responded to the system. That's exactly it. Turning to Prometheus, he spoke with conviction. There's something you must see for yourself. Perhaps the person you speak of is not happy at all. Bai Wu then gestured forward. Let's go. We're going to see Dandler. As they approached the exit, a brilliant streetlight flooded the space. Prometheus instinctively shut his eyes. Unused to such intensity after so long, confined in a small, dark box, he slowly opened them again, taking in the world that surrounded him. Yang Shun, Qinlin, and Liu were waiting.
Constantine, Yang Sun shouted, his voice booming. You're finally out. Did you manage to find anything?
But Bai Wu's gaze was fixed on a figure in the distance. Dandler, his limbs rooted deep in the soil, pulsed with a malevolent purple energy. A system window appeared. Information scrolled across it. He was a fallen, a 7th-level mutation. His abilities were telekinesis and a rare camouflage mutation. His perfect mutations were absolute regeneration and gigantism. But his pathology? was weakness. The system explained that while he was one level higher than Ilya, that pathology severely limited his speed and strength. They were roughly equal in power. But Ching Chang wasn't with him now. This left 3 options: return to the city, retreat, or return to the city. Bai Wu mused that this entire area seemed to be Dandler's body, but he had to wonder, who was Dandler even fighting? He knew the first and second phases shared the same pathology. Weakness. He watched the glowing figure. A fallen's regeneration was immense, yet Dandler's pathology was like an eternal, festering wound. He asked himself, was this wound truly inflicted by a stronger fallen? A being who could turn a huge area into his own body and hunt all prey was still only at the 7th level. Bai Wu then had to wonder, what kind of monster was Hong Jing at the 9th mutation level? The system's response was chilling. It is better for you not to know. Yang Shun, his face a mask of surprise, pointed a finger at the boy on Bai Wu's shoulder. Who is this child? Bai Wu ignored him and pushed forward. There's no time to explain. He stretched out his hand, and a long rope shot from his sleeve. It caught on a high tree branch, and Bai Wu, with Prometheus on his shoulder, began to ascend. Soon, he landed gracefully on the branch. Prometheus stared ahead, his expression a mixture of shock and fear. Bai Wu turned to his team below. Liang Yu, Yang Shun, Qin Lin, follow me, he explained grimly. It's not safe on the ground. Liang Yu, looking stunned, turned to Yang Shun and asked, Are they? Yang Shun cut him off, his gaze fixed upward. We're following him, he declared. Qin Lin simply stared ahead, his face a canvas of confusion and awe. Soon after, as they moved through the trees behind Bai Wu, Yang Shun called out, Where are we going now? Bai Wu moved swiftly. To the west. There's a boat we can escape on, they asked in surprise. Is that true? At that moment, as they all leaped to another branch, Qin Lin misjudged his jump. He stumbled awkwardly and began to fall. Qin Lin! Liang Yu screamed, his mouth wide open. He shot his hand forward desperately, shouting, Be careful! Liang Yu just managed to grab Qin Lin's forearm, saving him from the fall. Qin Lin looked down in terror and shouted, It's acid rain. Then he asked in fear, Why is it oozing out of the ground? They saw a poisonous liquid pouring from the earth. It rose higher and higher. They cursed loudly, watching as the very ground was submerged in acid. They yelled at Qin Lin. Get up here, quickly! Bai Wu stood with his back to them, Prometheus still on his shoulders. Be careful, he warned, and do not fall. Otherwise, all my work will have been for nothing. The toxic liquid had already risen several meters, flooding the small bushes below. Yang Shun's face was tense. He knew this liquid was rising for a reason, and that Constantine had definitely discovered some secret in that room. He realized there was no other way he could have predicted such a drastic change in the environment. Staring intently, Yang Shun knew. He could not take his eyes off him. Perhaps the clue to the treasure, the one the rich man and the customer mentioned, was inside that room. Yang Shun remembered it clearly. 2 days ago, that rich man had ordered them to retrieve a treasure for an impossibly large fee. The deposit alone was enough for him to never have to leave the tower again for the rest of his life. He saw it again, a luxurious room. The rich customer, and next to him, a small wooden table holding 5 massive gold bars. Yang Shun recalled that. Unfortunately, the rich man had died suddenly that same evening. He was found dead in his own home. The task was suspended, naturally, but he realized it made no difference. He had already found out the area code. All that remained was to enter it while the code was still valid. Yang soon imagined reaching for the gold bar, a plan forming in his mind. He needed to find that treasure and sell it for a huge sum. As for the reasons for the rich man's death, let the pacification squad deal with it. Now, moving through the tree branches, Yang Shun turned to Constantine and demanded, What is going on in this area? Then, Yang Shun asked another question. Why is acid rain appearing from underground? Bai Wu gave him no answer, so Yang Shun asked again. Constantine? But Bai Wu simply continued moving forward, leaping from one tree branch to another. Yang Shun, Liang Yu, and Qin Lin could only look on in silence. With a look of pure confusion, he glanced from side to side, then let out an awkward laugh, wondering if this was just how he always acted. After a moment, Qin Lin finally noticed the bag slung over Bai Wu's shoulder. He asked what it was, guessing it must be some kind of mysterious item that could help them escape. But then, right before their eyes, the bag on Bai Wu's shoulder began to dissolve into nothingness. Qin Lin, his face pale with shock, stammered, Did it just disappear? He then asked in awe, Is this really the power of his talent? The 3 of them stared ahead,
bewildered.
They wondered aloud. Is that a spatial talent? One of them asked. Can he store things and take them out from another dimension? Or was it some kind of thought power? Could he be, they gasped, a level 6 perceiving type? The system window chuckled, telling Bai Wu that it had to admire the imaginations of these three. It praised them, noting that while talents to move objects with one's mind did exist, and a level 6 type could indeed launch special mental attacks. The truth was, his bag had simply become a djinn. Lian Yue, Chen Lin, and Yang Xin stood frozen on a massive tree branch, their faces etched with astonishment. They stared at Bai Wu's back, thinking he was unbelievably powerful. The system window explained that the bag, now a djinn, was essential for expeditions outside the tower. It possessed the ability to store any item, as long as that item didn't exceed the bag's size without taking up any space. However, it had a weight restriction, currently set at 205 kilograms. After this, the system window asked Bai Wu to understand one crucial rule: living beings could not be transported inside this bag. Then, it noted that the Gin level was 15 seconds. Bai. Wu slapped a hand to his forehead in desperation. Does this mean I missed again? He lamented how last time it was a camera, and this time, a bag. He wondered sorrowfully when his rice cooker would finally become a djinn. He suspected this was all an effect of the Joy and Sorrow disc, an artifact whose power far exceeded his wildest dreams. Looking at Chen Lin's innocent face, he realized that by simply speaking, Chen Lin could indirectly influence reality. And if the talents of 666 and 777 could truly be combined, but his thought was cut short as Chen Lin, using the wrong name for Bai Wu, pointed out that the water below was rising rapidly. He asked nervously if they were about to drown. Without even turning around, Bai Wu stated flatly that they were inside a monster's stomach.
That's enough questions, he commanded. He promised a full question and answer session back in the tower, but for now,
he ordered them to focus on not falling into the water. Then he gave them a direction. We're moving forward. Keep heading west. Yang Xin's jaw dropped, his expression tense. He repeatedly cried out for him to wait, then shouted, "The monster's
stomach." Chen Lin realized that if this entire forest was inside the beast, he had to ask, as he tilted his head up. Then, just how massive is this?
Monster. Yang Xin gave the order, move forward. They leaped from one colossal tree branch to another, their reflections shimmering in the rising water below. Yang Xin knew they had no choice. We push on, or we all die here. Bai Wu forged ahead, his mind focused on the connection between Prometheus and Danda that he'd established earlier. Prometheus, his face a mask of confusion, quietly whispered, Danda. Suddenly, Danda's face twisted, his eyes bulging wide and glowing with a terrifying pink light. Chen Lin nearly stumbled again, and Lian Yue screamed at him to be careful. The toxic liquid below began to surge upwards in violent splashes. Yang Xin, mid-leap, expertly used his glaive, digging its metal tip into the tree bark to propel himself across the huge gaps.
But an unexpected wave of the caustic fluid shot up, touching the edge of his fluttering cloak.
Yang Xin managed to land safely on the next branch. Chen Lin stared in horror, shouting, Commander! Yang Xin glanced down with irritation and
cursed under his breath. Damn it! Why is this liquid so unpredictable? He growled, watching the toxic tide rise higher
and higher. A single drop splashed into the pool below. Bai Wu's eyes widened warily, turning to Yang Xin, Lian Yue, and Chen Lin. He yelled, Get closer to me, now! He then snapped at Chen Lin. Prepare the umbrella. Chen Lin instantly complied, and in a flash, an umbrella materialized, in his hands. Moments later, a heavy rain began to pour from above. Yang Xin, Lian Yue, and Chen Lin huddled under the umbrella's protective shield. Yang Xin, his hood pulled up, remarked grimly. This downpour is insane. All the previous rains combined wouldn't. Compared to this, he concluded that they could only wait for it to stop. Moving anywhere was impossible. Bai Wu stared ahead grimly, calculating that the acid was rising terrifyingly fast. He knew they didn't even have 10 minutes before it would dissolve them completely. Suddenly, Prometheus clutched his own body, his head hanging low. Bai Wu placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, he said calmly. Just tell me your wish. A frightened Prometheus looked up at Bai Wu, his eyes filled with tears. Bai Wu continued reassuringly. Danda is a comrade you can trust. You only need to tell him what, and you're thinking. At that very moment, Danda let out a blood-curdling scream. He clawed at his own face, his mouth wide in a silent roar as he hunched over, clutching his head and repeating one word, teacher. In Donda's mind, memories flooded back. A few days ago, his teacher had approached him.
In 2 days, the teacher had said, a certain researcher will be lured by my bait. He will come here to be tested. Danda had replied,
Excellent, he then sneered. What I enjoy most is watching hypocrites betray and murder each other. Then Donda, in his form as a fallen one, raised a hand. Teacher, he asked, what if that researcher tries to summon another version of himself? The teacher just laughed. If they follow my designated route to leave this area, that is precisely what will happen. And then they will reunite with him as fallen ones, just like you. Danda stared at his teacher, his eyes wide as he spoke. The teacher, casually walking along the tree branches, added, however, if the researcher deviates from my path, if his other self chose to save these pathetic humans, then his awakening would just take a little longer. But the teacher turned to Danda, promising him that in the end, they would be together forever, both of them. As fallen, Danda, in his human form, collapsed to his knees in despair. He slammed his fist into the ground. You lied to me, he roared, his voice cracking with betrayal. You deceived me, he screamed in agony. I was never happy. I never wanted to hurt anyone because of him. Behind him, Prometheus stood in silence, then softly spoke his name, his face filled with sorrow. Ching! Lin looked down, his expression terrified. I thought we were really going to die. Yangxin began to shout frantically. Hurry! The disc! Before that monster notices us, he yelled. We have to give him the disc. He can bring reinforcements. He can save us. Bo cautiously approached Prometheus. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Bai Wu spoke softly. He believed that even the fallen Dandor held a seed of kindness deep within, a kindness that connected him to Prometheus. Overwhelmed, Dandor lowered his head, pressing a hand to his heart as tears streamed down his face. This, Bai Wu thought, should be the end. The system window materialized, offering a look back at his short journey outside the tower. But at the final moment, Bai Wu dismissed it. There was nothing worth seeing. In a nutshell, aside from Ji Eonhae, there wasn't a single sane person in this entire area. The system questioned him again, surprised. Is she the normal one? Bai Wu confirmed it. Yang Xun had to pay for his sins, and Li Nu was a schemer through and through. Qinlin, he mused, was much like Prometheus, simply a pawn in someone else's grand game. With that, he concluded that the two most abnormal people here were Dandor and Prometheus. At that very moment, in a formless void, Dandor clutched his head, endlessly apologizing to Prometheus. He cried out that all he ever wanted was for Prometheus to be happy. Then, in a voice laced with despair, Dandor whispered that no one had ever loved them. He repeated it, his voice breaking. No one. Bai Wu, facing the system window, analyzed the situation. Dandor's was an innate evil, one that received love but could never truly trust it. His parents, his girlfriend, his teachers, in his eyes, none of their affection was real. Just then, Prometheus began to slowly walk barefoot toward Dandor. The system window prompted Bai Wu. And Prometheus came up behind the weeping Dandor and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. A serene smile graced his lips as he told Dandor that there was nothing to worry about. Everything was all right. Dandor's eyes shot open in utter shock. Bai Wu answered the system's query. Prometheus was absolute good, a pure, untainted kindness. But let me ask you one thing. He warned the system. Can a person who has endured brutal torture truly maintain that kindness? The system window paused, falling silent. Prometheus knelt behind Dandor, his hands still on his shoulders, whispering that there was probably still good in the world. People who would love them? They just hadn't met them yet. Bai Wu's thoughts were confirmed. This child, he was even more abnormal than Dandor. Suddenly, Bai Wu found himself in that same empty space. He theorized that Prometheus must have been damaged. During some brain surgery, it was the only explanation for a being with no malice, only kindness, with a gentle smile. Prometheus urged Dandor to look. Hasn't the one who loves you appeared right now? He called Dandor by name, asking him to come with him. Bai Wu's thoughts raced. This was precisely why he hoped Prometheus would survive, and stay by his side, or by the side of that shorty. Jin Wu. He understood now. Abnormal kindness is far better than abnormal malice. Dandor suddenly spun around, hugging Prometheus with crushing force, screaming, "No!" He shouted that he didn't want him to leave. Clinging to him, Dandor cried that Prometheus was all he had left. Watching this, Bai Wu realized Cain's true goal to corrupt Prometheus into a fallen one.
With tears welling in his own eyes, Prometheus whispered Dandor's name. Bai Wu knew that the promise of an eternal life together was just a false hope.
With a gentle push, Prometheus created distance between them. Bai Wu knew what this meant. Unfortunately, no one could stop what was coming. With a resolute face streaked with tears, Prometheus backed away. Dandor reached out desperately, screaming, "No!" again and again. Bai Wu knew that if there was another way, Cain would have found it long ago. Lianu shrieked hysterically, cursing them all to die here. He opened his mouth wide, roaring at Constantine. "I won't let you go, even in death." He started to say something else, but was cut off as Prometheus screamed Dandor's name. He begged him, "Let me go!" Yang Sun and Qinlin turned, their faces filled with shock. Prometheus yelled that he couldn't stand another moment in that damp, dark room. He wanted to live like a human. As he screamed, he clutched his chest, his head thrown back, tears flowing freely as he pleaded one last time. "Let me go!" A moment after his desperate cry,
the thick, dark clouds parted. A hole appeared in the sky, and brilliant sunlight poured down. Everyone stared upwards in disbelief. "The sky," Qinlin whispered.
"Has the rain stopped?" He closed his umbrella. Bai Wu gazed ahead with a faint smile, thinking to himself, "The outcome is decided." Qinlin looked up, confused, as he put away his umbrella. "The acid rain? It's gone." Yaman shook his head. "It's more than that." He pointed a single finger down toward the water. "Look," he said. "The liquid level is dropping." Li Anu looked around, his mind reeling. What just happened? That child screamed at the sky, and the danger simply vanished. There was so much sorrow, so much pleading in that voice. Who was he screaming to? He began to suspect. The master of this area.
Could it be? Was he pleading with that fallen one? He stared at Prometheus, who clutched his own chest. He realized then,
this place was not as simple as Young Soon had claimed. Glancing at the back of Bai Wu's head, he knew. Constantine had known everything from the start. His goal had been clear all along. But where, he wondered. Did he get his information? With a smile, Qinlin walked. Clutching an umbrella, Bai Wu turned to the others and asked, "Are they saved?" But holding Prometheus's hand, he answered his own question. "No, not yet." Suddenly, a monstrous tree with razor-sharp branches erupted from the ground before them. "A tree!" they screamed. In utter confusion, they wondered why it was suddenly growing so wildly. They huddled together on a single massive branch, watching its terrifying ascent. A look of pure dread crossed Qinlin's face. He grit his teeth and stammered, "What is this thing?" The colossal tree had eyes and a mouth. Seeing it, Prometheus roared the ancient being's name, Dandor. Bai Wu simply looked at the tree and offered a calm greeting. Dandor stared back, its crimson eyes glowing from within the bark. Bai Wu sensed that it wanted to say something, a condition before letting them pass. Dandor spoke, its voice like grinding wood. He would take Prometheus. The boy's eyes and mouth went wide with shock. Dandor had made its choice. But as for the other three, it demanded to know why Bai Wu hadn't killed them yet. Qinlin, Liang Yu, and Yang Sun froze, their faces tense as they listened to the tree pronounce their fate. Bai Wu coughed lightly, correcting the ancient creature. "This child is not called." He trailed off, then changed his approach. "In any case, Dandor will live on in human form." As the tree creature stared, Bai Wu continued. "These 3 lives represent evil, hypocrisy, and ignorance."
Cain was curious to see which you would choose. But I'm far too lazy for such games. The system window suddenly flashed liar. It reminded him that it had already provided the information.
"Information is everything," the system chided. "Why didn't you consider it?" Bai Wu's brow furrowed in annoyance. He simply gave a nod and replied, "My thanks, system." Dandor's voice boomed again. "Then why do they not deserve to die?" Standing calmly on the branch, Bai Wu replied, "Whether they deserve death is not for me to decide." Dandor's voice filled with rage. "You already know the truth. Everything Cain said was right." Bai Wu simply raised a finger.
Let's assume that is the truth. Even if this world is cloaked in darkness, even if people die senselessly every single day.
"I still prefer not to complicate things," the tree scoffed. "Isn't killing the easiest choice?" Bai Wu extended a hand. "You think killing the evil and saving the good is the simple solution?" he asked. "A truly lazy person would know better. He would turn to the justice system, perfected over thousands of years. Why throw away our brilliant ideas? And instead, trust in established criminal law," Dandor slowly rumbled. "Teacher," Bai Wu spread his arms wide. "Your positive teacher has already deceived you once. How do you know my words about these people aren't the truth?" Dandor closed its eyes. If you break your promise, I will devour you. Bai Wu placed a hand on Prometheus's head. Don't worry, he said gently. I'll show you that not everyone in this world is evil. Dandor looked into the distance. We will meet again, it declared. You are special, far more special than the teacher ever realized. He will definitely come for you. Bai Wu crossed his arms, letting out a sigh. I was hoping you'd give me some information on him, he muttered. And why would I do that? Dandor boomed back. It roared with resentment. You're taking away my best friend. Prometheus looked up at Bai Wu, his eyes wide with worry. Bai Wu held out a hand. I wouldn't say that, he explained calmly. We take away loved ones, but we share friends. Besides, he added with a smirk, you have a crown growing on your head, not horns. Dandor let out a sharp roar. Leave before I change my mind. Gladly, Bai Wu replied, as the colossal tree began to sink back into the earth. He cursed inwardly, having failed to learn anything about the king from Dandor. Still, he thought their cooperation had been damaged. An incident like this would surely plant seeds of discord between them. A good result in itself. The system window popped up. You absolute demon, it commented. I like it. With the threat gone, Qinlin smiled nervously. Did we survive? Yangshin stared at the empty space. Is it over? Just then, Bai Wu produced a teleportation disc and placed it in Prometheus's hand. Take this, he instructed. Twist it slightly and wait. When the center begins to glow, you will return to the tower. Prometheus nodded obediently. But then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Wait! Yangshin thrust his hand forward, shouting loudly.
Constantine, he snarled. You're giving the teleportation disc to him? His voice dripped with disbelief. What is the meaning of this?
Bai Wu stood with his back to them. I'll call for someone to save you. You'll return with them. His tone was cold. For now, stand right there. Don't move. Of course, he added darkly. It's not like you can go anywhere. Suddenly, thick roots shot up from the branch, coiling around the three of them. The vines began to envelop their bodies, and soon their legs were completely bound. The air filled with their terrified screams.
What is this? Yang Sun shrieked, struggling against the roots. My leg! Qinlin cried out. I can't feel my leg.
They all began screaming Constantine's name in terror. Bai Wu turned to Yang Xin. Don't worry, he said with a chilling smile. I'm not like you. I always keep my word. Yang Xun stared at him, his mouth agape in utter bewilderment.
A horrifying thought crashed into his mind. He knew everything from the start. He cursed as the branches tightened, sealing his fate.
Yang Xun finally understood. There was no treasure here. It was all a perfectly orchestrated trap. The rich man never died at all. As Prometheus held the disc, it began to shine with a brilliant light, enveloping him and Bai Wu. A system message appeared on the screen. A system window flashed territory exploration, 74% complete. Only one fallen remained. All pieces of the Doomsday puzzle in this region had been claimed.
Following the system's praise, a new assessment appeared. Mission performance. Excellent. Then, another notification popped up.
You have stolen the inner light of a small scoundrel. As he is an SSR rank, you must raise him well. Bai Wu glanced at Prometheus, who was staring at his own glowing hands in shock. He has endless nirvana, Bai Wu mused, and he hasn't even turned into a fallen yet. With the right training, he could become a true living shield, an SSR rank. Indeed. Bai Wu reflected on his gains from this expedition. An SSR with immense potential, a sympathetic wedding ring, and a bag with temporary housing. A worthy haul, he thought, but his time here felt far too short. His companion force was still only at the 9th step of the first level. A surge of urgency pulsed through him. He clenched his fist, a new resolve hardening in his eyes. He had to find a way to extend his survival time outside the tower. And there was something else. The system had mentioned the Doomsday puzzle pieces repeatedly. He was certain they were the key to everything. Bai Wu's gaze sharpened. Cain had undoubtedly moved those pieces into the most treacherous zones. The world outside the tower was random, so Cain's plans could only cover certain areas. Bai Wu realized he couldn't keep relying on the teleportation disc to meet his students. It was too risky.
Cover wasn't always available, and the world outside the tower was vast. Then a crucial question hit him. Why did he have to kill?
The answer was simple, yet profound. He could never, ever follow Cain's script. As Prometheus held the teleportation disc, a bright smile lit up his face. He turned to Dandler, his voice filled with gratitude. It's time for me to go. Thank you for taking care of me. I'm going to miss you, he added softly. Dandler, levitating among the treetops, simply looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Bai Wu knew this was the only way. Only by venturing into zones free of Kane's influence could he find the truth. Dandler finally turned to Prometheus. "Take care of yourself out there. If anyone dares to bully you, come back to me," he declared. "I will protect you. Not even your teacher could lay a hand on you here." Prometheus beamed, his smile wide and reassuring. "Don't worry, I'll be just fine." He then turned back to Dandler with one last request. "Could you please not harm those 3 people? Behind them, Lucien, Lin, and Yangshun were completely cocooned in thick branches. Not an inch of them was visible. Wait until Constantine sends his people to pick them up," Prometheus pleaded. Dandler let out a mournful sigh. "But I was planning on eating them," he grumbled. "Dandler!" Prometheus cried out, his expression wounded. The powerful being immediately relented. Fine, if you ask, I won't do it." "Great, then I'm off," Prometheus cheered, waving his hand in a cheerful farewell. A sad smile touched Dandler's lips as he watched Prometheus prepare to depart. A system window appeared before Bai Wu. "Congratulations on completing the Danima scenario, saving all 4 targets." With a final wave to Dandler, Prometheus closed his eyes, but the system wasn't finished.
Oh, I forgot to ask. The notification read, "What do you plan to do with your child after you return? Will you assign him to the intelligence corps?"
"Or will he join your mercenary team with that girl?" the system added cheekily. Judging by the name, he would really fit in there. Bai Wu's expression turned thoughtful. "That is indeed a problem," he muttered. To join the intelligence corps, the boy would need a normal name.
"I'll think about it when we get back," he decided. In a flash of light, their bodies vanished. Meanwhile, on the lower floor of the GNL port tower,
A massive television screen flickered. A message appeared, "To be continued." The broadcast had ended.
all viewers were notified that the first episode of The Adventurer Constantine's Notes was now over. Wei Ming spoke into the microphone, his voice smooth and confident.
"To find out what happens next, tune in for the next episode." The crowd of viewers erupted in outrage. "What?" they roared, fists raised in the air. "You can't just end it like that." A wave of desperate questions filled the hall. "What happened next? Is that really it? Boss, when is the next episode coming out?" The audience was in an uproar. They demanded the next episode immediately. On the 2nd floor of the high tower, inside the intelligence corps unit, Chinu stared at Bai Wu. "That look is hideous." Bai Wu calmly removed his mask, revealing his face, hiding behind him. Prometheus clutched his hand, trembling with fear. Chinu's brow furrowed. "You're an easy one to remember?" he noted dryly. "So, you're the knight in the cloak and mask now." A notification from the system popped up. Laughing. "Wow, the shorty has a talent for sarcasm." "What do you think, Bai Wu?" The system repeated the name mockingly. A knight in a mask and cloak. Ignoring the system, Bai Wu placed a hand on Prometheus's shoulder. He gently pushed the boy forward. "Captain," he said, addressing Chinu directly. "I want Prometheus to join the intelligence corps." Chinu's eyes narrowed, his gaze turning menacing. "On what grounds?" Prometheus stared at Bai Wu, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. Bai Wu just offered him a reassuring smile. "Don't be afraid." "Just wait here for a moment," he said softly. Prometheus nodded, settling onto the sofa in the center of the office. The main character walked over to Chinu's desk. He picked up a sheet of paper and a pen. "I'll just borrow this for a minute," he stated. Bai Wu began to write. "I found this child. I believe he was placed outside the tower by a person known as Kane. There is other sensitive information related to him as well." Chinu's eyes widened in astonishment as he read the words taking shape on the paper. Soon, Bai Wu unfolded the sheet and presented it to Chinu. The captain's gaze fell upon the written words, his expression turning grave. The report detailed a terrifying ability. Prometheus could regenerate infinitely, even if his limbs, organs, or part of his brain were destroyed. He would survive. He could restore himself completely in moments. Bai Wu's letter questioned if this was a talent. And if so, it had to be an unbelievably rare one. He stressed that as a precaution, the captain needed to know. He believed this power was critical. With the right training, Prometheus could become the ultimate weapon for the 7th Division. Chinu snatched the letter with a sharp, decisive motion. He struck a match and set the report ablaze. As the paper turned to ash, he held it in his grip, his eyes locking with the protagonist. His unspoken order was clear. This remains a secret. Bai Wu simply nodded, understanding the weight of that command. The system noted this masterstroke. By trusting the short captain with this intel, he wasn't just showing faith. He was also cleverly revealing Prometheus's true potential. His acting was flawless. The system window chimed with approval, impressed by Bai Wu's cunning. Meanwhile, Chinu still held the smoldering embers. The system then asked Bai Wu, why reveal the full truth about the boy's power to the captain? A faint smile touched the protagonist's lips as he gazed at Prometheus. He prompted the system, asking if it remembered the information it displayed when they first returned. Just hours ago, inside the tower, the system had congratulated him. It noted that Prometheus, after years of isolation, years without seeing another living soul, was finally ready to begin a new life with his help. He would become a simple intelligence officer. The system added that Dealer, the killer, was dead, and that part of Prometheus's life was truly over. At that moment, Prometheus's eyes shot open wide in surprise, his cheeks flushing as he stared forward in awe. But the system had more to say. Prometheus held a secret that the beings on the 6th floor of the tower desperately coveted. A fact that Baiwu already knew. He stroked his chin, the words echoing in his mind. The secret that interested the 6th floor. He recalled that this exact same notification had appeared before, when he first met Chinu and Shuang. If they all shared something in common, it had to be a talent with a serial number below 100, a legendary great ability. Chinu's talent ranked even higher than Prometheus's, which was number 42. On top of that, Baiwu remembered Shuang had a special note, Avenger. The pieces began to click into place. The 6th floor was hunting those with exceptionally rare talents. But for what purpose? Were they trying to eliminate them as potential threats, or recruit them for some grand design? He suspected the first was far more likely. As the trump card of the Foreign Intelligence Corps and its future deputy commander, he had absolute faith in his captain. He knew Chinu could keep his own secrets. And Shuang's. Chinu blew on his scorched fingers, the last of the ash scattering into the air. Baiwu knew with certainty that a man like that could be trusted with the secret of Prometheus as well. He then turned to Chinu, mentioning a man named Cain, who claimed to be from the tower. Baiwu guessed he might be the head of some sect. He asked Chinu if he'd ever heard of him. The captain, hands folded calmly, gave a simple answer. He had never heard that name. The protagonist pressed him. Not even the captain knew of him. Baiwu realized that even Prometheus had offered almost no information about the man. He didn't know Cain's voice, his face, or even which floor he was from. A chilling thought crossed his mind. How many other tragedies like this unfolded 700 years ago? As he pondered, Prometheus gently poked at the pastries on the table, his expression one of pure wonder. Baiwu's mind spiraled. What exactly happened outside the tower between 2023 and 2027? Was there some supreme evil lurking even within these walls? The system window suddenly spoke, a memory surfacing. It mentioned Magneto. The Eye of Prey described him as a leader of mutants, a fighter for their rights. It continued that he had no interest in the system's order, and quickly descended into pure heresy. The implication struck Baiwu like lightning. Could Cain be a similar figure, a leader for the fallen, a warrior fighting for their cause? It all made sense. The reports from outside the tower hinted at the immense respect his students had for him. Even Dealer called him master and followed his orders. Even after learning he'd been deceived, the system asked if the other students were just as loyal. Baiwu confirmed it without hesitation. He explained that it was because Cain had promised them something they all craved, help in destroying a certain tower. The system was stunned. Don't you mean this tower? Just then, Chinu walked past, his face an unreadable mask of seriousness. Baiwu's mind was made up. For now, this was all just speculation. He had to avoid Cain at all costs, which meant he had to stop using the movement disc. Chinu approached Prometheus. He knelt down before the boy and asked for his name. Prometheus looked up, about to say Dealer, but he stopped himself. He cut himself off and shouted, "Prometheus!" He repeated it louder, with conviction. "My name is Prometheus." Chinu considered this for a moment. "That's too long," he said flatly. "If I put that in a report, they'll think I'm just trying to pad the character count." "We need to change it." Prometheus's face fell, and he looked down at his feet, mumbling that he liked his name. Chinu stood up. "In your dress-up games, you can be whoever you want," he said. "But on missions for the Intelligence Corps, your name will be Bu." The system window burst out laughing, exclaiming that the captain had a brilliant talent for naming. The irony was thick. "Your name is Baiwu," it chirped. "And you bring back a guy you name Bu." The system couldn't resist a final jab. "So what's next? Is the next one going to be Byung?" The protagonist's face was a mask of utter confusion. With his back to Chinyu, the captain sealed their pact. Placing a hand on Prometheus's head, he gave a clear command. "Remember this well. When a mission comes, I will be the one to inform you." A satisfied smirk crossed Prometheus's face as he winked. Chinyu's voice was firm. "You will not accept orders from anyone but me. Do you understand?" "Understood," Prometheus chirped back. Chinyu then added, "And it's best you don't reveal your identity as the knight in the cloak and mask. Okay, Bayou, he replied. Bayou smirked, thinking. With a dimensional bag to swap clothes, switching between identities would be a breeze. But he knew it was only a matter of time. Eventually, the world would learn that Constantine and the Intelligence Corps were secretly working together. Bayou turned to his captain. So, he will report directly to you. They both knew this meant Kane would eventually discover the truth.
A happy grin spread across Prometheus's face. This short man is incredibly strong, but his presence feels different from Master Kane's. It feels safe.
He then shouted with absolute certainty, "This is a person I can truly trust." Chinyu remained unfazed by the praise, turning back towards his desk.
A cunning smile touched Bayou's lips as he watched him go. This was perfect. Even if Kane found out, he would be completely misled.
He'll think the shorty was just fighting some random students back in his chair. Chinyu steepled his fingers, his expression serious. Do not forget, he warned. You must grow stronger. The team needs to be able to trust you. I will help protect some of your secrets, he continued.
But you must be certain that girl can be trusted? The system window noted the captain's sharp attention to detail, but Bayou just scoffed internally.
She already told me a secret about the camera. In my book, that makes her one of us. Bayou stretched his arms high above his head. Of course, he said confidently. Turning back, he asked, Are there any other instructions? Captain? Chinyu gestured to a large stack of files. I have a disciple for you, he stated plainly. Bayou blinked. A disciple. Chinyu slid the papers across the desk. His name is Wei Ming. You'll meet him when you visit your girlfriend. He explained. Your recent actions have caused quite a stir. After the report on solving hundreds of cases went out, the upper floors have taken notice. A thought flashed through the protagonist's mind. She's not my girlfriend. The attention of the upper floors. Bayou trailed off, then met his captain's gaze. Is that a bad thing? As he spoke, he began to flip through the files. It's good, Chinyu clarified. But the Correctional Corps isn't happy about it. The protagonist closed the file, his eyes sharp. The Intelligence Corps handles the lower floors, he mused, while the Correctional Corps monitors the aristocrats. So what exactly is their problem with us? Chinyu explained. A major incident has occurred on the third floor. Because of our unit's incredible success rate, an alert was sent down. It came from the fifth floor. I've been ordered to dispatch 4 agents to assist the Correctional Corps in their investigation. I was told they're sending their absolute best team of experts. You, me, Li Wuzhou, and Wei Ming will be joining them.
A grin spread across Bayou's face as he raised a hand. I get it, he continued. Our Intelligence Corps has always been seen as the bottom of the barrel.
Those straitjacket bastards have always looked down on us. If we outshine them on their own case, we can shatter their precious reputation. Chinyu frowned, his gaze fixed on the papers. Don't be foolish. The straitjackets may be rotten, but they're not without talent. Besides, they've already gathered a mountain of information. The case is practically half solved, and you can be sure they won't be sharing any of it with us. Chinyu's voice was grim. This won't be as simple as you think. If we fail this mission, he warned, your success in 100 other cases will mean absolutely nothing. Bayou stroked his chin, a calculating look in his eyes. So, this is a power play from the straitjackets. He looked up. Does this mean I'll have a chance to visit the third floor? Chinyu held up 2 fingers. Yes, he affirmed. You have 2 days left of your vacation. Do whatever you need to in that time. But in 2 days, we head to the third floor. A satisfied smile played on the protagonist's lips. This means I have time to leave the tower again when I return. I'll deal with the Correctional Corps. He turned, giving a casual wave. In that case, I'm off. Pausing, he looked at Prometheus. Listen to the captain. He'll take good care of you. Goodbye for now, he said with a grin. I'll see you when I get back from the mission. Prometheus beamed, placing his hands on his hips. You got it, he cheered. Goodbye, my brother. Bayou closed the door behind him, then immediately threw it open again. Captain, I almost forgot. He leaned in. Could you send a team into the jungle I came from?
There are still 3 people waiting there. An annoyed look crossed Chinyu's face as he pinched the bridge of his nose. How many?
Sometime later, she turned to him with a shy smile. Tell me, she asked, putting a finger to her lips. Am I beautiful? He closed his eyes, a gentle smile on his face. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. A faint blush colored his cheeks. But then, he held out his palm. Now, about my salary. Sitting on a nearby table, she pointed a finger right at him. How about I become your girlfriend instead, she proposed. His eyes lit up. Deal now, my dear girlfriend. Can you calculate my salary? She froze, her mouth agape in utter shock. Forcing a smile, her mind raced with a single, panicked thought. Frustrated, she demanded to know what was wrong with Exie. Her plan was to charm him into working for free, but it had backfired spectacularly. Behind his innocent mask lurked a shrewd mind, hungry for profit. Realizing her first plan was a failure, she decided on a new tactic. Leaping from the table, she feigned a dramatic fall, letting out a startled scream. Exie looked on, surprised, unable to react as they crashed to the floor.
With him pinned beneath her, she took her shot. He called out her name in shock, but she leaned in close, reminding him she was his girlfriend.
How could he possibly demand money from her, she purred, tracing a line on his stomach. But Exie saw right through her act. In that case, he declared they should break up. Calling her boss Chinese, he asked if she was ready to calculate his salary. She scowled, sitting up in defeat. What kind of stubborn mule was he? Time for another approach. Closing her eyes, she began a dramatic speech. The moment she saw him, her heart raced. Surely, he was her soulmate from a past life. She begged him to visit more often, suggesting they have fun together. Exie just smiled and agreed, explaining that for an extra fee. He could provide that kind of service too. His words struck her like a physical blow. What kind of greedy monster is he? Yet he just stood there smiling, completely unfazed. She thought back to how he'd rushed in to help, acting like he needed nothing in return. But the moment he knew he was indispensable, he immediately demanded payment. She remembered his exact words, "Just give him a try. No money needed." So what changed, she wondered? Seeing his smile twist into a smug grin, it finally clicked. He wasn't innocent at all. He was a professional actor. With a tired sigh, she rubbed her forehead, defeated. "Let's just forget it," she muttered. Hopping back onto the table, she got serious. It was time to discuss their future cooperation. And Exie's salary. Just then, Wu arrived, walking the streets of Jianlu Port, tuning into the city's gossip. He focused on two men discussing the latest news. "Did you see the daytime broadcast?" one asked. The other couldn't believe Jin had stalled for time, allowing the masked man and the antagonist's son to return. He called him a true hero, left behind with a small team to face a colossal tree monster. People were buzzing with curiosity about the masked warrior. All they knew was his name Constantine. They all agreed. If he hadn't called for backup and finished the job, Jin's team would have died a heroic but pointless death. The protagonist listened quietly, hiding his connection to the story. The system chimed in, surprised by his sudden fame. "I didn't expect you to become a celebrity overnight," it said. Wu, however, found the whole narrative a bit strange, wondering what kind of scheme Jin was running. Wu simply smiled, admitting his admiration for her. But the system warned him not to be fooled. Recalling the interrogation of Jin's group, the protagonist had specifically requested to handle Lin Wu himself. He remembered sitting with Lin in his office. While the interrogation confirmed everything, it was clear Lin, owner of the Disc of Sorrow and Joy, wasn't evil at all. He was just incredibly stupid, completely unaware of what Jin was truly planning. The protagonist decided Lin would atone for his ignorance on future expeditions. The system was shocked. "Are you really that kind?" Wu recalled the moment his bag transformed into a jilling. He remembered Lin's expression, realizing he had seemingly bestowed a blessing with a single word. It was possible Lin's unique ability had drastically increased the item's transformation probability. Now the system understood Wu's interest in him. By then, he'd reached Chingy's shop and announced his arrival. But Exie and Chingy were locked in a heated argument and barely noticed him. Holding up 3 fingers, Exie smiled. "This is as low as I can go," he said cheerfully. "It's my absolute minimum." "Impossible," Chingy shouted back, her voice filled with irritation. "That's far too much. Don't even dream of it." He kept his good-natured smile, but his words held a subtle threat. A small salary would make him upset, and that could affect his performance. And he'd hate for his mistakes to hurt Boss Chingy's broadcast income. Looking at him, the system identified him instantly. The successor to the organization led by Chu's old love. He appeared simple, but he was a cunning fox. Beyond battles, he could handle any job imaginable. The system advised Wu to train him well, properly nurtured. He'd be more useful in the tower than even Prometheus. Staring at the bickering pair, the protagonist mused that he'd somehow gathered 2 legendary figures under his command on this lower floor. He called them the Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. The system begged him not to jinx it. At that moment, Chingy finally surrendered. Realizing she couldn't win, she agreed to his price. Exie leaped for joy. "Where's the contract?" he yelled, ready to sign on the spot. As he sat down with the papers, Chingy finally saw Wu. He strolled closer, asking, "So, how's the income from the ether?" "We're rich," she exclaimed, "if you don't count the insane labor costs." Suddenly, Exie cried out, "Constantine!" He was overjoyed to see him in person, gushing about how magnificent he was on the broadcast. He looked at Wu with pure admiration. He never dreamed he'd see the face behind the mask so soon. The protagonist recalled that Chu's former organization was known for taking any job. Analyzing Exie, he noted his demeanor fit their reputation, simple and meek on the surface. But it was all an act. A masterclass in performance. In that case, Wu knew exactly what needed to be done. If this actor was sent to learn under him, a lesson was in order. He let the silence hang in the air for a moment, then spoke, his voice serious and heavy. "You're celebrating far too soon." Eggsy froze, looking up at him. "My name is not Constantine," Wu announced. "And if I ever hear you call me that again, you're fired." Eggsy stared in disbelief. Hadn't Chinu told him the new boss was friendly and easygoing? In that instant, he felt utterly and completely deceived. He couldn't grasp what was happening, but he felt a crushing presence and wondered where it was coming from. Wu walked right past him then, closing the distance. He approached Chingy, praising her good work. She smiled, awkwardly running a hand through her hair, noting that he had done well too, and suggested they get back to business. Wu explained that after returning to the tower, there was a mandatory 10-hour cooldown before they could leave again. It had already been 3 hours. So he ordered Chingy and Exy to prepare for their next broadcast within the remaining 7 hours. Chingy's eyes widened in disbelief. She reminded him that he had literally just returned. Was he already planning to head back out? The protagonist confirmed it without hesitation. Chingy confessed it was the first time she'd ever seen someone in such a rush to leave the tower's safety. Wu clarified that their main purpose this time wasn't exploration, but pure survival. She guessed correctly. He needed to expand his escort force. Wu explained that the ethers they earned weren't given out of kindness. He had to build his strength, and quickly, just in case. He mused that while monsters were terrifying, the hearts of men were far more frightening. The fallen outside the tower were dangerous, but he suspected that even more cruel and terrifying people lurked on the higher floors. He feared the dealer's syndicate might be among them. An image of a casino slot machine flashed in his mind. Turning to Exy, he guessed that Chingy had already told him about the third floor matter. He dismissively called Chingy the shorty. Hearing the nickname, Exy asked for clarification, utterly confused. Wu bluntly told him who he meant, astonished. By this casual disrespect, Exy choked, covering his mouth to hide a laugh. He thought back to Chingy during the broadcast, not understanding what kind of man Wu was, but now he felt his immense strength. Back at the service bureau, not even the owner dared to mention her height to her face. Mulling this over, Exy cracked a smile. Just then, Chingy approached them, asking with surprise, "What business is on the third floor?" She wondered if Exy and Wu knew each other. The protagonist simply said you could put it that way. When he returned to the tower, Exy would have to accompany him. In 2 days, they would head to the third floor to investigate a case. Hearing this, Chingy's face lit up with delight as she clenched her fists. "We're really going to the third floor," she exclaimed, thinking it was brilliant. She dashed to the side, grabbing a pencil and some paper. She urged the protagonist to wait, deciding to write a list of things they needed to bring. Wu asked in confusion, "Can't you just buy things on the third floor?" "Impossible," Chingy exclaimed. "Even if we get a work pass to go there, we only have access to certain routes. Entering most shops and entertainment venues is strictly forbidden." She handed Wu the list she'd written, which included items for herself and gifts for her men. The system, reading over his shoulder, let out a smirk. Judging by the list, Chingy knew her guy's preferences very well. Folding the paper, a faint smink touched the protagonist's lips. He finally understood why there was no factory on the lowest floor, despite its huge population. It was all because the main processing factory was located on the third floor. He realized they controlled all the valuable resources and items. That improved one's quality of life. Only the scraps left over from their feast trickled down to the lowest floor. He pictured richly dressed nobles enjoying drinks in a grand hall. Then, the image shifted to desperate hands reaching for a few falling coins, as an empty glass tumbled from above. This vision emerged because he understood that to the people down here, those leftovers were considered priceless treasures. The system admitted that after Wu's realization. It felt disgusted. Disgusted by the first people who entered the tower? How greedy must a person be to create a social system comparable to the era of slavery? The protagonist theorized that the first people to enter must have gone straight to the top floor, seizing the power that allowed them to control the floors below. Because in the end, only with absolute power can one forge such a twisted social system. And by now, the people had grown accustomed to their chains. Suddenly, Chingy's voice pulled him from his thoughts. With arms crossed and a frown of displeasure, she explained that people from the lower floor are banned from many streets on the third floor. You need a special pass for certain places. On top of that, you're forced to carry a geolocation device at all times. Wu suddenly asked, "Is there anything else?" Not understanding, she asked him to repeat himself. He clarified, "A chance to go to the third floor is rare," he explained. "I can bring back more things for you." Odd, she asked if he was serious. However, her delight quickly shifted to curiosity. "But can you carry all of it?" she asked, worried if it would be a burden. He assured her it would be fine, as long as it doesn't exceed 20.5 kilograms. No longer arguing, Chingy decided to prepare a gift for the other person as well. Sometime later, at the teleportation square, Wu approached a glowing blue pillar, his face concealed behind a mask. At that moment, Chingy stretched with a long sigh, calling for Exie to follow. "Let's go," she said. He adjusted his cape and agreed. They decided to start by watching the large screen, where the second chapter of the new live broadcast was about to air. Meanwhile, Wu materialized in a rather spacious area. He froze for a moment, waiting as the shimmering blue light of teleportation dissipated around him. The system noted that it wasn't just in the tower where people
were treated like cattle. Such places existed outside it too. This place was once a zoo, but now it could be called a park for people.
The protagonist stepped onto the zoo's territory, and a notification appeared. Current exploration progress of this territory is 0%. The fallen number, 744. The Doomsday puzzle piece in this area has not yet been obtained. The system began to give its assessment, but stopped mid-sentence. It had already summed everything up. "Just get this over with and return quickly," it ordered. Wu suddenly asked, "What does all of this mean?" His shock came from a terrifying realization. The white zone he'd entered before was actually on par with a blue zone. That could only mean that this zone would be as difficult as a purple zone. He couldn't understand. The essence of it eluded him. He theorized, is the difficulty 100% plus 1? The system didn't answer directly, simply stating, anything is possible, 7,144 fallen. Looking around, he knew this was the worst possible place to stand around and upgrade his stats. But as they say, he had already arrived. Suddenly, his father's words echoed in his mind, in order to listen closely. Humans believe they are above animals, and so they can devour them. But to the animals, humans are no different than gods, unable to comprehend the nature of their own death. The brain eaters were all locked away, raised in cages. Depending on their rarity, they were given different resources. But what if a time came when people were raised in cages too, as the chilling thought repeated in his mind? He realized just how real that possibility felt now. The system, bewildered, asked what he meant. Wu shot back. "Doesn't this tall tower seem just like a cage?" The system went silent. The two were indeed terrifyingly similar. It remembered how the main character had driven Ilya to suicide by imitating his father. And now, that same father had predicted the caging of humanity. The system shuddered. In many ways, this man was dangerously abnormal. But Wu didn't answer, continuing his quiet trek through the zoo. The system confessed. "Sometimes, I think your father might have known Cain. In 700 years, would this world look the same?" it wondered aloud. Wu announced that after 2 encounters with Cain, he'd given up on that idea. It wasn't that he despised Cain. Quite the opposite. He was an interesting opponent. But he was simply weaker than Wu's father. As he walked, a memory surfaced. This place was a human park. In a zoo, people look after animals. He made a grim connection. Then, in a human park, animals must look after people. Just then, he saw it. A panda, twisted and mutated it into a fallen, smashed a structure to the ground. It climbed onto the wreckage. The system's voice was grim. "You are absolutely right." Wu thought fast. There were no more than 700 workers here. That meant all 7,440 fallen were animals. He was floored. An animal could become a fallen too, if that was true. Then the shelter was completely useless. His own talent chuckled darkly in his mind. Correct. The shelter is utterly worthless here. Turning from the monstrous panda, Wu pressed on. Cain hadn't prepared any traps here. That meant no obvious clues. If he wanted to solve this area's puzzle, he'd have to go inside and search the records. But he came here to increase his stats. It was better to leave the mysteries for later. Meanwhile, at Jianlu Port, the viewers were getting restless. "Why did Constantine leave?" they roared at the screen. "No battle again? This is the same boring broadcast as last time." A chorus of agreement rose. "Just go in already. Wu, we want to see rivers of blood." But suddenly, the scene shifted. "Wait! Look!" Someone screamed. Several fallen were shambling straight towards Constantine.
Fight, fight, they chanted, but his ability was already running the numbers. Analysis complete, it declared. Those are level 2 fallen.
Their mutation is unity. They can link their fields of vision. With your current power, you might be able to defend yourself. But against 3 of them, you might as well prepare your will. And if you don't have a pen and paper, the system advised, I suggest you run. He ignored the warning, simply walking past them. The fallen didn't even twitch in his direction. The spectators were absolutely stunned.
Why? Why didn't the monsters attack him? Some of the more seasoned viewers scoffed. Are you stupid? Why would a fallen attack Constantine?
They understood. Constantine wasn't just another player. He was an incomparable daredevil, a sponsor. Watching the feed intently, admitted, I always thought only a corpse wouldn't panic at the sight of a fallen. He noted how few broadcasters were so unshakable. If we invest more in his fights, he mused, the returns could be substantial. He turned to an assistant standing dutifully behind him. Arrange a meeting with the Chengi team for me when this broadcast ends, he ordered. And tell them, this is about long-term cooperation. I'll see to it immediately, the assistant replied. At that moment, Wu paused, studying a map of the area. He was wondering where to go next when a sharp movement overhead broke his concentration. Looking up, he saw a level 3 fallen mutant. It possessed a rare mechanization mutation. This creature preferred to move in groups and consumed machine oil. The system chimed in with a strange fact. This 799-year-old prehistoric bird had modern tastes. It was a trendy avian that devoured machine oil. Not far from him, the ground was stained with dark slicks. The protagonist sniffed the air. Is this really machine oil? Suddenly, the ground trembled. A dust cloud erupted in the distance. The system identified the new threat. Mutated zebras, all of them. Fallen, level 3 mutations, all sharing that same rare mechanization. Wu could already hear the hum of motors from inside them. See the glint of wiring structures beneath their skin. The system confirmed his fears. These weren't machines someone had built. They were absolutely living creatures. Mechanization. This was nothing like the mutations he'd seen in humans. These animals were becoming half living, half machine. He had always assumed the blue zone was twisted, but this was beyond anything he'd imagined. Some mysterious force outside the tower was turning beings into this. He used to think it was just some kind of radiation causing gene mutation. Now he realized he had severely underestimated the outside world. If what his ability said was true, then becoming a fallen was far more complex than he ever dreamed. This was his first time seeing mechanized fallen.
And based on this mechanization, all the research on the fallen he'd found in the 9th hospital
had just been completely refuted. He looked at the other animalistic fallen. Those doctors had no idea. They thought becoming a fallen was limited to simple gene mutation. If I find the information inside, he wondered, a slow smile spreading across his face. Can I learn more about the truly big ones? The system noted his insatiable thirst for research was simply a force of nature. Since his emotion level was at 0, it told him to follow his instincts. After all, persuasion was useless. Wu Jin continued on, reminding himself he was here to chill and grind his stats. First on the list, raising the level of his accompanying force. The system chuckled, adding that theoretically, the main character had no emotional debuffs. This meant that with a safe hideout, he could literally just sit and level up indefinitely a powerful innate advantage. Wu Jin scanned his surroundings. The main mission now was finding that perfect hiding spot. In the distance, he spotted a funicular. 30 minutes later, he was standing right beside it. The system noted that while the structure was 700 years old, mysterious forces outside the tower kept it in perfect condition. Unfortunately, Wu Jin wouldn't be able to ride it any higher. He simply replied that this was enough. The less he could see, the easier it was to suppress his burning desire for exploration. He settled into a cable car cabin, deciding to just wait it out. He had to break his survival record, reach the 2nd level, and truly understand what his teacher meant. A faint smile played on his lips beneath the mask. But then he froze, realizing he'd almost forgotten the recording device. He quickly put it away. He decided it was better to turn it off for now. No need to make the broadcast painfully boring. As he shut it down, the screen in Jianlu Port went black. The viewers erupted. They had just seen the metal fallen, and now the feed was cut. They roared that it was a scam, demanding the broadcast be turned back on. The sentiment was universal. Exie, growing nervous, caught Chin's attention and asked what they should do. She thought for a moment. Tapping her chin, Wu Jin must have a plan, she reasoned. For now, all they could do was wait. An hour later, she was still waiting. Exie could only manage a weak smile. 2 hours passed, and he remained offline. Chingy began to pace back and forth, her anxiety mounting. 3 hours, and still nothing. The broadcast remained dark. She screamed, clutching her head in desperation. It's been 3 hours, she cried out.
What is he possibly doing in there? She stomped her foot in frustration. The people outside were going ballistic. She ordered the protagonist to turn the broadcast back on immediately.
Suddenly, Exie whirled around and called her name. The image was back. He pointed at the screen, telling Chingy to look. Wu Jin was on the air again. At that moment, the system laughed. Is the main character blessed by the heavens? It asked. Or just cursed with terrible luck? The question arose because he'd just received the most incompatible debuff imaginable. His handicap outside the tower was Warlust. This curse randomly inflicted 1 debuff every 12 minutes if he wasn't in combat. He remembered Chingu had over 100 debuffs, but she didn't have Warlust. Why did I get this handicap, he wondered? It was like some cruel, unlucky roulette. He stared at his palm as the system spoke again. Is this salvation? Or the backlash from 2 incredible strokes of luck? According to the Warlust description, if Wu Jin wasn't being pursued by a fallen or fighting a monster, he wouldn't get a debuff every 4 hours. Instead, a new one would hit him every 12 minutes. That meant he had to attract the attention of a fallen constantly. In his mind, this was a truly disgusting start. He clenched his fist, realizing the problem wasn't a lack of self-control. He threw open the cabin doors and stepped out. Fate itself was practically screaming at him to go explore. After a moment, he dropped to one knee, deciding to survey his options and choose a direction. He turned to the north, towards the African steppes. The system, seeing several mutated animals there, decided it was time for a joke. When one of these animals was being inspected, the detector kept beeping. The girl asked it to take everything out, but the beeping continued. So she asked the fallen what was going on. It replied, "I'm a herbivore from the zoo in Buan." Hearing this, the girl said, In that case, no wonder the metal detector is going off." The system looked at the fallen, calling them scrap metal before saying hello. It noted that if Wu Jin went that way, he'd meet the fallen, but they wouldn't attack. They thirsted for oil, not blood. If he crossed the fence to the north, he would enter the herbivore zone. This route was relatively safe, since his lack of fear meant the monsters wouldn't attack unprovoked. However, the notes gave no indication of any useful information in that direction. The main character then asked, "What about the west?" The system explained that heading west would lead him back outside the zoo, to a park with 2 sections, an amusement park and a house of horrors. The level of distortion there was far greater than the zoo. It was far too early for Wu Jin to venture there with his current power, though the system cheekily added he could try, if he felt like getting reborn again. Ignoring the jab, the protagonist considered it a zone more distorted than the zoo. That must be where the real purple zone was. He knew that path was far too dangerous. To the east lay a rest area. To the south, a hole had appeared in the fence, allowing the Iron Fools to crawl out. They had already occupied half of the rest area. Further south was a power plant. The Iron Fools in that direction were simple-minded but incredibly strong. Their mechanization varied. Some monsters fed on oil, while others craved flesh and blood. As the protagonist considered his options, he realized none of the 4 directions explicitly mentioned anything useful. He figured he'd have to choose himself. But then a thought struck him. Maybe this meant there were significant clues hidden in every direction. If that was true, he needed to choose the most efficient path. With that, he decided, he would go east, after descending the hill. He recalled the notes mentioning many rest areas there. Text-based information wouldn't be out in the open steppe. It had to be hidden in those places. Walking towards a sign, Wu Jin approached a location called the observation deck. The system let out a laugh, noting that he'd finally decided to come to the east observation deck. As always, there was good news and bad news. The good news, a Gellin telescope, usable only outside the tower. The bad news, Bai Wu couldn't take it with him. Feeling generous, the system offered another piece of bad news. There's a fool standing on the observation deck right now. The protagonist repeated the information about the sleeping monster. Excellent news, he thought. He walked to the door and opened it, remembering he had only 7 minutes before the next weakening debuff. Still, he had to see the telescope's power for himself. Stepping inside, he spotted it a minor rhinoceros, a level 3 fallen one boasting the iron, health mutation, and the rare mechanization mutation. The beast was sleeping soundly on a small hill. The system helpfully added that right now. It was dreaming of him. He sprinted gleefully across the plains, where an Italian rhino was watching him from the shadows. Just as people adore kittens, rhinos have their own preferences. But Wu simply strode past. The system praised him for his good manners, noting that a true gentleman never interrupts another's erotic dreams. Suddenly, the main character felt something crackle under his boots. He looked down at several brightly colored flyers, wondering what they could be. His talent announced this was just a teaser, a preview of the next episode. Wu studied the leaflet, which showed a menacing clown and a circus dome. The system warned that while the world is vast, as long as he continues to venture out from the tower, a clash with these circus performers is inevitable. He was stunned, gathering the flyers. He guessed this circus troupe must also be from another zone. He wondered just how many returns it would take before that fated episode arrived. Looking around, He saw nothing else of interest and decided to ascend. As he walked, a sign caught his eye: diesel fuel. The system immediately reminded him. That inscription points to the year 2022. Contemplating the date, Wu finally understood the grim reality of this place. From 2024 until the era of the High Tower, humanity endured the greatest chaos in its history. But years before that, strange mutations had already begun. Back in 2022, the animals in the zoo were mechanized. They were no longer fed food, but various kinds of fuel. This sign was the proof. According to records from the 9th Mental Hospital, countless fallen had already appeared in the city back then. But the most absurd part was, despite all that chaos, people in the city kept coming to the zoo. The system mused that the big bad gray wolf here resembles an iron gururu, and the orangutan looks like the orangutan general from Beastman. No boy could possibly resist a sight like that. As he climbed higher, the protagonist had to agree. His talent warned him only 4 minutes remained before the next interference. It urged him to hurry. By then, Wu had already reached the roof. There, he spotted a viewing device, a scope designed to detect suits. Compared to the protagonist's own ability, this telescope's knowledge was limited, but it was highly specialized. It would show only one thing: the enemy's weak point. He frowned, realizing this telescope was a pure weakness-revealing tool. His own ability provided information on everything, simply and clearly. The problem was that information was often random. This telescope, however, was laser-focused on one thing: the weak points of any creature viewed through its lens. Approaching the device, Wu decided to see what he could find. When he aimed the telescope at the restroom structure, the system noted that the fallen had no need for such facilities. The local toilet was no longer a toilet. It was now a gruesome sort of gas station. And hidden there was a talent, albeit not a very useful one, in its 799 wave. Interference? All Wu had to do was kill that single fallen, and he'd have a 45% chance of obtaining its talent. That monster's weakness. A fear of fire. Lowering the telescope, the protagonist wondered if the effects of his talent and the scope had overlapped. He found the possibility intriguing, but was more focused on the irony. A creature that consumes fuel is afraid of fire. He figured that these fallen must have retained some of their old animal instincts, even after being mechanized into monsters. Or perhaps, he thought, it was just instinct. He strained to lift the telescope, but it was no use. It was bolted down. He crossed his arms, frustrated. Could he really not take it? He felt deeply wronged. It was such a useful tool, but he could only use it this one time. His ability, indignant, piped up. Did you really just fall for something else? It screamed that Wu had broken its heart, but the protagonist ignored its cries, calculating the distance to be 1,500 meters. He figured his current level of accompanying power was more than enough to dash to that public toilet in 3 minutes and trigger a combat state with the fallen. The system, seeing it was being ignored, shrieked that he could at least offer some words of comfort. But its indignation was cut short by a sudden realization. It asked, "Wait, did you just say you need to run there?" Without a word, the protagonist launched himself from the roof, plummeting downwards. The system panicked. "What are you doing?" It immediately surrendered. "I was wrong. I know you love me, so please come back." "Somebody save me," the talent cried out. It admitted it didn't want to die yet, but the protagonist continued his freefall as the system's screams grew louder. A moment later, he landed with a thunderous roar. "I was so scared," it wailed. "I thought we were going to die for sure." Although with Wu's accompanying power, such a jump wouldn't harm him in the slightest. Still, the system begged him to at least give a warning next time. Ignoring it, the protagonist simply brushed the dust from his clothes. Just then, the rhinoceros, awakened by the crash, rose to its feet. It charged forward, smashing into a door with a furious cry. The system announced that Wu had just successfully angered a fallen of the 3rd mutation level. It advised him to run for his life, but he simply ordered it to be calm, assuring it that everything was fine. He reminded the system not to forget structures outside the tower aren't so easily destroyed. Unlike, for example, the 3rd building in the 9th Mental Hospital. So, while the fallen is busy trying to break down the door, he has more than enough time to escape. The monster, realizing the door wouldn't budge, roared in pure fury. The protagonist knew the condition for a battle state had been met. The countdown to receiving the next. With his interference skill updated, he raced to the next location. The system saw he'd calculated everything. And 3 minutes later, Will had already closed in on the toilet, spotting the end of a massive tail slithering out from the building. It was a level 4 fallen mutation, possessing the abilities of corrosion, mechanical interference, and the rare mechanization trait. Once an Amazonian anaconda, this fallen was now more like an iron seed dragon. It fed on fuel, but feared fire. The protagonist recognized its talent. 799 was wave interference, matching its mechanical interference mutation. The system sensed his interest in this power, and Wu, hand on his chin, wondered if he recalled the talent's description. Talent 799 upon activation. It could create non-destructive interference in most mechanical equipment, the system asked. So what's the big deal? In short, the protagonist explained, surveillance devices wouldn't film, listening devices wouldn't record, and any mechanical system would malfunction. Outside the tower, this ability was almost useless, but inside it was the key to hiding his identity as Constantine. Even on the 3rd floor, he could partially evade all surveillance. Frowning, he knew this was exactly why he needed this talent. But there was a critical flaw in his plan. He knew the anaconda feared fire, but to ignite the fuel in the building, he'd have to get dangerously close. When he did, the moment the oil ignited, he lacked the speed of a level 3 to escape the blast. He would undoubtedly suffer devastating damage. How can I burn the anaconda and escape unharmed? His talent advised him to use his head, asking why he had to set it on. Fire. Suddenly, it clicked. Wu realized he'd been too fixated on the obvious. This was a fuel depot, and the enemy was afraid of fire. This tunnel vision blinded him from seeing a much better way. Walking a short distance away, he followed a sign to the canteen. He paused for a moment, then pushed open the door and stepped inside. The system noted that it would have left without a sound, because before him lay a colossal cat, sleeping soundly. It remarked that every man dreams of riding such a beast, and whoever could saddle this huge mechanical lion would only be rivaled by someone with a Gundam. The protagonist stopped, staring at the sleeping lion on its side. It was a 5th-level mutation. Among its rare traits were mechanization, metal threat, and a paralyzing roar. Wu asked with a bewildered look, "Is the system seriously saying every man dreams of riding it?" But he couldn't argue. As a child, he'd been so envious of Tai, who roamed Tokyo on the shoulders of a mechanical Tarask. "Then what are you waiting for?" the system urged. "Go on, subdue the beast." Meanwhile, the viewers watching the broadcast erupted. They cried out that this lion surpassed all their expectations for mechanical beasts. Someone called Wu a true man of courage, asking if he was forged from the same metal as the Fallen. People were stunned that he dared to approach it. "I'm terrified just watching," they exclaimed. Exie turned to Chin, asking what the protagonist was planning to do. She thoughtfully put a hand to her chin, unable to answer. Finally, she just said, "Have faith in Wu." Suddenly, a viewer pointed at the screen, shouting for everyone to look at what Constantine was doing. The crowd froze, their mouths hanging open in utter shock as they saw the protagonist stroking the mane of the fallen beast with his bare hands. They wondered what he was thinking. Had he completely lost his fear? Someone admitted they had a gut feeling he was about to get eaten. In that same moment, the system asked, "Aren't you afraid the lion will wake up and devour you?" He replied calmly. "I already checked. These fallen have major problems with perception." Their emotional senses were sharp, but their 5 basic senses had degraded almost completely. As he was petting the lion, he slipped a ring onto a lock of its mane. This small, enchanted item could bring an unexpected advantage. It was risky, but the ring began to glow faintly. Wu knew he had to try. He was pulled into the lion's memories, seeing it before it became a fallen, its mouth in a wide yawn. It laid down, watching as little lion cubs played nearby. A lioness rose and licked its cheek. The lion closed one eye, squinting as it licked the lioness back. For a moment, they just watched each other. But suddenly, they noticed a shadow. It was Wu, appearing within their memory. The lion's eyes shot open. It rose to its feet and roared. The system announced, "Enemy has used paralyzing roar." Wu was completely frozen for 10 seconds. He stood motionless. The system congratulated him for successfully angering the level 5 fallen and breaking the non-combat state. But instead of attacking, the beast moved closer, placing its front paws gently on his chest. It leaned in, close as could be, and began to lick his face. The system was stunned. It then admitted that while there was an element of gambling involved, the protagonist's bet had paid off perfectly. He didn't respond as the lion began to rub its head against his body. The system explained, "This mechanical lion, it now sees you as its partner. It's trying to win your affection." It assumed that Wu understood everything perfectly. The fallen pounced on him, knocking him over, finally stroking the lion's neck. The protagonist ordered it to lie down. He stepped back, waiting for it to obey. After it did, he climbed onto its back, a smile spreading across his face. Everything had worked. Now, all that remained was dealing with the anaconda. He ordered the lion forward. The beast leaped into action, rushing in the right direction. The spectators were utterly speechless. Cursing, someone asked what in the world they had just witnessed. Everyone was in shock that Constantine had simply saddled the fallen. Someone else asked if this could be some kind of lost technology from the civilization outside the tower. Others thought they were hallucinating. And Chingy, holding her chin in her hand,
Was paused, amazed. A figure known as Exi watched from afar, closing his eyes with a smile. "My new boss," he exclaimed, "is seriously cool." Then his thoughts turned practical.
Monetarily, this was a bit of a downgrade. He wouldn't be able to do voiceovers, nor could he arrange a broadcast to sell goods.
The highest principle of the Service Bureau was to maximize economic benefits. Watching the chaos below, Exi stroked his chin, pondering.
He needed to devise a new way to monetize Wu. At that moment, Wu himself, now riding a mechanized lion, continued his charge. The system cried out with glee.
"Those cars from your past life have nothing on this," it cheered. A mechanized lion versus anything else? Who would win Wu was ready to find out.
He had to agree. A fallen of the 5th mutation level was, for all intents and purposes, at the very top of the food chain here in the blue zone. And a 6th, its mutation level was already monstrous. Just like Ilya. Reaching the fence, the lion cleared it in a single, powerful leap. But there was one nagging uncertainty. This fallen one was in a frenzy. What if the ring slipped off in this state? He questioned the system's logic. Would the monster instantly turn on him and tear him to pieces? The system acknowledged it was a valid point. Just then, the fallen one froze. Wu's talent flared, warning him to prepare himself. A new talent was about to be his. Suddenly, the fallen anaconda lunged forward with deadly intent, but the lion dodged, leaping aside in a blur. The anaconda's jaws snapped shut on empty air with a thunderous clap, with a swipe of its paw. The lion's claws shot out, pinning the serpent to the earth. The force was so immense the asphalt shattered into pieces, refusing to yield. The anaconda coiled its massive body around the lion. It let out a deafening roar. Then, planting its other paw, the lion rose higher, violently throwing the enemy from its back. Wu himself shuddered from the sheer force, barely hanging on. The monster then clamped its jaws onto the anaconda's body. And with one savage jerk, it tore its enemy to shreds at the same time. It ripped the core right from its body. The protagonist stared, wondering if that was really a snake's gallbladder. The next moment, the lion's jaws tightened and crushed the core. The system explained that mechanized creatures cannot die as long as their power core is intact. However, as Wu had just witnessed, the lion cracked it like a walnut. Though the fallen one was dead, it left behind a less than useful talent. It was called wave interference. Thinking it over, Wu realized the parallel to his own case with Ilya, when he had taken his own life. That suicide was considered a death by a fallen one's hand. And now, the snake had been killed by a lion, also a fallen one. The principle was the same. In his mind, he pictured Ilya and the anaconda. He realized that ultimately, he was still the one passing judgment. He leaped from the creature's back. He concluded that the rules outside the tower didn't just reward brute force. Using others to do the dirty work was also a valid strategy, a highly effective one. Petting the lion, Wu praised it as the creature rested its head on its paws. He then walked toward an old public toilet. It looked just as it had 700 years ago. Of course, the foul stench was gone, replaced by the smell of fuel. As Wu walked deeper inside, he noted it had become an oil depot. Something about the rules of this world had clearly changed. He was beginning to realize that the world outside the tower was far from simple. He walked past the open toilet stalls, but suddenly froze. There was writing on a partition. The note read, "I already told them something was wrong with this dog, but nobody listened to me." It continued, "It's time we dealt with this animal." A later note from an employee added, "That dog, it came back for revenge. Revenge." Wu was stunned to read about a dog. Just then, a ferocious roar echoed from outside. He whipped his head around, recognizing the sound instantly. It was his lion. Were there new fallen ones nearby? No. Abandoning that thought, he sensed something else was terribly wrong and bolted forward. The lion was clearly worried. Approaching the exit, he saw the fallen one, once resting quietly, was now on its paws, baring its fangs. It was growling towards some unseen foe. The entire earth began to shake. A new roar erupted, sending the other fallen animals into a panicked frenzy. They flew and ran for their lives. Suddenly, shells rained down from countless guns. A shell struck one of the birds, tearing it into several small pieces. Looking at the fragments raining down, Wu froze. At that moment, the monster's weapons annihilated several antelopes below. It was Shoujing. Its body bristled with a massive arsenal of weapons, all firing in different directions. The guns unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Watching this, the sponsor dropped his cigarette. His face was covered in sweat from the sheer pressure. Frowning, he asked himself, what kind of nonsense is this? He called Shoujing a monster. The audience, however, was ecstatic, shouting, "That's so cool! What is that thing?" This was even more interesting than last time, using his ability. Wu saw that this was a fallen mutation level 7, possessing rare mutations like mechanization, inexhaustible energy source, and stitched beasts. It also had perfect mutations gigantism, overload, and firearms. Meanwhile, the weapons on the fallen's body stopped firing. Only smoke lingered in the air. Xie Jing began to look around carefully. The system noted that the protagonist had already figured it out. He knew it was a dog. Even in its indifferent gaze, he could still recognize the husky breed. In this area, Shoujing was the undisputed ruler, as well as the bearer of the Doomsday puzzle element. If Wu wanted that element, he would need Shoujing's approval. The protagonist was astonished. A 7th level of mutation. He guessed this fallen one was stronger than the 2 previous disciples he had encountered. Only In surpassed it. The system decided to remind him of something. It noted that Drek, without his gigantism mutation, had a similar state in his 2nd phase, and his strength back then was on a completely different level. Suddenly, a pitiful sound snapped Wu from his thoughts. The lion was whining. With that, Wu turned to leave. His talent piped up, noting that when it comes to perfect mutations like gigantism, it pales in comparison to absolute strength. It was clear he was no match for a fallen with 3 perfect mutations. The lion knew it, too. It whimpered pitifully, shrinking back in absolute terror. The system screamed, "Quickly, to the restroom, hide now!" And indeed, he did. Slipping into the building with the lion in tow, he recalled the system's words. Shoujing was the carrier of a Doomsday puzzle element. This meant each element had a designated keeper. The system congratulated his sharp deduction, but warned there was no reward for it. Wu realized this meant there were puzzle guardians at the 9th mental hospital, and in the jungle as well. He was certain the hospital's guardian should have been there, but the notes said the puzzle piece was moved. The same thing happened in the jungle. An image flashed in his mind. The silhouette of that poor woman, a part of her body torn away. Then, a man's sinister grin. This had to be connected to Cain. The system noted that if he wanted to collect the puzzle pieces from those zones, he would have to find Cain first. And to find him, he needed to use the travel disc. Wu crossed his arms, deep in thought. He didn't want to use that item just yet. Pressing himself against the restroom wall, he peeked outside. He saw Shoujing pause, scanning its surroundings, patrolling its territory. A husky like that wasn't a stray. It had to have an owner. And that owner, he presumed, was deeply connected to the zoo. Moving closer to a wall covered in graffiti, he noticed something. Based on the inscriptions, it looked like the zoo staff had tried to get rid of Shoujing. But in the end, it returned for revenge. The massive fallen one continued its patrol, kicking up clouds of dust. But Wu wondered, why take revenge specifically on people? This zoo had its own dark history, but something still didn't add up. He leaned against the wall, thinking. His talent asked what exactly was wrong. Wu replied that every fallen he'd met here was an animal. He hadn't seen a single fallen human. He glanced at the lion, watching him intently. He added that Cain had left behind stories of his disciples in the areas linked to the travel disc. He guessed that each puzzle guardian had their own story. But now, according to the new information, he had to gain the guardian's approval to get the piece, not eliminate it. Wu pictured Shoujing in his mind, but was suddenly distracted by the lion emerging from hiding. He followed it, and the system called him out.
What a show-off, it teased. Weren't you two just huddled in a corner like kittens? Without answering, Wu leaped onto the lion's back and gave a command.
"Forward! Follow Shoujing!" At his words, the fallen beast froze, trembling in fear. Wu remained silent, his presence weighing it down. The system chuckled, realizing the ring's influence wasn't enough to make the lion risk its life for him. It had learned one crucial lesson. Over these 700 years, you never, ever mess with Shoujing. It was the absolute ruler of this entire zoo. As the fallen one broke into a nervous sweat, Wu felt a pang of regret. He wanted to observe Shoujing up close. "Don't be upset," the system chimed in.
You still have a chance to see the monster up close, where Shoujing walked. There's a pile of scrap metal. And there was. A crushed antelope lay on the ground next to a massive paw print. The system urged Wu to hurry, hinting that he might find something unexpected.
7 minutes later, riding the lion, he reached the location. They stopped a short distance away, concealing themselves behind a huge boulder. The lion bared its fangs and growled, but Wu placed a calming hand on its neck. "Be quieter," he ordered, telling it to stay hidden. He was certain they shouldn't approach yet. He began to observe. Was that fallen even alive? Suddenly, another monster came into view. It drew closer, picking up a torn part of the antelope and beginning to connect it. Tools appeared from a backpack on the orangutan's back. Using them, it began to repair the broken fallen. Wu was shocked. He realized this mechanical orangutan was fixing the damaged creatures. The ape-like fallen then picked up the antelope's core from the ground. Inserting it into the right place, the body of the fallen was immediately enveloped in light. The antelope's eyes began to glow, and it carefully rose to its feet, barely holding on with trembling legs. The mechanical orangutan put its tools away. Wu now understood. As long as the core was intact, even if the body was completely destroyed, it could be reassembled and would function again. The system confirmed it, exclaiming that to the repaired antelope, this orangutan was a true benefactor. It admired how broad-minded this fallen one was. But suddenly, the mechanical orangutan's eyes began to glow. It grabbed the antelope, pressing it close. The system, stunned, yelled, "What is that fallen doing?" It cursed. Did it really save the antelope just for this? It warned Wu to be careful, as the following scene was only suitable for viewers over 18 years old. The main character was shocked. Even after becoming a fallen, this need remains. And between different species, he covered his face with his palm as the system added, "By the way, horned antelopes are males." It also wanted to remind him that only 30 seconds remained before the next interference. Wu, who had turned his back on the antelope and orangutan, pointed toward the two fallen while still covering his face. Looking at the lion, he suggested that it also needed something to occupy its time. "Move forward," he commanded. The lion immediately took off. It charged toward the other monsters. Once it was within range, it leaped forward with a furious roar and began to tear the antelope and the orangutan into countless small pieces. As the fragments flew through the air, Wu calmly walked closer. The system broke the silence. "So, what do you think?" it asked. "After an observation like that, you must have learned something useful." Wu simply said, "You could say I learned a thing or two." And just like that, a new question sparked in his mind. His talent was insatiable, always curious. He explained that after witnessing the battle, he saw it clearly. The mechanical fallen and the gene-mutated ones were two entirely different paths of corruption. He presented the core he'd found, laying it beside the gene pattern. The system, confirming his theory, exclaimed that Bai Wu had been observing with incredible precision. He then posed a chilling question. Could he assume two distinct rival forces were at play in this apocalyptic world? He pictured the twisted flesh of one fallen against the cold steel of the other. The system thoughtfully noted that no one truly knew the answer. 3 hours later, a new window appeared, a flash of light, and the system congratulated Bai Wu on leveling up. It announced his strength had reached the 3rd stage of the 2nd level. He'd graduated from a 3rd-rate weakling to a 2nd-rate weakling. Our main character stood in the desolate street, leaning against a broken sign. The system window chimed in, telling him not to lose heart. For an intelligence core, his growth speed was already defying all logic. With praise, it prompted him to choose which stat he wished to enhance. A shimmering interface appeared before Bai Wu. 5 pillars of potential stood before him: speed, health, recovery, perception, strength. The protagonist held out his hand, gazing at the destiny he was about to forge. The system window explained he had 2 attribute points to spend. Bai Wu muttered to himself. The 3rd stage of the 2nd level. He began calculating. If his predictions were right, he should only be at the 1st stage right now. He stared at his hand in shock, a wild theory forming. Does the time coefficient depend on the zone's color? He wondered aloud. Are 4 hours in the blue zone equal to 8 in the white one? He recalled his time in the 9th mental hospital. When they crossed from the white zone to the blue, the growth rate of his companion force hadn't changed at all. It remained locked to the white zone's coefficient. Bai Wu deduced that the rate is set the moment you leave the tower. Only by starting in the blue zone could one gain its accelerated benefits. This meant, he realized, that the growth coefficients in the purple and red zones would be astronomically higher. But a chill ran down his spine. He knew it was better not to set foot in those forbidden territories. Not yet. With that mystery solved, He focused on his 2 ability points. With an ability like Prey's Eye and a body immune to the Fallen's corruption, there was no need to enhance his perception. He pointed toward the health stat, then paused. Against a truly powerful enemy, he'd be obliterated in an instant, no matter his health pool. And recovery was only useful for minor wounds. His finger hovered, then decisively tapped. He chose strength. Raw, overwhelming power was what he needed. The system window asked again, surprised, then noted that with his choices, it seemed he was preparing to walk the path of pure, head-on confrontation. At that very moment, his tamed lion brought its massive paw down, crushing a mechanical monstrosity. The system's voice chimed in again. Ah, I forgot to mention something. The lion held the enemy's mechanical core in its jaws. The system reminded Baiwu that he had now spent 8 hours outside the tower. And so, he had received his second hindrance, a debuff known as parasitic hatred. The protagonist slammed a hand to his face as the world began to warp. His eyes, burning beneath the mask, began to glow with a dazzling scarlet light. The system explained that through his 5 senses, he would now perceive the raw hatred of all things. Even the calmest soul would feel a storm of negative emotions. Baiwu, with a look of pure confusion, slowly lowered his hand, watching his lion finish off the mechanical fallen. His jaw dropped as he gazed at the world around him. Is this what this place really looks like? The entire space was drenched in a violent crimson hue, surrounded by swirling shadows. His tamed lion was revealed to be nothing but bone and fur. The protagonist, staggering slightly, clutched his face as the world burned red. A single thought echoed in his mind. Black fog. Then another realization hit him. I never imagined. The cat under all that armor looked like this. The skeletal lion opened its maw in a silent roar. The black fog, he theorized, was the materialization of pure hatred. He gripped his head, and then a slow smile spread across his face. The system asked, stunned. Why are you smiling? Baiwu replied. At first, I thought without Cain, I'd never be able to access the memories of the fallen. Through mere documents. He paused, his smile widening. But now, that problem is solved. The joys and sorrows of humans and the fallen are one and the same. Their noise, he declared, will help me uncover the truth of this zoo. With newfound confidence, Baiwu spread his arms wide and strode forward. The true investigation was about to begin. 2 hours later, Baiwu stood on a rooftop, leaning against a railing by a telescope, poring over a document. His lion lay beside him, its tail swishing lazily. The system noted that, just as he predicted, all the clues about the husky were hidden within the files of different buildings. Baiwu now held 3 notebooks, each a different color. The blue one was a personal diary. The system remarked that even though he'd gathered a trove of information, the details were too fragmented to piece together the full story. But our main character, now surrounded by a swirling vortex of dark spirits, simply smirked. That may be, he thought. But now I have parasitic hatred. With this power, he could feel the despair and rage of the people who wrote these very words. The system observed in admiration. Incredible. You've turned a debilitating debuff into a powerful buff. Baiwu nodded. I just need to read. Turning to his loyal companion, he said, Wait for me here. Call me if you sense danger. The skeletal lion sat obediently, its tongue lolling out in a friendly expression as it let out a soft meow. The protagonist took a breath, picked up the personal blue diary, and opened it. He believed the diary would reveal what truly happened here. But the moment he cracked it open, a sinister, dark red energy erupted from its pages. Baiwu was instantly plunged into a vivid memory. A girl's voice cried out, Jia Ping. Then, with sharp irritation, she demanded, Why are you late again? The girl, Xianxiang, was at an amusement park, but her expression was anything but amused as she pointed an angry finger, declaring this was far from the first time. She frowned, her voice rising. Before every single date, she was the one left waiting for him. Jia Ping rushed toward her, looking completely flustered. With a hand on the back of his neck, he offered a sheepish apology. He nervously tried to explain that today had been a special case. It turned out Shanti was pregnant. He had to switch her to a nutritious diet and perform a full examination, which took far more time than he'd expected. Shanti, Xianzhang asked, confused. Then realization dawned on her face. Wait, that's the zebra? She shouted. She playfully lunged at Jiaping, grabbing his collar. You stood me up? For a zebra? She exclaimed. I'm going to strangle you, she declared, tightening her grip. Jiaping yelped in mock pain, telling her it actually hurt. Xianzhang pouted, her cheeks puffed out in resentment. Besides, she sighed, Isn't it time you quit that job? She complained about the tiny salary, but to volunteer as a veterinarian, that's not a job, that's charity. Watching this unfold, Bai Wu asked himself, are these his memories? The scene shifted. Jieping was inside a room, while Xianxiang lingered near the front door. She turned to him hesitantly. With an embarrassed expression, she confessed that both she and her brother were struggling. They couldn't find a job anywhere. Xianxiang finally looked at Jiping and asked if he could possibly help them. A gentle smile spread across his face as he looked down at her. Don't you worry about it, he said softly, promising to take care of everything. He leaned in, placing a large, comforting hand on her head. She looked up at him, her cheeks flushing as she shyly whispered his name. The memory faded and another took its place. Jieping and Xianxiang were standing at the entrance to the zoo, surrounded by a crowd of people, as a man with a camera gave them instructions. You really don't have to do this, Xianxiang murmured shyly. But Jieping, grinning from ear to ear, held up 2 fingers and insisted. Of course we do. It's your first day here, he said brightly. We have to take a photo to commemorate it. He then turned to the security guard standing behind them. The man had a perpetually gloomy expression, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. Jieping called out, Hi, get over here and join us. Hai reluctantly shuffled over. Excellent, the photographer said. Now, everyone smile. He began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Cheese, Xianjiang, and Jieping beamed at the camera, but Hai stared off to the side, his grim expression unchanged. The scene dissolved into another. Jieping was on his knees next to Shanti, his voice filled with urgency. Just hold on, he pleaded. You're almost there, he encouraged her. At that moment, Shanti, lying in her pen, finally gave birth to a tiny, perfect zebra. Pure joy lit up Jieping's face. It's born, he cried out, his cheeks red with excitement. He saw that both mother and baby were perfectly fine. He turned to the new mother. You're the most amazing mother ever, he whispered. Quick, look at your baby. And Jieping named the little one, Hopa. With that, Bai Wu reached the diary's final page. The memories ceased. Is that all? He wondered, a deep sense of confusion setting in. But what about the dog, he thought. If the guardian of this puzzle was a dog, why wasn't there a single mention of it in these documents? He reached for the second notebook. There were still too many unanswered questions about this place. He hoped this one held the real key. The cover read, Work Journal. Perhaps there's something more useful in here, he mused, his voice a low whisper. Work Journal. The moment he opened it, a new memory, harsh and violent, crashed over him. Jieping slammed open a door labeled Financial Department. He was dragging Hai by the tie, his face a mask of pure fury. He stormed toward a woman at a desk, Xianjiang, and demanded, You need to deal with your brother. Do you have any idea what he did today? Jieping roared at her, his voice echoing in the small office. He sold the zoo's cubs if I hadn't noticed in time. They would have ended up on the black market. Hai abruptly yanked his tie free from Jieping's grasp. Scowling, he shot back, It's none of your damn business. He then added with a sneer that there was nothing wrong with it. So what if I sold a couple of animals? Rage contorted Jieping's face as he stared at Hai, utterly speechless. He lunged forward, grabbing Hai's tie again, his fist raised high. What did you just say? He growled.
Hai looked genuinely surprised, still chewing on a twig. What's the big deal, he asked. The Fallen are creating chaos everywhere.
The whole world is facing an apocalypse, he continued calmly. Everyone is just trying to find a way to get into the tower. In a world like this, he asked, who's going to notice the loss of a couple of animals? He lowered his voice conspiratorially.
I've made contact with elites from inside the tower, he bragged. And they're willing to pay a high price.
For all these animals, he explained. Deer antlers, rhinoceros horns, tiger teeth, and leopard skins. He spread his arms wide. This place is a treasure trove. We sell a few, and we're guaranteed a place inside the tower. Then, his voice dropped to a manipulative whisper. Don't you want your sister to live in the tower, in complete comfort and safety?
Jieping's fury wavered, replaced by a look of profound sadness. Of course he wanted Xianzheng to be safe in the tower. Noticing the change, Hai adjusted his tie.
Jieping stared forward, his eyes wide with shock. His sister knew everything. Even worse, she was the one who made contact with that high-ranking figure from the tower. He couldn't tear his gaze from Shanning as she spoke. He never expected his own sister to scold him like this, telling him to take better care of himself. Xianxiang just watched, her arms crossed, her expression a mask of ice. A young security guard, lighting a cigarette, broke the silence during their outdoor lunch. Hey, he started. You guys ever hear about the tower that came before this one? He continued, saying the rumors claimed it just vanished, for reasons no one knew. A zoo employee sitting beside him nodded grimly. I heard about it, he confirmed. Heard it had something to do with the end of the world. The guard leaned in, intrigued. So what was in there? The other guy looked off into the distance, taking a slow sip from a metal can. No one knows for sure, he admitted. All I know is what the whispers say. That the top brass wiped every trace of the old tower. They call this new one Noah's Ark for all mankind. Old Man Lu repeated the phrase, his voice low. Noah's Ark for all mankind. It clicked. That's exactly what Xianxiang and her brother had said. He began to think. Maybe their offer deserved serious consideration. The younger guy scoffed, looking at Old Man Lu in disbelief. What's there to think about? Just say yes, he insisted. Our funding is drying up. They're already delaying our paychecks.
Forget the animals' expenses. We can't even feed ourselves, he exclaimed. The finance department is a disaster. We should sell these animals to the tower's elite while we still can, he urged. Maybe we can even get ourselves a pass out of this hell.
Besides, he added darkly, the animals are wasting away. Soon, they won't be worth anything to anyone. Old Man Lu, mid-bite, had to agree. The situation was dire. But Japing is still being stubborn. He sighed. He even got into a huge fight with Xinjiang. The kid spends all day patrolling the park in that beat-up car of his, he explained. If he even suspects someone is trying to sell an animal, he calls the police without a second thought. So, what are we supposed to do now? The young man holding a soda can echoed the question. What do we do? He stared ahead, a cold resolve hardening his face. When you start a job, you see it through to the end. His brow furrowed, his voice dropping to a growl. We grab him. We tie him up. He crushed the empty can in his fist, the sound of twisting metal filling the air. It'll save us a whole lot of trouble. Another man shifted uncomfortably. That's a little inhuman, don't you think? The man with the crushed can turned on him instantly. What's wrong with it? He snarled. Don't you get it? He's dragging us all down with him, he raged. Do you want to die when the world ends? Is that it? I don't know about you, but I plan on living a few more years. The guard nodded in agreement. He's making perfect sense. A dark pact was formed. Then it settled. They looked towards the park, their expressions grim and determined. Let's do this. Sometime later, Japing approached Shanying and Hopa with a friendly wave. Hey, I came to see you. Shanying's eyes went wide. But in the reflection of a nearby zebra's pupil, a shadow moved. A security guard, creeping up from behind, raising his hand to strike Japing down. Japing remained oblivious, smiling innocently at the animals. Elsewhere, the main character slammed a journal shut. No mention of a dog in this document, either. A system window materialized before him. Animals in a zoo remain animals. But the same cannot be said for people. The voice continued, explaining that Japing was fighting desperately to protect his animals. But the other employees had a very different agenda. Baiwu replayed recent events in his mind. His intuition screamed at him. Japing was the owner of that mysterious dog. But where did it come from, he wondered. And what role does it play in all of this? As he sifted through the papers, the system window chimed in again. Do not dwell on it, it advised. See what secrets the other documents hold. Baiwu was suddenly pulled into a memory buried within the files. A club banged against a metal door. Time to eat, a voice shouted. Inside, Japing was trapped in a filthy dark room. Xianshang slid a small container through a slot at the bottom of the door. This is your food for today, she said calmly. I was busy, so I came later than usual. Japing sat huddled in a corner, surrounded by trash and countless empty boxes. Sorry to keep you waiting, Xianshang added. He exploded. Enough, he roared, pinching his nose. I can smell that guy's filth from 100 kilometers away. It's making me sick, he yelled. Just get out of here. Xianshang, still kneeling by the door, ignored his outburst. Lately, she began, we've been receiving more and more offers for the animals. If this keeps up, in just 3 months, we'll have enough to buy a pass to the tower. Her voice was steady, methodical. Then, we can finally go there. Live the rest of our lives in peace and safety. Japing shot to his feet, pure rage contorting his face. He ran to the door and kicked the container of food right back out. Who would want to spend the rest of their life with you after this? He screamed. These animals are state property, he raged. If you keep selling them, someone from the government will notice, and when they do, they will come for us. Japing's clothes were torn, his face smeared with dirt and bruises. He pressed his face to the floor, staring wildly through the small slot. The arm of justice is long, he bellowed, and one day you will answer for what you've done. Before the law. Hay strained his jaw, repeating the word, law. After that, he angrily began to kick the metal door, repeatedly screaming, law! He menacingly addressed Xiaoping, asking permission to open his eyes. Then he began to shout about the authorities he constantly mentions. They were trying to get into the tower by any means necessary. Japing just looked ahead with a confused expression on his face while he shouted, "No one cares what we're doing here." He alone still couldn't understand this. Xian Shang, with a calm expression, put her hand on the angry Hei's shoulder. She asked him to calm down. Hei turned and started to walk away. Xian Shang then turned to Jang and told him that she thought he needed to rest. And think carefully about our words. She told him she would come visit as soon as she was free from work. Japing continued to lie on his back, motionless. Zhang's stomach hit the floor, after which he collapsed, utterly drained of strength. Just then, Old Man Lu appeared at the door and turned to Zhang, Awakens, why he had to be so stubborn. He explained that the world outside was just as chaotic as he'd warned. On the city's outskirts, the Fallen had begun to appear more and more often, while inside the city, riots and chaos reigned supreme. No one, he said, cared about what happened in some forgotten zoo. He handed him scraps of food through the door, warning him not to throw away this chance in such desperate times, if he wouldn't feel sorry for himself. Then he told him to at least think of his family. But Zhang's vacant eyes just stared at the ceiling, lost in a world of despair's old eye. Manlu told him that everyone else had finally joined those two, pushing himself up on the floor of his cell. Zhang rasped that he understood. He knew what the old man was trying to say, but insisted that people must have lines they will not cross, that they must live according to their conscience. Conscience? Old Man Lu scoffed, asking if he knew the zoo's funding had been cut a whole week ago. He told him that the animals would soon run out of food and starve to death regardless. In that case, what difference did it make if it happened now or later? Then he pushed, asking what was so wrong with selling them so they could live a little longer. Old Man Lu's words were like daggers as he asked if Zhang truly believed these animals would ever appreciate his selfless sacrifice. Zhang pressed his face to the grimy floor, begging the old man to just let him out of there. He covered his face with his hands, his body trembling, saying he just wanted to see Shanti and the others. His voice cracked as he mentioned that Hopa was still so small, and he was worried. But Old Man Lu cut him off, his face etched with sorrow, apologizing and telling him he could not let him out. All the while, the protagonist watched the scene unfold, notebooks clutched in his hand. A system window materialized, noting that Zhang was truly being treated like a beast. It observed that while the old man still had a shred of kindness left, even he couldn't resist the call of human nature. The system then prompted him to watch what happened. Next, a crowd of zoo workers stood before a metal cage, screaming, "Damn it!" in terror. They yelled, asking why the animals were starting to mutate too. At that moment, they saw a panda with blazing red eyes and metallic body parts. The system window noted that the animal's reaction was understandable, since they had been without food and their caretaker for a long time. Naturally, their anxiety had been building. The system window then explained that once this anxiety reaches a critical point, animals, just like people, begin to transform into the fallen. The zoo workers scattered in terror from them, say, fallen panda, screaming that they had to run, that they couldn't stay there any longer. But Hei simply frowned, holding his smartphone out and saying that the fallen one wouldn't do anything to them, ordering the workers to calm down. He snapped a photo, asking them if they had noticed that the bars of the cage had also changed. The bars glowed a dangerous red where the panda touched them. Hei urged the zoo workers to look closer, explaining that no matter how hard the fallen one tried, it couldn't even scratch the bars. Then, looking at the photo on his phone, he asked them to consider the potential profit. He explained that these were mutated animals that were completely safe for humans, and he was certain that there were wealthy collectors who would pay a fortune for them. A young man stroked his chin thoughtfully and said that it was true. He noted that the tower elites would definitely be interested in something so unique. Hei answered with a confident nod and said that he'd already started to spread panic. He told them to simply follow his and his sister's orders. He began to walk away, raising a hand and guaranteeing that they would earn so much money that buying a pass to the tower would be child's play for them. Then he turned, noting he almost forgot to ask something. He faced Old Man Lu and asked if that guy had been quiet these past 2 months. The old man looked surprised. His face was a mask of confusion as he repeated, "That guy," Hai sneered, asking who else he could be talking about. Before clarifying that he meant Zhang, old man, Lu said Zhang's name, then told him that the warehouse where he was locked up had no ventilation, and that he wouldn't let them clean it. He explained that the place had become a literal petri dish where he was slowly dying. Hei walked away, saying that the main goal was to keep him from dying. He told them that if he was in such bad shape, they should put some antibiotics in his rice, anything to strengthen his immunity. Then Hei said
that his sister was clear the only thing that mattered was that he remained alive. Inside the room where Jiang was kept, flies swarmed his untouched food. Jiang himself, with
agonizing, blood-weeping sores covering his entire body, lay on the floor like a lifeless husk. Flies crawled on his skin. Suddenly, he began to cough violently into his hand. When he looked at his dirty palm, he saw it was covered in blood flowing from his mouth. Seeing this with tears in his eyes, he realized he likely wouldn't last much longer. However, he whispered in a hoarse voice that he didn't want to die yet, looking at the ceiling. He said that he just wanted to see them at least one more time. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light exploded from his eyes. He found himself in a field, and next to him were a lion and a lioness, looking at them in shock. He whispered, "Juan and Elsa." In this vision, Xiaoping's face was healthy, his body free of any sores. A lion pressed its massive head against Jiang's face, licking him. Bai Wu realized Jiang hadn't just been mistreated. He was subjected to something truly inhumane by his own colleagues, to escape. Bai Wu first assumed there was only one conclusion. Jiang must have become a fallen one and slaughtered every last one of them. It made sense. People usually turned by accumulating extreme negative emotions, or by a direct injection of a fallen one's blood. As he scanned the memory fragments, a chilling scene from Jiang's life unfolded. In this memory, from a time before his capture, Zhang Xiang pointed to a laptop. The screen blazed with a sensational headline. The city zoo's animals had mutated into mechanized fallen ones. Zhang Xiang turned to her brother, demanding to know if he uploaded the photo. He scratched the back of his head, a confused look on his face, and hesitantly admitted he did. He then asked what the big deal was, but they weren't alone. Another zoo worker, a guard, exploded with fury. "What's the problem?" He shouted, "His name!" his voice echoing with rage. "Now the entire country knows our animals have mutated. Of course everyone wants to see them." The guard threw his hands up in despair. "People have been calling non-stop since morning, trying to buy tickets. Our phones are ringing off the hook." He just stared back, unimpressed. "So what?" he shot back. "Isn't that great? We haven't had visitors in ages, and now suddenly we're flooded with people. Think of all the extra money we can make." The guard jabbed a finger at him, his face contorted in rage. "The problem is that we haven't had visitors for a long time. You need to think before you act." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "Did you forget we've already sold off a third of the zoo's animals?" His voice dripped with irritation. "When crowds of people show up, they're going to notice who's missing. What do you think happens then?" Through it all, Zhang Xiang leaned against a table, silently watching the bitter argument unfold. The guard wasn't finished. "And besides," he snarled, "Zhang is another huge problem." He warned that it was only a matter of time before a visitor discovered him. His expression turned serious. He agreed that Zhang was a threat that had to be eliminated. "We need to kill him," he stated coldly. He then turned to his sister, seeking her approval. The other guard chimed in, urging her to give her final opinion. Zhang Xiang's face was a mask of ice. She stared ahead, her expression unreadable, as the guard cruelly reminded her. "He is your boyfriend, after all." An old man named Lu, his face etched with confusion, finally spoke up. Can't we just let Zhang go?" The room fell silent as everyone stared at him. The guard scoffed. "Old man Lu, are you a complete idiot, or are you just pretending to be? With Zhang's personality, he'd go straight to the police." He raged. "They'd lock us up for illegal animal trafficking. Or for kidnapping, we'd be finished." Old man Lu just looked away, muttering in confusion. "Sister," he shouted, demanding an answer. Zhang Xiang lifted her head, her gaze steely and unwavering. "Deal with it," she ordered. A cruel smirk spread across He's face. He lit a cigarette and promised he'd handle it, just as she commanded. Old man Lu could only watch in bewildered horror. He grinned at his sister. "Don't worry," he assured her. "I'll make sure it's clean. There won't be a single trace left." The memory shifted. Zhang lay on the ground, his face covered in bloody sores, his eyes lifeless. A lion and lioness tore at his clothes. The beasts had already ripped his body in two. The scene played out in an empty field. When suddenly, the roar of gunfire shattered the silence. He and the other guards stood over the body, weapons in hand, cursing loudly. "Why isn't he dead yet?" he yelled in disbelief. His face went pale with fear. "After what the lions did, only his head is left." He turned to the others, screaming, "Shoot! Just shoot him and finish it!" A storm of bullets rained down. "Faster!" he shrieked, again and again.
Watching these horrifying memories, Bai Wu knew his first theory was wrong. Jiang didn't mutate into a fallen one.
He died, betrayed by the woman he loved. The system window confirmed it. His beloved, his colleagues, his friends, blinded by greed, they betrayed him. They locked him in a suffocating warehouse for 2 long months. As more memories flooded in, the system revealed the final, twisted truth. Jiang became food for the very animals he had devoted his life to protecting. The system noted that his fate was sealed. But Bai Wu had a breakthrough. He finally knew where that dog was. The system asked for confirmation. "You found it?" "Yes," Bai Wu replied mentally. "These memories, we only saw Jiang, but there was also a dog."
"We've been seeing everything, from the dog's perspective." He let out a sigh. That poor, faithful dog. It all clicked into place. Every single memory fragment was revealed through the dog's eyes. It had been with Jiang the entire time.
From the very beginning to the bitter end. The dog was torn apart by the lions right alongside its master, dying at the exact same moment. The system understood. So that's what the guard feared. When he said Jiang would be noticed, he meant the dog's barking. Not Jiang's screams. Jiang had been too weak to even make a sound. Bai Wu nodded. The memories didn't show it, but the dog was probably barking the entire time. In its final moments, all it saw were the men with their guns. Bai Wu finally understood. That's why the fallen dog is covered in firearms. Everything made perfect sense now. As the pieces fell into place, the protagonist stared into the memories, certain the final one held the key to this entire zone. He believed he'd have to find their skeletons, until the memory shifted, revealing a horrifying sight. Dangling from the rafters of a dusty warehouse were 2 legs. It was the broken body of Xiaobing, who had hanged himself right where his loved ones had locked him away for 2 months. The papers slipped from the protagonist's grasp. His face was a mask of shock as he stared at the empty space before him. "Xiaobing," he whispered, his voice trembling. "He committed suicide." Confusion twisted his thoughts. But wait. In the other memories, Xiaobing was torn to shreds by his own animals. He stared in disbelief. How could he have died twice? Just then, the timer above Bai Wu's head hit 0. A system window flashed to life, notifying him he'd been out of combat for 20 minutes. His penalty a hindrance from outside the tower. The thirst for war. The eye of the prey clarified its effect. As the name implied, in any aquatic environment, his power would weaken by 100%, to the point where he would simply drown. Bai Wu clutched his head, then swiped the system window aside with a wave of his hand. For now, he was lucky. The debuff wouldn't affect him unless he foolishly stepped into water. He glared at the system panel. "Don't interfere with my thoughts," he commanded. The system window meekly agreed, promising to remain silent. Kneeling amongst the scattered records, the protagonist began to piece it all together. The memories belonged to Shen Anhe, Old Man Luo, and other employees, even some visitors. It was a chaotic mess, he thought, but the dog's name, Xiaobing, was the one thread connecting them all, placing a hand on the records. He reviewed the facts. The first 4 memories told the tragic tale of a man torn apart by the animals he cherished. But the 5th memory, it defied everything. 2 images burned in his mind, Xiaobing being devoured by lions, and Xiaobing hanging lifelessly in a warehouse. He realized that in the 5th memory, only the cause of death was different. And that, he suspected, was the very key to conquering this place. With a fist to his chin, a shocking theory began to form. The final memory was seen through the eyes of the dog. There was no mistaking it. This meant one ending was a lie, and the other was the horrifying truth. The system window chimed in, confirming his deduction was correct. It noted that the hatred and resentment were identical in both scenarios. The only difference, one memory was in color, while the others were black and white. "Colors," the main character whispered. He stretched out his hand, rapidly sifting through the memories again. He saw it now, clear as day. The first 2 were vibrant, while the 3rd and 4th were drained of all life, all this time. He'd thought it was tied to Xiaobing's emotional state. But now he understood. It was the hatred of 2 different beings. He realized the first 2 memories were Xiaobing's resentment, while the 3rd and 4th belonged to his loyal dog. And even though the 5th memory took place in a dark warehouse, he was 100% certain it belonged to the human, Xiaobing. "So that's how it was," Bai Wu murmured, standing tall on a hill of scattered papers. The full, tragic story was finally clear. Suddenly, a thick, blood-red energy began to seep from the records. The aura condensed before Bai Wu, slowly taking on a human form. From this malevolent energy, a figure emerged, bearing the exact appearance of Xiaobing. The lion tensed, its body coiled like a spring, letting out a low growl at the ghostly substance. The protagonist stared, his eyes fixed on the apparition. As the figure of Xiaobing solidified, the lion prepared to lunge. But in a flash, the specter shot forward and merged directly into the protagonist Bai Wu instantly understood. This was Xiaobing's parasitic hatred, and the ring's protection was fading fast. His gaze shot to his companion. Then, why didn't the lion attack me? He saw Huan baring its teeth, yet its body was trembling with absolute terror. Looking at the terrified beast, Bai Wu wondered, is he afraid of me? He was stunned. The face of Xiaobing, its eyes glowing an infernal red, stared out from his own body. But the people Xiaobing hated were long dead. His hatred should have faded. Why does it still linger? He asked. Is there unfinished business? At that moment, in Jianlu Port, the massive TV screen showed Xiaobing's face overlaid on Bai Wu's body. The crowd gasped in shock. What is that? King Yai burst from the equipment room, screaming at the director. This is too dangerous. You have to stop him.
We have to pull him out now, she pleaded. If he continues, something terrible will happen.
The director, a cigarette dangling from his lips, simply stared ahead with a conflicted expression. Qing Yi, he said calmly, we only handle the broadcast.
The rest is not our responsibility. Her face fell. She spun around and ran back into the room, shouting for Wei Ming.
I know you have your secrets, she cried, desperate. Please contact someone. We have to do something. How do we get Constantine back? She yelled. Wei Ming pressed a hand to his ear. His brow furrowed as he nodded in agreement. Just then, a message flashed across the giant screen. Connection interrupted. A wave of confusion and panic washed over the crowd.
What's happening? Did the signal die again? Someone in the crowd shouted what everyone was thinking. This is it! Constantine must be dead.
But in the zone, the main character calmly placed his camera into his storage. The show was over. The rest was not for them to see. With a commanding voice, he ordered Huan to move. Climbing onto the great lion's back, he urged, Take me to that dog! Huan let out a thunderous roar and leaped from a great height, landing perfectly on his paws. The ground blurred beneath them as he charged forward at incredible speed. But as Huan ran, fragmented memories suddenly flooded his mind, and he wondered in confusion. What is this? He remembered a scene from years ago, approaching his pride as they feasted in the fields. A younger Huan cursed them. He thought, I was only gone a moment to play, and they started eating without me. But his anger turned to shock when he saw exactly what they were feasting on. A dog. Suddenly, the dead creature's jaw snapped shut, crushing the paw of a lioness. She recoiled, howling as she held the injured limb in her mouth. Then, the corpse rose to its feet, its eyes burning with an unholy light. Huan's blood ran cold. This was the same dog that was always by the man's side. He stared in disbelief. But it wasn't the same. It looked like some kind of zombie, a twisted horror. What happened to it? He wondered. In the memory, the lions surrounded the creature. But Huan knew something was terribly wrong. He had to find a human, someone who could stop this nightmare. He saw documents scattered near the undead dog, its skin and flesh rotted away in places, exposing the bone beneath. Huan recalled with a shudder that this dog was never separated from the man. So where did the man go? The thought was shattered by the memory of gunfire erupting, all aimed at the dog as a man screamed.
Shoot it, keep shooting, the man shrieked hysterically. But to his horror, the dog was still standing. The bullet struck its body but did absolutely no damage. Don't stop firing until it's dead, he ordered, raising his own rifle. Do not let that thing escape. But just at that moment,
the dog simply turned and walked away. The man shouted as the creature departed, leaving them all completely bewildered. What kind of madness is this? Why didn't the bullets harm it? He knew they had to finish the monster as soon as possible. But then, a panicked voice cried out, We're out of bullets. At that very moment, the dog with its torn, mangled mouth turned back. Huan stared in absolute terror, seeing his own reflection in its dead. Black eyes. He gasped. Is it looking at me? In that moment, Huan had believed that dog would never be seen again, that it would die somewhere far from their home. But now, it had returned. And with its appearance, every mutated animal in the zoo was sealed within a trap from which there was no escape. It was impossible to flee. Huan remembered how this monstrous dog slaughtered everyone in its path, and how his beloved Elsa eventually suffered the same. Tragic fate. The image of Elsa's lifeless body in a pool of blood was burned into his memory. Now, Huan realized with a jolt that somehow, the man on his back had become that very man. The system window appeared in Bu Wu's mind, stating that he was incredibly lucky, as the hatred of this parasite had no effect on him. Had anyone else been in his place, they would have been driven insane by the sheer volume of hatred and resentment crashing over them. The system noted that this was actually an advantage. Now, he understood precisely what this parasitic hatred truly wanted. The protagonist's mind raced. It's more than that, he realized. Now I understand what I must do to clear this zone. The system window was surprised by his calm. Bu Wu reasoned that while Zhao Ping died feeling unbearable resentment, all his memories had retained their color. This meant that even after all the betrayals, he had never stopped loving the world. But for the dog, it was an entirely different story. The protagonist finally understood. After the death of its beloved owner, Xing, the world in the dog's eyes had completely faded, turning to black and white. The system sadly noted that with so many weapons fused to its body, it was hard to even imagine the distorted and terrifying world the dog now saw. Bu Wu agreed. That's right, and that is the key to clearing this zone. Just then, Huan, carrying him, finally brought him closer to the beast. He stopped just short of the dog, glancing back at his rider. The protagonist spoke a single name, Zhaojing. In that instant, the colossal metal dog, bristling with countless firearms and missiles, froze. Its glowing detection indicators locked onto Huan and Bu Wu. Huan was in a state of utter shock. His mouth hung open. It just stop, he thought. It seemed impossible. That monster had wandered the entire zoo for 700 years, and in all that time, it had never once stopped. Huan's mind reeled in disbelief. Did he make it freeze with just one word? His thoughts were filled with dread. This was the end. They would surely die now that its gaze was fixed upon them. But Bu Wu's calm voice cut in. Everything is fine. Just wait for me here. Xiaojing watched as Bu Wu approached him without fear. The protagonist walked forward and stretched out his hand before him. Looking into the creature's sensors, he asked it to come to him. In Xiaojing's mind, a happy memory surfaced, of him running towards his beloved master, barking joyfully. Enveloped by this phantom memory, Bu Wu made a mental request. Show me what happened in that warehouse. The protagonist's vision shifted, and he began to see an exhausted Xiaojing lying in a filthy, cluttered warehouse. His master sat beside him, letting the dog gently lick his palm. Xiaojing leaned over his owner, looking at his lifeless body. Darkness was all around. The dog had no idea what the future held. Xing's body was covered in multiple ulcers, the signs of infection visible everywhere. He was literally rotting alive, even before his last breath. Noticing his owner was no longer breathing, Xiaojing brought its muzzle close to his face, silently saying goodbye. It closed its eyes in overwhelming grief. The next day, Xiaojing tried to get out, but it was useless. The people who had abandoned them there didn't care at all. They didn't care what happened to Xing, or to his still-living dog. The only sounds were the futile knocks and scratches at the door. There was no hope of salvation. The dog tried to get someone's attention, barking loudly and calling for help, but no one responded. The animal could only wait for death. 2 days later, Xiaojing stopped trying to escape, now only silently, and looking at the corpse of its master. Bu Wu appeared in these terrible memories, watching the torment of the poor dog as it was about to decide on a desperate step. After 3 days, the gnawing agony of starvation became unbearable. With trembling paws, Xiaojing slowly approached Luo Jiping's still form. The loyal dog hesitated, torn between its hunger and a horror that ran soul deep. Tears of resentment, despair, and crushing guilt welled in its eyes. Finally, it bared its teeth. With a sorrowful yelp, Xiaojing bit into the cold flesh, forced to consume the body of the master it loved. Observing this entire tragedy unfold, Bai Wu noted in the system window that everything was proceeding exactly as he foresaw. Jiping had taken his own life, and his loyal dog was now consuming his remains. As Bai Wu silently watched the memory play out, the dog continued its grim meal. Its body kept moving, but its spirit was already broken. Bai Wu recalled a report he had read long ago, his expression completely unfazed. The protagonist calmly replayed its contents in his mind. The report detailed a cruel experiment, one designed to see if a pet would eat its deceased owner. Locked in a room together, the researchers soon discovered the truth. It was never a question of if the pet would do it, but a question of when. Once the owner passed away, the animal was left trapped with the body. With no source of food, the poor creature faced a slow death from starvation. But the experiments revealed a grim reality about survival. Many pets, upon realizing their master was gone, didn't hesitate for long. Only dogs would hold out for a time. But eventually, they too would succumb. Xiaojing had already been starving for 2 months, surviving only on the scraps Jiping shared. The loyal dog laid beside its master's body. For days after his death, it refused to touch him, but hunger was a relentless force. For 3 agonizing days, the dog starved alone. No one from the zoo brought it food. Only when it stood on the very brink of death did its instincts take over. Before it, There was only the lifeless body of its master. Xiaojing's desperate gaze turned to Luo Jiping. In the end, it ate the corpse to survive. The crushing guilt that followed was a weight that could shatter a soul. It wasn't that the dog lacked love for its master. In a dark, suffocating room without food or waters, anyone would eventually break. Bai Wu knew with certainty that if danger had appeared, Xiaojing would have died protecting Luo Jiping without a second thought. The main character watched this tragic play conclude, his hands buried deep in his pockets. He knew this was the result of humanity's cruelty. Awakened by the coming apocalypse, the girl Jing and her colleagues had engineered this hopeless trap. Those deceitful people had doomed them both. The moment they were locked in this barn, their fates were sealed. Bai Wu took a single step forward, calling the animal by its name. A flash of another memory pierced through Bai Wu's mind the moment this poor dog was devoured by lions. In truth, he said to Xiaojing's memory, when the lions were tearing you apart piece by piece, your soul was already dead, wasn't it? The dog in the memory froze, its grim meal forgotten. The animal slowly turned, its eyes filled with bottomless despair. Bai Wu continued, it was hatred and guilt that twisted you into this form. You were forced to eat your only friend, he stated, and that became your world's greatest regret. Jiping's body lay still, a constant, horrifying reminder of what happened here. Bai Wu knew the dog's deepest wish was for the image of them both lying dead together, killed by those people, to be the truth. But that destiny had been stolen from them. He walked closer and placed a hand on Xiaojing's head. You've carried this guilt for all these years, the protagonist said softly. He knelt before the pained creature. Bai Wu slowly stroked its head, gently scratching behind its ear. Xiaojing listened, silent, as fresh tears began to fall from its eyes. You've blamed yourself endlessly, Bai Wu murmured, for eating your dearest friend. The dog squeezed its eyes shut in agony, tears streaming down its furry cheeks. You must have wished your master hadn't taken his own life. Bai Wu said. In the memory, the lions reappeared, tearing at its body, reflecting the dog's sincere wish that they had both been eaten by predators that fateful day. The haunting memory finally began to fade around the giant mechanical beast. For 700 long years, Bai Wu thought Xiaojing's consciousness had been trapped here, trapped in this dark room, never leaving its master's side, hoping he would one day awaken. They were endlessly long, painful years lived after death, and all that time, the corrosive guilt of eating its owner consumed its very being. Bai Wu's form began to fade from the memory as well, leaving the dog once more with the corpse in that terrible room. But his work wasn't finished. He mentally asked Xiaojing for permission, a chance to fulfill the final wish of the dead Luo Jiping. As he did, the entire horrific room began to dissolve, and Bai Wu returned to reality. This is for your sake, the protagonist thought. Allow me to say goodbye on his behalf and set you free. For one last time, Bai Wu took on the form of Luo Jiping, shrouded in the hatred that caused this tragedy. Meanwhile, inside its own nightmare, one that had lasted for over 700 years, Xiaojing finally saw it, the living, human hand of its master, reaching out. Luo Jiping seemed to touch the dog's muzzle, gently brushing away its tears. Speaking with its master's voice, Bai Wu created the illusion it so desperately needed. I forgive you, Xiaojing. I never blamed you for a single thing. After so many centuries of waiting, the image of its smiling owner appeared before the desperate dog. Xiaojing watched in disbelief as the once lifeless body rose from the floor. Bai Wu, speaking as Jiping, continued, If I hadn't dragged you into this, you never would have been forced to do such a thing. He continued to gently wipe away the tears flowing from the dog's eyes. Isn't that right? He asked softly. The huge mechanical monster began to shrink, its monstrous form melting away, revealing a small mechanical puppy. But its feelings were as real as any living creature's. The puppy let out a soft whine and trotted toward its master, whose illusion, created by Bai Wu, walked forward to meet it, trapped in that nightmarish room. Xiaoping's consciousness finally received the embrace it craved, even if its master was just an illusion. He whispered that none of this was the dog's fault. The true monsters were the ones who had driven them into this abyss. In reality, Bai Wu gently stroked the mechanical beast's muzzle, a creature still cloaked in Xiaoping's bitter hatred. He remembered the cruel rumors that spread. People claimed that a beast is always a beast, that it wouldn't care if it was its master's body or another's. They said if it was truly starving, it would have devoured anything. Bai Wu's eyes softened, watching this ghostly reunion. He knew those heartless people could never comprehend the pure, unwavering loyalty an animal has for its master. The spirit of Xiaojing gently licked its master's cheek as a faint laugh echoed. In the very room where they had both perished, Would such a loyal companion defile its master's body? Unless pushed into absolute, hopeless despair, Baiwu knew the answer. It was no different from humans. History was rife with tales of cannibalism during desperate famines. The illusion of Xiaoping pressed its forehead against the dog's. Baiwu knew that those people had never felt a fraction of the guilt. That had tormented Xiaojing, forcing it to wander the zoo grounds like one of the living dead for 700 years, acting as a vessel. Baiwu spoke again. He told the spirit everything was all right. Kneeling before it, he stroked the mechanical head, repeating over and over that it was never to blame. He only felt gratitude for the animal taking revenge in his name. Baiwu whispered that Xiaojing must have suffered so much all these years. Finally, the consciousness chained to that horrific room began to break free. The dog whimpered as a gentle, soft light began to glow from within. With a peaceful smile, Xiaoping's spirit said he should have come for it much sooner. At last, Xiaojing evaporated, its soul finally liberated from that wretched prison. The mechanical dog, born from hatred, began to shine, its energy transforming into something pure and completely new. Xiaoping's hatred finally separated from Baiwu's body, silently thanking him for freeing both him and his loyal friend. Their souls were finally unbound. Xiaojing fell to the ground, barking with pure joy. Baiwu watched as the two spirits moved away, finally able to find peace. They ran further and further, escaping the nightmare they had endured for so long. Having witnessed it all, Baiwu understood the full story. Luo Xiaoping had died, leaving behind a powerful cluster of hatred and resentment. This bitterness was caused by his beloved girlfriend, Lin Xiang, and other loved ones, who drove him to take his own life. But this dark energy didn't fade, not even after the deaths of those who caused him such pain. All this time, Xiaoping's spirit waited for someone who could free his beloved dog from the corrosive grip of guilt. The poor animal, on the verge of death itself, had felt an incredible rage at the world and became a fallen, its power surpassing even the disciples of Cain. Baiwu gently pressed his hand to the dissolving machine, thinking that the animal's fate was even more miserable than its master's. It seemed as if even this mechanical monster wept for all it had to endure, locked away for 700 years in a room of suffering and soulflies. As the mechanical form evaporated, a single shiny blue eye was left in Baiwu's hand. He concluded that neither the dog nor the people involved had any direct connection to Cain. Our main character stood in the desolate zoo, watching the last traces of the sorrowful soul dissipate. Baiwu believed this tragedy happened because of human nature itself, a nature laid bare by the apocalypse 700 years ago. He squeezed the item in his hand, his gaze fixed on the horizon. He was certain he would have to face such things many more times. When he opened his fist, he saw a fragment of a puzzle. A system window from Prey's Eye immediately appeared, congratulating him for finally finding the first piece of the Doomsday puzzle. He picked up the curious object, examining the piece shaped like an eye. But Prey's Eye warned him not, to get ahead of himself. This was only the first of 4 pieces. Baiwu still had to find the ear, the nose, and the mouth. Prey's Eye explained that by collecting all 4 fragments, the main character would unlock powerful buffs across all 4 zones. These included the disappearance of outside interference, the purification of the fallen, the elimination of unnatural rules, and he would even begin to hear the voice of the fallen. Baiwu tilted his head, continuing to examine the fragment. Tossing it up, he caught the puzzle piece, squeezing it tightly in his palm. All this time, Lin Huan had been standing behind him, watching with a shocked expression. Baiwu pondered which zones corresponded to the ear, mouth, and nose, staring into the distance. He connected the dots. If the zoo was the eye, then the circus was likely the ear, the amusement park was the mouth, and the Tiangong Tower was the nose. Baiwu realized that the disappearance of interference and the purification of the fallen meant that if he collected all the fragments, these dead zones would become suitable for life again. A correct assumption. He guessed there would be other effects as well. Prey's Eye laughed, confirming Baiwu's cleverness. But that wasn't all. The eye, mouth, ear, and nose were merely parts of a single whole, which in turn was only a fragment of something even greater. Prey's Eye said that as he collected these fragments, more opportunities would open up, expanding his area of influence. He walked up to Baiwu. For now, he informed the main character, he could only purify the fallen within this specific zone. And since Baiwu now possessed the zone's eye, the local fallen would not lay a finger on him. But by that same token, he could no longer engage them in battle. Prey's Eye mockingly asked for his decision, calling him an emotionless strategist. Would they push forward to conquer new zones? Or stay here and level up? Baiwu listened with a thoughtful expression, then turned his gaze to Lin Huan. A smirk formed as he tossed the puzzle piece in his hand. Considering his next move, the lion lay before him, a perfect test subject. Bu considered using the Fallen's purification power on the beast. He glanced at the puzzle.
Peace. Then at the lion's pathetic whimper. But a flicker of compassion stayed his hand. He pocketed the fragment, realizing that if he
Restored the beast, it wouldn't survive long here anyway. Prezi's voice dripped with sarcasm. You could always take this cat with you to the tower. After all, he'd make a magnificent steed. Bayou leaned in, pulling the familiar ring from the lion's mane, the very one that aided him in the beginning. He had to agree with Prezi. The beast would be an incredible mount, but its breed would draw far too many eyes. An unwanted complication. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Raising the ring, he spoke to Prezi in his mind, confirming that this fragment's power was an ability exclusive to this zone. Bu stored the ring away. Prezi, if I gather more fragments, will I gain more powers? Prezi shot back, its voice laced with irritation. Why are you asking when you already know the answer? A thought sparked in Bu's mind. If he assembled the complete Doomsday puzzle, could the world outside the tower finally be healed? He took a few steps towards the massive lion. Prezi's only reply was a confused, "No one can know for sure." Bu vaulted onto the lion's back. "Let's go. Take me to the rainforest zone." But the great beast refused to budge, trembling on the verge of tears. Prezi erupted in laughter through the system window. "This kitten is so terrified." Of the eye's new owner, it's completely paralyzed. With another laugh, Prezi declared, "So much for your new horse." The lion was indeed quaking. Bu leaned over, seeing the raw fear in its eyes. He realized, I've been under the warlust hindrance this entire time. And I'm forbidden from fighting this zone's fallen. A chill went down his spine. Isn't this the perfect trap? He dismounted the paralyzed beast. His auto-leveling plan seemed to have crashed and burned. But then, a new thought ignited within him. There was nothing to worry about. In fact, this place had just become his personal, safe leveling zone. He rested a hand on the lion's mane, a plan forming. If I log this zone's data into the travel disk, I can return whenever I want. After all, the area was still saturated with outer tower interference. This meant it was still considered an outside zone. And thanks to the eye he now possessed, the local fallen wouldn't dare attack him. It was the perfect grinding spot. It seems you've forgotten one tiny little problem, Prezi chimed in. You're right, of course. The travel disk ignores the 3-day rule. Unlike the teleportation disk, you can come back at will. However, you can only travel through the zones in their pre-recorded order. The memory of that limitation surfaced in Bu's mind.
Prezi pressed the point. You'll have to clear the zones Kane recorded first. The chilling shadow of Kane loomed in his thoughts.
Only after you've conquered Kane's preset zones, the system window flashed, and erased that data. Will you be able to access the zone you actually want? An irritated chuckle escaped Bu. The last time, he'd been forced into the G-stomach zone. He had defied Kane's path. He'd carved out his own route. He remembered standing before, the very prison that held Prometheus. He couldn't begin to fathom what other traps Kane had laid for him in those other zones. Before facing Kane's disciples, he had to become overwhelmingly powerful. Bu rubbed his shoulder, his resolve hardening. Prezi's voice cut through his thoughts. So, does this mean we're leaving? But Bayou's mind was already racing in a different direction. No, I'm staying here a bit longer. He recalled what the Blossom Corp members had said, that the shorty once endured over 100 interferences, with warlust hitting him with a new one every 12 minutes. It would take him far less time to reach that same number. This was a golden opportunity, a perfect chance to push his physical limits to their absolute peak. A dark excitement spread across Bu's face. Sounds like a plan, right, Prezi? Prezi's response was a shriek that filled the system window. Have you lost your mind? Who in their right mind willingly experiments on their own body like this? 10 minutes later, Prezi began the next countdown. Bu sat calmly on a bench in the deserted zoo. A new outer tower interference is about to hit, he thought. As Prezi counted down, Bu toyed with the teleportation disk. His logic was simple. If he could stay conscious and move, he'd just cancel the teleport and keep grinding. He pressed the activation button, ready to escape to the tower at a moment's notice. And if he lost consciousness, the disk would automatically pull him to safety. Finally, Prezi's countdown hit 0. Bu felt a warped force crush him from all sides. Prezi reported, outer tower hindrance gravity imbalance. Bu lurched forward, feeling impossibly heavy, and yet strangely light at the same time. Your body will now experience weightlessness and extreme gravity simultaneously, Prezi explained. If you can consciously recalibrate your sense of balance, this hindrance will be nullified. Bu stood up, canceling the teleportation and casually putting his other hand in his pocket. "No need," he interrupted Prezi. "My body has already adapted." Prezi let out an awkward chuckle, because he'd already endured the confusion hindrance before. His body adjusted to the gravity imbalance with shocking speed. Prezi's voice appeared in the system window. "I should have known. Another hindrance has just become a buff for you." 12 minutes passed. The next hindrance arrived. This time, it was Light Spar. "Congratulations," Prezi announced. "You're now a vampire from some old fairy tale. Sunlight will now burn your skin. I'd find some shade if you don't want to become grilled chicken." However, Byu's body was already completely sheathed by protective clothing, so he paid the obstacle no mind. Prey, disappointed, told him to just forget it. 24 minutes passed. A new trial appeared outside the tower. Friend in the skin of an enemy. Byu continued to calmly walk around the zoo, examining his surroundings. Prey's system window noted that the curse's meaning was obvious. Byu would now be unable to distinguish friend from foe. But the main character was completely alone here, so this interference had absolutely no effect on him. 36 minutes later, the next trial began. Eternal hunger? Byu found a collapsed vending machine inside the zoo and began searching for some food. Prey noted that this was essentially another buff disguised as a debuff. It wouldn't affect Byu at all, since he could leave the zone whenever he wanted. 48 minutes later, the interference outside the tower became death upon silence. Prey said that there was no need for an explanation. The longer Byu remained silent, the more health he would lose. Byu rode the cable car, saying aloud, "In other words, I just need to talk all the time now, right?" Prey irritably asked him how this was even possible. He cursed, typing indignantly into the system window that all these trials were utterly meaningless to Byu. He was annoyed that Byu hadn't faced a single real challenge. The main character looked out the cabin window, telling Prey to calm down. Now he could talk to him as much as he wanted. Prey angrily shot back that he didn't need that. At the 7-hour mark, Byu finally met a worthwhile interference. Bloodlust. He felt a strange sensation wash over him, and Prey explained his new condition. He was now in a state of bloodlust. Every 6 minutes without a kill, he would lose health. Byu asked in surprise who he was supposed to kill. Here, since he couldn't fight the Fallen, Prey laughed, thinking the main character was finally cornered. Still, he had to praise Byu, telling him he'd held up well, lasting a full 7 hours while receiving a new curse every 12 minutes. Byu walked across the field, watching mechanical ostriches flee from his presence. Prey compared his trial to the standard rule of 1 curse every 4 hours. In that case, Byu had lasted for about 5 days. In addition, Prey informed him that the main character's accompanying power had reached the 9th step of the 2nd level, which was also quite impressive. Byu clenched his fist, reciting his stats aloud as darkness fell and the sun set. The main character said this was his first time leveling this way, so it was normal he couldn't match the dwarf's record. However, he promised that next time, he would try to shatter that record. Prey asked what the point of all this was, but the main character ignored him, taking out his teleportation disc. "We're returning," he announced. Prey displayed the final stats territory exploration rate, 45.5%, remaining fallen, 702. And at the end of the mission, an item was obtained, a fragment of the Doomsday puzzle. Using the disc, Byu gradually began to fade away. Prey's final assessment flashed with pleasant surprise, adding that the Guardians of other zones would test more than just the main character's mental abilities. Guardians of the zones, Byu wondered as he evaporated. He decided he would need to meet them as soon as the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, in the South District on the tower's lower floor, unexpected guests appeared in Bayu's apartment. Chingy flipped on the light. "This is Bayu's apartment," she said with a smile. Guinyu Aza and Yu Ming walked in, carefully taking in their surroundings. Lu Aza put his hands on his waist and chuckled, remarking that Byu was a neat freak. Then, he added sarcastically that he'd only just arrived, so it was no surprise. Chingy's eyes immediately scanned over Aza with a sly smile. She never dreamed one of them would be such a handsome man. She thought to herself that this was a new, refined fish for her pond. She reasoned that he might seem sarcastic at first glance, but she was sure he was a real softy underneath. She placed her fingers on her chin. Still smiling, slightly, thinking that since Aza was from the intelligence corps, he definitely wasn't lacking in strength. Seeing a prime opportunity for herself, Chingy said that Aza was cute, adding that it must have been hard to maintain his appearance working in such a field. She winked at him, adjusting her glasses with her finger. But contrary to her expectations, Lu Aza didn't even look at her. He called Chingy an ugly woman and told her to leave. Chingy exclaimed in surprise, her confidence literally cracking from such an unexpected blow. She asked Aza again, "What do you mean, an ugly woman?" Her inner demon was screaming, wondering what had happened to this world. After all, if you count Wei Ming, who's obsessed with money, this was already the second guy to call her ugly. Yes, her inner angel just calmly told the demon to relax, that everything would be fine. The inner demon swung its fist at the angel, asking what it meant. How could Chingy relax when Bayu had suddenly cut his live broadcast? The demon was internally fuming. Out of the kindness of her heart, Chingy had decided to save the main character, and instead of gratitude, she received a 4-hour interrogation in a horrible room. She remembered perfectly, well, how Chingu sat her at the table and forced her to answer his questions. The demon cursed, shaking its fist again. Remembering it was a whole 4 hours in a row, the demon didn't understand what Chingy was even doing here. After all, she was just the main character's business partner. Clutching its head, the demon cried out as the angel, with a serene smile, called the demon a poor child, saying that Chingy had gone through so much suffering. The demon fell to its knees with a displeased look, saying that was exactly right. And it was a shame, too, because these 3 were, one could say, men of excellent quality. After all, Aza, Chingu, and even the money-obsessed Wei Ming were all strong members of the intelligence corps. Chingy raged in her thoughts. Then why are they acting like such prudes? After thinking about it, the demon added that Bayu was exactly the same. It and the angel exchanged glances, and the angel added that it's not for nothing, they say. Similar people find each other. Chingu folded his arms across his chest and suddenly turned to Lu. Gu questioned her. "Were you planning on doing this all along?" Chingy stammered in shock, wondering what on earth he was talking about. She replied that Bayu must have his own standards for trusting people. But the captain? He played by a different set of rules. He declared that he never trusted strangers, so the only safe way to deal with them was to make them his own. After all, since she now knew about Bayu's affairs, he was offering her a position in the Rear Department, 7th Division, of the Foreign Intelligence Corps. With narrowed eyes, Gu extended his hand to Chingy, asking if she accepted. For a girl like her, this was an offer that was impossible to refuse. Her mind was already racing, a grin spreading across her face. How could she possibly say no to a breeding ground for such high-quality men? She could build an entire harem of powerful warriors returning from the tower. With a network like that, she could rake in hundreds of jillings. "I accept," she declared instantly, grasping Gu's outstretched hand with that signature opportunistic smile of hers. "Then we have a deal," Gu stated flatly. He quickly pulled his hand away, adding that from this moment forward, to prevent another fiasco, both she and Bayu would report their live broadcasts directly to him. Chingy eagerly agreed, calling him Boss Gu, promising he would be the first to know everything. She snapped her hand to her temple in a mock salute. Just then, the front door creaked open behind her. Every head in the room whipped around to see who had arrived. Of course, it was Bayu, returned from the tower. His calm gaze swept over them, and he broke the tense silence by asking, "Anyone for a game of mahjong?" His colleagues were stunned into silence for a moment, before the girl broke out in a happy cheer. "You're finally back," she chirped, clasping her hands as she rushed toward him. Today's broadcast was insane. There were mechanized fallen skeletons, and that enormous monster, she gushed. The viewers saw everything they ever dreamed of. As she spoke, Bayu's gaze drifted past her, locking onto a short man standing just behind. The man's displeased expression was practically burning a hole through him. In the system window, Praise laughed. "Looks like the dwarf has already brainwashed our business partner," it noted. "What an interesting guy." Bayu leaned forward with a slight, knowing smile. "Captain," he asked smoothly, "were you looking for me? Did something happen?" Gu scowled, retorting that he was in the middle of a conversation. Ignoring a lady like that was just plain rude. But Bayu simply waved a dismissive hand. He turned back to the captain, pressing again. "So, what happened?" Gu replied that the documents were approved. All the formalities were finally complete. He announced that they had officially been granted the rights of a second-order aristocracy. Bayu blinked. "What does that mean?" At this news, Chingy's head whipped around in surprise. "It means," she explained, "that you can now use all the entertainment facilities on the 3rd floor." Aza, lounging in Bayu's desk chair, held out the official documents. He added that Bayu could now enjoy shopping privileges and access to exclusive public areas. Chingy wondered if there was a single normal guy among them who was actually interested in girls. Her face was a mask of shock as she heard the catch. It would all cost 25%. More than what the local aristocrats paid. 25% more, she shrieked in disbelief. After a moment of frantic calculation, Chingy leaned in close to Bayou. You know, she whispered, I've thought about it. You really don't need to buy me anything there. It's not worth it. Bayou's eyes narrowed. Does that mean the poor who managed to reach the third floor have to pay more than the rich? Gu's expression was grim. That's exactly the case. Chingy puffed out her cheeks, offended. As Bayou observed that the system just makes the poor poorer and the rich richer. I have no advice for you, Gu said bluntly. Just stay out of trouble. Praise chimed in, explaining that the third floor operated on medieval logic. If a conflict arose between a true aristocrat and someone with second-order rights, the court would automatically be biased. They would be judged as a high-ranking noble versus a mere commoner. Any hope of a fair trial was non-existent. Bayou lowered his eyes in thought. Aza then announced that for this mission, they would be working alongside the pacification corps. They may have fewer warriors than us, he said, but every single one of them is at least level 2. Aza let out a small chuckle, adding that the security guards in the 5th floor shops were all level 5 or higher. He pointed a finger at Bayou. So even if you wanted to, a level 1 like you couldn't cause any trouble. Bayou, who had been scanning the documents Gu gave him, looked up and added calmly, I've reached the 9th step of the 2nd level. Aza stared blankly. The entire room went dead silent, all eyes locked on Bayou in utter disbelief. What did you say? Aza bellowed, leaping from his chair in shock. But Bayou merely repeated, I'm at the 9th step of the 2nd level of mastery. Sending another wave of shock through his colleagues, he added, perhaps by our next trip outside the tower, I'll be able to reach the 3rd level. The hero stroked his chin thoughtfully. Aza stared at him, bewildered. Are you messing with me? He demanded. It took me half a year to reach the 3rd level after my first trip, Bayou calmly replied. Why would I mock you, little sister? He waved a hand dismissively. Honestly, I would have already hit the 3rd level if it weren't for the lust for war and lust for blood debuffs. Gu watched Bayou intently. The 3rd level. That was the passing grade for the entire Foreign Intelligence Corps. Aza frowned. Dealing with a handicap like lust for war is no joke. How long can you last under its effects? He asked. Half an hour. Bayou looked up, thinking for a moment. About 7 hours. The answer fell like a boulder in the silent room. Aza was utterly speechless, but the main character had no intention of dwelling on it. He turned to his captain. It's time we discussed something else. He sat on his bed, asking, Captain, what kind of case is waiting for us on the 3rd floor? Gu rested a fist against his forehead, his expression turning grave. This case is far more complicated than I thought, he said, crossing his arms. It's a kidnapping. Resting a hand on his chin, Bi Wu broke the silence. Does this mean we're dealing with the kidnapping of a noble? As his face turned grave, Chingu began to unravel the twisted details of the case. The captain looked away, his voice heavy. This is no ordinary aristocrat. The hostage is from the ruling class of the 4th floor, but his parents are said to be from the 5th. Bi Wu folded his arms, confused. How is that possible? His parents are from the 5th, he lives on the 4th, and he was kidnapped on the 3rd floor. The protagonist knew this was a tangled web of a case. Chingu raised a finger, explaining. My knowledge of the 5th floor is limited, but I know a few things. He revealed that the tower was designed so that many children of the 5th floor government officials live on the 4th. Bi Wu's eyes widened. So to reach the 5th floor, their children must meet some kind of condition. He glanced at Chingu. Is that why the ones who fail are forced to live on the 4th? Oza interjected, demanding. Then why was the person kidnapped on the 3rd floor? Are the people on the 5th floor so ruthless they'd let their own child live on the 4th, Chingu explained. The child was on the 3rd floor because that's where the mental hospital is. Our target is the mentally ill daughter of a 5th floor official. She was a fragile girl, more like a delicate flower than someone who could escape on her own. Chingu continued. She simply disappeared, as if she broke free from that cage and vanished into thin air. Bi Wu smirked. So our target is a mental patient, from a mental hospital. He savored the words. The system window chimed in. Praise wrote that the words mental hospital gave him PTSD, instantly reminding him of that dreadful place teeming with disgusting monsters. However, it quickly added that, frankly, Praise's eyes wasn't surprised in the slightest. Considering a monster like Cain was still enjoying life inside the tower, it wasn't strange at all that another madhouse was built on the 3rd floor. The protagonist then asked, Do we have any information on this woman? Oza scoffed. We have information, but it's currently in the hands of the Correctional Corps. B. Wu immediately understood Oza's hint. They're not going to share, are they? He smiled wryly. So, we're formally assisting the Correctional Corps, but in reality, we're competing with them. An eternal struggle. Like fire against water. Chingu simply confirmed it was true. Oza then asked with a smirk, "Do you finally understand the swamp we've been thrown into?" B. Wu admitted. "Going up against the Correctional Corps will be tough." He sat up straight, on the bed. "So, Captain, what evidence does the Foreign Intelligence Corps have?" Chingu replied grimly. "We only know the mental hospital's location, and the time of the girl's disappearance, 1 week ago." He held up 2 fingers. "That's it. Only 2 facts." The protagonist asked with a mocking tone. "And that's everything." Resting his fingers on his cheek, he smiled. "What about evidence from the hospital itself? Any security footage?" Chingu crossed his arms and turned away. "There was," B. Wu pressed him, staring intently, and the captain finally answered. "The Correctional Corps destroyed it," Oza sarcastically added. "Oh, I'm sure they made a copy for themselves, but don't expect them to share it with us." B. Wu leaned forward, his hands on his knees. "They won't share evidence, just because we're rivals." He posed a logical question. "Don't they want to solve this faster by working together?" Oza replied. "This is standard practice for them. It's happened countless times." He spread his hands with a cynical smile. "It feels like the elites are deliberately putting the screws to us." A heavy silence filled the room, lasting for several seconds, but it was B. Wu who shattered it. Turning to the captain,
I remember you said we already had some leads. With a serious expression, Chingu confirmed. We do. The protagonist's eyes lit up with an adventurous spark. "Couldn't we just steal it?" Chingu shot that down. "Impossible. Their department is on the 4th floor. We primarily handle 4th floor matters," he added. "But there's no way for us to get up there." Praise laughed in the system window. "Just like the zoo incident. Another terrible start." B. Wu fell silent again, piecing together the impossible puzzle. He thought aloud. A missing girl, a restraining ward, and a whole week has passed. The amount of valuable evidence left by now is minimal. And our colleagues have already taken everything important. At least we can thank them for not sending us on a wild goose chase. B. Wu's strategic mind kept turning. Our target could be on the 3rd, 4th, or even the 5th floor, and we can only investigate on the 3rd. B. Wu lowered his head into his hands. Judging by the clues, the most crucial information is on the 4th floor. He looked up, his voice filled with resignation. "This case is impossible to investigate." B. Wu decided to ask, "Can't we just give up on this one?" Chingu's reply was immediate and firm. "We can't." He then added with a faint smile. "Besides, I believe in you." B. Wu let out a loud chuckle. "Captain, were you even listening to me?" Praise laughed again. "It seems our shorty has some high hopes for you." The system then quipped. "You should really work on your expressions. Your face betrays everything you're thinking." But B. Wu just smiled, a thrill of intrigue washing over him before the hunt began. Praise casually asked, "Are you a masochist? It seems the worse the situation, the happier you get." Then it simply said, "Just try your best." B. Wu spoke up. "I have one last question." He raised his hand, and Chingu nodded for him to ask, watching as Oza settled back into the chair behind B. Wu's desk. The protagonist looked at the captain. "Why did you bring Oza?" "Based on my observations, Inwang is much better suited for this kind of investigation." He thought of his other teammate, wondering why she wasn't here. Oza just chuckled, calling B. Wu a stupid rookie. He said with a grin, "To handle a person like that, intellect alone won't cut it," Chingu replied, adding that Aza's foul mouth was often unbearable. It seemed Aza would take that as a compliment. Unlike him, Bai Wu was clueless in that department. A simple and honest truth, he admitted. But the short-tempered fighter had certainly proven him right. Bai Wu recalled the captain's words, Aza was a true comrade. But to strangers, he was at least 10 times worse. Bai Wu remembered the verbal lashing from their first meeting. Qingxi whispered to Wei Ming that it was true, and how useful it was to have a person like that on their team, especially when dealing with nasty types. They both shared a knowing smile. The hero finally replied that he agreed. In a situation like this, Aza's abrasive nature could be a powerful asset. The captain clapped his hands. "All right, that's everything," he announced. The hour was late, so Chingu told Bai Wu to get a good night's rest. They would all meet at the elevator tomorrow morning. Chingu and Aza headed for the exit.
disappearing through the door. Just before it closed, Aza's voice echoed, "Don't you dare be late!" The door slammed, shut, leaving Bai Wu in his apartment with Qingxi and Wei Ming, who suddenly began to fuss, pulling something from Wei Ming's bag. Bai Wu asked in surprise, "Why are you two still here?" Qingxi told him to hold on, that they had something to show him. She pulled out data sheets from the bag, presenting them to Bai Wu. She explained that their broadcast today had generated an insane income. But as he scanned the statistics, his expression remained grim, not sharing in the sheer delight radiating from Qingxi. "This is a jackpot," she exclaimed. "Our business is finally taking off." The next morning, the members of the intelligence division arrived at the elevator heading to the 3rd floor. The car was already packed with merchants and their cargo containers, all preparing to transport goods to the floor above. Others in sharp business suits waited silently. Bai Wu observed the scene with keen interest as they all awaited the elevator's arrival. He turned to Chingu. "Captain, I have a question." Chingu simply nodded for him to speak his mind. The main character began, "The Foreign Intelligence Division is responsible for scouting outside the tower, so I assumed that our overall combat strength would be higher than the correctional divisions. The two divisions seem unbalanced, so I'm wondering why the correctional division doesn't feel weaker than us at all." Bai Wu looked intently at the captain, who replied instantly, "Our middle and lower-ranking members are indeed superior to theirs. However, the correctional division's total combat strength is in no way inferior to our own." Bai Wu's eyes widened in surprise. "Does that mean their strongest members are actually more powerful than our strongest?" Captain Chingu began to explain that the correctional division's structure was almost identical to theirs. They also had 16 divisions, and their internal organization was a near-perfect mirror, just like the Foreign Intelligence Division. Each of their divisions was led by a captain. Chingu elaborated. "As an entire organization, we might be stronger, but their top brass has always overpowered our best fighters. It was an eternal conflict between two vastly different armies." Aza then turned to Bai Wu, explaining that their divisions hold a tournament every year. The single strongest member from each division is selected, and then those champions must fight against each other for supremacy. The brackets are determined by division numbers. He then added that last year, 11 out of 16 participants from the Foreign Intelligence Division lost. The captains of the Correctional Division all possessed accompanying strength of the 5th, or even 6th level, and their talents were ranked no lower than number 300. Some even had talents approaching the top 100. They were truly gifted fighters. Each one was a monster, and the most terrifying part was, they knew almost nothing about them. Asa explained that every year, their division recruits new members, and nearly all of them are certified geniuses. Asa pointed a finger at Bai Wu, resting his other hand on his leg. "There's a much higher concentration of talent in the Correctional Division than in our Foreign Intelligence Division," he then added with a smirk, glancing at Chingu, who was waiting for the elevator with a stoic expression. "However, for the past 2 years, our captain has consistently dominated that championship." Asa clicked his tongue in mock displeasure, saying that apparently, not even the strongest members of the elite divisions on the 3rd floor could defeat their little monster. Bai Wu's face grew serious. "What's with that look?" Asa asked. The protagonist's mind was racing. He had noticed several suspicious holes in Aza's explanation. Aza asked mockingly, "Did our dear Lin lie to us?" Bai Wu shot back. "I doubt it. Aza wouldn't lie about this." He replayed the words in his mind. The captains of the pacifying corps all had 5th or even 6th level accompanying power. Bai Wu thought back to his own team from the recent mission and continued his analysis. Based on that stat alone, the Foreign Intelligence Division should be evenly matched with the pacifying corps. However, the catch was their talents. Theirs were far superior to the captains in the Foreign Intelligence Division. Accompanying power was just a basic stat. After all, talents were the game-changing super abilities. If the gap in talent ranking was too great, the winner of a fight was already predetermined. That was why only a monsters, like Chingu, with an accompanying power of the 4th level, was able to defend the honor of the Foreign Intelligence Division, taking first place twice in a row. But the main question remained. Why did the Correctional Division have so many masters with such powerful talents? Bai Wu stroked his chin, looking thoughtfully at Chingu as the elevator gradually arrived. A thought struck Bai Wu. All the members of the Correctional Division came from the upper floors. Up to the 5th, or even 6th, is there some kind of connection, he wondered? As the elevator doors slid open, Chingu moved forward. "We're getting out," he announced. The 3rd floor of the tower was a stunning cityscape, filled with magnificent skyscrapers that echoed the world that once existed outside the tower. There was even an artificial river flowing through it, supplying the factories and plants on the 3rd floor with essential resources as the Foreign Intelligence team stepped out. Their team emerged, and he immediately started taking in his new surroundings. They all headed for a road filled with cars that couldn't be seen on the second floor, Biwoo said with interest. So this is the third floor? He raised his head to look around when Aza mockingly called him a stupid newbie, saying that this was only the third floor, so he shouldn't act like some country bumpkin. A taxi driver pulled up, saying he had just filled up his tank and was ready to take them wherever they needed to go. Azu and Biwoo were silent for a moment. The protagonist looked displeased, and a system window appeared, stating that this was clearly a display of local wealth and luxury, as the locals literally mocked the people from the lower floors, who somehow made it to the third floor. It was obvious there was a clear division of social classes here. Ching Yu grabbed his hand, pulling him toward one of the taxis, Gentei Sanch opening the door, ordering his team to enter. After all, if they were caught, they'd be sent straight to a mental hospital. Bu asked in shock, was this place truly a mental hospital? Before them stood a massive complex, protected by 2 rows of thick, imposing walls, and waiting for them at the entrance were 2 members of the correctional corps, Tang and his assistant, wearing faint, smug smiles. Chingu explained that this was a rehabilitation center, but everyone just called it a mental hospital. Crazy's system window flashed. History proves that humans never learn from their mistakes. If a place like this existed outside the tower, it would surely become a haven for the fallen, just like the infamous 9th Mental Hospital. The message added a chilling warning. The crazies here aren't just patients. Biwoo smirked, recalling that poor soul. According to Taiying, the 9th Mental Hospital probably looked exactly like this once. The only difference was that the patients here wouldn't decay into the fallen. Taiying's assistant bellowed, grabbing the attention of the intelligence corps. Taiying himself mockingly asked if the oh-so-famous intelligence corps had finally graced them with their presence. His assistant added that they'd met just recently. But it seemed Aza had grown taller. How surprising. Aza grinned, baring his teeth. He replied that the hair on Taiying's head seemed to have grown even thicker since they last met. He leaned in close, feigning an apology and blaming his failing eyesight. He told Captain Taiying his hair must grow so fast he had to shave it off, as even declared his envy, saying he didn't have to wash his hair at all. His own long locks, he complained, were such a hassle. He even offered Taiying a sniff of his wonderfully scented hair. Baiwu watched, utterly amused. Aza was flaunting his glorious mane right in the face of a correctional corps captain. Crazy chimed in with a laugh, noting that Aza never minced his words. Taiying's assistant exploded. How dare you insult our captain? His brow furrowed in fury as he spat. Just what I'd expect from a bunch of uncivilized brutes from the 2nd floor. Aza simply stuck his tongue out. When did he ever insult him? He was just expressing his jealousy. Then he turned to Taiying's assistant, calling him Vermicelli, and asked how long it's been since he had any hair. Aza immediately piled on, saying the poor guy's hair was like the fur of a filthy mongrel. Unable to endure the humiliation, Taiying's assistant lunged forward. He cursed, his fist ready to strike, but his hand was caught in the iron grip of Captain Chu. Aza, that's enough, he said calmly, still effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Aza just sighed, basking in the glory of his victory. Chingu declared that they were there to investigate, and they had full authority. If the straitjacket members had any leads, he invited them to share. The assistant began to sweat, feeling the crushing power in Chu's hand as the captain continued. If they were just here to fool around, they could leave. Yes, that's enough, Taiying snapped. His assistant snatched his hand back from Chu's grip, demanding to know if they truly believed they could find a single shred of evidence. Don't make me laugh, he sneered. You were only sent here to be humiliated. Bayu's smile never wavered as he watched the squabble. Chingu remained perfectly calm, even as the guy called him a dwarf. The assistant admitted Chingu was a decent fighter, but investigating required brains, something he claimed Chingu was severely lacking. He ranted that the intelligence corps was nothing but a pack of brainless lunatics. He hoped this investigation would finally open the eyes of the tower's leadership. Taiying smirked as his subordinate rubbed his aching arm, still shouting, "Who would believe you solved 100 cases?" In just a couple of days, he accused them of just beating confessions out of the innocent. Is that how you get praise from the top? The shameless tirade continued, with the assistant claiming they were just obsessed with closing cases. Crazy noted that this guy's impudence was starting to get on his nerves. But Bio just smiled, thinking they had arrived at the perfect time. The correctional corp had already found all the key evidence, and conveniently destroyed the security footage. He knew with absolute certainty that they were in a winning position. No wonder they were acting so high and mighty. The protagonist understood these two were here for one reason, to completely crush their spirits, and he was sure there were far more straitjacket agents working behind the scenes. He observed his opponents, more arrogant than he'd anticipated, but their arrogance was their downfall. They were convinced only 4 of them were present. Crazy chuckled, a message appearing in the system window. They had no idea about Bao's true talent. The phantom 5th player. A sly smile spread across Bao's face. Crazy told him to get a good look at these men, because he was about to dig up all their dirt. Bao patted his captain's shoulder and stepped forward. Bao? The captain called in surprise. But the protagonist was unstoppable, Crazy declared to the bald Tang. You're caught. The system window immediately exposed him a common loser who relied on a 150-kilogram tank he affectionately called his wife, who had him sent to this straitjacket facility. All eyes snapped to Bai Wu in stunned disbelief as he approached, asking the man his name. He then wondered aloud what the captain's wife would do if she discovered her husband had a mistress on the side. Bai Wu then pointedly asked Captain Tang how long he'd been wearing that ring. Indeed, a silver band glinted on Tang's finger. He instinctively hid it, snarling, "What's it to you?" The protagonist just smirked.
Your tie is crooked, Bai Wu noted. It seems your wife didn't have time to straighten it for you this morning. The tie was noticeably askew, a clear sign of a rushed job.
But Bai Wu wasn't finished. You don't have to wear your wedding ring at work, he mused aloud, before his tone shifted. Ah, but I see now. This must be your way of showing immense respect for your wife, a testament to your unbreakable love. Bai Wu stepped closer, looking up at the taller man, and then he suddenly reeled back, exclaiming, "Why do you smell of 2 different perfumes?" Tang began to sweat, listening as Bai Wu mockingly praised him. To think Captain Tang, head of his family, the guiding light of his unit. Bai Wu studied Tang's face as the man desperately avoided his gaze. He turned away with theatrical disappointment. I truly didn't expect this from you. Wu Ming could no longer contain himself, covering his mouth to stifle his laughter.
Aza, meanwhile, wore a look of pure satisfaction. Finally, Tang whirled around to face him. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?
Bai Wu's smile was razor sharp. Oh, it's not nonsense at all. He leaned slightly, pointing. I don't believe my eyes are deceiving me. You should be more careful, Captain, he chided, his finger aimed at Tang's neck. You didn't even bother to hide the 0.94-centimeter hickey back there. Tang flinched back, his hand flying to cover the spot. His assistant stared at him, utterly shocked. Tang opened his mouth to protest, but Bai Wu simply raised a finger. With a devastating smile, he said, Since you're engaged in such shady affairs, you can't afford to be so careless with the evidence. After all, he continued, you're considered a hired killer. For you, any mistake could be fatal. He then added, a mark that big. You must know your way around women, Captain.
Tang turned deathly pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Bai Wu delivered the final blow. I just wonder what your beloved wife
would think if she knew you occasionally do charity work, financially supporting a younger sister. The protagonist stood, his finger still raised. Behind him, his teammates were losing their battle against laughter. Tang, utterly bewildered, shouted, What charity? What are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense, he pleaded. Bai Wu laughed, lowering his hand. Relax, it was just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. He spread his arms wide. For your information, I'm a very talkative person. Sometimes, I just can't keep my mouth shut. At that, Aza and Wu Ming finally broke, bursting into laughter. As Tang desperately tried to hide the mark with his collar, Bai Wu's voice grew cold. Let me be honest with you. If someone's dirty little secret falls into my hands, in 3 days, everyone on the lower floors will know about it. The protagonist placed a heavy hand on Tang's shoulder. But if you're polite and decide to cooperate with us, I'm sure I could find the strength to forget all about your little secret. He leaned in close. He whispered in his ear, I don't actually have any evidence, but if your wife gets even a hint of a rumor, you're going to have a very hard time. Am I right? He asked with a chilling smile. The anxiety was too much. Tang's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees as his assistant rushed to help him. Captain, are you all right? Do you need to rest? The man panicked. Bai Wu watched with a satisfied grin as the intelligence corps
calmly walked past the broken men and into the mental hospital. As they left the restraining squad behind, Lin Aza flashed a meaningful hand gesture in their direction.
As Tang and his assistant stumbled away, Chinu declared, We're going in. Once inside, they found themselves in a small park. Patients in white robes wandered the grounds before a set of massive walls. Bai Wu observed them, his gaze sharp and evaluative. Aza's voice cut through his thoughts from behind. Not bad, newbie. It was clear Aza was thoroughly impressed by Bai Wu's performance. Did you guys see the look on that bald guy's face? He cackled to the others. You scared him half to death. He won't be messing with you again. Bai Wu shot back sarcastically. Well, I didn't know little sister Lin was capable of giving praise. I thought your sarcastic tongue was physically incapable of forming a compliment? Wuzhou spun around, looking offended for a split second. But he was too pleased to stay mad. "Tch, just forget it," he snapped, turning away. Wu Ming smiled wryly at the exchange as the squad pressed onward.
"I'll let your insult slide this time," Wuzhou declared over his shoulder, "but only because of what you pulled back there."
He then pointed a stern finger at Bai Wu, warning Wu Ming. "Don't get too close to this fool. You might get infected with his idiocy." "And then," Wuzhou finished dramatically, "I'd have to put you on my blacklist." Wu Ming simply closed his eyes and replied, "Understood." Chinu stopped before a huge gate. "This rehabilitation center seems to have a rich history," Bai Wu remarked, his eyes tracing the towering walls. "The people outside might pass for patients. But these walls look more like a prison." A chilling thought crossed his mind. "Something tells me a lot of people were locked away in here."
Captain Chinu spoke, his voice grave. "Imagine you're a high-ranking politician, and you have an unpleasant rival. Killing them would cause too much trouble."
He gazed at the imposing walls. "In that case, you could simply declare your opponent insane. Lock them away in a place like this, where they can never get out." Bai Wu put his hands in his pockets. "Does that mean there are a lot of important people imprisoned in this hospital?" Chinu's gaze turned deadly serious. "It means that, at least once, these people were indeed important figures.